When that demon intruded here and started killing people, both the officials and laborers were scared out of their wits, scattering and fleeing, especially the laborers, who were already guilty. Though they were wearing shackles, many took the opportunity to escape, with the result that ... Nani pointed to the bloodstain slowly spreading along the forest. They were eventually devoured by other small monsters. The magical spirits were obviously not acting alone, often surrounded by a group of smaller monsters. Hunting together in this way, the magical spirits ate, while the smaller monsters drank blood. Didn't you say you knew where they were based? Zhu Mingling asked. Nan Xiaobing coldly snorted, showing no willingness to answer. Zhu Mingling glanced at this young man who wore his disdain on his face. What's with the pry? If you have the ability, go solve the problem with that flesh-eating demonic spirit. Why come running to seek help from me? Repeatedly having his face smacked, Zhu Mingling was also temperamental. Moreover, he was a substitute teacher, and students shouldn't act so arrogantly in front of their teacher like that. Suppressing the urge to kick this disdainful face, Zhu Mingling's gaze shifted to Nan Yi and a young non-family member, who seemed more normal. However, they remained silent, and it was actually the long-haired non-family woman who spoke up. I found some scales and they are indeed hiding in the giant forest, and this group of monsters and demons are not good at hiding. Considering the strength of those monsters and magical spirits, we didn't dare to pursue further. After marking the spot, we headed to Honglian City to inform the teacher in charge. The long-haired woman said, "Is it safe to proceed now without losing track?" Zhu Mingling nodded and asked, "These members of the non-family should be trained, more cautious in their actions compared to Senior Jin and the others. They were all from major families and must have had experienced elders guiding them on their journeys, teaching them certain things. Though the academy also had teachers leading outings, it was difficult to instill this level of awareness in every student." "It's okay, I can find them," the long-haired woman said. "Okay. They headed towards the giant forest, and along the way, the long-haired woman searched for the monster remnants left behind, including excrement, using bamboo chips to investigate. Seeing this scene, Zhu Mingling furrowed his brow. How could such dirty and tiring work be left to a girl? What were these finely dressed members of the non-family doing? "Lu Wenye, didn't you mark the spot?" Nan Xiaobing said disdainfully. "These are human teeth. It seems they have eaten someone again." Lu Wenye replied calmly. This was the difference between being surnamed Nan and not being surnamed Nan. Zhu Mingling noticed that Lu Wenye dressed more modestly, likely not from a wealthy background. Probably a collateral family member. Her status was much lower in this group of non-family members, especially with two other non-family women present who seemed particularly disgusted by Lu Wenye's actions. Zhu Mingling handed her water to wash her hands and asked, "So are we on the right track with our pursuit? We need to take care of them quickly, or more people will suffer. They are all prisoners, trying to escape in the chaos. It doesn't matter what happens to them," Nan Xiaobing replied. No matter what Zhu Mingling said, Nan Xiaobing was bound to argue. Lu Wenye was adept at tracking, not missing any details, and when she activated her spiritual power, she seemed able to see traces that others couldn't perceive. This made Zhu Mingling take notice of the girl, thinking that if she had been in his group at the time, Yang Shimei might have been spared. Strange, there are signs of a fight. Could there be other dragon masters around? Lu Wenye saw some broken scales under her feet and picked them up, placing them in her small box. "Some trees are broken here, seems like a large creature," Nani came over and remarked. Zhu Mingling walked ahead and noticed the soil had been disturbed with deep marks of friction. The bloodstains were still fresh, indicating that the fight had occurred recently, which would help them locate their target in the pine forest more quickly. However, who was fighting the monsters and demons? "Follow me," Lu Wenye said. The group followed Lu Wenye. There were many ancient pines, and the flying dragon false dragon was no longer suitable to ride, so they had to follow on foot, with one person in charge of watching them. The others increased their pace, and among the non-family members, some had summoned several juvenile green forest dragons. These dragons' strength had not reached the level of dragon children, and their dragon aura was not strong. This way, they could avoid raising suspicions among the monsters, while also providing some protection. As more ancient pines appeared, blocking their path, these green forest dragons could manipulate the forest's magic, causing plants to part ways on their command. Roar. Suddenly, a loud roar echoed through the ancient forest, causing a strong wind to blow. The several juvenile green forest dragons were frightened and retreated, no longer daring to move forward. Lu Wenye, go check the situation ahead. We will summon our dragon beasts, said the elegantly dressed woman with gold jewelry on her forehead. Let me go. You stay here. Zhu Minglin stopped Lu Wenye. As a substitute teacher, he couldn't let his students take risks, especially considering the rash actions of Senior Jin and Shimei. Zhu Minglin didn't want to see another girl meet an untimely end. Let him go, Nan Xiaobing said. I'll go with Teacher Zhu to observe the situation. If anything happens, it will be easier to inform everyone and surround these monsters, Lu Wenye said. Then I'll also go see. I'll use the flute to signal everyone to act, Nan Yi said at that moment. Zhu Minglin hadn't summoned his dragon companion yet. Bai Che was still in a deep sleep. After each battle, Bai Che needed a long period of rest, as he was still in a growth stage and required more rest. Big Black Tooth, on the other hand, likely got stuck between trees due to its size, so it wouldn't be too late to summon it if needed. However, the Divine Wood Blue Sacred Dragon's digestion speed was astonishingly fast, showing signs of waking up and undergoing significant changes, indicating it had fully entered the growth stage. Perhaps due to the matching properties, when Big Black Tooth digested the Demon Catfish Demon Bead, it took some time, but how did the Divine Wood Blue Sacred Dragon advance in just a few days? Roar! Another loud roar was heard. This time, the Divine Wood Blue Sacred Dragon, in the spiritual domain, fully opened its eyes, seeming agitated as if it had been disturbed. It slowly spread its fan-like wings. Don't be in a hurry. Let's assess the situation, Zhu Minglin said to Zi Qingzhuo. Passing through rows of old pines resembling a forest wall, Zhu Minglin, Lu Wenye, and Nan Yi finally saw the source of the bloodstains. The fight they had been tracking had not ended. Beneath those sturdy ancient pine trees, a terrifying ghost wife evil spider was in a standoff with a massive creature. The ghost wife evil spider's claws were long and sharp, like blood-red spears thrusting into the soil, while its body resembled a gigantic crawling woman covered in dark scales. Its abdomen was swollen and wriggling, as if there was a massive fetus inside. Wow! The ghost wife evil spider suddenly retched, vomiting out a red spider that was wrapped in viscous fluid. In just a few seconds, it broke free from its egg, and disturbingly, the skull of the red spider was a human head missing a front tooth, as if partially digested and then combined with the spider fetus inside the ghost wife evil spider's abdomen. Since this human-headed red spider emerged facing Zhu Minglin and the others, they could clearly see that it was missing a front tooth. Lu Wenye turned pale, immediately linking the human teeth to her initial finding. Luckily, this human-headed red spider seemed to have a low intellect and was under the control of the ghost wife evil spider, now turning towards the real enemy, the huge, roaring creature. It was a dragon. The creature facing off against the ghost wife evil spider was a dragon. There were no dragon nesters nearby. It was a wild giant dragon, a magical spirit-eating dragon. The ghost wife evil spider was hunting a dragon. The dragon was entirely green, with iron-like scales, wings half flesh and half wood, but most surprising were the dragon's two vertical green pupils. Forest giant dragon. At this moment, Zhu Minglin suddenly realized that they were in a vast pine forest, likely the same one as Dragon Cliff he had visited previously. The forest giant dragon being besieged by the demon spider and monsters was no other than Zi Qingzhuo's mother. Zhu Minglin looked further and saw behind the forest giant dragon a smaller forest dragon with a large scar on its forehead. Even as it reached the growth stage, the scar showed no sign of fading. End of this chapter. Chapter 82. You are still alive. You have nirvana. Although there have been great changes, the scar on the forehead has not changed. Zh Minglin can be very certain. That is Zi Qingzhuo's brother. No wonder, when he heard the roar just now, Zi Qingzhuo immediately woke up and looked very anxious. It heard the roar of the dragon mother. The ancient pines were strong and huge, with branches interlocking in the sky, and on the tree trunks, gray branches, there were red figures, like a spider web woven by the intertwined branches, covering the forest dragon and the little forest dragon, and the web was crawling with the human-headed red spiders that were spit out from the belly of the ghastly spider. Some of these human-headed red spiders had skull-like heads, some were rotten, and some were intact. If the woodcutters and soldiers were here, they would recognize that these heads are the convict prisoners of the logging grounds. They were swallowed alive, transformed into monsters by the ghastly spider. This scene is truly terrifying and disgusting. Nonghui already ran to the back to throw up when witnessing the ghastly spider spitting out people. Ls Wenyi's condition at this time was not very good. His face was pale, but he was holding on. Xia Minglan was mainly shocked by the surrounded dragon mother and the little forest dragon. Could it be that this ghastly spider doesn't eat people just to satisfy his hunger, but to give birth to more red spiders to eventually swallow this forest dragon? Xia Minglan said with surprise. Evil is evil, arrogant to the extreme, and in terms of intelligence, it is completely different from those ignorant spirits. If it were to fight alone, this ghastly spider would probably only be evenly matched with this forest dragon. But with so many human-headed red spiders, they trapped the forest dragon here. As seen from the previous signs of battle, the fight had been going on for a long time. The forest dragon had exhausted its strength, with many poison injuries on its body, while the ghastly spider looked vigorous. Judging from the situation, the forest dragon was destined to be devoured. Teacher Xia, this is a battle of the forest. Let's watch here, wait for both sides to be equally injured, and then it won't be too late for us to make a move. Ls Wenya said. I'll go inform the others to surround from different directions. We can't let those disgusting red spiders escape. Nonghui couldn't bear to watch anymore and said to Xia Minglan. After speaking, Nonghui left. Xia Minglan also agreed with Ls Wenyi's opinion. Let them fight each other, as long as we quietly wait for the result. Although it was Zi Qingzhuo's mother and brother, after witnessing Zi Qingzhuo's struggle to survive, it was difficult to feel any compassion for them. They brought it upon themselves. Zi Qingzhuo made a call, looking very anxious. It seemed to have known that its mother and brother were ahead. There is no longer any relationship between you and them. Xia Minglan sighed. Since you remember the pain back then, how can you not bear to harm them now? Xia Minglan asked. You are you. It is it. I understand your feelings. Cold-blooded and selfish, that's its brother. Even though they are siblings from the same litter, they have completely different personalities. Zi Qingzhuo is not like its brother. All its brother's actions represent are that it is a selfish and cold-blooded dragon, while the essence of the Godwood Cyan dragon does not have these traits. How others treat themselves is who they are, and they only do what they should do. Go. You should let them know that you are still alive. You have nirvana. Xia Minglan said. These words seemed to give the Godwood Cyan dragon infinite strength. It spread its wings from the spiritual realm. Its leaf feathers all over its body were extraordinary, different from the iron leaves of the dragon mother, emitting a unique green glow. It flew over the countless pine trees. Suddenly all the withered giant pines seemed to be nourished by divine dew, wildly growing new leaves. As the Godwood Cyan dragon descended, the entire ancient forest seemed to have gone through a season, becoming full of vitality and lush greenery. The roots and vines grew wildly, as if they had their own lives, actively attacking those red spiders crawling all over the pine crowns. The branches seemed to be held by someone in their hands, like sharp spears fiercely stabbing the red spiders. With its bright green vertical pupils, it appeared as the ruler of this vast forest, directing everything. The red spiders scattered around were killed one by one, strangled by the roots, pierced by the branches, shredded by the flying leaves, smashed by the giant trees. A large curtain of blood mist slowly spread from the sky-high branches, thickening from light. Traces of blood flowed down the trunk of the sky-high tree, staining the gray-blue pines red. The bodies of the red spiders fell like ripe fruit in the rain, constantly being knocked down, shredded, and extremely miserable. The Godwood Cyan dragon stood in front of the ghastly spider from start to finish, with only its sacred eyes, turning the entire forest into its guards, creating vitality, driving all things. If the forest were a kingdom, it would be the king of the spirit of the 10,000 trees. Sess, the ghastly spider let out a low growl, its venomous eyes staring at the Godwood Cyan dragon, showing not only anger, but also an even more terrifying greed. An immature sacred dragon. For the ghastly spider, this had greater value. If it ate this sacred dragon, perhaps there would be no magic spirit that could compete with it, let alone the forest dragon. The ghastly spider launched its attack, its claws sharper than some spears, using its hind legs to support its body, while the other four poisonous claws stabbed towards the Godwood Cyan dragon. The Godwood Cyan dragon instantly soared into the air, flying and spreading its wings among the crowns of the trees. The ancient trees swayed, and those 3 2 meters tall branches bent and pressed madly, with hundreds of branches like devil's claws plunging from the sky into the ground. How could the claws of the ghastly spider compare with these hundreds of wooden spikes? The ghastly spider was seen panicking, narrowly avoiding being pierced by the hard and sharp branches several times. The ghastly spider is diabolical and agile, but the human-headed red spiders were not so lucky. It could be seen that the red spiders fleeing in all directions were pinned to the ground by the falling tree trunks from the sky, killed on the spot. The encirclement attack was quickly disintegrated by the Godwood Cyan Dragon. The injured Forest Dragon and Little Forest Dragon were behind the Godwood Cyan Dragon, and they didn't even recognize the little dragon from before until the dragon mother noticed those green vertical pupils. There was a huge transformation. But those eyes. How could the dragon mother forget her child's eyes? Only, the power and majesty shown by the Godwood Cyan Dragon were unbelievable. Behind them, the Little Forest Dragon was overjoyed because it saw a more powerful dragon helping them out of trouble. Roar. But the dragon mother let out a low growl. The dragon mother was telling it that the dragon in front of them was the brother you abandoned on the cliff. The joy on the Little Forest Dragon's face disappeared instantly, replaced by not just shock but more fear. This fear was stronger than facing the ghastly spider. At 9:30 on the 24th, there will be another live broadcast on Kuaishou. Did you enjoy listening to the story yesterday? If you still want to hear more stories, remember to tune in. Follow Reading Writers. Tomorrow at 9:30, continue to listen to the story. End of this chapter. Chapter 83. A wrathful hiss. The demon woman evil spider suddenly crawled backwards in midair, as if there was an invisible wall of air allowing its claws to adhere. As it reached halfway, the demon woman evil spider let out a sharp screech. At the moment of the screech, dense black toxic mist sprayed out from the holes on its back in all directions. The toxic mist was as hot as steam, spreading rapidly. Soon, the black mist enveloped the forest, within which dark red ghostly fires flickered. The black mist was like a deep abyss to the ghostly fires. The mist was highly poisonous, causing the vegetation revived by the sacred dragon to wither and decay. Even the vines and roots gradually turned into dry charcoal. More and more ghostly fires appeared, creeping like malicious ghosts around the sacred green dragon, then suddenly erupting within the black toxic mist. Bam. The ghostly fires and toxic mist erupted with terrifying burning and corrosive power, immediately corroding the scales and feathers of the forest dragon and small forest dragon. The sacred green dragon, likewise, experienced some hindrance in the black mist. Its green feathers became even more brilliant, and the radiance of the green sacred dragon was extremely strong, only able to disperse the toxic mist and ghostly fires within a radius of a few dozen meters around itself. The demon woman evil spider landed back on the ground, hiding its body in the thick black toxic mist, then stealthily maneuvering behind the forest dragon and small forest dragon. Sensing the presence of the demon woman evil spider, the forest dragon immediately shook the ground, causing the spider to retreat. The demon woman evil spider quickly moved backward, ready to hide again in the thick black mist. Just then, a ferocious tyrant dragon covered in silver scales and heavy armor lunged out from the mist, its silver horn aimed precisely and ruthlessly hitting the demon woman evil spider directly. The spider was sent flying, crashing through several ancient pines before finally coming to a stop. Its hind legs were broken, and its rear bones, continuously emitting toxic steam, were clearly shattered. The tyrant dragon mocked, overpowering the demon woman evil spider even though it was a demonic creature. The sacred green dragon, seeing the dark blue violent dragon join the battle, let out a joyful cry. Why fight alone? The demon woman evil spider can summon so many disgusting red spiders. Doesn't it have any allies? Qingzhuo, entangle it. Zhu Mingling's voice rang out. The sacred green dragon lacked combat experience, having not grown for long, and not yet mastered many techniques of the true sacred dragons. Growl. The sacred green dragon raised its head, as if calling out to something buried deep within the earth. The earth began to tremble frantically, with countless thick and sturdy roots twisting and lashing out, wrapping around the demon woman evil spider's limbs and body. The roots almost squeezed the spider's body to the point of breaking, and in its struggle, the spider broke one of its front legs and began cutting the roots with its mouth. Freed from the roots, the demon woman evil spider saw the silver-armored dragon approaching. The dragon attacked with great force, and the spider, rolling and dodging, saw the ancient pine it was previously in front of being crushed. Panicked, the spider tried to avoid the attack, but the dragon grabbed the broken pine, slamming it towards the spider. Asterisk bang. Asterisk. The demon woman evil spider collided with the broken pine, crushed 10 vomiting several red spiders. The spider was clearly on the brink of death. In the skies, the sacred green dragon swooped down, its iron leaf wings spinning like razor blades, cutting the spider into 2 halves. From back to belly, the spider's body was split in 2, even cutting a long crack in the ground. The power of the sacred green dragon's wings was astonishing, even leaving the tyrant dragon stunned. Don't let your guard down. This creature isn't dead, Zhu Minglin warned. The sacred green dragon and the dark blue violent dragon were caught off guard, thinking that a creature split in half couldn't possibly be alive. But indeed, the demon woman evil spider was still alive. Its 2 halves simultaneously attacked, with the front part biting the sacred green dragon with venomous fangs, while the back part sprayed a dozen red spiders toward the dark blue violent dragon. The red spiders exploded upon reaching the dragon, forming a more terrifying burst of ghostly fires, striking the defenseless dragon. The dark blue violent dragon was pushed back by the flames, its large body engulfed in ghostly fires. The sacred green dragon, unable to react in time, faced a sudden attack from the demon woman evil spider. The forest dragon, charging forward, violently struck the demon woman evil spider as it attempted to bite the sacred green dragon. The spider failed in its final bite, and its upper body was crushed even more by the forest dragon. The sacred green dragon took to the sky, its body spinning, its iron leaf wings forming a brilliant rotating disc, emitting a series of blue sacred blade radiance, chopping the demon woman evil spider's upper body into pieces. Asterisk swoosh, 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 asterisk. The demon woman evil spider was cut into fragments, its head shattered, rendering it incapable of launching further attacks. As the demonic spider fell defeated, the dark blue violent dragon emerged from the flames relatively unscathed, surprised at its own resilience. The toxic mist began dissipating, and Zhu Minglin approached. While he initially wanted to criticize the 2 for their carelessness against the demonic creature, he realized their lack of experience. Both had room for improvement, and he planned to train them further to avoid similar dangers in the future. After collecting the demon soul, Zhu Minglin contemplated the potential consequences of the creature consuming the dragon. The wooded city and its inhabitants outside the forest could be in danger. As the dark fog faded, Zhu Minglin pondered about the need to uplift and awaken both the dark blue violent dragon and the sacred green dragon to combat future threats effectively. End of this chapter. Chapter AE for sister-in-law is poisonous. Black mist completely dispersed, and some noses rang out. The descendants of the Non family seemed to be dealing with those crimson spider heads. They came from several directions, easily killing off those crimson spiders that Zhu Minglin hadn't had time to process. They weren't brave enough to face the demons head-on, so let them help out. It wouldn't be a problem to earn some credits. Don't worry, brothers. Teacher Zha has already killed the ghost widow evil spider. Unless when you saw the tense expressions on Non Zhaobang and the others and couldn't help but smile and say, solved. Non Zhaobang couldn't believe it. They hadn't even seen the true appearance of the ghost widow evil spider, making it difficult to discern how many years it had existed. Is this thing it? Non Zhaobang walked over to the corpse of the ghost widow evil spider and looked at the demon that was unrecognizable. Suddenly, the corpse twitched, and a tiny red spider burst out, causing Non Zhaobang to jump in fright. Teacher Zhu's dragon is powerful. No wonder he can replace Sister Lingsha to guard the Red Lotus City. The ghost widow evil spider is a demon that's been around for 1,700 years. If we bring back its eyeballs to report, we can earn high credits, LS Wenya said. LS Wenya didn't mention the forest giant dragon, which saved Zhu Minglin the trouble of explaining. As for Nanwei, seeing LS Wenya not mentioning it, he also didn't say much, just continued to look at Zh Minglin with a strange gaze. Nanwei had witnessed the ghost widow evil spider during the dragon hunting. Such a powerful monster, Zhu Minglin had actually killed it in such a short time. This guy, why was he becoming more mysterious and unpredictable? The sacred dragon of the Shenmu Qun. At this time, the woman with gold accessories noticed the little blue Jew. Zhu Mingling's silver blue armor tyrant dragon had been displayed at the academy, and they had heard of it, so seeing it wasn't surprising. On the other hand, little blue Jew, covered in a holy green light, stood out among the dragons of their group, truly attracting attention. The problem was, the Shenmu Qun sacred dragon was the sacred beast of their non-family sacred forest, and Zh Minglin wasn't a descendant of the non-family. So how did he possess such a sacred dragon? Non-Wei, you don't know what you're saying. Xia Minglin made an explanation, briefly recounting his encounter with the dragon cliff. Non Yi's eyes seemed to be saying, "You're making it up, aren't you?" It was obvious that he had just seen the forest giant dragon, so he hastily made up this story. Non-Wei, let's be classmates. You know everything about me. I have a close relationship with Sister Yunzi. We hit it off at first sight and have mutual affection. Our relationship with Non-Lingsha is just a formality. By spreading rumors like this, others might think I have a deep connection with Non-Lingsha. How am I supposed to face Li Yunzi in the future? Xia Minglin said. What about this Shenmukyun sacred dragon? Non-Wei asked seriously. I just told you. Hot. You won't tell the truth and fear we will spread rumors. You try to take advantage of everything. No, I can't let you, a scum man who is ambiguous with Yunzi and covets Lingsha, live so comfortably. Non-Wei didn't show any mercy towards Xia Minglin. Xia Minglin was losing his patience with these people. The suspicions and skeptical looks from the descendants of the Non family made him uncomfortable, and he was hoping for Non-Lingsha to appear soon. When night fell, Non-Lingsha returned. She seemed a bit dusty and tired, as if she had been chasing after demons. Sister, the woman with the gold accessories and Non-Lingsha seemed to be familiar, as she quickly approached and linked arms with Non-Lingsha. Non-Lingsha looked at the group with a hint of confusion in her eyebrows. Sister, did you give Xia Minglin a Shenmukyun sacred dragon? The woman with the gold accessories asked eagerly. When facing Non-Lingsha, Non-Jiabong, Ales Wonyao, Non-Wei, and the others were respectful and didn't show any hint of pride or arrogance, especially Non-Jiabong, whose eyes seemed to be infatuated. Non-Lingsha still had her veil on, and she glanced at Xia Minglin, initially puzzled, but quickly remembered something and a shallow smile appeared on her beautiful face. Just a wounded dragon. I gave it to him, Non-Lingsha said calmly, as if it was a casual matter. Before Xia Minglin could react, he spurted out the hot tea he was about to drink, looking extremely embarrassed. Hot, hot. Xia Minglin quickly tried to cover up, staring at Non-Lingsha in complete disbelief. You. Where did that cold attitude from before go? How can you suddenly change again? This is a big deal, not trivial. Little sister-in-law, the situation is significant. That late at night, we met in the bamboo forest. The injured dragon was in danger, and I saw that he was a decent dragon keeper, and he has been taking care of my sister, Yunzi, so I gave him this Shenmukyun sacred dragon as a token of appreciation. After all, he has been caring for my sister. Non-Lingsha's tone gradually softened. Stop it. There is absolutely no connection between this lord, his dragon, and you. Xia Minglin was in tears. This little sister-in-law is poisonous. End of chapter. Chapter 85. Unexpected double harvest. Non-Lingsha seemed to casually mention it, speaking as if there were no issues. But why did she have to bring up the evocative terms bamboo forest and deep night? The people of Zulong City had quite an imagination, and Xia Minglin had experienced it firsthand. A few key words could spawn an epic story that could move people to tears. And not just one version, but several entirely different ones. Who knows what kind of rumors would arise from Non-Lingsha's word spreading? It was not easy for everyone to quietly accept the fact that they had almost believed in the emotional words she spoke. Sure enough, after Non-Lingsha finished speaking, the children of the Non family fell silent. Their eyes held unspoken words, but due to Non-Lingsha's absolute status in the family, they did not dare to express themselves easily. It turns out Teacher Ju is so talented in this aspect. Lu Wenye lowered his voice and said, since it was a gift from Sister Lingsha, of course, we have nothing to say. It's just, why did Sister have to involve such a precious dragon? The expression on Non-Xiaobing's face had almost turned into those of ferocious rat-like creatures, yet he had to pretend to ask politely, how I handle it is none of your concern, Non-Lingsha said. Non-Xiaobing quickly lowered his head, not daring to speak any further, but his gaze was fixed on Xia Minglin. It was a look of ugliness. Xia Minglin was used to it, but he hoped it wasn't someone with twisted intentions. At that moment, Xia Minglin would not be accommodating to such a person. Well, then we shall take our leave, the woman with the adorned forehead ornament said. The others naturally did not linger and left one by one. Xia Minglin knew he couldn't make things clear, so he reluctantly followed the non-family members out of the mansion. Xia Minglin, you stay. I have something to say to you. Non Lynch's devilish call resounded. The eyes of the non-family members were bright and keenly focused on Zhu Minglin, then one after another hurriedly left, as if afraid of disturbing their sister's mood. In the non-family, no one dared to offend Non Lingsha. Even the elder members of the clan had to consider her feelings. Young heirs like them, who relied on the support of their elders, had to be extremely cautious. In the courtyard, the sky was clear, and the eaves cast a clear night scene. There were no stars, only a thin veil of mist. In the center, there was a green bamboo stone basin, and Zhu Minglin stood beside it. A clear spring flowed from the bamboo heart of the stone basin into the crevices of the bricks beneath his feet. In the light, it sparkled brightly. Zhu Minglin stood there, not retreating or leaving. He turned around slowly, somewhat helplessly saying, "Miss, why bother concealing things from me? I am not afraid of the non-family's questioning." "You've misunderstood." Non Linsha smiled artfully, her beautiful eyes playful. With a nonchalant tone, she said, "Wasn't she warning you to beware of me? That means she still cares about you. In that case, I'm even more curious to see Li Yunzi's reaction, to see if she's concerned about you getting closer to me. Miss, have some regard for your reputation. I, Zhu Minglin, still have to get married." Zhu Minglin said, "Regard for my reputation?" Non Lingsha laughed, the sound lingering. Her charming voice made it hard for Zhu Minglin, especially since the person in front of him looked exactly like Li Yunzi, which reminded him of some unforgettable things. Zhu Minglin felt it would be best to leave promptly, lest Nonya spread some unpleasant rumors again. Non Lingsha continued to smile, her demeanor resembling that of a little demon, quite different from the composed artist he had seen before. Zhu Minglin felt that Non Lingsha was the one with the problem. Outside the city mansion, Nonya looked at Zhu Minglin in surprise. "So soon?" Nonya asked oddly. Zhu Minglin glared at Nonya. Couldn't he speak properly? Nothing had happened, so the speed didn't matter. Zhu Minglin left Honglian City and continued to escort Zhang to persuade several major cities. With the efforts of all members of the academy, the monsters in the upper cities were greatly eradicated. Zhang completed his mission, and Zhu Minglin also received a decent reward. With the weather becoming cooler, most creatures hid away, and people traveled less. Only on sunny days would many people come out to bask in the sunlight. The Dragon Taming Academy first held a few days of mourning for the deceased members and teachers, then properly settled their families, before rewarding the outstanding students and teachers involved in the monster-slaying mission. The results were announced in a list, and it happened to be a bright, warm day, shining on everyone. No need for thick coats. It was evident that everyone at the academy had taken care to groom themselves. The men were elegant, and the women looked charming. Gathered in front of the list, being listed or not was a cause for joy. After all, those listed would receive a spiritual fruit and an additional spiritual contract. Li Kong, Duan Wenrui, Zhu Minglin, Zhang Shengshu, Lu Wenye, can you believe it? Our team killed so many monsters, yet none of us made the list. How many monsters did these people on the list actually kill? I heard they all made contributions in demon slaying. Demon slaying, those are 1,000-year-old monsters. When we faced an 800-year-old mountain demon, it was almost too much for us. Under the list, the students discussed vigorously. Some made the list, while others did not even have their names mentioned, feeling a sense of loss. Hey, look at the teacher's list. There's someone with the same name as Zhu Minglin. Someone suddenly pointed at the nearby list. What same name? That's Zhu Minglin. Everyone turned to look at the teacher's list, where an outstanding teacher named Zhu Minglin was indeed listed, though not at the very top. On both the student and teacher lists, Zhu Minglin was there. This was too absurd. Everyone started to discuss animatedly. Nonya and Lu Wenye took the opportunity to publicize that Zhu Minglin had served as a substitute teacher and single-handedly killed a 1,700-year-old evil spider. The students finally realized that Zhu Minglin was the true, formidable figure who never easily revealed his abilities. Zhu Minglin was among the crowd at the time, equally puzzled. It was understandable to be one of the top students on the list, having killed 2 demons and dozens of monsters. Though what was the situation with the teacher's list? Could it be that Non Lingsha's actions against the 3,000-year-old demon led to him receiving credit too? Only this explanation made sense. When students reported a demon's whereabouts to the teacher, half of the credit for defeating it belonged to the students. So, when Zhu Minglin, as an assistant teacher, discovered the bodies of 3 teachers and reported the movements of the 3,000-year-old demon, it seemed he had gained some credit. Truly an unexpected double harvest. End of this chapter. Chapter 86. Dragon Catastrophe. The comfortable sunlight made everything enjoyable for cherishing the rewards. It was especially delightful to receive 2 rewards, one for being an outstanding student, the Spirit Domain Fruit, and the other from the Academy for the mentors. Xiaoming Lang had never seen such a spiritual fruit like the Spirit Domain Fruit before and wondered if consuming it would enhance his cultivation like it did for the divine beings. Snacking on the fruit, Xiaoming Lang hummed a tune as he made his way to the courtyard to collect the reward meant for the mentors. "How are you, Zhming Lang?" A familiar classmate approached him with a smile, unable to resist asking. "Sweet as the peaches sold on the bridge," Xiaoming Lang replied casually. Unfortunately, despite searching through various books at the Dragon Training Academy, he only found mention of the Dragon Gate, and not the second gate, the Dragon Catastrophe. White Qiu let out a dissatisfied sigh, indicating that there were people around. Xiaoming Lang quickly reassured him, and explained that their current level was far inferior to their past, and for now, they couldn't provoke any trouble. The old lady guarding the gate was probably formidable. "It's all right. It won't be long before we reach our peak again. If we can find our way back, perhaps we can surprise our old rivals." Xiaoming Lang comforted White Qiu. It seemed to be a feather from a certain ancient spirit that had the unique ability to dwell on most feathered dragon beasts, granting them the power of wind feathers. Starstone. Although White Qiu was destined to evolve into a dragon lore, having such feathers attached to it would enhance its abilities far beyond other dragons of the same level. With renewed determination, White Qiu promised to work hard to sleep and become stronger. As they reached the 3rd floor, Xiaoming Lang saw many ancient long tables with wooden boxes and containers for storage. He also noticed that they now had 3 powerful dragons by their side, each taking slightly larger steps than before. If White Qiu's regression was indeed the Dragon Catastrophe and had passed it, would it face a 3rd stage of the Dragon Gate, and what would that entail? Despite the lack of materials and Xiaoming Lang's incomplete craftsmanship, he probably would not be able to forge such advanced dragon armor. The rewards on the 1st and 2nd floors were mostly for students, and as long as they had enough credits, they could be exchanged. White Qiu, after its regression and rebirth, seemed to possess exceptional talent. While others worked hard every day, it always stayed ahead, seemingly achieving progress effortlessly. This is a good item. It can attach to White Qiu's feathers and manipulate storms to significantly enhance his control of wind. Xiaoming Lang found something that caught his eye. There were many items that Xiaoming Lang desired on the stairs, including a pill that could temper ancient dragon bones, which would be a treasure for Big Black Tooth. Each sentient being had its own dragon gate. Xiaoming Lang assured White Qiu that even though life might have been easier before, their current path was leading them towards greater heights. With a faint smile, Xiaoming Lang left the treasure pavilion, bidding farewell to the treasures with a heavy heart. The old lady guarding the treasure vault suggested that Xiaoming Lang exchange the evil spider's magic pearl for a dragon's magic pearl for a more suitable match. Xiaoming Lang shook his head, giving up the thought of choosing the ancient dragon's magic pearl. Xiaoming Lang, knowing that he would become a true dragon master in the summer, felt confident and unafraid of most of the powerful individuals in the ancestral dragon city-state. He thanked the elderly woman and paid his respects, recognizing that those who guarded the treasure vault were extraordinary individuals. The journey of dragon training was indeed a long one. As Xiaoming Lang selected an item, White Qiu, brimming with excitement, seemed ready to make a choice. However, Xiaoming Lang quickly warned White Qiu not to take anything without permission, as it could be deadly. Remember, in the past, we were weak and often bullied, sometimes even forced to flee. But now, as true dragon masters, we have more partners, and if trouble arises, we can band together and let them know what it means to face a united force of dragons, Xiaoming Lang explained to White Qiu. With the memories of their shared experiences, Xiaoming Lang and White Qiu prepared to face the challenges ahead, confident in their growing strength and unity. Each step on their dragon training path brought them closer to a future filled with adventure and growth. Chapter 87. Ancient Mountains. The ancient mountain was an extremely primitive place, surrounded on 3 sides by the Voice, with overlapping mountain ranges, mysterious forests, truly a mountain of strange and fantastical features. Whenever the Voice slowly receded, a winding and tortuous muddy land would emerge, the only path leading to this ancient mountain. At this moment, 5 white-eyed flying dragons circled above the coast of the Voice, 6 giant forest dragons in the dark tree grove, and another 4 or 5 ancient dragons and azure dragons surrounding the area. On the only wetland path leading to the ancient mountain, Luozi grasped the golden horn of the fire dragon, his face pale and in pain, his eyes filled with anger and resentment. He glanced back at the ancient mountain shrouded in thick mist. After flying only a few hundred meters, the white-eyed flying dragon was already struggling to stay airborne, and had to descend towards the wetland exposed by the receding tide. Chen Bai immediately turned into an aggrieved look. Dragon Academy, Duan family, Li family, do I, Luozi, deserve to be chased by you like this? Luozi angrily declared. The mist enveloped the area as the white-eyed flying dragons flew close to the sea, disrupting Luo Xiao's path to the ancient mountain. Little did they know, there was some powerful restraint above the Voice, causing the white-eyed flying dragon's wings and bodies to become heavier. Opening the letter, Zhu Mingling saw the signature on top, and started to read carefully. Chen Bai, sometimes you can be very mean. You clearly want to seek advice from others, yet you still have to use such a sarcastic tone. Arrange your thoughts better, and I will answer you. Zhu Mingling straightened his clothes nonchalantly. People remain the same. Whether cleaning the yard or picking up the feces of young spirits in the backyard, they were constantly changing. The harsh winter finally passed. What is she going to do? Zhu Mingling wondered. Zhu big brother, you have unfathomable strength and keen insight. Could you help me choose a suitable young spirit? Chen Bai quickly changed his tone. Who is Li Yongxi, really? How could Luozi surrender without a fight? He glanced at the ancient mountain and without hesitation, ordered the golden fire dragon to charge towards the ancient mountain. Normally, after becoming true dragon trainers, most would move out of these relatively plain accommodations and live in better private residences. However, it seemed that because Zhu Mingling did not move out, Han Hao and Li Xiaoting also ended up staying here. Zhu Mingling, I found that you have a talent for choosing. Tomorrow, I plan to choose another young spirit. Can you help me decide? Asked a classmate who was cleaning the yard. Sorry, I don't have time today, Zhu Mingling replied succinctly. The black as ink seawater continued to hit the sand reefs. Before long, the emerging sandbank road was gradually engulfed by the dark seawater. Zhu Mingling couldn't see through her intentions. Inside the accommodations, there was a person who had transformed into a dragon. The original hostile bully, Han Hao. He called himself Chen Bai, a refined and profound name. If we cannot bring back the traitor's body before the new year, how can we explain to our clan members? If you are afraid, I'll go. Sighed Li Pinghai. The person cleaning the yard had changed. No longer the weak and frail Li Xiaoying. It was rumored that since Li Xiaoying returned to the academy, his strength had greatly increased, no longer the same as before. The so-called ancient mountain would either fight to the death against the people besieging him, or escape into this perilous ancient mountain. The battle in the south was a great victory, but she did not return. At the most glorious and grand annual celebration of the Dragon City, people cheered for her name as the Valkyrie, hoping for her triumphant return, yet she was still on the battlefield. You traitor, you're fortunate to have lived to this day. Come forward and meet your death, said Li Pinghai of the Li family. As time passed, the mist thickened, shrouding the ancient mountain in a manner that seemed to float in the sky above the mountains. Zhu Mingling woke up early one day, walked to the yard, and stretched lazily. What's going on? Exclaimed a man from the Duan family riding on the white-eyed flying dragon, nearly falling to the ground. Those who were just here seemed to have completely evaporated from this world. The ancient mountain was treacherous. Entering it could mean getting lost, or worse, becoming prey for the ancient monsters and dragons. Even though there was still a chill in the air, seeing the blossoming flowers and tender leaves gradually reviving made his heart feel warmer. After finishing the last paragraph, Zhu Mingling couldn't help but ponder. The gentle wind stirred, carrying the fragrance of flowers by the lake. After the snow melted, the river and lake water seemed to have been cleansed, free from the muddy turbidity of the past, reflecting the clear blue sky. It was a letter sent by Zhengyu. In his view, as friends, there should be correspondence, so that distance and estrangement would not hinder their communication. Although some hesitated, they were not frightened off by the non-threatening voice seawater. They followed the muddy wet path, moving along with the group. The mist covered the sea, the mountains seemed to float in the clouds, a truly awe-inspiring sight. But there was no turning back for him now. Zhengyu and Zhu Mingling discussed the opening of the Wudu trade route and its gradual stabilization. The new army unit of Wutu was also being established. According to Zhang Yu, Zhu Minglan could sense Li Yangxi's ambition, not just to make the Dragon City glorious, but to elevate it to an eternal city on this land. The sea water of the Void Sea acts like a magnet, making it difficult to fly across or navigate. "Stay away from the water and follow the exposed wet row," said the Dragon Academy instructor. Wutu gradually began to be incorporated into the land of the Dragon City, and the people of Wutu were constantly accepting new teachings and reforms. The people of Wutu can now enter the city. This is extremely important for each Wutu citizen, as they will no longer be considered inferior, nor be treated as desert nomads or slaves. Eventually, personnel from the Duan family, Li family, and Dragon Academy, who were jointly pursuing Luozi, all entered the ancient mountain. They had summoned nearly 20 dragons, so there was no need to worrying about encountering ancient demons and dragon in the ancient mountain. It was as if they had disappeared from there. In fact, before she was overthrown, Wutu had been moving in this direction, but after a major disaster and unrest, the people of Wutu began to view Li Yangxi as a faith leader with even greater determination. All this transformation occurred in just one winter. There wasn't much communication before, but Zhu Minglan found that this guy had recently been quite good at trying to please him. "Isn't that the perilous ancient mountain ahead? Should we really pursue it? If the sea rises, we won't be able to retreat back," he thought. For some reason, missing the tranquil and clear eyes of that person, easier to be enchanted by than the melting snow in the Lichuan lake. If she also liked to write letters to herself, it would probably be more heartwarming than the spring breeze. End of this chapter. Chapter 88. Love Armor entered the city and headed to the foundry. Even in the cold winter, Zhu Minglan still maintained the good habit of practicing forging skills. Both Zibai and Ziqingzhu could have a set of armor suitable for their attributes as long as the materials are collected, with the remaining issue being their own craftsmanship. Since the touching and romantic love story spread throughout the academy, the people of the city treated Zhu Minglan less harshly than before. Sun even believed it to be true and constantly wanted to flatter Zhu Minglan. Zhu Minglan remained relatively low-key on weekdays and did not want these things to disturb his cultivation. So even now at the foundry, he only greeted a few familiar people before diving into the furnace for forging. The Lingyu fruit was very effective, and now Zhu Minglan's spiritual power had increased significantly. Some scales that needed to be tempered with spiritual power became easier. The Dragon Mother left Zhu Minglan a piece of green inverse scale, a rare item that even killing dozens of dragons might not yield. Unfortunately, this inverse scale could not be made into dragon armor, as the area of scales required for dragon armor was larger. If sold, no matter the price, it would seem undervalued. Finally, Zhu Minglan decided to make it into a piece of green inverse soft armor for self-protection. Zhu Minglan had been working on this inverse green soft armor for some time, and recently, he realized how lacking his previous skills were. Sizes, scales, all showed significant discrepancies. Trying to patch it with other materials would only result in many flaws in the armor, and the effect produced would be extremely limited. Zhu Minglan. Master Zhao Long knocked on the door outside the forge as if he had good news to tell Zhu Minglan. "What's up, Master Zhao Long?" Zhu Minglan shouted from inside. "Have you heard? Your lady is returning to the city." Master Zhao Long also shouted excitedly. "Oh, that's great," Zhu Minglan responded. "Why are you still cooped up inside? Why not go to the southern city to meet her sooner?" Master Zhao Long seemed even more anxious than Zhu Minglan. No need, she ... Oh, you're making a love armor for her, aren't you? Some time ago I saw you with a half-finished small armor. I didn't expect that you knew in advance through letters that the lady was coming back, so you've been diligently practicing these days, just to give her a surprise. You young people are quite romantic." Master Zhao Long suddenly realized. The door suddenly opened. Zhu Minglan's face slightly reddened by the heat of the forge. After giving Master Zhao Long a glance, Zhu Minglan turned back to look at the obviously too small inverse green armor that he couldn't fit into, and then thought of Li Yunzi's slender figure. Yeah. Why was he so fixated? Making a female armor would be great, right? He never had the chance to thank Li Yunzi for the admission letter she gave him. Someone who was frequently on the battlefield like her should have a good set of soft armor. Besides, he had made up the touching and romantic tale of love at first sight long ago, which had already spread throughout the city. Since she had been on the battlefield in the south, she hadn't had the time to find him. When the time came, Giving her this precious armor would either appease her or make her even happier. A graceful lady, a good match for a gentleman. Even though some things were already settled, Zhu Minglan felt he should take the initiative in a fitting manner. The final outcome is uncertain, but making good karma shouldn't be a problem. Keep working hard. While Li Yunzi is still a few days away from the city, quickly craft this love armor. Inverse green armor. Fortunately, Zhu Minglan had always been meticulous. If it were another woman's clothing, Zhu Minglan might not have been able to make the size fit right. Li Yunzi should be no problem. The mountain flowers were colorful, the forest leaves were beautiful and quiet. The autumnal tree had fluffy leaf buds growing, changing every day, but there was no one observing beneath the tree daily, savoring the slow unfolding of romance. Autumnal trees, light-colored walls. Zhu Minglan stood at the corner of the wall, in clean attire, looking up and admiring the autumnal branches and leaves falling from the eaves. A woman approached, seeing Zhu Minglan, who appeared cool and clear, quite different from the first time they had met, with even a more gentle temperament. "Lord Zhu, my lady says she really likes your gift," Frost said, bowing slightly to Zhu Minglan. "Please give my regards to your lady." Zhu Minglan nodded in satisfaction. "Why don't you go in person to say it?" Frost smiled lightly. "She's still injured and doesn't want to see anyone, right?" Zhu Minglan looked puzzled. "Are you anyone?" Frost blinked. Zhu Minglan's face reddened at the servant having heard of the wonderful stories he had fabricated all by himself. Being invited to one's courtyard should be an honor, as wealthy families' women's premises did not entertain any men, not even some relatives had to withdraw. But for some reason, when he stepped inside, Zhu Minglan was a little cautious. In his mind, he recalled the lieutenant who had lost an ear. Was he going to forget Li Yunzi's swordsmanship once he went inside? There was a thin screen, and Zhu Minglan thought there was a folding screen between them, but Li Yunzi didn't like complicated rituals. She asked Zhu Minglan to sit in front of the house and Froster brought 2 cups of tea. As Frost's light footsteps faded away, it seemed deliberate. Zhu Minglan drank a cup of tea, looking elsewhere. He didn't know if he was being sneaky or appreciating the unique charm of the courtyard residence. "Returning this time feels much better than last time. At least I haven't heard any vulgar language." Li Yunzi smiled, finding the man in front of her quite adept at playing down. "You know, I've always been good at acting." Zhu Minglan also laughed slowly. "Really? The chance encounter in the bamboo forest, the exchange of tokens of affection, was it just an act?" Li Yunzi sipped her tea and Zhu Minglan's smile gradually stiffened. There were tales, but also scandals. The words that Nan Lingsha had said in the past had been spread and exaggerated by people, evolving from gifting a dragon remnant to exchanging tokens of affection. Even though most people now believed Zhu Minglan's version of the love at first sight story, there were still rumors that Zhu Minglan was a scoundrel, jumping around and two-timing. End of this chapter. Chapter 89. Thick-skinned misunderstanding, madam. Zhu Minglan hurriedly tried to explain, but the nickname he made up slipped out of his mouth. Li Yansk's eyes widened. If it were someone else, regardless of whether they heard clearly, they would have been struck dumb or cut their tongue with a sword. Just a slip of the tongue. "Miss Yansk, Zhu Minglan, have always been a person of good character. I don't understand why she's stirring up trouble," Zhu Minglan said. Li Yansk looked at him, at his earnest expression, but couldn't help but sneer inwardly. How come she never noticed how thick-skinned Zhu Minglan was before? "I warned you not to get too close to her." "Well, from the current situation, she probably won't take your life." Li Yansk shook her head, no longer concerned with Nan Lingsha. Zhu Minglan scratched his head, realizing she was worried about him dying at Nan Lingsha's hands. At first, Nan Lingsha did indeed consider killing him, but later she seemed to have been gradually won over by his upright character. That night in the bamboo forest was indeed an accident. As for the godwood green divine dragon, Zhu Minglan explained, not wanting Li Yansk to see him as the kind of person the city rumors made him out to be. Even though they were twin sisters and looked identical, Zhu Minglan leaned toward keeping them completely separate. "Miss, why? You can't go in. You can't go in." At that moment, Shungare's voice came from the gate. Zhu Minglan suddenly realized she had let him go on a tangent. Why call it going on a tangent? He hadn't done anything shameful. They had just been reminiscing and chatting. "Who dares to be so bold, even entering your courtyard?" Zhu Minglan looked at Li Yansk in surprise, then asked, "Should I retreat?" "Retreat? What's the point of being evasive?" Li Yansk said. She seemed to know who had barged in but slowly got up, took a clean cup from a wooden table behind her, and then lifted the teapot to pour a cup of tea for the empty cup. Xia Minglan was confused, his gaze unconsciously drifting down the long courtyard path, trying to figure out who had arrived. When he saw Li Yansk walking along the paths of lush greenery, his face filled with astonishment, until he turned back and realized Li Yansk hadn't teleported but had walked right in front of him. Xia Minglan suddenly woke up. It was truly a pair of twin flowers. Before this, Xia Minglan had always felt something indescribably strange about the situation, as if the world truly contained the phenomenon of twin souls sharing a body. But now that he saw them both at the same time, all those strange speculations were finally dispelled. However, seeing them both present simultaneously also brought quite a visual impact. Li Yansk was already breathtakingly beautiful, and now there was another person just as stunning, equally captivating. Non Lingxiao. Xia Minglang's eyes kept shifting between the two women. Honestly, he couldn't tell if they were each showing a distinct side of their personalities. Xia Minglan was at a loss. It seemed like Xunger, who was outside letting him talk to Li Yansk, almost mistook the person barging in for Li Yansk. Please sit. Li Yansk gestured to a chair beside her, speaking calmly. Non Lingxia saw Xia Minglan and smiled. But this smile wasn't gentle or elegant, it held a hint of mischief. Sister, you're so ambitious, huh? Non Lingxia sat down, right on Xia Minglang's left. In front of Xia Minglan was Li Yansk, and on his left was Nguyen Lingxia. But for some reason, he was starting to get a headache. The coffee table was round. NZH Minglan felt that if he lost concentration for a moment, he'd directly misidentify. Thankfully, Non Lingxia wasn't silent and aloof today. Her enchanting eyes were bright and full of charm. You want to stop me? I won't be polite to you. Li Yansk remained cool and detached, not displaying much emotion towards her sister. HMPH. What a damper. Bad timing to show up. Non Lingxia got up as if she was going to leave, but then she stopped, her eyes shining as she looked at Xia Minglan, who was sitting there innocently. Xia Minglan looked at the teacup, his face as calm as the water inside it, but his mind was like the branches of a tree swaying in the wind. The street scenes are bustling, the whole winter is monotonous. Sister, why not let this handsome young man accompany me to stroll through the brilliant Zulong city? It's far better than staying here. Non Lingxia smiled, her eyes sparkling like snow melt, bright and clear. No. Li Yansk refused decisively. Sister can't bear to. Xia Lang, why aren't you talking to me today? You used to be so attentive, chatting tirelessly all night without a trace of fatigue. Non Lingxia's innocent smile seemed at odds with her desire to stroll the streets and enjoy food. Miss Non Lingxia, I have already explained the truth to your sister. Don't twist things, and arousing discord serves no purpose. Xia Minglan said seriously. You're not afraid of cutting your tongue? Non Lingxia glared at Xia Minglan fiercely. Xia Minglan remained calm. Now he should sit like an old monk. He couldn't figure out how deep the discord between Li Yansk and Non Lingxia had gotten. Whether it was a complete breakdown of sisterly affection, or just differences in position. I have something to discuss with him. Whether you stay or go, please go ahead. Li Yansk didn't appreciate Non Lingxia's annex. Fine. I'll wait for you to finish your discussion. After that, let's go for a walk along the river with lanterns on this spring night. If you don't mind, sister, why don't you join us? It's been many years since the two of us went out together. Non Lingxia sat elegantly, picking up the teacup and savoring the tea quietly. Xia Minglan furrowed his brows. It was a rare chance to be alone with Li Yansk, and their relationship might become even more subtle. He wondered what Non Lingxia was trying to test, whether she wanted to know the true nature of his relationship with Li Yansk, or if she was simply being difficult. Li Yansk glanced at Non Lingxia, who rolled her eyes in response. Suddenly, the atmosphere fell silent. Li Yansk remained silent, as if waiting for Non Lingxia to leave. But Non Lingxia was defiant. Either Li Yansk would speak in front of her, or she would wait there too. Xia Minglan, seeing the sisters starting to sulk, decided to act like a proper bystander. The breeze gently rustled the courtyard, where a cluster of delicate orchids grew. The pale white flowers resembled tiny hanging white bells, swaying gently and releasing a mild fragrance. It remained quiet, with no one speaking. Xia Minglan suddenly remembered he hadn't had lunch. Seeing some pastries on the table, he got up, brought the plate of handmade pastries over, and enjoyed them while sipping tea. Non Lingxia stared at him with beautiful big eyes but said nothing, as if saying, "Do you treat this place as your own home?" Oh, Why don't you eat too? The taste is really good. Xia Mingling scooped out some from the plate and gave a portion to Li Yansk. Li Yansk took a bite but remained silent. However, she now had a new definition of Xia Mingling's thick skin. End of chapter. Chapter 90. Nam Lingsha couldn't bear these two people anymore. It felt like there was some sort of tacit understanding between them. Looking at Zhu Mingling again, he didn't seem extraordinary in any way. Why did Li Yunzi seem to have a special tolerance for him? Could it be because of their apparent special relationship? You two continued to exchange glances. I'll take my leave. Nam Lingsha stood up with a hint of annoyance. Shuang, escort her. Give her an umbrella. Li Yunzi glanced outside, as if seeing the dark clouds slowly covering the bright sky. No need. Nam Lingsha said coldly. She glanced at Zhu Mingling's plate, where pastries were placed and very arrogantly wrapped one up, tying a delicate and beautiful bow on it, then gently lifted it up. Star's pastries shouldn't all go to him. With that, she haughtily hummed a tune and walked out, carrying the small pastry. Zhu Mingling held a bean pastry in his hand, his gaze following Nam Lingsha's figure, showing a hint of reluctance. That delicious bean pastry. She took them all. I wonder if Li Yunzi still has some left at home. When leaving, I'll pack some to take back. Miss 4. Your umbrella. Carry an umbrella, or your pastries will get wet. Xuan took an umbrella and hurried out. Indeed, she was Li Yunzi's maid, so clever and intelligent, creating a relaxed and comfortable atmosphere seamlessly. Anything else? This taste is really good. I haven't had such delicious food in a long time. Zhu Mingling finished the last half of the bean pastry, took a sip of tea, waited for the pastry crumbs in his mouth to dissolve completely, then inquired, enjoying the food, with graceful manners. No more, Li Yunzi said, gently handing over the untouched pastry portion in front of her to Zhu Mingling. Probably, she also noticed Zhu Mingling was delayed for lunch in the Li family manner. Even though you said you were feeling better after returning this time, I still feel you are troubled. What's bothering you? It's better to talk to me than keep it to yourself, Zhu Mingling said. Okay. Li Yunzi nodded. To Zhu Mingling's surprise, he was just being polite, genuinely concerned about Li Yunzi's situation. Unexpectedly, she was willing to share her thoughts. Normally, Li Yunzi wouldn't hide all her troubles deep inside. It's okay. You eat, I'll speak. Li Yunzi saw Zhu Mingling sitting properly and spoke gently. Zhu Mingling was not overly formal. For the new year, all soldiers hoped to return, including the big southern city that must have thought we would dismiss before the new year. However, in the end, my guards captured their main city on their New Year's Day. Li Yunzi narrated calmly. Zhu Mingling suddenly felt choked by the food and quickly poured himself a cup of tea to soothe his throat. The southern city is occupied. In one winter, it's still a city, although not as powerful as the dragon ancestral city. It shouldn't be that easy. Even though it was just a few casual words, it greatly shocked Zhu Mingling internally. The new year, one side is festive, full of joy and blessings, while on the other side, there are enemies at the gates, causing distress and turmoil in the region. Even though he didn't witness firsthand, Zhu Mingling could still imagine the soul-shaking scene. Wutiyu, the guards established. At the latest until summer, Wutiyu will have been established, with Zhangtu as the head of the city's military advisor, and Zhengyu as the city owner. Li Yunzi continued. Zhu Mingling took a deep breath. From Zhengyu's letters and the ongoing border conflicts, Zhu Mingling had already sensed Li Yunzi's ambition. What surprised Zhu Mingling was that in just one winter and a half spring, there would be 2 more cities around the Dragon Ancestral City belonging to Li Yunzi alone. The Dragon Ancestral City is the foundation. No matter how many cities I capture, once there are any changes in the Dragon Ancestral City, my 17 battles in nearly half a year will be meaningless. Li Yunzi continued. Lingshao City began to condemn us. The palace began to obstruct us. They see me as a demon, constantly starting wars, making people displaced. Li Yunzi looked at Zhu Mingling. Zhu Mingling poured her another cup of tea and stared into her eyes. I can't see the joy of conquering in your eyes. You're not obsessed with power, nor do you care about wealth. What do you want? Can you tell me? Zhu Mingling finally couldn't help but ask. What does she really want? On this land, although the war has never ceased, now Li Yunzi has started half of the wars, all of which can be called invasions. Conquering the southern city-state, then wanting Wutiyu to become independent. If the Dragon Ancestral City fully becomes her possession, she would control 3 major city-states alone. At this moment, Li Yunzi's eyes finally showed emotion, sharp and brilliant. Nation building, she said. Nation. This word is not unfamiliar to the major city-states, but this land doesn't have any nation. Each city-state stands alone, with no alliances, except for some balance achieved by the palace. Basically, every city-state is a small kingdom. What Li Yunzi wants is unification of the city-states, to establish a nation. Such ambition. Zhu Minglan realized how he had underestimated Li Yunzi. He thought she was just reclaiming her rightful rule, but she wanted the true dominant position over the entire land. So your enemy is actually the palace. Zhu Minglan smiled bitterly. I don't really have enemies in the true sense, just obstacles on the way forward. Li Yunzi replied. I don't understand. If you really want to gain the position of ruling a nation, you could have waited for Wu Tiyu to flourish, slowly annexed the southern state, even waited for the internal situation in the Dragon Ancestral City to stabilize. Why rush at this time? Zhu Minglan shook his head. No. Although Li Yunzi had a great victory, unexpectedly capturing the southern state, her foundation is not stable, facing internal and external troubles. It won't be long before she pushes herself into a corner. She couldn't be unaware of this, so why is she so eager now to take over the southern state? I was injured. This matter, those who obstruct me already know, Li Yunzi said. Zhu Minglan opened his mouth, hesitated to speak. Could Nan Lingsha coming at this time be to inquire about Li Yunzi's injuries? In the end, Nan Lingsha is still one of Li Yunzi's obstacles, holding the power of the Nan family. Even if she doesn't engage in power struggles, as long as she intends to disrupt, Li Yunzi will have a hard time standing firm in the Dragon Ancestral City. With many enemies returning to heal, Lingsha City is afraid they won't let go of this rare opportunity. The palace will likely impose sanctions on Li Yunzi. You don't have many guards around you, it's not safe, especially with many conspirators in the Li family manor. Zhu Minglan stood up, surveying the courtyard. Even using his spiritual power to sense, Zhu Minglan couldn't feel any strong presence around Li Yunzi. Even with 10,000 armies, there are no one you can trust. What is called loyalty, what is called allegiance, all succumb to coercion and temptation. Li Yunzi's words carried a hint of sadness. Having experienced a fall, tasted that humiliation, she now understands more than anyone that what is called loyalty and devotion are just illusions. They scatter like smoke when a strong wind blows. Zhu Minglan, hearing this, suddenly felt some heartache. Indeed, that's human nature. Even with Wu Tiyu providing them with vitality, as soon as better interests come into play, they will soon betray and even despise. Such things have happened before. End of this chapter. Chapter 91. Bodyguard. I left the apprentice with no name, surrounded by enemies on all sides. I am injured now. If you continue to tell others about the so-called mutual love, it is like sending yourself to the Yellow Springs. What I am telling you today is this. Li Yunzi seemed to narrate calmly, but she was also hesitant. How could Zhu Minglan not understand the meaning behind Li Yunzi's words? You trust me to tell me these things, but why do you end up saying such misleading words? If I were a straightforward man, I might think you want to part ways with me. Zhu Minglan spoke up. You need me, you can speak frankly. I'll pack up and move over tomorrow to protect you thoroughly, Zhu Minglan said. Li Yunzi looked at Zhu Minglan's serious face, feeling somewhat grateful and somewhat helpless. Grateful that Zhu Minglan understood the unspoken words, and helpless because she didn't actually want Zhu Minglan to get involved in this matter, as she herself had an uncertain future. There are some things I haven't told you yet, but if you make this choice, it's a matter of life and death. It's not as simple as just protecting me. Li Yunzi hesitated for a while and decided to clarify her other arrangements to Zhu Minglan. However, Zhu Minglan shook his head at this moment, showing no intention of listening further. I trust my judgment, Zhu Minglan smirked, raising his cup as a toast to Li Yunzi. In the chaotic world, the glory of the Valkyrie shines across the land, worshipped by countless people. Zhu Minglan believes in no faith but himself, and in his ability to judge people. Li Yunzi, not being an enigmatic figure, was a real woman. People only heard rumors about her, but he had seen her true self. She treated everyone equally, which meant she didn't seek favor from the powerful or sympathize with the common people. In this turbulent land, there was only one female ruler, only one Li Yunzi. Even with thousands of troops, there was no one more reliable. Zhu Mingling understood Li Yunzi's feelings. She shared those things with him, hoping he would understand her situation and protect her. Wasn't he the trusted person she needed by her side? A little awkward, but at least he wouldn't harm or betray her. Instead of giving some token of affection, it was better to be a close protector. In truth, Zhu Mingling indeed couldn't trust those seemingly loyal guards around her, especially when she was injured and in a vulnerable and dangerous situation. Thank you. Li Yunzi didn't act overly sentimental, knew he understood, indicating their unspoken agreement. Besides, Li Yunzi wanted him to be by her side recently. If he didn't understand or was scared by the upcoming challenges, then it was not meant to be, as she didn't want Zhu Mingling, a promising dragon herder, to get involved in her troubles. Lady's reputation, I will protect it alone. Zhu Mingling had never thought his boast would come true. Of course, Zhu Mingling also understood that with this decision, he had to be more cautious in his actions. The words she had said earlier were not just to scare him off, sweet words without true affection. In the end, it's just a superficial show of goodwill, the false mutual understanding between gentlemen. Zhu Mingling said, keep your distance from non-Lingshao. Li Yunzi reminded again. Okay. Zhu Mingling nodded, almost swearing by raising her fingers to the sky that he would draw a clear line with his sister-in-law, firmly resisting any temptation due to their similar appearance. As Zhu Mingling walked out of the Li family palace, his expression became more serious. Though he led a humble life, it didn't mean he lacked understanding of the bigger picture. Li Yunzi was in extreme danger at the moment and could be overthrown again at any time. Her fate would only become more tragic, and with his current strength, he couldn't change the course of events. Was she treading on thin ice, or was she strategically planning? Unfortunately, everything was too urgent. Given more time, becoming the grandmother of Zulong City was not an impossible task. Bai's growth rate was faster than expected. That something was chasing Li Yunzi, which was why she remained anxious despite winning numerous battles. She urgently wanted to establish a country to gain a sense of security. The oppression she faced must be terrifying. However, the thought of even with thousands of troops, there is not a single trusted person made Zhu Mingling feel a sense of pride. In Li Yunzi's heart, he had always been such a reliable man. Stripping away the superficiality, Li Yunzi saw his true essence beneath his ordinary yet handsome exterior. Weathering the storm together and then soaring side by side, their once simple and mundane life suddenly became unpredictable and inspiring, igniting their passions. In the courtyard, Xuan'er walked out from behind the thin screen, her lively eyes following Zhu Mingling's figure until he was completely out of sight. She then brought the freshly brewed tea to Li Yunzi. Miss, I never expected young master to appear refined and gentle, a bit scholarly and laid back. He doesn't seem to be from a small place. Xuan'er murmured beside Li Yunzi. Li Yunzi raised her gaze, watching her maid. At first, Xuan'er didn't realize what was wrong with her words until she remembered how she addressed Zhu Mingling, her cheeks turning red as she hurriedly corrected herself. Xuan'er speaks what's on her mind. Xuan'er knows she was wrong. Speaking her mind, that meant she truly thought like that. Li Yunzi waved her hand, dismissing the maid, while she closed her eyes to rest, listening quietly to the sound of falling flowers. Time would tell if she could survive this crisis. Even if she briefly entertained feelings of love and longing, they would soon be shattered by the grim reality. Li family palace main hall. Non-Lingsha stood in front of the Perwood Hall, where only Li Ying was seated at the main seat. Where are the guards? Li Ying asked, puzzled. They are having tea with Zhu Mingling, Non-Lingsha replied. But shouldn't they be by her side? There's news that she is badly injured. Why isn't there a single guard with her? Li Ying questioned. Father, are you involved in the affairs in Yongcheng? Non-Lingsha inquired. How could that be? Although she has been seizing power, disregarding my authority and father's dignity, she is still my daughter. How could I do such a despicable thing? Li Ying responded angrily. Then who did it? Some things only our family knows. Currently, Li Yunzi seems to be acting recklessly, seizing power and raising troops. Is she seeking revenge or doing something else? Non-Lingsha was puzzled. Just understand this. I only hope for stability in Zulong City. Yunzi and I have differing beliefs, and I will confront her in a dignified manner. Li Ying calmed his tone. Non-Lingsha didn't ask further. She gave a bow and left. It's raining. Put on your cloak, Li Ying instructed. I'll take the sedan chair. I'll have the staff bring the sedan chair for you. Wait here, Li Ying said. I want to go to Lamp River. Men, go instruct the street cleaners to clear River Street, Li Ying shouted. End of this chapter. Chapter 92. Since childhood, poor stomach. It was said that he was going back to the academy to pack up his things. Zhu Minglang discovered that he actually had nothing to pack. To hate his meal ticket at the ranch was only a few days left. After a long winter and half a spring, Zhu Minglang thought his credits were enough for it to eat for a longer time. Who knew that Black Hang Tyrannosaurus was actually a big eater? What was comforting was that after the food was perfectly in line, Daheda grew sawtooth fins on his body. These sawtooth fins were extremely sharp and could easily cut open the scales of some large creatures in close combat, causing the wounds to continue to deteriorate. Zhu Minglang tested it on a black pig that he had bitten to death. Once the sawtooth fin caused a wound, even just a small wound on a finger, the black pig would die in an hour. It was a very deadly physical weapon, including Daheda's fangs, also possessed the ability to worsen wounds. Raise dragons for money. This saying was not false at all. Zhu Minglang had finally saved up some silver and gold, feeling that his extravagant days were about to come, but after a season passed, his savings were almost gone. It was a complete period. Just going to take care of the family. Anyway, take care everyone. If there are no surprises, I will come back. My wife often goes out to fight. Once she leaves for several months, I can come back to continue learning with everyone. Taming dragons together. Zhu Minglang smiled. Even though the atmosphere at the academy was indeed very relaxing and pleasant, it was somewhat reluctant to leave. But this time it involved the safety of Li Yunzi, and he had to do it. Zhu Minglang walked over and stopped the arrogant street chief. But it was impossible to be so easy. My family wants her to marry someone. It seems that a wealthy young man who frequents the pleasure boat likes her. However, this girl doesn't know what's good for her, says she can't stand such a rotten person, and then hides in the city on her own. Now no one knows her whereabouts. If my daughter has to endure this, I'd rather tie her up and send her to their residence to be a concubine. It's better than being so miserable, sighed the uncle with pine cones. Fang Nianian, with a look of embarrassment and anger, as a resident of Fengdi Town, naturally had the qualifications to enter and exit most places in the Zulong city-state. However, when she fled in a hurry, she didn't bring any spare clothes for changing or much money. Fortunately, its growth rate was extremely fast. Perhaps by summer, it would have reached adulthood. It had completed the transformation from an ice worm to an ice-dawn white dragon. All it needed to do was to grow steadily and calmly. How could such a big thing not be told to oneself? Han Hao and Li Xiaoying saw Zhu Minglang packing up and poked their heads out of their own rooms. Han Hao, didn't you catch the main point Zhu Minglang just said? Chen Bai said softly. What main point? Han Hao looked puzzled. Thinking back now, buying it was worth it. Given the current situation, advancing by Che one day sooner was a guarantee for both himself and Li Yunzi. If relying solely on time to endure, they may need another half a year. In the future, if encountering stubborn enemies, tearing open their wounds first, then slowly wearing them down, waiting for the wounds to worsen, could also complete the hunt very delicately. Bai Qi's cultivation became much simpler. Initially, Zhu Minglang gave him a soul bead, without which Han Hao's large Volve spirit might not have been able to transform into a dragon so smoothly. Han Hao would never forget this favor. Fortunately, the sacred dragon of the holy green tree worked very hard, never neglecting any training or actual combat despite the hardships it endured. Zhu Minglang didn't bother with the lemon spirit, whose cultivation had been for millennia, bid farewell to everyone and headed towards the city-state. Zhu Minglang, my mother also said since I was young, I have a poor stomach and can't eat too hard foods. Classmates, could you teach me how to handle this situation of a soft life? Chen Baixin asked softly. She entered the lantern-lit long street again. The street chief did not recognize Fang Nianian, but recognized Zhu Minglang and saluted him again. Although there was no time for elaborate dressing up, and she couldn't put some beautiful flower knots in her hair as she wished, Fang Nianian's face already had an unmistakable smile and Zhu Minglang frowned. Many of the ingredients for his 3 dragons were found by her running around, and while she had a sharp tongue, she was reliable in her actions. The first 3 stages, infancy, growth, and adulthood, were all natural stages of a dragon pet's growth. Even without heavenly treasures and spirit realm's assistance, changes would still occur when the time came. After changing into fresh clothes, where's Nianian? Zhu Minglang asked the uncle selling pine cones. The long street was crowded, Even with drizzling rain, it didn't hinder the women of the Zulon city-state from wearing soft and lovely cloud ensembles, strolling around the lantern-lit long street romantically. Han Hao immediately opened his mouth wide, unable to close it. Leaving the academy, passing by Baiyan Bridge, Zhu Minglan wanted to talk to the peach seller as well, but unfortunately, he didn't see her today. The peach stand was taken by a pine cone seller. Go, go, go. A poor common girl. Don't ruin the scenery. Miss Non from the South family is coming to watch the lanterns tonight. I'm waiting here to clean the streets. Naturally won't let you. A stinky little girl. Run in. A street chief stood at the entrance, speaking with an unpleasant tone. Zhu Minglang, are you finally moving out? Odd. We people are just too low. Living with us doesn't indeed dim your status. Chen Bai, always a bit sour in her speech, said. The main reason was that the growth resources for Bai Che were very expensive. Bloodline of the Ice Dragon, Star Wine Methods, Azure Dragon Mysteries. The materials needed for these three bloodlines were rare and expensive. Zhu Minglan was almost broke, but finally found the right treasure, and gave it out without hesitation. The street chief was stunned, then realized that the lively and beautiful girl in front of him was the poor little girl from earlier. He awkwardly smiled apologetically, and even though scolded, he dared not get angry. I have no money, Li Xiaoying said with a wry face. Rent? Li Xiaoying rolled her eyes. Other dragon trainers bought their residences. How could she ask to rent one? Almost becoming a beggar now, Fang Nianian was still standing her ground. The black dragon, eating golden toads, was a delicacy. Golden toads were also highly sought after by farmers who captured them. Upon entering the city-state, Zhu Minglang thought it over and decided to look for Fang Nianian. He was afraid that as a young girl, she might be bullied. Its size was a few sizes larger than Bai Qi's, and it could already fly comfortably with Zhu Minglang in the sky above the academy. Zhu Minglang searched inside and thought she might already be enjoying herself in it, only to find out that she was being blocked outside. The sacred dragon of the green tree continued with relentless practice, practicing flying, driving methods, and tempering its physique. After buying clothes, I'm moving to the South family's imperial court. House matters, not bad. Leave me one there. I'll pay the rent, Zhu Minglang said. It was a pity that due to the injuries on its body, it had never been able to awaken new abilities, and despite its body originally being able to grow much larger, it seemed to have stayed at the size of a flying bird pseudo-dragon. The street chief saw Zhu Minglang's badge from the Dragon Taming Academy and hurriedly saluted, no longer scolding loudly. After the adult stage, there would be another evolution. Forget it. Forget it. The black dragon's food was tight, and there was nothing wrong with being a little frugal. How could a young girl like her handle such matters? She should seek help from someone like herself, or respected dragon trainer. Holding an umbrella, Zhu Minglang searched for the runaway girl among the flickering lanterns. He remembered that she had told him more than once that she liked the mid-spring lantern festival. The tranquility and beauty of that time far outweighed the New Year's celebrations. Of course, this was also related to the spirit domain fruit he had taken. As a remnant dragon, the sacred dragon of the green tree was probably not destined for this fourth stage, so Zhu Minglan was sure she would appear here. He said he was moving to the South family's imperial court, the home of Lady Yunzi. Chen Bai muttered. Li Xiaoying worked day and night, had no time to argue with her classmates anymore. Becoming a dragon keeper felt less superior than she had imagined, feeling more like a dragon slave instead. Zhu Minglan was already trying to make up for these deficiencies, but due to the dragon's residual body limit and the rarity of cedarwood, many shortcomings were expected to arise in its development. It's all right, your black dragon is fierce as a tiger. Let's do a task together next time. We'll split the earnings 50-50. That way, we'll have the rent, Han Hao said. Okay, stop being stubborn. I've heard about your situation from others, Zhu Minglan said. The handover ceremony was a joint activity amongst them. Black dragons were fierce attackers. Let's do a task together, splitting the earnings evenly. Nice rent income. Well, let's not be obstinate. He said he's moving to the South family's imperial court. It's just that I still don't have the money. Li Xiaoying's difficult face said. Rent. Li Xiaoying rolled her eyes. Other dragon trainers bought their homes. How could she have to rent a residence? Almost becoming a little beggar now, Fang Nianian's temperament was still very strong. Chapter 93. Tie thought for a moment and decided to bring Fang Nianian along. She could help him find the ingredients he wanted even some lower-grade enhancement materials. It would also give her an understanding. After all, she knew the attributes and taste of her 3 dragons. Of course, in front of others, Zhu Minglan would not let her get too close to him. Having Li Yunzi by his side this time was dangerous. Fang Nianian couldn't get involved. I am not going to be a little maid, a little housekeeper. That's a high position. I see many dragon masters. Most of them have large teams, even a city, a clan serving them. Why are you so poor? Fang Nianian asked. Isn't it being gradually built? You will be an elder of my dragon master if you join, controlling all the dragon rations, Zhu Mingling said. That sounds quite majestic. Fang Nianian said. So, did you agree? Zhu Mingling smiled, knowing that the little girl had been wronged in the past few days, so he said some nice words to appease her. It's not because of you, but because I like Shaobaki and Big Black, Fang Nianian declared solemnly. You need to do well, otherwise, I will find someone else, Zhu Mingling said. HMPH, even in a strange place, buying dragon rations is just like buying groceries, Fang Nianian said confidently. Zhu Minglan didn't say anything further. In the world of dragons, many foods can only be obtained by farmers and mountain people. Besides buying with money, dragon masters basically have no other way to obtain them. So, the more dragons a dragon master has, the larger their team will be. Some are dedicated to acquiring dragon food, some are in charge of procurement, some raise young dragons, some manage trade and goods, some travel around towns collecting taxes, some look for commissions and appointments. Of course, these are mostly things that happen after having 5 or 6 dragons. Zhu Minglan only has 3 dragons at the moment, so hiring a small housekeeper can make things a lot easier. The river water was clear and the lights were like a small boat swaying in the picturesque night. Winter was far gone, and the women of the Zulon city wearing cloud-colored clothes had become the most romantic sight in the riverside lights. Graceful and lively, elegant and charming, enchanting and charming. Light a night wish lantern, write down the desires never spoken to anyone, and send it along with the dazzling lantern to the distant end of the river. Who will pick up your lantern at the end of the river? Perhaps it's the understanding river goddess, maybe a man downstream who doesn't understand romance. Maybe there is no end, like the depths of your own unsearched heart. Each river lantern will bloom a small dream in the flowing waves. In reflections, what are the wishes of the people? The most intriguing part is that each one is different. Zhu Minglan looked at the river lanterns and gradually became intoxicated. Even though he had seen more splendid worlds, the peace and beauty before him were precious. The iron-hoofed army of Li Yunzi was unwilling to stop. Are they just guarding this small world of peace? After buying a lantern, Zhu Minglan also wrote down his wish. What did you write? Fang Nianian moved closer, her crescent eye shining with curiosity. National peace and prosperity, Zhu Minglan replied casually. How common. What did you write? Zhu Mingling asked. Can't show you. You already saw mine. You didn't cover it. Besides, your wish is nothing to hide. So, you wrote a secret wish that can't be seen by others. Zhu Mingling laughed. Fang Nianian waved her small fist, a fierce look as if to say if you dared to come over and read, she would use her fist to loosen your bones. Zhu Minglan wasn't too curious. He looked up at the night sky still drizzling, and as he looked, the dazzling lanterns in the river water seemed to reflect in the sky, shining bright in the dark sky. Zhu Minglan showed a hint of surprise and stared at it more intently. Suddenly, an overwhelming fear came into view without warning. Fine rain flew over the Zulong city. One after another fiery flow swept through the darkness, illuminating the faint rain only visible from the riverside street, scattering like golden smokes, creating a dreamlike scene. Whether on the riverside street or outside the Zulong city walls, people could witness the magnificence. But what made the rain so radiant, and what caused a deep-rooted fear was not clear. The scene appeared magnificent and beautiful to the eye, but subconsciously, a sense of impending dread seemed to creep in. The rain and lights turned into steam, the intense heat evaporating them in mid-air, forming thick mist. The heat impacted the Zulong city, making the jubilant people feel discomfort. After a period of calm, suddenly the wind became extremely restless, with waves rolling in the river resulting in the multitude of river lanterns being swallowed. Street stalls overturned, numerous yet to-be-lit lanterns scattered on the ground, including food stalls, lanterns hanging on the osmanthus trees, either toppled in disorder or entangled on the eaves. The people, from Zhou to panic, began to take shelter in shops, trying to escape the violent atmosphere. Amidst the chaos and helplessness, even without any more falling fireballs in the sky, they still struggled to emerge from the gloomy shadow of impending doom. Gradually, the military arrived, their faces filled with horror, as they began to clean up the chaotic aftermath, trying to uncover any survivors. Zhu Mingling and Fang Nianian were driven away. Facing such a scene, they were powerless to do anything significant, at most helping a few lost children find their way home, comforting their emotions. The only consolation was that the night passed without any further fireball collisions, but the fear instilled from that night would linger in the hearts of the people for a long time. End of this chapter. Chapter 94. The longer the night, the more unsettling it becomes. Unfortunately, this night was exceptionally long. In the Li Yunzi courtyard, she opened her eyes and glanced at the sky outside the window. It was still dark. Has dawn ceased to arrive? By this time, the sky should have already brightened. Even if shrouded in thick clouds, it shouldn't be this dim. The air was heavy. The wind had blown for a long time without dispersing. She already knew what had happened last night, but she hadn't left the courtyard, only instructed a guard to go. Miss, chaos has erupted outside. The day still hasn't dawned, and a group of scheming individuals has gathered at the ancestral altar to accuse you. Dear heavens, your guards rushed there in the first place. They only care about the life and death of the people, but they want to push all the blame onto you. Frost angrily spoke. Li Yunzi remained silent, gazing outside at the dark sky. Even in a year of bad omens, it shouldn't remain so dark for such a long time. What has caused this eternal night? She stayed indoors, quietly tending to her wounds. Miss, Lord Zhu Mingling has moved into the mansion. Is he arranged in the nearest courtyard? Frost came to inquire. Prepare the left-wing room, Li Yunzi said. What? That means he would be staying in the same courtyard. How can you let a man stay in your courtyard, even if there is a courtyard in between? Frost exclaimed. Li Yunzi did not respond, feeling tired and perhaps too exhausted to speak or deliberate further. Frost understood that her mistress was not one to hesitate. If she said it, it had to be done. Li Yunzi did not leave her room. Zhu Mingling only went to the back mountains when taming dragons. The day had still not dawned. It was already the fourth day. This phenomenon had caused even greater panic in the ancestral capital. More and more people who observed the sky began spreading rumors. These rumors all pointed accusing fingers at Li Yunzi. Li Yunzi is an ominous star. Wherever she goes, wars continue endlessly. When the divine stone falls from the sky, pointing directly at the ancestral capital, isn't it a sign telling us, the people of the ancestral capital, to eliminate this evil star, or else the sky will never clear up again? Chapter 95. Conquering the Hidden Scheme. After many days, the sky gradually began to show some light, a kind of murky radiance that was still better than complete darkness. The Imperial Court was a bit deserted. Frost took some fresh ingredients from the Grand Imperial Kitchen this morning and found that most people had left for the Southern Manor to celebrate the birthday of the Southern clan's old patriarch. The Southern Patriarch was a highly influential dragon herder who had previously served as the principal of the Dragon Taming Academy and had supported both the Li family and the Southern clan, making him a true elder statesman of the ancestral Dragon City-state. Even though the Li family was currently in power, the Southern Patriarch was now old and feeble, with his dragons scattered. Nevertheless, on his birthday, it was still a grand occasion, and figures big and small from the Li family had to attend. Li Yunzi did not go. The Southern Patriarch had said some hurtful things to her years ago, so she saw no need to put on a false show of respect by going. Zhu Mingling also didn't know who the Southern Patriarch was. There were many who relied on their old reputation, but he only cared about the safety of his own wife. Furthermore, just yesterday, the Lingxiao city-state once again mobilized its forces, forcing the female military guards to head to the western battlefield. The timing was particularly cunning, making Zhu Mingling have to be extra cautious. To Zhu Mingling, the Southern Patriarch's birthday banquet seemed more like Li Yunzi's feast of destruction, so he firmly refused to attend. It was rare for the Li family's imperial court to be so peaceful, which actually improved Zhu Mingling's mood. It was a pity that summer was approaching, and the sky remained dim and murky. Otherwise, Zhu Mingling would have invited Li Yunzi to take a walk in the shallow forest of mountain flowers in the back hills. The Southern Manor and the Li family's imperial court were almost directly across from each other, with the southern manor lacking the towering imperial walls, but still exuding a grand and noble atmosphere, showcasing the prestigious heritage of the foremost family of the ancestral Dragon City state. In front of the manor, there was a bustling crowd, with many students eager to learn the ways of dragon herding, hoping to absorb some dragon energy even without the opportunity to enter the manor. After all, the ways of the dragons were sometimes mystical, and there were always important rituals and beliefs in the folklore. Inside the manor, unlike the nose outside, it was solemn and dignified, not the atmosphere one would expect for celebrating an elderly person's birthday. Instead, it was heavily guarded, with a serious air. Those who had come to offer birthday wishes placed their tributes down and were guided to another high hall. In a courtyard made of iron, Non Linshaw walked slowly along the long marble path, dressed in a rose-red garment, her skin as fair as snow, smooth and delicate. Although her face was covered with a veil, her extraordinary beauty and grace exuded from her every move. Young master, who is this woman? Du Cheng, the fourth young master of the Zong Palace, watched Non Linshaw intently from the steps. She is the one who runs the southern clan, Non Linshaw, harem Li Kongxi, expressing his displeasure. Oh. Du Cheng nodded, apparently not concerned about the emotions of Li Kongxi, with whom he had a marriage agreement, as if deliberately committing the name to memory. As Non Linshaw walked away, not sparing a glance at Du Cheng, a few of the clan's dragon herders pushed open the heavy iron gate and led Non Linshaw inside. Into the drama. Inside the southern iron hall, the room was filled with people, but there was little communication among them, and the quiet atmosphere felt somewhat eerie. Close the doors, Non Linshaw said to the young members of the southern clan behind her. As the doors were shut, the people sitting in the iron hall displayed a hint of panic, staring in horror at Non Linshaw as if they saw a queen who had discovered their secret plot. Everyone, don't be nervous, this is my daughter, Non Linshaw. Li Ying hurriedly spoke up. She is the one who runs our southern clan, and it would be difficult to overthrow Li Yunzi's monopoly without her support. The elderly southern patriarch then spoke out. Prior to organizing this secret coalition meeting, the Li family had been in communication with the southern clan in order to take advantage of this rare natural disaster to overthrow Li Yunzi. If Li Yunzi were to recover from her injuries and continue her military campaigns, wielding the military power of several major city-states, there would likely be no one present who could confront her. Our Lingsha city-state has been mobilizing its troops for many days, demonstrating the sincerity of our Lord of the Ling family. Please do not hesitate any longer. Yan Zhu spoke up first. Our Zong Palace has also sent the fourth young master Du Cheng here, as promised. The Li family's guards and strongmen have all been sent away, or deceived into coming here for birthday wishes. The Li family's imperial court now stands as an empty wall. Canton address everyone at the table. Birthday wishes? That was just a cover. The southern patriarch's birthday was actually a day of mourning for Li Yunzi. With everything in place now, even heaven had sent a favor in the form of a timely opportunity so that Li Yunzi could lose the support of the people in such a short time. Note down your names. I will temporarily take Li Yunzi's place, disbanding her military and ensuring that her loyal soldiers will not seek revenge. Non Linshaw walked along the long table, stating, "How can you take her place? Are Li Yunzi's loyal guards going to believe the word of a young lady from the southern clan?" Zhang Yue, the representative of the remnants of the southern clan, coldly retorted, "This is the key to preventing future trouble in this campaign. Many may not know that my daughter Li Yunzi and Non Linshaw are twin sisters." Li Ying stood up at this moment and announced to everyone present. Non Linshaw slowly lifted her veil, revealing her true face. When Zhang Yue saw Non Linshaw's appearance, he fell off his chair in shock, still haunted by that night of the New Year anniversary. With the chilling and ruthless gaze of this female demon, her guards do not know her as Non Linshaw. After Li Yunzi was captured, no one would know that their mistress had been replaced by her sister Lingsha. This is our southern clan's guarantee to all of you. The southern patriarch concluded. End of chapter. Chapter 96. Bloody Rose. In fact, everyone present in this iron hall knows the key issue at hand. Other cities are unable to resist Li Yunzi's aggression. In the ancient city-state of Julong, Li Yunzi does not hold absolute power alone. Isn't it because of Nanchi Non Taigong and the formidable divine being Non Lingsha? In terms of power, Non Lingsha is not inferior to Li Yunzi at all, and may even be slightly stronger. The only way for Li Yunzi to defeat Nan Lingsha is to dispatch her soldiers from the Nanqi residence to crush them. For a long time, the Li family has not allowed Li Yunzi to station her army near Julong. Therefore, the idea of Li Yunzi relying on her army to rule over the entire city-state of Julong did not exist. However, now Li Yunzi has reclaimed Wutu, seized the south, and heard that the Thousand Tang city-state in the southeast has secretly surrendered to Li Yunzi. There is no city-state neighboring Julong that has not fallen. Li Yunzi cannot internally disintegrate the entire city-state of Julong, so she must encircle it from the outside. Soon, Li Yunzi, who commands the female sovereign's guard, the Wutu Guard, the Southern Army, and the Thousand Tang Alliance Army, will surely level the entire Nanqi residence, surrender or die. Nan Taigon, Nan Lingsha, and the others in Nanqi are not fools. How could they allow such a terrible thing to happen? The ancestral palace and the Lingsha city-state are in a panic. Once Julong can no longer hold on, Li Yunzi will eventually eradicate her biggest enemies, the Lingsha city-state and the ancestral palace. The crusade is imminent. Li Yunzi has alienated everyone and is cruel and ruthless. I don't hide anything from everyone. The Wutu Eternal City incident was planned by me, an elder fan of the ancestral palace. You have all seen it. Without the incident in Eternal City, she would be even more unstoppable today, and we would not be sitting here today. Advocates, most likely turned into skeletons or her captives, Lady Kong Tong spoke. Elder Fan is a middle-aged woman with skin as youthful as a girl's, but her hair is graying. She is usually quiet, observing silently. When Kong Tong mentioned this matter, she simply nodded. As a representative of the ancestral palace, she has made it clear that she harbors irreconcilable resentment towards Li Yunzi, which reassured those who were hesitant. Look at each and every one of you sitting here, all influential figures with high status and power. Li Yunzi is as overbearing as a flame. Haven't we tried to reason with her and make various concessions, yet she remains relentless, drawing her sword swiftly, laying siege at the slightest disagreement. Li Ying wore a pained expression. As Li Yunzi's father, he does not understand when Li Yunzi became so ruthless and indifferent, as if her soul had been seized by some demon. Looking at Nan Lingsha, his younger sister, who is no weaker than Li Yunzi in strength but remains humble, never crossing any boundaries, guarding the city-state of Julong. Despite the ruling powers knowing that the heavenly fire is unpredictable, recalling Li Yunzi's actions, the talk of divine retribution was believed by all. Head of the Li family, why pretend to be reluctant? The Li family imperial court is now an empty wall. Du Cheng has taken elite fighters from various major ancestral palaces to assassinate Li Yunzi. Why not tell everyone about it? Elder fan of the ancestral palace finally spoke. It's already late, so why pretend to be a reluctant father? He is the one everyone present most wishes for Li Yunzi's death. Kong Tong is just a housewife. Li Yunzi has long been wary of her. Without Li Ying's involvement, the incident in Eternal City would have been more difficult to achieve. If you dare to act, you must dare to bear the consequences. With the Li family now empty and lacking guards, could Kong Tong alone have such power? Write down your names. Today, we unite as an alliance for the crusade. You will enjoy the benefits promised earlier. If you still hesitate, please leave on your own. Elder fan of the ancestral palace finally took on the role of conducting this crusade meeting. Assassination? It's already in motion. The female sovereign's guard has been taken by the Lingsha city-state. The Li family imperial court guards have been taken away by Li Ying. Nan Taigon and Nan Lingsha had initiated writing the declaration of war. Heaven's will has been decreed. The various forces of the ancestral palaces are joining forces. Li Yunzi, wounded, is left alone in the courtyard. Even if her injuries are fake, she is now in trouble. Everyone, aside from the cruelty of the female sovereign, she is truly a genius. I admire her. I have written down expulsion and exile. Please do as you wish. Yang Zhu, as a representative of the Lingsha city-state, wrote, there are two options on the declaration of war in front of them: expulsion or execution. There is no other choice. Where they sign only reflects the extent of their hatred towards Li Yunzi. In reality, the action taken by the ancestral palace is assassination. Once names are written on the declaration of war, there is no difference in where they sign. They have all become enemies of Li Yunzi. No turning back. Yang Zhu finished signing. Elder fan of the ancestral palace also wrote down her name. Li Ying and Kong Tong also signed their names. The atmosphere has changed. It's no longer a discussion. Perhaps everyone has already made their decision in their hearts, and this conspiracy is nothing more than binding everyone together to prevent anyone from backing out during the crusade, or even joining Li Yunzi. This ink is dragon blood ink. This paper is dragon skin paper. Today, we form an alliance for the crusade. Regardless of the outcome of the assassination, we will stand together and cannot allow Li Yunzi to leave the city-state of Julan alive. Nan Taigon stood up, a touch of coldness and determination appearing on his old face. Li Ying also stood up, holding up the declaration of war he personally wrote. Others followed suit, lifting up the papers with their signed names. A sense of solemnity filled the iron hall. The blood ink is dense, its scent lingering on everyone's fingertips. Nam Lingsha gently covered her face with her veil and, dragging her rose-red gown, headed towards the iron gate outside. All eyes were on her. After all, she bears such a striking resemblance to Li Yunzi. If not for many people present having seen them together and know their enmity, they might have felt uneasy. Father, didn't you say you had not been involved in the Eternal City incident? Suddenly, Nan Lingsha remembered something, turned around, and a sorrowful smile appeared on her cheek. Li Ying frowned. He did not understand why Nan Lingsha was questioning him about this at this moment. She was thrown into the dungeon by your father. However, he was unaware of what happened afterward. Kong Tong spoke at that moment. Oh, so it was Lady Kong Tong who allowed her to be humiliated in the dungeon. Nan Lingsha raised an eyebrow and asked softly. Kong Tong remained silent. It could be considered as an acknowledgement. The heart is as high as the sky. Life as thin as paper. Everyone, the name on the thin thread of life is written by yourselves. Nam Lingsha waits outside the door for those who can survive from my sketchbook. As Nam Lingsha spoke these words, her gentle and elegant demeanor instantly turned icy. The blood-red rose attire enhancing her icy yet enchanting beauty. Yet why is the silhouette people saw akin to that of the Judge of Hell, sending shivers down their spines? The ink and paper trembled. The words had turned into nooses at some point. These nooses entwine around the fingertips of everyone in the iron hall, creeping towards their souls like venomous snakes. The Book of Life and Death. Soul-locking nooses. End of chapter. Note. Up for release. The next chapter is ready for release. It's been 5 years. I've forgotten that chapters need to be updated before midnight. I don't have time to write an update message. I'm working hard on the next chapter, which may be delayed. I enjoy writing this book slowly and steadily. When the story reaches its climax, it will surely excite everyone. I hope everyone will support me by pre-ordering. Chapter 97. Chaos in the Iron Hall of the Ancestral Dragon Soul Painting. Instantly, chaos erupted as Nan Taigon, Li Ying, Kong Tong, Elder Fan, and others who knew Nan Lingsha well were shocked. How could she suddenly do such a thing? Nan Lingsha, Nan Taigon roared in anger. Ignoring the outcry, Nan Lingsha closed the iron door again, allowing the ink brush to splatter freely in the Iron Hall Temple, letting those who had written their names struggle in agony on the ground. Nonsense! Nonsense! Li Ying also screamed, his eyes filled with anger and disbelief. The discord between Li Yunzi and Nan Lingsha was a well-known fact to everyone, including Li Ying, this father, and Nan Taigong, this giant figure, who would never have any doubts. After all, if they were to join forces, Li Yunzi's path to dominance would be smoother. Why did Nan Lingsha betray them now? Could it be that their discord as sisters was just a facade from the beginning? Li Yunzi's real assassin was actually her sister, Nan Lingsha. The control of the ancestral dragon city-state was long in the hands of Li Yunzi, and the years of discord and conflicts with Nan Lingsha or just an act to deflect any doubts about Li Yunzi's stability in the city-state. All for the sake of eliminating all rebels, all to make people believe that her foundation in the ancestral dragon city-state was unstable, all for today. However, the sisters had not truly interacted well for many years, back when they were just young girls. Li Ying and Nan Taigon were well aware of this. They foresaw this day, and they were so young. It's simple to deceive others about the discord between sisters. But to deceive one's own family, one must have hidden that intention for so many years. In the eyes of Li Ying, Nan Taigon, and even Kong Tong, this discord between the two sisters had reached a point where within the Iron Hall, anyone could potentially pledge allegiance to Li Yunzi, except for Nan Lingsha. After all, if Nan Lingsha were to side with Li Yunzi, they would essentially control all the power of the Li and Nan families, and no one within the ancestral dragon city-state would dare question any of their decisions. He, Li Ying's eyes were bloodshot, veins bulged on his cheeks, and the deadly ink chains were drilling into his soul with an irresistible force. His features twisted in pain. His internal organs were failing. Countless times he had dreamt of Li Yunzi in his slumber, a sword piercing his fatherly throat, but he never imagined it would be Nan Lingsha. This was 1,000 times more agonizing than if Li Yunzi had done it herself, because he had never doubted this father-daughter bond. He genuinely pampered his youngest daughter, hoping she would inherit everything in the ancestral Dragon City state. He was glad she had always stood by his side, hindering the ceaseless ambition of his eldest daughter, Li Yunzi. In the end, they both betrayed him. Dang! Li Ying staggered and bumped into the stone table in front of him, losing his clarity of mind. He saw the walls around him turn into the walls of the underworld. The desks on either side became orderly judgment tables. The people around him, shrouded in ink mist, transformed into fierce judges. The presiding judge was a woman. Not Li Yunzi, nor Nan Lingsha, nor anyone else. It was his former wife. She had eyes like her daughter's. She scrutinized him. Li Ying, who was filled with anger and accusations, couldn't even bring himself to look directly at her. He had betrayed them. He was feeble-minded, decadent, and had forgotten his true self, all because of resentment toward Li Yunzi's power usurpation, suppressed dissatisfaction due to his wife's dominance, and various other reasons. The judge approached and handed Li Ying the blood dragon paper. Li Ying dared not look, for he had written his name himself. How could a father commit such a heinous act? He was willing to go through this hell. Exile. In his self-blame man torment, Li Ying saw his name written under exile. Was it out of pity from Yunzi and Lingsha for their father that they left him some dignity? The noose was not tightened, but Li Ying felt his breath becoming labored. As his consciousness gradually cleared, he found himself nearly paralyzed, lying on the chaotic floor of the iron hall. Many people were lying around, their eyes wide open, their faces twisted in horror. Most had already lost their breath, but from their lifeless state, one could sense their struggle and despair when alive. Trembling, Li Ying found himself devoid of any strength. In his blurred vision, he saw Kong Tom with a hateful expression, maintaining a look of resentment and poison, similar to the others, showing no sign of life. Nan Taigong also staggered. He was among the few who could still stand. Beside him, Elderfin leaned on a desk, her breathing incredibly heavy. Like Nan Taigong, her entire body was tightly constricted by ink chains, drenched in sweat, in unbearable pain. Perhaps because the power of Nan Lingsha's life and death painting had dispersed to others, these two strong individuals managed to survive. Yet from their ashen faces, it was evident they were far from at ease. Nan Lingsha's strength was unfathomable. No one had ever seen anyone who could resist her, the dragon goddess. She was likely already the strongest practitioner in the ancestral Dragon City state. The grace of non-killing, the grace of non-killing, the grace of non-killing. On the ground, a man wearing a feathered cap frothed at the mouth. Even in his paralysis, he kept repeating these mad words. He was Yan Zhu, representing the Lingsha city-state. He, too, had written exile, so he barely managed to survive. Not a single person aiming for Li Yunzi's death survived. But within this iron hall, the majority had written their own deaths. The massive iron gate closed, and the murky light outside seeped in through the gap like a sharp sword. Nan Taigong, Elderfan, and a few others stood behind them, their eyes ink black, their bodies covered in soot, their souls heavily wounded. Yet they knew very well that the real judge was still behind the gate. A woman in a rose-colored dress with eyes like stars and moons walked out from under her brush. Only those who walked away alive from the iron hall were the ones truly judged by her. The door was finally pushed open. As she had said, Nan Lingsha waited on the steps of the hall. Her emotions were unpredictable as her eyes wandered, but it was certain she had no intention of letting those who had managed to survive leave. Evil woman, you'll have a miserable death. Elderfan pointed at Nan Lingsha, her eyes filled with anger. I heard that Elderfan can summon the 5-clawed celestial dragons for the Dragon Master, but I wonder if you can compare to the fire drake I painted. Nan Lingsha said, Elderfan, don't force a fight with her. She can paint the ancestral dragon. At that moment, Nan Taigong hurriedly spoke up. When Elderfan heard this, her face changed. Even aside from the current state of their souls, even if she were unscarred, she wasn't confident of being able to contend with the ancestral dragon soul painting. End of this chapter. Chapter 98. Son of Destiny. Even with the ancestral dragon soul, when the few of us join forces, she as a mere mortal deity cannot withstand our dragon group attack. Elder Fen took a deep breath and decided not to recklessly engage in a one-on-one fight with Non Lingsha. At this moment, Non Taigon whispered a few words in Elder Fan's ear, causing his expression to become even more unpleasant. How is this possible? No one in this world can control two different powers. Elder Fen quickly denied, not believing what Non Taigong said. Non Taigong also did not want to believe. But in fact, he had witnessed Non Lingsha awakening the ancestral dragon bone in Dang Kong, which was a skeleton dragon. Monsters, both sisters are monsters, reincarnated evil witches, not qualified to live in this land. Elder Fen didn't want to listen to Non Taigong's alarming words anymore, simply because the world was too dangerous. Even if she dies here today, the ancestral palace will absolutely not let them go. Lord Du, how can you say such words? Don't we have an engagement? Li Kongxi blushed and said, do you think that by staying here and dealing with us, Li Yunzi can survive? He could survive only because of his strong soul, not because he spared Li Yunzi. Ha ha. It seems you really hold a grudge against that brat named Zhu Minglan. You can handle him later. Du Cheng said, of course. But uncles, when we attack Li Yunzi later, please don't kill her immediately. I heard she is extremely beautiful, like a celestial descending to earth. I want to enjoy that too. Du Cheng said, Zhu Minglan, isn't he that refugee from Wutu who got extremely lucky? Du Cheng laughed, but his eyes were not as frivolous, instead carrying a hint of darkness. The Li family will be executed. Young master, it's him. May I trouble you to let me deal with him? The man wearing a mask beside Du Cheng said. They were forced to separate from a young age, to become secret guardians for each other. They did not do so just to put a shining glory-obsessed woman to death. That's what they said, but the painting was too vivid, making it feel like the Bangkok was riding like a dragon, and the city was shaking violently because of its awakening. Elder Fen and Li Yunzi had enmity, and now they have fallen into Non Lingsha's plot, naturally provoking Elder Fan's anger. Don't panic, it's just an illusion. Non Taigon shouted loudly. Humph. At best he's just a low-ranking dragon general. He was once chased by me for hundreds of miles and had to escape in panic into the Dragon Taming Academy. The masked man was extremely disdainful. The four heroes of the Ancestral Palace and Du Cheng walked together towards Li Yunzi's courtyard, led by Li Kongxi. She seemed very naive, mistakenly thinking that Du Cheng was simply representing the Ancestral Palace to visit Li Yunzi. She's probably already a corpse by now. Our Du Cheng, the true son of destiny. Mortal deities have inner demons and troubles. It's normal. So young master, don't underestimate her. She may have partially recovered from her injuries and her strength may not be inferior to the dragon lore. The skinny man said, Lingsha, we older generation members are indeed too conservative, hindering the ancestral dragon's great cause. Now it's difficult to compete with you. We are defeated. Taigon, I can swear to our ancestors, I will no longer interfere in any clan affairs. From now on be a retired elder, just wanting to enjoy my old age. Non Taigon's voice was weak, trying to use a little bit of family affection to beg Non Lingsha for a way out. Desolate, almost deserted, the Li family imperial palace. She was in the dark. It seems that from the beginning, they were doomed to die. You vulgar and inferior women only know how to submit. Elder Fen smirked and summoned her five-clawed heavenly dragon. She was very clear-minded. Is there really no other guards? Li Yunzi probably wouldn't even dream that the entire Li family has abandoned her. Du Cheng said, somewhat surprised. Non Lingsha saw the survivors summoning dragon beasts one after another, not retreating but stepping towards the dragon group. The Iron Hall Grand Hall seemed to have started shaking. If Non Taigon really had pity for his clan, pity for blood ties, why make the choice between exile and execution? There is the aura of the deity, one person. At this time, one of the four heroes of the Ancestral Palace said, this person was tall and had a prominent forehead. If not for wearing clothes, he would look like a skeleton under the hazy gloomy weather. Non Taigon understood Non Lingsha, that's why he was afraid. The divine power of Non Lingsha was unheard of even by several strong members of the Ancestral Palace. How could they compete? What about Zhu Minglan? What is his strength? Another hero of the Ancestral Palace asked. But the fate that befell the sister would also happen to Non Lingsha. It was only a matter of time. I remember after she left Yongchen, her aura was also extremely weak, for some reason. The man wearing a mask said, exile or execution. Kindness? Non-Tai Gon's old face was full of horror. Just now he appeared helpless as an elder, but now he looked like an evil spirit baring his teeth. There will be no hint of mercy. The ancestral dragon city should have been cleaned long ago. If it had been like this a year ago, then why did the incident in Yancheng happen? Colluding with Lingsha City, the entire non-family mansion actually relied on the magnificent Bangkong wall, and as the wall shook, the towering stone wall seemed to come alive, transforming into a primordial beast, enclosing the non-family mansion. How merciful! Uniting with the ancestral palace, she had always been Nam Lingsha. Expulsion, alive. The prestigious ancestral palace, was it still afraid of these witch sisters? This Du Cheng was really too reckless, not even showing a hint of restraint in front of his future wife, staring directly at the masked non-Lingsha before, and now even wanting to do something shameless and despicable. It's just like strolling in a brothel, doing men's things. Why are you so willful? Du Cheng said. After passing through the women's pavilion, you will reach Yunzi's residence. She has always been solitary and withdrawn, cold and indifferent. We sisters have nothing else to do, so we won't go there. But I heard recently that a man has been living in Li Yunzi's courtyard, said to be a guard. Judging by his appearance, it seems to be the Zhu Mingling who has some unclear relationship with Yunzi. Li Kongxi said with a smile, continuing, the choice was made from the beginning. The aura of a dragon master, one person. This person continued, he seemed to have a more sensitive spiritual perception than others. Once I paint a coffin for you, you can enjoy your old age. Nam Lingsha's eyes were filled with ruthless indifference. The thought that Zhu Mingling had moved into Li Yunzi's separate residence almost made this person's mask crack. Li Kongxi was so angry, he could hardly even bite his teeth. It should have improved by now, according to what some people at the Dragon Taming Academy have said. Li Kongxi spoke up. Even if it improves further, how would it compare to me? I am already different from the past through countless life-threatening experiences in ancient mountains. The masked man continued. End of chapter. Asterisk. Regarding the author's note at the end of the text, it mentions the importance of voting with tickets and the author's dedication to writing despite challenges. Asterisk. Chapter 99. The courtyard of the White Dragon Prince is lush with trees, surrounded by tall walls. Crossing a deep path, one can see a bay of blue trees, emitting a unique color and charm under the muddy light. The area in front is open with a pavilion and lake, where the water is clear and the pavilion elegant. Despite the weather's influence, it could be described as a pleasant scene with birds chirping and flowers blooming. Beyond the pavilion and lake lies the Silver Villa. The man wearing a mask's eyes suddenly become intense, as if countless memories flood his mind. The anticipation and fervor of the past are extinguished here, turning into pain and madness, expressed through his eyes. If possible, please leave her body for me to treasure, the masked man finally speaks. Du Cheng and Li Kongxi were both stunned. Du Cheng quickly burst into laughter and patted the man, saying, this wish shall be fulfilled. I never expected you to be so obsessed with her. She's just a woman who has gained power, entered our palace, and enjoyed the wealth and beauty that you couldn't exhaust. Li Kongxi looked at the masked man with a sense of unease. Why did this man's voice sound somewhat familiar? There is someone in the lake pavilion, the thin-faced man said. The light was dim, making it hard to notice the figure in the pavilion unless one looked carefully. The person stood there like a spring traveling prince, wearing a clean long robe with black hair. What caught attention was the snow-white dragon lying on his shoulder. The man was serene and elegant, while the white dragon exuded nobility. Together, they created a poetic and beautiful scene in the pavilion, though the gazes of both the man and the dragon were not as gentle as they seemed. By my calculations, several of you are here to kill my wife, the man said as he walked towards the group. As he walked, divine snowflakes descended, covering the Li family mansions, pavilions, and halls in a silence like sacred feathers. Soon, the frost around the White Dragon Prince turned into countless ice spirits resembling dancing butterflies. Some huddled around him like mystical guardians, while others fluttered freely, causing the water in the lake to bloom with tranquil and beautiful ice orchids. Ice orchids collided with each other, turning the lake into a breathtaking painting, with the man on the bridge slowly making his way forward, while everything else seemed to stand still. Zhu Mingling, the masked man uttered, sounding like a fiend. You are the beggar who enjoyed his time with the noblewoman in the dungeon. It seems the rumors were wrong. Du Cheng focused his eyes on Zhu Minglan, adding a playful tone. But you are nothing but an ordinary person. Zhu Minglan smiled. The sky froze, and everything turned icy. In this picturesque fairyland, even the aura was considered mundane. If your eyes aren't good, you can take them out and use them as glass beads. Li Kongxi's voice rang out. This woman, the only female among the four heroes, appeared to be in her 30s with a pale face, bright red lips, and layers of cloth wrapping her body despite the warm weather, giving her a peculiar and bloated appearance. Luo Zi, he's yours. I trust you will let him taste the agony of living death. After all, he has blasphemed your goddess. Du Cheng laughed loudly. As he finished speaking, he led the four powerful individuals towards the Silver Villa. Meanwhile, the masked man moved step by step towards Zhu Minglan, with molten liquid seeming to flow from his body, forming a reddish pool on the ground. From the flames rose a majestic creature with a golden-brown body, exuding a terrifying aura as if it brought forth 100 ghosts from purgatory. Incredibly fearsome. Take a good look at who I am. Luo Zi, anger, stood on the dragon's horn. He removed his mask and was about to confront Zhu Minglan. However, when he turned back, Zhu Minglan, who was just in front of him moments ago, had vanished, as if in the blink of an eye. Has he fled? While Luo Zi was in shock, Du Cheng and the four heroes furrowed their brows, focusing on Zhu Minglan and the white dragon blocking their path. Furious, Luo Zi turned to see Zhu Minglan completely ignoring his presence, and he exploded like a volcano. The inferno melt. Having narrowly escaped death in the ancient mountains, Luo Zi obtained the unparalleled inferno melt, transforming the once gilded fire dragon into an infernal one. Recognize who you are. For all of us, some dragon herders are even worse than beggars, just dogs wagging their tails for food. Du Cheng looked disdainfully at Zhu Minglan. Old seniors, you go deal with Li Yunzi, while Luo Zi and I will take care of this hindrance. The four heroes immediately dispersed, heading towards different places in the villa. Zhu Minglan had no intention of letting anyone pass. He gently stroked the mane of the white dragon, as if setting a trap from the beginning. Realm of Ice Void. With a low chant, the icy snow world shook, and suddenly, a silver waterfall poured from the murky sky, streaming down like mercury, forming an ice crystal cascade. Countless ice granules linked together to create a curtain between the villa and the lake, translucent enough to pass through but creating a barrier, splitting the two worlds completely. The four heroes paused beneath the realm of Ice Void, gazing in astonishment at the unassailable silver icy curtain, then shifting their gaze to the white dragon man. This dragon herder is formidable. Be cautious, warned the thin-faced man among the heroes. Let's cut off his head first as a consolation gift for Li Yunzi, Du Cheng declared coldly. However, before the four heroes could act, a furious Luo Zi, riding the Inferno Fire Dragon, charged forward. The hot-headed auburn dragon raised its head, rushing towards Zhu Minglan while spewing infernal lava. End of chapter. Chapter 100 Dragon Masterclass. On Zhu Minglan's body, numerous ice feathers swirl around, not as soft as fur but as tough as shields, accompanied by a strong frosty aura. The molten lava rolls in with a terrifying melting force, enough to make even metal unable to endure such temperatures. But Zhu Minglan just stands there, with the feather shield dancing, his robe fluttering, untouched, as if he is in another world, completely separated from the frenzied flames of purgatory. The molten fire churns, the flames flicker, and the ice Chenin white dragon lightly leaps from Zhu Minglan's shoulder, immediately crystallizing into ice blankets at its landing spot, with new ones appearing with each step it takes. The fringes of the noble fur sway, and the dancing ice sprites gradually transform from gentleness to cold sharpness. As all the ice sprites gather into a white swirl, the graceful ice Chenin white dragon transforms within the increasingly intense white blaze feathers. The ice spreads wildly, no longer gentle as before, but ferociously devouring everything around. The wind howls, and in the vast sky, turbid wind spirals twist like a sky python, causing even the Grand Li family imperial court to sway like a crumbling house. Just a moment ago, this white dragon that was as docile as a kitten snuggling up to its owner, now reveals its true form, its majestic aura, its sacred power, even surpassing the completely evolved purgatory fire dragon. Luo Zi stands on the dragon horn, looking at the ice Chenin white dragon in its adult phase walking on the icy steps, somewhat unable to believe it. Back in the Lichuan plains, This white dragon was just a defeated subordinate of his gilded fire dragon, fleeing for its life in panic. How has the situation turned? Him returning alive from the ancient mountains and his gilded fire dragon advancing to the fourth stage, the complete stage, its power only second to the dragon master class, but now trembling in the face of this ice Chenin white dragon, the arrogant purgatory fire dragon. This is his Luo Zhao's greatest reliance to dare to return to this ancestral dragon city-state. Who would have thought that this reliance would be so insignificant in the presence of this tiny white dragon before Zhu Minglan? He should be radiant. He has endless potential and should have become a venerable dragon master class and should have ultimately obtained everything he desired. Why does it feel so insignificant? Shouldn't the insignificant one be Zhu Minglan, this impostor from the Li family, this residue defiling his own beliefs? This scum, Luo Zi, is almost driven mad. He roars, commanding the purgatory fire dragon to bite the adult ice Chenin white dragon. As it reaches adulthood, the fringes of the ice Chenin white dragon's neck become more prominent, its majestic aura showcased in the crystalline ice armor scales all over its body. Even rare gemstones pale in comparison. The fiery and domineering gilded fire dragon, with its golden brown molten fire, fierce and seemingly unstoppable, yet every step of the ice Chenin white dragon is accompanied by ice leaves, and its eyes shimmer and can summon snowstorms. Not to mention that when the ice Chenin white dragon truly launches an attack, the seemingly careless steps unleash the majestic deathly ice spikes that instantly bloom like a mountain made of ice spears and cold swords, piercing fiercely in all directions. The deathly ice spikes pierced the gilded fire dragon, tearing its scales and organs apart, even its proud fire scales unable to resist the icy chill, let alone the ice spikes penetrating through. The gilded fire dragon is covered in blood flowing on the ground, burning up. At this moment, upon the ice flower hills, a pair of stunning white wings unfurl, layers of sacred feathers swaying. The vast sky behind the ice Chenin white dragon suddenly darkens, cold stars densely rain down, piercing through the sky above the Li family imperial court, aiming at the gilded fire dragon and several others from the Sect Palace. Falling white stars. Despite the gap in power compared to the catastrophic heavenly fire it once brought, for living beings, this is also annihilation. The feeble roar of the purgatory fire dragon is just an attempt to conceal a sphere of death in its heart. And Luo Zi, watching the majestic deathly starfall, seems to have lost his soul. Boom 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 boom. The towers, halls, all leveled to the ground. One can see the area of the Li family imperial court seemingly swallowed up by the earth in thunderous rumbles, disappearing completely. The four heroes initially wanted to break through the icy sky realm, swiftly deciding on battle, but after witnessing such destruction and falling stars, they dare not linger under the icy sky realm, hurriedly fleeing further away. Du Cheng is also trying to escape, seeming like a divine figure with his mysterious and swift movements, that as the cold stars touch the ground, stirring up shocking waves of impact, his movements are as precarious as a rat scampering, nearly falling into crevices several times. The ones not running away are the purgatory fire dragon and Luo Zi. This time, the ice Chenin white dragon's target for attack is them. All around are craters, rubble scattered all over, and those female members of the Li family imperial corps who were not intentionally sent away likely did not survive. Wings of bone and blood broken, limbs twisted, its sturdy chest pierced by one of the cold stars, then exploding within its body, shattering the purgatory fire dragon's insides to pieces. Luo Zi is covered in blood, kneeling beside the purgatory fire dragon, watching the pitiful sight, the resentment and rage swirling in his heart surprisingly subsiding. Luo Zi is not a fool, knowing there are many stronger people in this world than himself, so no matter how much he improves, he always seeks strong backing, first with the Li family, now with the Sect Palace. However, what makes him unable to close his eyes in this agonizing state is why insignificant peasants of the wasteland can still tread upon him in this filthy, foul-smelling rubble like the venerable figures he dares not look up to. The eyes you can't forget, the lips you yearn for, the body you're almost obsessed with. Ha ha ha. In the end, all enjoy fiercely by that lowly beggar, the two of them waking up *** in the dungeon. That woman. Her sharp and hysterical words torture him incessantly, and as he falls into the realm of death, her piercing words strike his soul time and again, unwilling to die. The one who should protect the courtyard should be himself. From Zhu Minglan, what virtues and abilities? Her eyes, her lips, everything about her he would like to see once more. Luozi crawls on the ground, slowly making his way towards the courtyard, most of his body gone. Only a hand and a ghastly face remaining. Unable to swallow his final breath, the voice of that insane woman awaits him in the depths of death, and he cannot descend. But soon, a person stands in front of him. This person is Zhu Mingling, and Luozi can only see up to his legs, not even his face. So it's brother Luozi, I didn't recognize you earlier, my apologies. Unable to see the face, but able to hear the voice, Zhu Mingling looks down from a high vantage point. Unfortunately, this superior voice, these words, make the face that lingers in Luo Xiao's mind clearer than if he had seen it with his eyes. His final breath is forcibly suppressed by these words. Perhaps there is truly an underworld, a bridge of helplessness, and even the soup of Mengpo cannot make Luozi forget this scene. There's another chapter coming later. You can read it tomorrow as well, as I write a bit slowly. Please remember to vote with your monthly passes, as the book has just been put on shelves for the first month. Let's give it a boost. Charge on with Random Alliance. End of this chapter. Chapter 101. The Old Prodigy. The ice separated the air, but inside the courtyard it was still gentle in the spring and summer, with the deep blue autumn Nanmu gently swaying, unaffected by the strong air currents, the branches and leaves all well. Li Yunzi looked worriedly at the curtain of ice, her long and fair fingers always consciously gripping lightly, but every time she focused, tiny beads of sweat appeared on her forehead. She stood up, wanting to leave this courtyard, when a voice came from beyond the ice curtain. Gentle and peaceful, not like someone in a fierce battle. Don't move with anger. Just stay calm in the courtyard. I can handle it. I'm worried about Ling Sha. And Du Chen is definitely not an ordinary person. Dragon Lord level. From the moment he stepped in, the powerful one sensed the vicinity of this courtyard, with only one mortal and a dragon herder. So the one with the very noticeable aura is not Li Yunzi, but this person. Let the dragon beast entangle by Che. He came to chase the soul and take life. Zhu Mingling understood Du Cheng's intentions. The lady still has some shyness. Fortunately, Nan Ling Sha stands on Li Yunzi's side. Otherwise Aya, Qing Zhuo, both promoted to Dragon Lord level, might not be able to stop the city-wide attack. The female strong one is the master of Lycan Kanglon, a fierce dragon creature that can directly confront Ice Chen's white dragon. And if she is really injured, her divine aura weakens, approaching mortal level, making it hard to capture. Of course, Zhu Mingling was speaking in hindsight. At the beginning, all the information he knew suggested that besides leading the military in Zulong City, Li Yunzi was basically isolated and without support. Zhu Mingling had long ago called on the spirit green dragon, and when Du Cheng approached, he decisively jumped onto the spirit green dragon's back. But among Du Cheng and the young female strong ones, no one had heard of this person. Zhu Mingling believed it, let alone others, like flames, leaping over the ice lake, heading straight towards Du Cheng here. And the speed was astonishing. It can be roughly understood that the so-called discord among sisters is just an illusion meant to mislead all those who stand in Li Yunzi's way. Soaring in the sky. Bring it on if you're capable. Du Cheng was like a ghostly shadow. He first tried to break through the ice barrier, intending to kill Li Yunzi directly. And there was also a dragon summoned, which was the Lycan Kanglon. Why is he here? The information is not accurate at all. Wasn't Li Yunzi severely injured, without even the strength of a grade? So why would there be deception? The punch was fierce. Even if only the outer layer of power hit Du Cheng, it still sent him flying out, crashing heavily into the ruins, smashing countless remnants of buildings. This Lycan Kanglong floating in the air, like an ancient giant whale, with skin like steel rocks, and most exaggeratedly, half of its body was shrouded in thunderclouds. The lightning produced enough to tear the sky apart. Du Cheng was shocked, hurriedly fleeing, his shadow replaying heavily, like a ghostly figure without a physical body, moving horizontally. Young man, nice to see you again. Exhibition, and walked along the frozen lake. Seeing Zhu Mingling looking at him, he waved in his direction, so he wouldn't give Du Cheng a chance to get close to him. No, that divine mon. It's this person. The powerful one suddenly realized, pointing at the middle-aged humble man. When he used his divine power, his entire being turned dark and eerie. Even his shadow seemed enveloped in a layer of deathly fog, resembling some of the black specters from folk legends, walking in the netherworld, drifting in the land of the dead. Zhu Mingling had been unable to understand why Li Yunzi would raise troops so boldly when her foundation was unstable. But looking at the current situation, those coming to assassinate her were only a few from the palace, not strong figures from the whole city. If Li Yunzi's injuries were fake, then her cultivation was far beyond his, and he might not sense her divine aura. The first strong ones had also summoned their dragons, some of them with strong and large bodies, like a fortress, some ferocious and strange, comparable to ancient monsters. He had seen this man before, he was sure. So when Du Cheng was punched and left battered by the other party, he was even more furious, his eyes glaring at the somewhat plain-looking exhibition and, "First kill this dragon herder, then we'll surround Li Yunzi. Young master, be cautious." The female strong one continued. This person had an ordinary appearance, dark skin, dressed like a servant from the kitchen, but it was his face that made Zhu Minglan feel like he had seen him somewhere before. Simple and honest. He figured it out in his mind, but also felt somewhat fortunate. Du Cheng and the first strong ones from the palace kept some distance, glaring angrily at Zhu Minglan and the Ice Chen White Dragon. Okay. Wasn't this the simple and honest peasant uncle who had sent Li Xiaoying to school in an extremely simple manner? When did Zhu Mingling ever think he was an old prodigy, pretending to be a tiger and eating a rabbit, but compared to the plain-looking uncle in front of him, he felt like a fledgling. End of the chapter. Chapter 102. The thunderous feathers of the Thunder Kun deep water dragon suddenly flew low, enveloping the surroundings in a myriad of thunderclouds spreading in all directions, with countless terrifying dark red lightning bolts. The dark and murky sky was filled with a dark red electric light resembling the long claws of a demon, viciously tearing everything around. The power of a dragon monarch was truly domineering, and the green sacred dragon had already moved far away from the Thunder Kun deep water dragon, but still was struck by the dark red lightning. "Young brother, I am more skilled in slaying dragons. How about I leave that so-called son of the Palace of Destiny to you?" The boxer Zhan said. Without waiting for a response from Zhu Minglan, he directly charged towards the strongest Thunder Kun deep water dragon. Zhu Minglan glanced at the ruins, seeing Du Cheng standing there with a grimy face, looking like a vengeful ghost haunting an ancient mansion. Extremely frightening. At this moment, a two-headed winged dragon hovered in the sky, suddenly diving down towards the recently struck green sacred dragon. This two-headed winged dragon had a red flame crown on the left head, and a dark poison crown on the right head, clearly a fierce ancient dragon of poison and fire attributes, but it was unclear which of the four dragon kings it belonged to. The green sacred dragon flapped its iron leaf wings, its body radiating green light effervescently, with vines and roots suddenly appearing underneath it without warning. The green sacred dragon did not need to engage in aerial combat with the poison fire-winged dragon, as it would not fear the dragon with these roots and vines to rely on. Storm feathers swirled around Zhu Minglan, gently carrying him to the ground. These feathers were sometimes sharp as blades, sometimes tough as shields, and sometimes soft as leaves. Likewise, there were storm spirit feathers on Bai Qi's body, as their souls were connected, and the dragon equipment on the dragon's body could also be used by the dragon herder. Zhan's charge allowed Bai Che to break free from the siege of the dragons and return to Zhu Minglan's side, focusing on Du Cheng, the young lord with divine power. Suddenly, Bai Che transformed into a white shadow, speeding towards Du Cheng in the blink of an eye. Du Cheng, agile practitioner himself, was frightened by the terrifying speed of the Ice Chen White Dragon and retreated sharply. Despite being a strong figure among the divine men, he seemed like a child battling a fierce tiger when facing the Dragon King level Bai Che. "Protect the young lord," a stoutly dressed female warrior shouted. The strength of the Ice Chen White Dragon was above that of the Thunder Kun Deep Water Dragon, as it was able to withstand the assault from the Thunder Kun Deep Water Dragon and 6 other Dragon Kings earlier. In this case, a divine man would need significant experience to fight a dragon solo at the same level. Du Cheng was known to have supreme strength, but he relied heavily on the shadowy robe, a treasure of the palace. Without this item, he would only be considered a peak warlord. The shadowy robe might have a chance against clumsy dragons, but facing the agile Ice Chen White Dragon, it seemed ineffective. Out of nowhere, a crystal spike appeared in front of Du Cheng, piercing through one of the lower Dragon Kings, causing Du Cheng to recoil in shock. Looking at the ground, he saw countless white fissures opening up, releasing terrifying ice crystals that pierced several of the lower Dragon Kings who had come to protect him. One of the Dragon Kings, in particular, was pierced through the neck and abdomen, instantly falling lifeless. The lower Dragon Kings were already considered powerful in the Dragon City state. However, before the Ice Chen White Dragon, They were no different than cannon fodder. The owner of the slain dragon was immediately affected by the soul backlash, losing the ability to replace the fallen dragon in battle. Du Cheng's life was indeed valuable. The Thunder-Kun deep water dragon had already been struck numerous heavy blows by Zonin, but no other warriors came to assist. Instead, there were 7 or 8 dragon kings gathered around Du Cheng, fearing that he would be killed by the Dragon King level Ice Chen White Dragon. In actual fact, without these dragon kings hindering, the Ice Chen White Dragon would have torn Du Cheng apart. Forced to confront the dragon kings, the Ice Chen White Dragon slowly cleared them out. Roar! Among the Dragon Kings, a Necro-Tyrant Dragon emerged as the strongest, a leader among the Dragon Kings, breaking out of the timid crowd of dragons. Its huge body was covered with grotesque bone protrusions like hinges, lacking a large threatening skull typical of a tyrant dragon. Instead, it had a single large mouth in its neck with teeth appearing to grow outward into the stomach lining. The Necro-Tyrant Dragon was a hideous being, seemingly a tyrant dragon's remains infested by some worm-like creature, covered in corpses and sludgy fluids. Zhu Minglan was truly astonished at witnessing such dragons being owned by people. The Ice Chen White Dragon stood still, unwilling to engage in close combat with such a creature lest it be bitten. Bai Chet, who was usually cleaner than some of his peers, skillfully controlled the storm spirit feathers, directing them towards the source of danger. As he infused the feathers with the rolling elemental energy, the raging feathers transformed into a furious storm. Before the Necro-Tyrant Dragon, a leader among Dragon Kings, could approach any closer, it was viciously engulfed by the surging energy, and the sharp feathers repeatedly sliced and diced the dragon's scales, bones, and flesh. Not just the Necro-Tyrant Dragon, but all the Dragon Kings surrounding Du Cheng were affected, as their skin was torn and blood flowed profusely. Du Cheng attempted to use his shadowy robe to evade the attack, but the razor-sharp feathers, mixed with icy crystals, made it impossible to dodge the relentless assault. Chapter 103. It's summer. Don't mess with me. Storm Fantasy Feather, coupled with Baiqi's wine mastery and ice control skills, the power is unexpectedly so domineering. Seeing those dragon generals being beaten up by Baiqi's dragon magic spell, a slight smile appeared on Zhu Minglan's face. This special feather obtained from the Dragon Taming Academy actually grew stronger along with Baiqi's advancement. This added not just the armor he made for himself, but also a weapon for killing enemies. It's worth noting that any equipment that can be equipped on dragon pets can also be used by the Dragon Tamer. The Storm Fantasy Spirit Feather also received an enhancement due to Baiqi's evolution, which is equivalent to Zhu Mingling now holding a weapon at the level of a Dragon Master. With this guarantee, Zhu Mingling stood still in place, seemingly focusing all his attention on the battle between Bai Chet and those dragon generals, but actually sneering in his heart. Someone sneaked over. Besides Du Cheng, who else could it be but this sneaky fellow? Du Cheng's supernatural powers are close to the power of ghosts. He can even create a puppet to deceive his enemies. The one who was wounded by the ice crystal was not Du Cheng's true self, it was his puppet. His deceitful plan. Zhu Minglan saw through it at a glance. In his hometown, there are many who possess supernatural abilities stronger than him. Without the shadow cloak, Du Cheng is just a waste. The child of destiny, is this all you've got? Zhu Minglan laughed and slowly turned around, his gaze fixed motionless on Du Cheng, who thought he was unnoticed. Du Cheng, at this moment, like a remnant shadow, basically equivalent to being invisible in the dim light. When Zhu Minglan faced him, Du Cheng himself was startled. How did he find out about him? That puppet, in order to deceive the Ice Snow White Dragon. Even the wounds on its skin were real. Little Dragon Tamer, how dare you compete with me? Go die. Du Cheng felt irritated. The Ice Snow White Dragon was still some distance away, and there were no other powerful dragon beasts around Zhu Minglan to protect him. In the early stages of being a dragon tamer, it is difficult to contend with the godly beings. As long as a godly being finds a slight opportunity, they can bypass the dragon's head and directly kill the dragon tamer, then escape, considering it as the ultimate victory. However, the higher the level, the more terrifying the dragon tamer becomes. Several godly beings of the same level may not be able to defeat a single dragon tamer. Each dragon beast of the dragon tamer is unique and strong. Therefore, in a dragon tamer's team, you can often see some godly beings serving them. Zhu Minglan clearly has not reached that level yet. His Ice Snow White Dragon is strong. No one here can fight it one-on-one, but if the Ice Snow White Dragon is bypassed, restricted, Zhu Mingling is as good as Hat Fiend capacitated, but to kill, Du Cheng was sure. Even though he was exposed, now the ice snow-white dragon couldn't come to his rescue in time. Within such a short distance, even if Zhu Mingling still had a strong dragon, he wouldn't have time to summon it. Die. The sleeve blade slid out, one in each hand. Du Chen leapt. Like multiple ghostly shadows, he aimed the blades at Zhu Mingling's throat and back of the neck. The blade shadows resembling to vicious moon teeth made Zhu Mingling unable to retreat and dodge. Obviously, Zhu Mingling had no intention of hiding either. It was the perfect opportunity to test out the storm fantasy feather displayed on himself by Du Cheng. Sharpness or throat slitting. Swish, 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 swish. Feathers exploded. Blades whirl. A terrifying breath equivalent to that of a dragon master suddenly rose from Zhu Mingling's body. The two menacing moon teeth in midair came to a sudden stop, and Du Chen, who leapt like a ghostly shadow, mysteriously froze in front of Zhu Mingling. Silver feathers swirled along with intense rotations, piercing through his bones and flesh with extreme sharpness, flying out from his throat, chest, and back. What was most terrifying was that these storm fantasy feathers seemingly entered Du Cheng's body from unimaginable angles and directions. Hundreds and thousands of feathers continued their ruthless harvest of life, forming a gorgeous and frightening vortex of feathers around Zhu Mingling, razor sharp as blades, but as they flew back to Zhu Mingling's side, it became soft and light again. Snowflakes fluttered and fell, fantasy feathers softly suspended. Zhu Mingling stood there, motionless, his long robe still clean. Du Cheng's body seemed to lose support and slumped slowly to the ground. During this process, his hands separated, legs separated, and his entire body seemed to have undergone a precise slaughter, all disassembled. His face was no longer intact, but one could imagine the incredible expression of disbelief he had before death. The child of destiny, the scion of the ancestral palace. Why did he die so inexplicably at the hands of an insignificant commoner, a nobody? He was the future ruler of this land. The ancestral palace belonged to him, and all these cities large and small would submit to him. A frog at the bottom of the well. Zhu Mingling sneered coldly. It has been said, when summer comes, don't mess with me. As for the ancestral palace, when Bai Che reaches full maturity, Zhu Mingling wouldn't mind crushing them. On the ground, Du Cheng seemed intact, only blood flowing incessantly, but not a single part of his body was connected. Zhu Mingling looked down at him and saw a shadow emerge from his body, dispersing like smoke and dust. Zhu Mingling thought it was Du Cheng's soul, as godly beings can also be turned into soul gems. Du Cheng's soul gem shouldn't be far off, but soon Zhu Mingling realized that this shadow dust was not his soul. Armor? Zhu Mingling was in this line of work. How could he not recognize this item? Turned out Du Cheng was still wearing a black robe. No wonder his previous movements seemed particularly strange. Even Bai Che, a dragon master, had to exert some effort to catch up with him. The materials are quite rare. Although the workmanship is a bit rough, it should be improved. Thanks to young Master Du Cheng for presenting this gift. Zhu Mingling bowed to Du Cheng's departing soul. This shadow cloak is much more valuable than Du Cheng's rotten soul, considering that extracting his soul gem might damage the spiritual bond between the shadow cloak and Du Cheng. Zhu Mingling decisively abandoned this guy's rotten soul, severed the faint connection between the soul of the shadow cloak, and casually pocketed it. Young Master. Fourth young master. Among the four heroes, the bulky female hero screamed in panic. There might be multiple young masters in the ancestral palace, but each one was considered a treasure by the palace owner. And now they all died miserably in this conspiracy. How could they explain this? If you care so much about him, then when we set off, you can accompany him through the gates of hell. At this moment, a heavy voice rang out next to the female warrior. She paled in fright. When did this boxer approach her? End of this chapter. Chapter 100 for Soul Harvest Boon. A punch was thrown out, and the female warrior hastily summoned her armor shadow. Unfortunately, her armor shadow's defense was not very strong, especially against master-level warriors like John An. The female warrior's armor shadow was crushed, her swollen body dented, and blood spewing from her mouth. Riken Kanglong roared, surrounded by fierce lightning crackling all over its body, striking like huge dark red whips towards John An. Zhang An quickly retreated, but two peak-level dragons pounced at him, nearly tearing off one of his arms. When the enemy dies, their souls scatter freely without any hindrance, and these imprints will resonate with the Dragon Master's spiritual control marks, slowly coalescing. Blood flowed, like a spring, with more and more holes appearing on Raikon Kanglon's body, and the dragon's blood flowed uncontrollably. With a long cry, the moonlight suddenly shone down, initially gentle but soon transforming into moonlight swords piercing from the sky to the ground. Although the holes were not large, blood continued to gush out uncontrollably. Raikon Kanglon roared in anger, releasing a storm of red lightning, and charged towards Binkan Balon. Flesh armor, steel muscles, were like paper in front of this dragon's ferocity. She always believed in tit for tat. To prevent any accidents, Zhu Minglan summoned Dahayu again, and, had it were silver blue heavy armor directly. Binkan Balon, this Binkan Balon, swish. It wasn't Li Yunzi, who was worried about the revenge of the Zongong, but this time Zhu Minglan displayed his strength, and Li Yunzi was worried that Zongong would target him. This time, Binkan Balon's tail struck at the vital point of Raikon Kanglon, at the neck. Blood flowed continuously, strength plummeted, and with the deep red lightning released by Raikon Kanglon entwined with the surrounding thunderclouds, it relied on the blood of thunder. The more blood lost, the weaker the ability to perform the Thunder Xuan technique. The female warrior gritted her teeth. Raikon Kanglon was her greatest reliance in this land, and she was not willing to give up. Tilda Beichi was happy to help the younger dragons grow, especially loyal meat shields like Dahayu. And Raikon Kanglon also had the bloodline of ancient dragons, like a stranded giant whale lying on the shallow reef, slowly waiting for the water to evaporate and its life to pass, waiting for the body to rot. In the courtyard, Li Yunzi coughed lightly, and in an instant, the silver flying swords disappeared as if cut off. At the same time, Binkan Balon flew above Raikon Kanglon, its long tail hanging down, and its body began to spin like the wind. Unfortunately, they thought they could escape from the Ligia imperial court at the cost of dragon beasts, but they didn't know there was a godly figure in the Ligia imperial court. Qing Zhuo, go help him, Zhu Minglan said to the divine wood dragon in the sky, soaring heart-piercing. The floating body landed along with the silver light, blood still flowing from other body parts, and the two holes above the skull and below the neck were the deadliest, causing it to lose the ability to float. Binkan Balon seemed to know that Raikon Kanglon's vitality was tough, its skin as strong as steel, so ordinary mystic arts and magic might not be enough to severely damage it, so it took this approach. Damn! Where did this dragon master come from? And why does he have a master-level white dragon that no one knows about? The female warrior raged. Stop talking, have your Raikon Kanglon cover our retreat, or we'll all die here. The male warrior said. The wound pierced by Beichi's tail continued bleeding, and Raikon Kanglon apparently had no special healing ability, as it released dark red lightning furiously, which exploded in the air, creating a terrible thunderstorm, and showed no mercy to the enemy at all. Uncle, are you okay? Zhu Mingling asked as Boxer John and was surrounded by 5 or 6 dragon beasts, and after a while, he replied. Li Yunzi looked enviously at Zhu Minglan, especially as he revealed his strength and killed Zongong's 4th junior. The female warrior, after being hit by John N's fist, was already dizzy and confused. When she regained some clarity, she discovered that her Raikon Kanglon had been injured by Binkan Balon, so picking up creatures killed by others to collect soul gems was useless. Lower-level creatures that were hit by Beichi's tail were basically killed instantly, except for Raikon Kanglon, which was truly severely damaged after this prolonged battle. Swish! Thick-skinned, Raikon Kanglon's defense was much stronger than imagined. Binkan Balon danced in the air like a butterfly, allowing the frenzied Kanglon to attack at will, but hardly ever touching a single feather. Daichi also had some scars from the dark red lightning lashes, not to mention Boxer John N, who had been battling Raikon Kanglon for even longer. Swish! The aerial battle between the Divine Wood Dragon and the Poison Firewing Dragon came to a conclusion when the poison crown of the Poison Firewing Dragon was cut off by the Divine Wood Dragon's wing-cutting strike. If the thin male warrior had not recalled the Poison Firewing Dragon back, Qingju would have been able to kill it. From an ordinary silkworm keeper to now standing alone, all in less than a year. Zhongnan had the help of the Divine Wood Dragon and the Black Kangbao Dragon, so it was no longer difficult for him. Let's go. We will definitely repay today's shame hundredfold, the female warrior said fiercely. Suddenly, a shadow pierced through hundreds of moonlight swords and ruthlessly pierced through Raikon Kanglon's back. The loot covered the ground. And the more violent Raikon Kanglon became, the more likely it was to reveal its weaknesses, while Binkan Balon maintained a calm demeanor like a hunter, striking fiercely with a sudden tail strike when Riken Kanglon approached it. Every time Riken Kanglon became strong, Binkan Bailong retreated until it found an opportunity. Then it struck again. However, the female warrior did not dare to recall Riken Kanglon back into the spiritual realm. Riken Kanglon floated in the low sky, and the moonlight swords pierced its rocky skin, weapons that could tear the earth asunder but did not leave a scratch on Riken Kanglon. Without a contract-down dragon pet or a spiritual domain, the divine being had no domain or power to bestow upon the enemy. The Legia imperial court's pavilions and structures would probably have to be completely rebuilt. The souls scattered by the Dragon Master's spiritual power were consolidating due to the imprints left by the dragon's use of martial arts and magic, which is akin to branding the enemy. Li Yunzi would absolutely not let the three warriors leave, even if they wanted to abandon the main pet dragon beasts. There was no need to let them live to return to the Zon Palace. Divine beings did not have the ability to collect soul gems. Dragon corpses were treasures. Zhongnan could only watch as Zhu Minglan collected all their soul gems. End of chapter. Chapter 105. Dragon breeding is not bad. Young man, you're very skilled at cultivating soul pearls. Zhongnan couldn't help but comment. I specialize in this. Zhu Minglan nodded. Dragon herdsmen have many abilities, most of which revolve around raising dragons. For example, soul pearls cultivation can enhance the cultivation of dragon beasts. Finding a creature with matching bloodlines and attributes, killing it, obtaining a soul pearl, can greatly improve the cultivation of the dragon pet one is raising. If one obtains high cultivation years and good quality, they can also be preserved and sold in the market for a good price. In addition, dragon herdsmen also have spiritual knowledge, which allows them to find valuable treasures in the wilderness that others may overlook. Some dragon herdsmen travel outside all year round, mainly seeking these things, even if it takes a lot of time and effort, traversing mountains and rivers. However, once they dig out one, it can bring about a significant advancement. They say that dragon herdsmen are defeated by money, but in fact, we ordinary folks are so poor that we can't even see gold. Zhongnan sighed. But that doesn't mean you have to hurt animals. Zhu Minglan smiled and said, it's unavoidable when you're young and offend those in power. Zhongnan shook his head and smiled bitterly. Initially, Zhongnan had planned to find a new place to hide and continue herding, though when passing by the Red Lotus City, she was stopped by a painter she had never seen before. The painter asked her to protect this courtyard, and all past grudges were forgiven. Zhongnan also considered that Li Xiaoying was still at the Dragon Training Academy and didn't want him to be implicated because of her past, so she agreed to the painter. However, if Zhongnan had known there was such a skilled dragon herdsman as Zhu Mingling in this courtyard, she wouldn't have been so nervous before. Young people these days are truly exceptional. Not only are they incredibly strong, but they also look good, making Zhongnan, who used to be a respected boxer, envious. Uncle, are there any other experts in Zongong? Zhu Mingling asked. You dare to kill a young master? Zhongnan was surprised. My wife's enemy is my enemy, Zhu Mingling said. Zongong has 4 champions, 3 elders, 2 leaders, and 1 lord. Just now you saw the strongest of the 4 champions has the Kanglon of Thunder Cone, which belongs to the Dragon Lord level. Although it's the lowest level of Dragon Lord, its strength is not to be underestimated. The 3 elders each possess main level powers, at least lower main level. The 2 leaders are upper main level. Even if they haven't reached that level, they should have some artifacts or dragon equipment that can compete with upper main level powers. And that lord, I think you should understand the level of power he possesses, Zhongnan said. The strong figures of Zongong haven't changed for nearly 10 years. Even though there have been new strong figures emerging in Zongong, they have not been able to shake the positions of these few individuals. Now that the 4 champions are dead, Zhongnan remembers there is still an elder in this ancestral dragon city state. It is unknown whether that elder is still alive, but if they could all be dealt with, it would be best, as they have already incited irreconcilable conflicts. To get rid of one would significantly weaken Zongong's strength. Zongong's owner is at the lord level. Should I flee with my wife? Zhu Minglan joked. You underestimate the foundation of our ancestral dragon city state. Don't worry, if your wife can eliminate the 4 champions and clean up the door, it means she has the ability to balance the owner of Zongong. Be cautious and also be wary of the 3 elders and 2 leaders of Zongong, Zhongnan said. That's good. Zhu Minglan nodded. That's what they say. In fact, Zhu Minglan is quite looking forward to wandering around with his wife. The ancestral dragon city-state is full of troubles, a mess, and who cares about governing who? Con man waveless. This day was supposed to be a day when rivers of blood flow in the ancestral dragon city-state. The more turbulent, the more innocent lives would be affected. However, the streets of the city are still bustling, and people finally see a hint of clarity in the murky sky, but they are completely unaware of what happened to the Li family palace and the non-clan mansion. Soldiers continued to patrol the city walls, and officials patrolled the streets. There are no significant changes, but at the ancestral altar, some righteous and justice-seeking individuals seem to have disappeared. The accusations that some individuals are evil omens also seem to have completely stopped at a certain moment. After resting for a while, Zhu Minglan walked towards the silver courtyard. The deep blue autumnal non-wood is still beautiful and diverse, but there are a few trees that seem to lack vitality, especially those near the left courtyard. Just as he arrived at the front of the house, Zhu Minglan saw Li Yunzi and their eyes met. Her eyes were like a pool of autumn water, inadvertently captivating. If he could spend a lifetime with the owner of those eyes, Zhu Minglan would not refuse. I've been confused for a long time. Li Yunzi spoke first. Zhu Minglan sat next to her, took a sip of tea, and sat upright, listening carefully. Where does Wutu come from exactly? Li Yunzi asked. How many years have you spent in Wutu? Li Yunzi continued. Quite a few years. But when I was there, Wutu was surrounded by a sea of nothingness, like an island continent that would slowly float. Not long after, it bordered the Donshu Mountains of the ancestral dragon city-state. Zhu Minglan said, I went to the easternmost part of Zulon City when I was very young, and I remember vividly that there used to be a sea there. But at some point, Wutu appeared. The first time I entered Wutu, what I saw was something primitive, savage, and barbaric. Li Yunzi continued. Shaking his head, Li Yunzi herself did not know why she was telling Zhu Minglan these things. There were many confusions buried in her heart, some of which would never have answers, but some confusions seemed to be gradually unraveling. Zhu Minglan was one of Li Yunzi's confusions. Ever since they escaped from the dungeon together, Li Yunzi had felt Zhu Minglan was like a fog. At this moment, he was like the land of Wutu that floated over inexplicably, full of unknowns. Was it that her understanding of this world was far from enough? Is there truly such a transformation in this world? Can one go from being completely powerless to a lord-level strong man in just a year? This world is more mysterious than I imagined, isn't it? Li Yunzi asked. Yes. Zhu Minglan nodded. Were you also a dragon herdsman before? Li Yunzi asked. Zhu Minglan had some knowledge of dragon herdsmen from the beginning, especially when facing Luo Zhao's questioning. He could also answer. At that time, Li Yunzi thought Zhu Minglan should have been a destitute dragon herdsman who had once had dragon beasts that had died. No. Zhu Minglan shook his head, his tone somewhat bitter. An ordinary man, yes, but lost it. You've raised your dragons well, Li Yunzi teased, giving a smile. Zhu Minglan was stunned for a moment, then smiled as well. Yeah. Why cling to what you used to be? Raising dragons suits his current somewhat laid-back personality, and things like fighting are no longer necessary. Facing a strong enemy, he can leisurely hold a fan, stand far away, crack melon seeds, trim his nails. When will your wound heal? Zhu Minglan looked at the still pale-faced Li Yunzi, concerned. In half a month. All right, I'll spend more time with you. Zhu Minglan said. When the wound has healed and his wife goes to fight for territory again, and he can't see her, there will inevitably be some concerns. He hopes everything will settle down soon, otherwise there won't even be time to talk about love. After wandering alone for a long time, once there is someone he cares about in his heart, he will hope to get closer, just a little closer. But Zhu Minglan is not a naive young man. He knows it is not the time now, and Li Yunzi's worries have not disappeared despite Zhang Gong's major defeat. Wait and see. The owner of Zhang Gong is a lord-level strong man, and looking at the city-states, big and small, there are probably few who can compete with him. Although Li Yunzi and Nan Lingsha have means to deal with the owner of Zhang Gong, Zhu Minglan is still not completely at ease. If Zhang Gong insists on a life-and-death battle with the ancestral dragon city-state, and unexpected events occur, Zhu Minglan cannot accept it. Zibai should also reach the complete stage, so he should have the strength of a dragon lord. Haibia and Qingzhuo cannot be left behind. That soul pearl of Lei Kun Kanglan is sure to let Haibia enter the dragon general level and even reach the upper level in a very short time or even the peak level. A main level dragon pearl can not only evolve Hybia to the complete stage, but with time, it may even reach the level of a powerful dragon general. After further strengthening its silver blue dragon armor, it may not even be impossible to fight against dragon lords. Zi Qingzhuo can also be considered gifted, and after reaching maturity, her strength should be close to that of the Ice Chan White Dragon, especially since she already had the strength of a dragon general as a holy dragon baby during her growth period. The first stages of baby spirit and dragon: childhood, growth period, maturity period, complete period. Each advancement is a huge improvement for the baby spirit and dragon, based on a significant increase from the foundation of their original strength. Therefore, if amazing strength is shown during the baby and growth periods, the increase in power afterward will be even greater. In addition, the baby spirit crosses the dragon gate, not crossing to the dragon child level at the lowest threshold. It is the transformation into a certain dragon species. Just like some ice and snow spirits, they have a certain probability of transforming into ice dragons, but they still have a certain possibility of transforming into Ice Chen White Dragons. Ice dragons and Ice Chen White Dragons differ by several levels. Even a wild ice dragon at the complete stage can only reach the level of dragon child, at most the peak level of dragon child. However, a wild Ice Chen White Dragon at the complete stage could reach the threshold of lord level. As for dragon herders, they can rely on feeding, training, honing, and strengthening to help dragons break through their bloodline level limits to reach higher levels. Da Haibia is a black Kangbao dragon. Its bloodline is not particularly high, and its limit should be no more than a lower dragon general. But with the digestion of the dragon pearl of Lei Kun Kanglan, the situation completely changes. If there are better dragon pearls later on, or other ancient dragon spiritual items, there is also hope to ascend to the level of dragon lords. So, to become a truly powerful dragon herder, the strength of every dragon cannot be neglected, while continuing to seek out young spirits with tremendous potential. If one transforms into a dragon at an early stage, is a dragon species with an extremely high bloodline, and is still in the baby stage, the potential for improvement is terrifying. End of this chapter. Chapter 106: The Otherness of the Sky. Rumors, without someone inciting and instigating them, will fall apart on their own. And the dim sky finally gradually cleared up bit by bit, with a gust of airflow surging from the farthest mountains in the Lichuan plain. The murky atmosphere seemed to have been thoroughly cleansed. This was the first sunny morning, with the dawn breaking, and the sky gradually brightening. Opening the window, you could see a mostly blue sky, while the other half was still shrouded in thick clouds and fog, believed to be soon dispersed by the summer breeze. Waiting. The clouds were slowly being pushed aside, the sky fully clearing up. Let's go out for a walk, to see the summer willow, and taste the new tea at the Deer Flower Pavilion. Zhu Minglin walked to the main building of the branch monastery. It seemed that General Cheng was in charge of the guards. At this moment, Frost Maiden offered a reminder. Miss might not be feeling well today. At this moment, Frost Maiden's voice came from inside. Once she survived, all the guards of the 3 major cities and the southeastern cities would prepare for the establishment of the country. Even if she was recuperating, she needed to go out for a walk, to breathe fresh air. A grove of willows, with graceful shadows. Today there were quite a few people out walking. After all, it was the first sunny day in a long time. With a slender waist and lotus steps, presenting her fair wrists through the thin gauze, her eyes as clear as autumn water. When she noticed Zhu Minglin looking at her absent-mindedly, those autumn waters also seemed to have a shy ripple. Soon, the bustling noses downstairs turned into cheers. Fang Nianian loved to watch the excitement. She hurried to the window, first looking down, finding many people standing still on the plain below and on the streets. Without intruding, even though everyone was familiar, Zhu Minglin still maintained his dignity and integrity, waiting quietly outside the door, awaiting Li Yunzi's response. Even some busy vegetable farmers put down their carrying poles and looked up at the western sky. People's moods relaxed. The disaster of not seeing the date finally passed safely. As long as they continued to work, they could still have a bountiful harvest before autumn arrived. Li Yunzi, after being finely dressed, elegant and charming, just gazing at her was a pleasing sight. "Let's go," Li Yunzi said. Zhu Minglin finally came to his senses, smiling politely. So many people stopped just to look at the clouds. As the murky clouds to the west dissipated, the scene became more and more shocking, as people gradually realized that it was not a mountain range at all, but a floating continent large enough to completely cover the sky in the west. But it only covered itself, not coming closer to Zhu Minglin, with a slight pout on her small mouth. A bit of someone who was not your servant's pretentiousness. But Zhu Minglin also realized that she was not interested in internal family matters, as she had essentially designated the next ruler and handed over all authority to him to handle. Fang Nianian was puzzled and followed others to gaze at the western sky. After drinking a few sips of tea, Zhu Minglin intended to tell Li Yunzi about the unprecedented sight on this land. When there was a commotion outside the building, the vast sky, the distant view of a small piece of blue sky, possibly dozens of times larger than the whole plain of the Zulong city-state. This person might not be fully trusted by Li Yunzi, but at least wouldn't obstruct her anymore. However, as she gazed, an involuntary chill ran down her spine. If Zhu Minglin had something to say, he wouldn't mind tying up Frost Maiden and Fang Nianian, the two little girls with yellow hair, throwing them into the river. In this beautiful weather, he only needed himself and Li Yunzi. Recently, there had been large-scale troop movements, as if they were waiting for a signal, which would be Li Yunzi surviving this incident. Li Yunzi liked clear tea, so going to the Deer Flower Pavilion with its independent and delicate scenery was the best choice. This mountain, as if it were in Chanshan, occupied the entire western sky, even more vast than the land to the west, even more boundless. Frost Maiden held an umbrella, shading her young lady from the sun, their steps in unison as they walked leisurely. Like Li Yunzi's so-called admirers and the vast majority of mundane men, they were all drawn in by Li Yunzi's beauty and elegant temperament. Zhu Minglin nodded, continuing to wait outside. But as more and more people heard about it, they went out onto the streets to see for themselves, immediately shocked by what they saw. Wanting to ask Frost Maiden if her young lady was asleep, but feeling it might be rude, Zhu Minglin continued to wait quietly, until they reached the Deer Flower Pavilion. "It's okay. It's good to go out for a walk," Li Yunzi said. Her voice today was very soft. Perhaps she was in a good mood, or her worries had decreased as her injuries healed. Without the usual coldness, Zhu Minglin walked alongside her, and Fang Nianian, who also went out to play, took out an exquisite little umbrella. The northern mountain of the Zulong city-state was said to be magnificent by those who had seen it, but compared to the mountain range that seemed to be reflected in the sky, it was still insignificant. Zhu Minglin had noticed in recent days that people were running around outside the courtyard all day, knowing that the Zulong city-state had just undergone a change, and many people needed to consult her on many matters, calling it distant because this mountain range was thousands of miles away from the Zulong city-state, to the extent that under such clear and dust-free sky, it felt as though the mountain range was creating slight distortions due to the refraction of light, crossing from azure skies to light blue skies, and even further into the distant pale purple skies. Zhu Minglin didn't mind keeping his distance, unintentionally getting closer, walking and talking. Well, Zhu Minglin had to admit a fact. Finally, Li Yunzi came out. Zhu Minglin made a false show of offering a greeting, slowly putting down his clasped hands, and when he raised his gaze, he was stunned. Even the people at the Deer Flower Pavilion had gathered at the wooden windows, wanting to see what was happening outside. They didn't see the azure sky, or the beautiful clouds, but a mountain range that seemed both distant and yet close at hand. Saying it was close at hand because it was just too huge. Screams echoed on the street, with some people who had been inside before not knowing what was happening outside. Since many things were taken care of by word of mouth, it was fine to stay in the house, but going out to see the scenery was also fine. Zhu Minglin's legs were getting sore, not seeing Li Yunzi come out. But now, the western sky was completely enveloped by a land mass. The towering mountain range that people initially saw was just a corner of the whole floating landmass. It was vast and boundless, clearly distant, yet presented a picture of awe-inspiring proximity. End of this chapter. Chapter 107 was fortunate to have the towering and continuous mountain as you. It seemed to be 10 times more majestic than the North Mountain that the ancestral Dragon City-state would be proud of. But looking up from the streets, one would find that the mountain appeared to be only as wrinkles in the clouds. The edges of that massive continental plate exhibited unimaginable rifts and faults. When people stood on the land and looked up, they were actually gazing at the exposed side of the continent. It was a rugged landmass, deep crust, and swirling meteor dust in the starry sky. The meteor dust in the slow process of moving across this uninspiring continent, would rub against the atmosphere, sway, and fall due to some massive celestial force fluctuation. Even if it was a very small piece of meteor dust attached to a small area on those rugged land masses, when they fell, tearing through the blue sky, they shone brightly like celestial fire, bringing magnificent destruction. Where did the celestial fire come from? People seemed to awaken at this moment, but their bodies were cold and trembling. The unseen, where did it come from? People pondered with extreme fear. Thousands of people's bodies, or as if they were sculptures, stuck on the streets of the ancestral dragon city-state, while their souls shattered and scattered due to this scene. The celestial fire fell, and the long night. The celestial anomaly, a divine punishment. But who could imagine that the real divine punishment would be a mysterious continent slowly falling towards the western horizon? This mysterious continent floated in the sky, obscuring the proud sun, causing eternal night for a whole month. The land masses of this continent shook countless massive crystalline rocks on the edges, turning into destructive celestial fires, not only impacting the ancestral dragon city-state, but also other city-states were equally not spared. Why did it happen like this? Why? Lu Hualu, Zhu Minglin and Li Yunzi jumped onto the eaves, standing atop the highest tower in the ancestral dragon city-state. In the east, the sky was clear and blue. The ancestral dragon city-state seemed no different from usual, appearing calm and peaceful. But in the west, as if at the beginning of the world, the scene was extremely astonishing, trembling souls with more than a glance. Most importantly, everyone understood how insignificant the tranquility and peace in front of them truly were. And this insignificance would crazily shatter everyone's cognitive perceptions. Once cognition was subverted, one would live forever in the fear of insignificance. So the ancestral dragon city-state is clear, while the Lingsha city-state and other small city-states in the west begin to plunge into eternal night. Zhu Minglin murmured to himself. Without his soul, he could only ponder in a pitiful way. Is this how the wasteland came to be? Finally, Li Yunzi spoke out. The origin of the wasteland had always troubled Li Yunzi. Floating on the sea of nothingness, was it really like that? Perhaps even the people living in the wasteland themselves were not aware that in their eyes, the ancestral dragon city-state and the Lichuan plain were also floating continents that incomprehensibly bordered their territories. Zhu Minglin turned around, gazing at Li Yunzi. Li Yunzi was looking back at him. Everyone in the ancestral dragon city-state was in fear, kneeling, and begging for something. Zhu Minglin and Li Yunzi stood on the eaves of the high tower of the ancestral dragon city-state, integrating the shattered known facts in their minds, painting a complete picture of reality. The fact was that the emergence of the wasteland was not accidental. Li Yunzi had also thought about the world. When the wasteland appeared at the end of Donshu City, she boldly speculated that this world might be a landmass floating on the sea of nothingness. These landmasses would slowly move, and at a certain time and era, connect with other landmasses, forming a larger landmass. With the wasteland, it meant there were other lands, and one day, other landmasses would appear on the sea of nothingness and eventually closely stick together like magnets. But Li Yunzi could never have imagined that the continents fell from the sky like stars. When the wasteland appeared, there had been solar eclipses in the ancestral dragon city-state and the southeast city-state. The night ruled the early morning and noon of the second day until late afternoon. Everything returned to normal. But this time, the night lasted for a whole month. Li Yunzi looked up at the sky, her eyes showing a dim and sorrowful expression that Zhu Minglin had never seen before. Is this the reason that has been weighing on you all along? Zhu Minglin asked. Yes, Li Yunzi nodded. Even in victory, that anxiety had never been dispelled. Despite being somewhat absurd, despite Li Yunzi mentioning many times to her own people, to Southern Grandfather, that other landmasses would drift from the sea of nothingness, they all thought they were acting foolishly. The fact proved her right. But she had predicted wrong. The landmasses came from the sky, falling like meteors, yet not as dazzling as meteors, leaving only scorched earth craters upon impact with the ground. Like the wasteland, they would collide into the sea of nothingness, then slowly connect with a certain end of this land. Thank you for keeping me company to enjoy the willows and tea. I have to go now. Li Yunzi bowed, saying to Zhu Minglin, Yunzi. Zhu Minglin wanted to persuade her. There were things he wanted to say. Li Yunzi shook her head, not letting Zhu Minglin continue. Everything was not yet over. When a vast city-state could no longer provide a sense of security to anyone, any emotion was just a fleeting moment, like smoke blown away by the wind. That was not what Li Yunzi wanted. Rather than enjoying the temporary tenderness, it was better to exhaust all efforts before losing everything. She wanted something enduring. I will protect everything. Minglin, it is fortunate to have you. After saying this, Li Yunzi stepped on the eaves of the ancestral Dragon City state and flew towards the west. Like a wild goose, the west was dark as an abyss. Zhu Mingling stared at the increasingly distant beautiful woman, his heart as if ink spilled into a pond, the colors representing different tastes, diffusing in the originally clear pond of his heart. Unclear, inexpressible, having deep ties, yet feeling like strangers again, clearly close, yet separated by a veil. Just as he had lifted the veil, it was shrouded in a dark haze, unable to witness her unparalleled beauty again. Zhu Minglan took a deep breath, looking at the majestic, mysterious continent to the west with a hint of indifference in his eyes. Whatever you come to do, you better not make my wife sad. Otherwise, I will grind you all into dust again. Just now, Zhu Minglan wanted to tell Li Yunzi about the secret he had kept. He knew where the wasteland came from. It was because he shattered a piece of the landmass in the mysterious continent in the western sky, letting the previously isolated wasteland fall into the sea of nothingness. Zhu Minglan thought he would never find his way back, lost in this unfamiliar land. However, the world he once lived in passed over the ancestral Dragon City state, slowly falling towards the west. He had heard of the world falling story before. The Jingtai continent had fallen toward the certain place many years ago. That place was the Lichuan Plain, where the ancestral Dragon City state was located. He shattered the landmass, allowing the wasteland to fall into the sea of nothingness ahead of time. As a result, the wasteland bordered the Lichuan Plain sooner. End of this chapter. Chapter 108. Bordering. The tides are no longer stable. Early in the morning, one can see a magnificent ancient mountain standing in a wet but waveless beach. By nightfall, the entire ancient mountain is engulfed by the sea, as if it could sink to the seabed at any moment. Within the ancient mountain, birds and beasts begin to flee in all directions. Even a rare phoenix dragon, exuding an ancient aura of divinity, escapes the ancient mountain. The highest peak of the ancient mountain, like a sword piercing the sky, is slowly turning into powder from the top of the peak to the slopes, and finally the entire ancient mountain. The ancestral palace, the absolute authority on this land of Lichuan, was destroyed overnight. Her face is stern, yet her natural beauty gives a sense of delicacy. The language is the same, just like the uncultivated soul that appeared from nowhere, nourishing the spiritual realm. But every time she sees Z by treating the star crystal shards, hundreds of times more valuable than gold, as pine nuts to eat, her heart bleeds. What? The ancestral palace has been destroyed. Mr. Wu suddenly stood up from his seat. It was Non Lingsha, also present at the banquet. When she appeared serene and indifferent, it always reminded Zhu Minglan of Li Yunzi drinking tea. For the people of Lichuan, they are mysterious visitors from another dimension. Whether they are three-headed six-armed demons or strange monsters is worth being curious about. Fortunately, Li Yunzi knew about the rarity of Zibai's diet, so she ordered people to collect it. Afterwards, the major city lords, families, and wealthy merchants of the four major city-states heard that the princess liked these star crystal shards and began to offer them as gifts. Zhu Minglan spent this month only doing two things: spending money and spending money. Bai Hongbo's words made several main-level experts present feel a chill. One person, riding a majestic and powerful holy lion purple dragon, came forward. With good care, Zibai could possibly reach the fourth stage in just half a year. As he spoke these words, a woman with high-tied hair appeared behind him. She was wearing a simple-looking monk's robe, and her shapely figure was still apparent in this loose robe. Anything is possible. Is he a main-level expert? Like the mysterious continent reflected in the lake in the sky, it eventually fell, causing astronomical disturbances that swept into the void sea, splashing the waves onto the sky. Sit, Non Lingsha said. If it weren't for the fact that this area of thousands of square kilometers was his wife's territory, Zhu Minglan would have already captured the city and collected taxes. Celestial beings. A dragon main-level creature, its weekly food consumption can be calculated in a basket of gold. Upon arriving at the bamboo pavilion, Zhu Minglan climbed the steps, recalling the scene of Non Lingsha painting here that night. When a meteor falls to the ground, it produces the hottest flames in the world, causing certain rocks to crystallize in the intense heat, forming what is known as star crystal shards. Soul bone strengthening. Leaping from the western cliff, the sacred lion purple dragon was not afraid of the high temperature of the magma wasteland, stepping on the fiery liquid and allowing the splashed magma to turn into flames in the air. Pushing open the door, several people were already sitting inside, including Mr. Wu from the Academy of Young Spirits, as well as the woman who guarded the treasure vault, and the vice dean by Hongbo who did not attend classes, was also present. Is the ancestral palace considered a sect? A dragon shepherd from the Lingsha city-state asked. Raise a dragon, observe the stars at night, chase after meteors. The people of Lichuan felt relieved, as it seemed that there were no terrifying monsters on this mysterious continent, and in the future, there might be a new great city-state on the western cliff. Vice Dean, a respected figure on the land of Lichuan, is a rare dragon shepherd venerable on this land. He rarely taught classes to students, so whenever he did, students would gladly offer up their valuable credits. Looking around, Zhu Minglan's eyes lit up, but then he grimaced, realizing that he had known them for some time but still could not completely distinguish them based on appearance. Are you all a city-state? The dragon shepherd Ling Zhou from the Lingsha city-state asked. Do you have sex here? The nun with tight hair asked faintly. So you are also human. The man of the holy lion purple dragon smiled, his eyes sweeping over the dragon shepherds and mortals gathered on the western earth. This kid, why is he here? If Zibai only drank nectar, he would not starve, but it would provide almost zero help for its growth. And why involve oneself in this? In terms of identity, he was still just a good student at the Dragon Taming Academy, and so, even after a month, he had only managed to procure 3 months' worth of food with great difficulty. To Dragon Ancestral City-State, Dragon Taming Academy. Mr. Wu also looked puzzled at Zhu Minglan. A massive fault line borders the western earth and the mysterious continent, and dragon shepherds from the Lingsha city-state have termed this connecting fault the Western Cliff. In fact, the inhabitants of the mysterious continent share the same thoughts. Giving high-quality soul pearls is like diverting flowing rivers into a reservoir. To perform this arcane art, one must consume star crystal shards. Maintaining a studious mentality, Zhu Minglan went to class, only to find that the class of the vice dean had been temporarily cancelled. Feeding ingredients. This is a complete contempt, datal tempering. On both sides of the western cliff, molten lava flows in countless rivers, distributed in pools resembling molten rivers. It will take many years for these red fire fluids to completely disappear. A massive earthquake struck the western earth, causing some overly ancient cities to show signs of collapse. Zhu Minglan found a seat and was puzzled because several deputy deans from the Dragon Taming Academy had gathered here for some reason. Each of these 4 items is equivalent to a source of water injected into a reservoir. Clad in resplendent armor, he passed through the mist and walked towards the edge of the western cliff. Therefore, the western cliff has become the only bridge between the 2 continents, just like the eastern Sun Mountains and the Ranu Valley in the past. Most importantly, the mysterious continent that fell from the sky may possess resources that Lichuan has never had before, whether it be abundant gold or rare celestial roots. Bai Hongbo's expression turned serious as he said sincerely, I'm not joking with you all, but now the people of the western earth must thank the void sea, for without this ocean, the shockwaves caused by the collision of the mysterious land with the surface would have annihilated all life in the western earth. When the sea water in the western cliff has evaporated completely and the 2 continents are connected, the people of the Jingshan continent also watch eagerly, keen to step into this merged new land. The ancestral palace has been destroyed. The 6 great cities of the western earth belonging to the Lingshao city-state have been slaughtered. The members of the Ling family have abandoned the main city and fled to the Lichuan plains, seeking assistance from our Dragon Taming Academy, Bai Hongbo said. In addition, the mist evaporated from the void sea, enveloping the surrounding of the western cliff, and no life can pass through the mist alive. They can only wait for it to dissipate. Divine beings, dragon shepherds, and others have gathered on the western cliff. What is a sect? At the end of the earth, people used to hate this eerie ocean as it caged them on limited land. Zhu Minglan, someone wants you at the bamboo pavilion, Han Hao came and said. Trying to make do with something else might halt its progression at the lower Dragon Lord level, and Zibai's hope of reaching the 4th stage would soon be dashed. So no matter how hard or tiring it may be, one cannot deprive the little dragon. When Zibai is fed for 2 full months, his strength should be able to stabilize at the upper Dragon Lord level. What is a star crystal shard? Can an ordinary person purchase it? A city-state? Hearing these words, the purple dragon man smiled. However, she exudes a prideful aura, contrasting with the carefree attitude of the purple dragon man. When she saw the people on the new land, it was a pure disdain, with a look of contempt in her eyes. Those who are main level in the academy are all here. In the absence of the dean, I, Bai Hanbo, will preside over the proceedings, said Bai Hanbo, glancing at Zhu Minglan, who had some questions, but decided not to dwell on them. Feeding poorly quality ingredients is like a nearly invisible trickle. A month later, the seawater from the void sea had completely evaporated, and the mysterious continent had been fully embedded in the former sea level. The fourth stage is more like a dam storing water. Should there be any breach in the dam, the water will not be able to be fully contained. She knew she possessed a main-level ice-chant white dragon. Li Yunzi had helped resolve the crisis, but in the future, she would still have to rely on her abilities. The ice-chant white dragon would need to consume moon crystal and sun crystals at the time it reached the dragon lord level. The first burning of money was to feed the ice-chant white dragon. We are what you call the Celestials, but it can be inferred that once the magma disappears and the mist dissipates, the horizon of the Western Earth will merge entirely with that mysterious world. It used to be extremely difficult to do this even with divine powers. After all, the vast land is boundless, so who knows where meteors might fall. Too expensive. The ice-chant white dragon not only drinks expensive high-quality nectar like water, but also consumes star crystal shards. Zhu Minglan was puzzled but still went to the bamboo forest. It strikes the ground, and the celestial fire it produces causes the seawater of the void sea to evaporate. Director Bai, are you playing a joke on us? The woman guarding the treasury said. So there are dragon shepherds here too, the purple dragon man said. There was no other way, as Bai's azure dragon technique was derived from the stars and moons. A month ago, saying such words would have been considered madness. The twin leaders, elders, and many others, as well as hundreds of dragon shepherds and nearly 100 mortals, all died during the destruction of the ancestral palace. The entire ancestral palace, including the top-ranking officials, hundreds of dragon shepherds, and dozens of mortals, either died or fled. The ancestral palace is no more, as of yesterday. The western cliff is only a small protrusion of the mysterious continent, but it has become the only bridge connecting the two lands. Zhu Minglan glanced at Nan Lingsha, knowing that his presence here was likely at her behest. There should be many crystal shards like these on the other side of the western cliff, but it's not advisable to go there now since there are too many incidents happening there. Then who are you all? Couldn't sleep yesterday. Clicked on the audio in the review paragraphs, and found that many girls have provided voiceovers for the female characters in the book, with sweet and beautiful voices. Just like producing a TV drama. Impressive. Little sisters at the Dragon Shepherd Academy. Listening to your voices, I can imagine the appearances of characters like Hu Mi, Schwanner, Li Yunzi, Nan Linsha, and Fang Nianian from the book. Everyone should go and listen. It's really good. That Sichuanese version of Zhu Minglan, you've had enough. End of chapter. Chapter 109. Blessing Zuan. Is it the powerful person from that mysterious continent? The woman in charge of the treasury asked. Deputy Dean Bai Hanbo nodded his head. What faction are they from? And how many top-level experts do they have? Mr. Wu took a deep breath and finally asked this crucial question. Bai Hanbo did not immediately answer, but instead glanced at Nan Lingsha. One person is a dragon tamer. Nan Lingsha slowly spoke, as if even she herself did not want to believe it when she said this. He is a dragon tamer who controls a purple dragon, Bai Hanbo added. However, this addition shocked all the top-level experts present. One person destroyed the ancestral palace. Could this dragon tamer be a god? How did he, single-handedly, flatten the mighty ancestral palace? Most importantly, the ancestral palace has a sovereign-level expert, and it is only because of his presence that the ancestral palace can stand above all the major city-states. A powerful individual emerging from the mysterious continent can destroy the ancestral palace. Does this not mean that the land of Lichuan is insignificant to that mysterious continent? Who is in charge of this city? Who is in charge of this city? Suddenly, a voice echoed in the sky outside the Dragon Taming Academy. The voice was not loud, but it was clearly audible to everyone despite the distance. Several people immediately walked out of the bamboo pavilion, and Nan Lingsha drew a flying boat to carry everyone above the bamboo forest. Not at the Dragon Taming Academy. They were at the Sovereign Dragon City, seemingly right above the city wall of the Sovereign Dragon City, where a proud figure was suspended in the air. "Let's go take a look." Dean by Hanbo looked surprised. The boat flew towards the city wall of the sovereign dragon city, but everyone's expression was extremely heavy because the closer they got, the clearer they could see a sacred lion purple dragon perched on the majestic city tower of the sovereign dragon city. The majestic and divine presence of the purple dragon did not seem like any creature in this world, more like a celestial dragon descended from ancient mythology, overlooking the silver-gray sovereign dragon city and all its inhabitants. It was the dragon tamer who destroyed the ancestral palace. He was accompanied by a proud woman in Taoist robe, and it was this woman who raised the question. Her voice could be heard for hundreds of kilometers, ensuring that everyone in the sovereign dragon city could hear her. As the boat flew closer, Dean Bai, Mr. Wu, and the woman in charge of the treasury were all anxious. These two were the culprits who destroyed the ancestral palace yesterday. Could it be that for them, destroying the ancestral palace was effortless, as they directly flew to the sovereign dragon city the next day? "I will negotiate with them. If the situation is unfavorable, do not act impulsively." Nan Lingsha spoke at this moment. She let everyone down, apparently intending to face these two powerful individuals alone. "I will go with you." Zhu Mingling did not get off the boat. The formidable dragon tamer may seem gentle, yet there was a danger emanating from him. Having slaughtered so many inside the ancestral palace, he had no hint of hostility on him. Perhaps to him, the inhabitants of the land of Lichuan were no different from ants. How could Zhu Minglan let Nan Lingsha negotiate with such a dangerous person? Nan Lingsha did not plan to involve Zhu Minglan, but he insisted on staying, leaving her no other choice. The purple dragon sat lazily on top of the city tower, scanning the citizens of the sovereign dragon city. On the streets, on the roads, at the windows, countless people looked at him, each showing amazement and confusion on their faces. Through the ages, too many people were like frogs in a well, only seeing a small piece of sky, unaware of how vast the world was, unaware that there were people stronger than they could imagine. Oh, to them, they could not even consider themselves human. They were gods, like celestial beings. Chapter 110. The painted boat of the slave land descends. It landed on top of the city tower. Zhu Minglan watched Zhu Zuan disappear into the distance, feeling a twinge of nostalgia for old friends and family in his heart. The way back was clear. It was time to go back and explain his situation to them. Some people would worry about him, while some loved ones might not care whether he used to be a dazzling godlike figure. The appearance of powerful beings still caused great panic among the people of the ancestral dragon city. After all, news had already come from the west that 6 cities of the Lingsha city-state had been slaughtered, and not only the Lingsha city-state's army, but also some civilians were not spared. However, when they saw the purple dragon men and the female cultivator leave, the people breathed a sigh of relief. At least they weren't crushed to dust by these divine-like beings. The Li family palace, the main hall for discussions. The Li family grandmother began to gather everyone to discuss the current situation. Several deputy deans of the Dragon Taming Academy also sat among them, as well as the reorganized members of the Li family non-clan, sitting silently in the hall. Clearly, everyone knew about the destruction of the ancestral palace. Fortunately, those two mysterious powerful individuals had left. Otherwise, with the gathering strength of the ancestral dragon city-state, it would be difficult to resist the power of those two individuals. Inside the hall, no one was willing to speak. The appearance of the G-Court mainland had filled every one of them with fear. "Dean, Vice Dean, you finally made it." Bai Hongbo suddenly saw a man walking over and felt a great weight lifted off his shoulders, hurriedly welcoming him. There was a middle-aged man in front of the hall, dressed simply like a storyteller at a tea house, accompanied by a woman, whom Zhu Minglan was very familiar with. She was Duan Lan. Zhu Minglan looked over and only then realized that the surname of the dean of the Dragon Taming Academy was Duan, and it was also the first time he had seen this elusive dean. So it turned out that teacher Duan Lan was the daughter of the dean. Judging by Duan Lan's current appearance, she had recovered a lot. It was said that Dean Duan Chongqing was a noble dragon breeder and a figure highly respected in this region. "Please be seated," said the Li family grandmother. "No need. Let's first talk about those two mysterious visitors from G continent. I heard that someone recognized one of them. Please tell me who it is." Duan Chongqing spoke. Mr. Wu, Bai Hongbo, and Nan Lingsha all looked at Zhu Minglan. "It's me, Dean," Zhu Minglan said. "Why do you know the order of G continent? Could it be that you were also swept to this place by the void vortex?" Dean Duan Chongqing asked. Me? Too? Zhu Minglan looked at Dean Duen Chongqing in surprise. What is your name? Dean Duen Chongqing asked. Zhu Minglan, Zhu Gate, the talented Zhu Gate, Duen Chongqing said. Zhu Minglan was at a loss for words for a moment, staring at the mysterious and powerful dean of the Dragon Taming Academy. Could it be that this dean's experience was the same as his own? Had he also inexplicably crossed from G continent to this place? The Dragon Taming Academy. Yes, there had always been Divine Scholar Academies and Dragon Taming Academies in G continent. He thought the Dragon Taming Academy here was just a coincidence in the history of mankind on this continent. It turned out that Dean Duen Chongqing, the founder of the Dragon Taming Academy, also came from G continent. He hadn't found his way back in just a few years, while he had been lost for decades. His daughter had grown up so much. Yes, yes, I am indeed a descendant of Zhu Gate. Initially, I accidentally fell into a rare voice vortex and woke up in the wilderness, Zhu Minglan said. It turned out he and the dean were both foreign guests here. The appearance of the wilderness had helped him understand some of the rules of this vast world over the years. He had always been wandering in the voices, in the ancient mountains, on the hidden misty islands, at the End Gate Pass, just hoping to find the secrets of the voice vortex. He had never thought that G continent would suddenly descend from the sky. For a long time, he thought his past was just a ridiculous dream. Duen Lan, can you tell me what the rule of the G continent is? Duen Chongqing looked at his daughter sitting on the side. Zhu Minglan recalled Li Yunzi saying, I will protect all this. Establishing a country was to prevent the ancestral dragon city-state from becoming the next wilderness. The wilderness was fortunate because she eventually established order and founded cities. Even so, the hands of Li Yunzi, who treated everyone equally as a ruler, were stained with blood. The rulers of G continent were not likely to treat everyone equally. Li Yunzi was well aware of this. Unity and strength were essential. Otherwise, if the enemy invaded with a large army and there was no resistance, the people of the city-states would be at the mercy of their conquerors. Dean Duen Chongqing nodded, indicating that he would correct any inaccuracies in Zhu Minglan's account. G continent has an empire and many nations. The empire is strong and sets national rules. The other nations are of various strengths and constantly in conflict, but they must all adhere to the empire's rules. In addition, G continent also has forces such as the family sect, the clan, the dragon palace, the holy see, and the academy, which do not easily intervene in the wars of nations. The Dragon Taming Academy had a rule that prohibited any involvement in war events, let alone the slaughter of soldiers and civilians on battlefields. Once on the battlefield, one must vacate the Dragon Taming Academy. This principle was adhered to by all forces, unless it was ownerless land or an evil land. Family sect, clan, dragon palace, holy see, academy. You mean there are 4 other major forces on G continent that can rival our Dragon Taming Academy off the mountains? An old man from the non-clan asked. Dean Duen Chongqing shook his head and said bitterly, the academies are divided into the Divine Scholar Academy and the Dragon Taming Academy. The main buildings of these 2 academies are in the G Empire. The scale of our Dragon Taming Academy off the mountains is probably only equivalent to one of the many small countries, and possibly even lacking in many respects. Everyone was stunned. The Dragon Taming Academy was a force that even the Ancestral Palace dared not provoke, so if the family sect, clan, Dragon Palace, or Holy See of G continent could easily crush the ancestral Dragon City-State, it was a scary thought. Just like the wilderness at the beginning, any city-state off the mountains, if they raise a large army, can crush them all. Now, we are in the eyes of G continent's wilderness, the lowest people, backward barbarians, Dean Duen Chongqing continued. This statement made everyone feel as if something was blocking their chests. The lowest people. So their once prosperous ancestral dragon city-state could also experience such a downfall. In the past, many people from the Li and non-families had voiced at family meetings that they wanted the wilderness to become a place where the ancestral dragon city-state enslaved its people, tirelessly building cities, laying stone roads day and night, and being the sacred warriors of the battlefield. But now, the thought of such a fate falling on each of them almost drove them to collapse in despair. End of this chapter. Chapter 111. Stepping on Li Yunzi again. Li Yunzi opposed to everyone, forcing everyone to lose this easily obtainable benefit. Thus some people in the room secretly started leaning towards Li Ying, Kong Tan, and Nantai's counts. Now, They just want to give themselves a slap in the face. If it weren't for their secret disruptions, Li Yunzi's military scale could have been even larger, and this battle could have had more chances of success. It would be good if Li Yunzi could hold on a little longer. When Li Yunzi first proposed the concept of preparing for the future, they all thought she was crazy. How could she use wasteland as an example and imagine that there might be a more powerful civilization in the midst of the sea of nothingness? The more they think about it, the more they regret it. If they could time travel, they would definitely beat up their past foolish selves. The dynasty would not intervene. Zhu Mingling's face immediately turned dark. A fortune teller, Zhu Mingling had heard of them, just street swindlers who read faces for people. Competition. However, why did Li Yunzi know about the existence of the extreme core continent and then prepare for the future? Despite handling the matter of competition well, it would be the greatest assistance to Li Yunzi not to let those powerful forces appear on the battlefield, as the balance of war would be tilted. It seems that it doesn't matter whether a way home can be found or not. There was some hesitation in Non Lingsha, as if she didn't intend to answer Zhu Mingling's question. Look down on who? The western side of the ancestral dragon city-state was the Chongyang Canyon and the mountains, with superior terrain, engaging in perennial warfare with the Lingsha city-state, constructing many fortresses, strongholds, and city walls. Worried about Li Yunzi, a pleasant voice rang out, as if Li Yunzi was speaking behind him. She could see her own reflection in her eyes. "Grandmother, please don't rush, let me finish speaking first," Zhu Mingling said. "This line of yours will probably take a few days. By that time, the powerful forces may have already wiped out our ancestral dragon city-states." Experts, Deputy Dean Bai Hanbo said. "Lucky are you, but didn't you just say that we are in no man's land, not protected by national rules, so those forces can also take action against us?" Li family grandmother asked. If Zhu Mingling could help resolve the crisis of this slave land on behalf of everyone, then Zhu Mingling would be a god to everyone. Prophets. I have seen countless mortal beings with divine talents, but I have never heard of stargazers and fortune tellers. Zhu Mingling felt that his sister-in-law was trying to fool him. Her tone made Zhu Mingling feel as if Li Yunzi was telling him these things in person. "I, Duan Chongqing, will also swear in the name of the Academy for the allegiance of the ancestral dragon city-state, hoping to gain the support of the Extreme Court Academy. I may also need to go there in person. I hope my old friends at the Extreme Court Dragon Taming Academy still remember me," Duan Chongqing also said. The fate of everyone became uncertain. If what Duan Chongqing and Zhu Mingling said was true, then these major-level strong individuals, like themselves, might also not escape enslavement. After all, there are more powerful beings out there. "I will participate in the competition as a representative of the Academy," Non Lingsha said. "Okay." Zhu Mingling nodded. "Please rest assured, I have asked the elder of the clan to fight for time on my behalf." Zhu Mingling spoke up. Zhu Mingling couldn't quite understand the grandmother's logic. Everyone's eyes lit up immediately. Indeed, the ancestral dragon city-state also presented this kind of form. War. "Who are the elders of your clan, and how do they have such intimidating power?" Duan Chongqing asked. Therefore, the first army to enter the land of Lichuan must mostly be from a country in the extreme core continent. Prophets. This was indeed unheard of. Neither the Divine Academy nor those divine families of diviners had similar abilities. "You are ignorant. I cannot be the one to decide on such a major matter. I need to go back to the clan and negotiate with them. The one who can intimidate the major forces is the clan's prestige," Zhu Mingling said. These so-called sects, clans, holy palaces, and church, which one of them had not been stepped on by themselves? Weren't these for words what Zhu Mingling also wanted to say to her? Green pines and silver walls, at the end of the white stone road, or a mess being repaired, where Zhu Mingling and the others fought before. There were a total of 13 city-states in the Ruixia kingdom. Each city-state was similar in scale to the cities on the land of Lichuan, consisting of dozens of cities and towns. That doesn't seem right. He was also a person from the extreme core continent, and also from one of the clans there. Could he bring blessings to the ancestral dragon city-state? He was fortunate to find himself lost on a foreign continent to meet her. As a divine being, he was stepped on again. Everyone also looked at Zhu Mingling one after another. After all, Zhu Mingling hadn't said much until now. At this point, both inside and outside the ancestral dragon city-state were under Li Yunzi's control. Zhu Mingling was originally rumored to be Li Yunzi's husband, so he pledged allegiance, and at this point, no one care. Actually, as long as a force sits in town. But considering it, she still spoke. There is a woman, named Xinghua. Her divine talent is stargazing prophecy. It was nothing but a struggle between dragon herders and divine beings. There was still enough time, and Li Yunzi's military force was not bad either. As long as they survived this no-man's phase, allowing the ancestral dragon city-state to have a force recognized by the dynasty, even if they lost in the end, the ancestral dragon city-state would not become a slave land. It was the clash of rulers of kingdoms and city-states, and the wars between armies. Luckily, there were many uncooled magma areas near the western cliff, and occasionally some geothermal mists would appear. The vast majority of the military forces of the Extreme Court Kingdom were composed of mortal soldiers. They couldn't directly cross over like dragon herders and divine beings. At this moment, Dun Chongqing's gaze fell on Zhu Minglan, as if the answer to this was with Zhu Minglan. Until now, Zhu Minglan had not been able to erase that scene from his mind. When she said she would protect all of this, it's also included himself. A territory was usually jointly controlled by the ruling class and the dominant force. Or was it that this world was not only the extreme core continent and the land of Lichuan? In the vast starry sky, were there other continents slowly falling into this world, approaching like magnetic stones? Have you lost? Nam Lingsha asked. All right, you may speak now. No one else is allowed to speak. The grandmother instructed every member of the Li family. But on the side of forces, there is a way, which is for me to swear to the dynasty on behalf of the Zhu family, that the ancestral dragon city-state belongs to the Zhu family, pay heavy taxes annually, no longer a no-man's land. Then other forces cannot intervene. They must abide by national rules. Zhu Minglan said to everyone. They would mostly occupy the Linshao city-state and nearby small city-state cities, stationing troops and resting there. This marriage matter, can it still be a substitute? The Li family and the Dragon Taming Academy were considered the dominant forces, organized by dragon herders or divine beings. Moreover, it seemed that Zhu Minglan had quite a background. For example, the Li family was clearly the ruling class, in charge of the people, cities, taxes, and the military. By declaring allegiance, it just allows all forces to compete in a fair and open manner. It doesn't mean that after I shout, the ancestral dragon city-state is under my Zhu Minglan's protection, and others must back off. If no one enforces justice, they won't follow. Zhu Minglan explained. There is still uncooled magma on the western cliff, and the large army needs to pass in a long snake formation over the cliff. Horses are difficult to walk. Efficiency is slow. Zhu Minglan knew that the sisters' voices were very similar, especially in their calm tones. Then have Ling Sha marry on behalf of Yunzi immediately. The big seal of the city-state is also in Ling Sha's hands. We do not need any changes. The grandmother of the Li family said. Her name is Zhu Zuan. She is my aunt. Her mother is a member of the extreme court royal family. If she is the one overseeing the order of this land, she can enforce justice for us. Zhu Minglan said. What does enforcing justice mean? If I have declared allegiance, won't there be no room for other forces to interfere? The grandmother asked. In a few days, we will set off for the extreme court continent. Nam Lingsha said. It seems that I have indeed been ignorant. So have I. You don't have to worry. Zhu Minglan forced a smile, to make his emotion seem less gloomy. Star drawing predicted roughly a time. The rest was Li Yunzi's own deduction, Nam Lingsha said. Then there is a chance to meet this Miss Xinghua. Zhu Minglan bowed, no longer questioning the person possessing the divine talent of prophecy. One time she failed was in Yancheng, but I know that after that, she won't fail again. Nam Lingsha said. The identity of a dragon herder. Again. Miss Lingsha, I have some doubts. Does Yunzi have some other special powers? Otherwise how could she know that the extreme court continent will fall? Zhu Minglan asked. The sea of nothingness at the edge of the horizon. Was there another shore? War is inevitable. So in terms of war, everyone can only hope for Yunzi's success. So this declaration of allegiance just delays time and prevents forces from interfering. If the Zhu family loses in the competition, the Dragon Taming Academy in Lichuan loses in this competition, other forces can still come to invade. Dun Chongqing added. As for the matter of war, it cannot be restrained. They could only rely on Li Yunzi's military strength. According to the news from the West Cliff and the Linsha city-state, On the other side of the West Cliff is a nation that is keen on subjugating. It hadn't been long since then. The ancestral Dragon City-state had completely changed. Just because they saw the wasteland, did they think of so much? To eliminate the slave mark, the military also cannot kill indiscriminately, let alone the disciplined forces. It would take Regal less than half a year to take control of the ancestral Dragon City-state. Zhu Minglan felt that his previous knowledge of divine talents was false. Even he didn't know that the extreme core continent would fall from the sky, would border with other lands. He only knew that there might be some islands, territories beyond the Sea of Nothingness. Since there are so many powerful forces like the sky, how can Li Yunzi's military forces resist? It's just a struggle. Mr. Wu sighed deeply. Let them know what it means to have extraordinary skills in both dragon herding and divine talents. It's not entirely hopeless. As long as the forces strictly abide by national rules, in pure warfare, we won't necessarily be crushed. Li Yunzi now controls the military forces of 4 countries and city-states. Although there is still some gap compared to the military of a country in the extreme core continent, through good use of the Chongyang terrain, there is still hope to defend. Duan Chongqing said. Zhu Minglan remembered the worries that were entangled in Li Yunzi's brows. Now he understood why they never seemed to dissipate. What she saw, and what the family members in the hall saw, were simply not on the same level. Looking the same was not enough. Li Yunzi was Li Yunzi, and Non Lingsha was Non Lingsha. But if they lose the competition, dragon herders and divine beings would flood into the war. Everything would be unpredictable. End of this chapter. Chapter 112 Raising Dragons is also quite simple. Before setting off, Non Linsha took Zhu Minglan to a place which was known as the sacred forest of their Non family. The Non family sacred forest was located behind the mansion, separated by a garden. Walking along the garden towards the depths of the forest, they could see a vast and magnificent grove of fir trees. The fir trees were tall and straight, with canopies like umbrellas that blocked out the sun. Leading the way was a guardian of the Non family and his son, Non Zhaobing. When Non Zhaobing saw Non Lingsha bringing Zhu Minglan to the sacred altar, his dissatisfaction was fully displayed on his face. The 10-year sacred dew will greatly help in the growth and strengthening of your Godwood Green sacred dragon, Non Lingsha said. The entire Non family was currently living in fear after Non Lingsha used the Book of Life and Death to capture the souls of all those who rebelled against Li Yunzi. As for the recent events at the council hall, the guardian of the sacred forest was also present. Your other dragon pets can also take a portion, but there is no need for more, as only the bloodline of the Godwood Green sacred dragon can undergo multiple absorptions, the chief guardian reiterated. Master Zhu, our sacred dew, unlike soul pearls and spirit fruits, does not inhibit digestion with other strengtheners. So when feeding the fir tree sacred dew, you can continue using other spiritual items for enhancement, the chief guardian reminded Zhu Minglan. Below the grove was an altar built of spirit wood stones. The sunlight was blocked by the tall fir tree canopy, but the stone altar emitted a brighter and hotter light than the sun. By autumn, Zhu Minglan would have another dragon master-level dragon. Non Lingsha walked towards the glowing stone altar and took out 10 portions of 10-year sacred dew and 1 portion of 100-year sacred dew. After not walking for long, the 3 of them arrived at a cliff. At that moment, the guardian fiercely slapped Non Zhaobing across the face. Zhu Minglan glanced at the guardian, whose tone was consistent, and inwardly sighed. Non Zhaobing's father was indeed talented, able to smooth things over like that. It's so amazing, it's truly a treasure. Zhu Minglan's eyes lit up. The 10-year sacred dew was extracted from the spirit essence of heaven and earth, ultimately obtained from the fir tree sacred altar. Typically, it is slowly extracted from fir trees over 10 years old. Just the collection process alone requires a substantial amount of manpower and resources. The 10-year sacred dew was not something easily acquired, let alone the 100-year sacred dew, a foundational treasure. Surprisingly, within the Non family's sacred forest, there truly existed a Godwood Green sacred dragon. With these sacred dews, Xia Qingzhuo's master-level strength was secured, and it didn't affect the digestion time of other enhancer spiritual items. Each portion of the 10-year sacred dew is enough for it to absorb for 10 days. As for the 100-year sacred dew, it is best taken when it is in a bottleneck in growth. It can help awaken some powerful sacred dragon powers while advancing directly, Non Lingsha explained. Non Lingsha withdrew her indifferent gaze, and the guardian breathed a sigh of relief before hurriedly continuing to lead Zhu Minglan. Other dragon clans from different cities spared no expense to obtain a portion of 10-year sacred dew from the Non family's side. In the end, Non Lingsha bundled the Non family's inventory and gave it all to Zhuminglang. The guardian shuddered, quickly apologized, and promised to punish his son more severely when they returned. The ancient godwood green sacred dragon accepted the beads and slowly crawled back to the cliff. Its head, body, and wings blended completely with the surrounding vegetation in no time. If these sacred dews did not conflict with the digestion of other spiritual items, it meant that the dragon's evolution had injected a rushing river of power. After the slap, the guardian immediately bowed and apologized to Zhuminglang, saying, "I am incompetent in teaching my son. Please do not worry about my foolish son." "Thank you, Miss Lingsha," Zhuminglang replied without reservation. Gradually, some wild green forest dragons found their final resting place in this fir tree sacred forest, developing a mutually beneficial relationship with the Non family, mainly due to the special nature of the fir tree sacred dew. During this digestion period, if the dragon pet were to consume a soul pearl or other enhancer, the effect would be close to zero. Moreover, this was a spiritual item that most suited the godwood green sacred dragon's attribute. If one had heard of the Non family possessing such a treasure beforehand, they would want a portion for their own dragon babies. As for the 1,000-year soul pearl, after ingestion, there was typically a digestion period of 7 days to a month. Zhuminglang accepted Non Lingsha's generous gift without any hesitation. After all, they would be family in the future. This 10-year sacred dew was an invaluable family treasure for the young descendants of the Non family. Otherwise, why would Non Xiaobing react so intensely just now? And now Non Lingsha was giving it to Zhuminglang and his dragon as if it were water. He should be properly disciplined, Non Lingsha said coldly. Non Lingsha, as usual, with a veil covering her face, looked coldly at the inexperienced junior who seemed to have come from nowhere. "Dad, Tears welled up in the guardian's eyes, but he couldn't say a word. Nevertheless, he couldn't help himself. Smack. If the guardian felt that Zhuminglang had any thoughts at this moment, he would be furious. The guardian urgently apologized to Zhuminglang again, and handed him the divided sacred dew in bamboo jars. In fact, one of the reasons why the non-patriarch turned against Li Yunzi was partly due to this 100-year sacred dew. Indeed, one needed such treasures to dominate a territory. It seems he still doesn't realize what he did wrong. A little guidance from a friend, and I could actually help him. Zhuminglang smiled, addressing the guardian. "Guardian, let's go offer the sacred dew." "This is our offering," the chief guardian said, as he placed several sparkling and translucent beads beside him before respectfully bowing and stepping back. It was no wonder it was a treasure item of the Non family. It would be difficult for the various clans in the Shandong continent to find spiritual items that didn't affect the digestion period like that. The guardian hurried to pick up the dazed and bewildered Non Xiaobing, scolded him, and said, "Hurry and leave. I brought you here to broaden your horizons, not to talk so much." The sacred dew brewed at the wooden spirit altar after 10 years is intended to nurture new godwood green sacred dragon or baptize the most outstanding dragon breeders in the clan. How can we casually give it to an outsider, especially one with a bad reputation? Non Xiaobing deeply resented Zhuminglang in his heart. The 10-year dew is the most precious treasure of our Non family's sacred forest. The young descendants of the Non family compete for it secretly. It's all about obtaining the 10-year dew from this sacred forest. Raising dragons didn't seem as difficult as imagined. The slap knocked some of Non Xiaobing's teeth loose, and his mouth was filled with blood. On the side, the chief guardian, eyeing the bamboo jars that Zhuminglang was holding, swallowed hard, his throat squirming. It was extremely rare to find sacred dew like the one hidden by the Non family, even though it would be challenging to discover it by traversing countless mountains and forests. The 100-year sacred dew was even rarer, extracted from 100-year-old fir trees. It was obtaining the 100-year sacred dew that had secured the Non family's prestigious position, enabling them to stand unwavering. Since he couldn't stop it, the chief guardian thought it might be better to show goodwill to Zhuminglang, especially since his son, Non Xiaobing, had caused offense. Non Xiaobing had already been knocked unconscious. Finally, under his father's stern and wrathful eyes, he ran back in retreat. The non-patriarch desired to enjoy the upcoming birth of the 100-year sacred dew for himself, while Li Yunzi hoped to use it to nurture a new powerful dragon breeder. Chief Guardian, the incubation of the 100-year sacred dew has been completed. please offer it to Zhuminglang, Mon Lingsha added. However, all these enhancer spiritual items had a digestion time limit. Feeling that once all the 10-year and 100-year sacred dews were absorbed, and focusing on other aspects concurrently, Xia Qingzhuo was guaranteed to advance to a Dragon Master level. Alright. Thank you again, Miss Lingsha, Zhuminglang said. It was a crone-like ancient godwood green sacred dragon. Zhuminglang was secretly shocked. Most of the dragon's body was still concealed in the cliff, showing only a glimpse, yet it emanated a sense of power, ancientness, and mystery. A figure like the chief guardian, who had held his duties for years, had only received a share due to hard work dedication. If the chief guardian knew what Zhuminglang was thinking at that moment, he'd probably be outraged. The so-called enhancement involved using various rare materials to infuse one's dragon with celestial and terrestrial energy, rapidly boosting their strength and helping them pass through several growth stages swiftly. Zhuminglang inwardly admired the chief guardian for his resolute words. Provoking him further would result in Non Lingsha's displeasure or even punishment. Although these words shouldn't have been spoken in front of a senior or Non Lingsha, the chief guardian said them in front of Non Lingsha. The 100-year sacred dew is the foundation of our Non family. The guardian of the sacred forest was speechless, not expecting Non Lingsha to give this treasure to Zhuminglang. However, he soon noticed Non Lingsha's gaze and continued, "But only treasures like this are worthy of young Master Zhuminglang's status." Rising to the top was a possibility. As they approached, a towering, ancient tree on the cliff suddenly came to life. Its body stretched out among dense foliage, and an old head emerged, gazing down at the tree approaching the altar. The Non family had worked diligently for unknown years to produce such a small amount of sacred dew. Each portion was invaluable, capable of turning a pig into a land dragon. That's why the Non patriarch, despite being of significant age, was unwilling to let go of the 100-year sacred dew's ownership, participating in the plan to subdue Li Yunzi. End of this chapter. Chapter 113. Li Crossing Pains. There are still a few days before departure. Zhuminglang decided to stay in the Silver for Holy Forest to mainly train the Black Kang Violent Dragon and the Shenmuqing Holy Dragon. Dahaya had consumed a Dragon Lord level Kang Dragon Soul B. After nearly a month of digestion, it has now reached the level of a Dragon General, and has grown scales of Dark Thunder. The Dark Thunder scales are special, as they absorb the vast majority of energy in the Black Kang Violent Dragon's body is attacked by enemies, including vibrations such as impact will be absorbed by the Dark Thunder scales, then bestowed upon the Black Kang Violent Dragon's horns, claws, tail, back, and other parts with Dark Thunderstorm blessings. This makes every attack from the Black Kang Violent Dragon produce a thunderstorm, naturally making its power extremely frightening. In addition, Dahaya comprehended ancient dragon combat skills, the Blood of Valor. This is a powerful ability that makes ancient dragons braver as they fight more. Tyrant dragons are top predators. When they maintain a high battle posture, their blood will continue to flow more intensely and boil continuously, gradually awakening their ancient fighting spirits, meanwhile fully releasing all their potential in the struggle. Every wound torn on the enemy, the scent of blood, will make the tyrant dragon stronger. Suffering injuries, losing blood will also make the tyrant dragon stronger than before. Constant fighting, constant killing, conquering all the surrounding creatures, maintaining the momentum of the highest predator and the dragon's majesty will also make the blood of valor in the tyrant dragon's body boil, causing an all-round explosion of strength, defense, speed, reflexes, self-healing, combat skills, and abilities. As long as it doesn't die, it gets stronger. Dahai is a hybrid of a tyrant dragon and a Kang dragon, and awakening this blood of valor, it can be said that it finally has its own true ancient dragon soul. Therefore, Zhuminglang plans to find more opponents in the Holy Forest for Dahaya to truly hone its combat skills. It is worth mentioning that this Blood of Valor is not just temporarily gained during battle, but after the battle, it will retain some potential in the ancient dragon's body. This also means that with each victory in battle, the tyrant dragon will permanently increase his strength. This combat skill can be considered a divine skill of ancient dragons. Thanks to Zhuminglang's best efforts in feeding and strengthening, Dahaya may not miss the awakening of this ability. With this Blood of Valor, Dahaya is not afraid of being surpassed by the naturally talented White Che and the sacred dragon lineage of Qingzhuo. However, Dahaya is still undergoing the digestion period. A main level soul bead is still quite heavy for Dahaya, and the digestion period will be long. Of course, This also means that Dahaya may continue to strengthen. Moreover, battle can shorten the digestion period and increase the chance of awakening abilities. Feeding, nourishing, fighting, and strengthening, all four are indispensable for the growth of dragons, and it is best if they complement each other. White Che is an exception. White Che might be full of fighting attributes from past lives. This life only needs to be fed, nurtured, and sleep. Whether to fight or not depends on mood, as well as whether the opponent is worthy. I feel like I don't really understand little White Che. When I return home, I can consult Master Chidi. Zhu Minglin remembered the appearance of Master Chidi in his mind and couldn't help but smile. He remembered, when he was very young, Master Chidi had a hard time persuading himself to become a dragon tamer, but he ultimately chose to be a divine being. Now, he has become a dragon tamer. Hopefully, Master Chidi won't end up like his aunt, losing all hope in him. Master Chidi should be able to explain the regressive state of little White Che. Zhu Minglin muttered to himself. Zhu Men, I wonder if for them, my return is a good thing, or is it a headache? Some are happy, some are anxious. Walking in the Silver for Holy Forest, Zhu Minglin completed his dragon training for the day and was planning to return to the Southern Chamber Mansion, but he found himself inadvertently walking to the other side of the garden where there was a temple deep in the woods. It was already night, and there were candle lights in the temple. Out of curiosity, Zhu Minglin walked towards the temple. Normally, only on anniversaries would candles be lit in such temples. Just as Zhu Minglin arrived at the temple gate, he saw a person sitting on a mat inside, holding a pot of wine. The person's hair and beard seemed unkempt for some time, looking a bit messy. By the candlelight, Zhu Minglin could see this person clearly. It was actually the head of the Li family, Li Ying. He looked much more haggard and aged than when Zhu Minglin last saw him, his gaze not as sharp as before, rather resembling a middle-aged man keeping vigil. He took a sip of wine, saw Zhu Minglin, but showed no surprise, only calmly asked, "Care for some wine?" Looking at the somewhat dispirited Li Ying, Zhu Minglin did not feel much sympathy in his heart. This guy brought it upon himself. To be able to sit here keeping vigil and enjoying tranquility was probably due to Li Yunzi and Nan Lingsha still thinking of him as their father, reluctant to see him as their father's murderer. "Who are you mourning?" Zhu Minglin asked. "My wife," Li Ying replied. "How did she die?" Zhu Minglin glanced at the table in the temple where the memorial tablets were placed. It was not Kantan, but Li Ying's original wife, the mother of Li Yunzi and Nan Linsha. "My wife and I had 4 daughters. 2 of them were weak and sickly from birth. They passed away at 2 or 3 years old. My wife left the same day due to excessive grief," Li Ying explained. How many daughters did Li Ying have after all? Did he always long for a son, but was punished by fate, only given daughters, leading to resentment in his heart? "Today?" Zhu Minglin asked. "Yes, not cherished when alive, but mourned once dead. It's truly laughable," Zhu Minglin stated. "I just wanted to keep them locked up. I just wanted to keep them locked up." Saying this, Li Ying gulped down some more strong alcohol, then continued repeating those words. Li Ying seemed to be a bit unclear-headed from drinking. However, the regret and pain in his heart were also evident. Zhu Minglin did not want to console this self-inflicted father-in-law and turned to leave the temple. As he passed by Li Ying, lying drunk on the ground, Zhu Minglin saw a name on one of the memorial tablets that seemed vaguely familiar. Li Crossing Hua. Crossing Hua. Isn't she the prophet that Nan Linsha mentioned? Zhu Minglin walked over to find the name clearly written on the tablet, along with the birth and death dates indicating an early demise. Nan Linsha had told him about a woman named Crossing Hua, who was a fortune-teller. Li Yunzi had also learned a rough timeline from this prophet, suggesting that a new continent similar to the Wutu might emerge in the Chuandadi region within this time frame. The thing is, her memorial is here, dead for a long time. Could it be that Li Yunzi has a spell to communicate with spirits? "Hey, your deceased daughter. How can she be asleep drunk? Is this how you mourn your late wife and daughter?" Zhu Minglin turned back to look at Li Ying and rolled his eyes in exasperation. "Is this memorial tablet fake? Could it be that this prophet named Crossing Hua isn't dead, but hiding somewhere for some reason? Does Li Ying know that his daughter is still alive?" Nanya Shuo. Zhu Minglin soon noticed another memorial tablet placed almost next to Li Crossing Hua's. Li Ying just said that he lost 2 younger daughters, so it must be them. Could it be that the premature deaths of Li Crossing Hua and Non Yushuo were not due to weakness and illness, but they were actually killed by someone? And Li Yunzi's and Non Lingxia's mother, distraught and over grief-stricken the same day, indirectly met a similar fate. Was it Kan Tong? Li Ying was clueless, but Li Yunzi seems to have suspicions, which is why she had a strained relationship with her father. Or did Li Yunzi save her sister Crossing Hua, but both her mother and Non Yushuo were tragically killed? Realizing she was too young, the enemy too powerful, so Li Yunzi could only hide Crossing Hua. Besides Kan Tong, could there be involvement from Non Taigong? Then, why would Non Taigong want to launch a retaliation against Li Yunzi? Even if it was for the sake of the exclusive enjoyment of the centennial holy dew, the grudge shouldn't have been so great to be incessant. For so many years, Li Yunzi and Non Lingxia have been silently enduring, waiting for an opportunity to eliminate all those who harmed them in the past. Is Li Ying simply ignorant, not knowing that the murderers of his wife and daughters are among the non-clan at the Li family residence? Or perhaps he was also involved, causing the death of one of his daughters, causing the death of his first wife. It's tough to see how many malicious individuals can exist within a single family. Truly, Li Yunzi and Non Lingxia had a tough time surviving in such an environment. Luckily, the outcome was good in the end, with the sisters ultimately managing to eliminate all those who wronged them in the past. Having understood all this, Zhu Minglan took a final look at the drunken Li Ying lying on the ground and shook his head helplessly. He lit 2 candles, placing them respectively on the memorial tablet of the deceased Non Yushuo and Li Yunzi's mother. After the offerings, Zhu Minglan no longer paid attention to Li Ying. Walking out of the temple, he packed up that night, almost ready to return to the Jiading continent, back to Zhu Gate. I wonder if the candle oil under my spiritual tablet has turned into solid stone. Sigh. The first thing to do when I get back is to remove my spiritual tablet from the temple at Zhu Gate. I'm not dead. Don't worship me. In midsummer, the mountain flowers bloomed brilliantly. Flying above the Chuandadi plain, one could always see vast stretches of flower seas, generously sprinkled, making people unable to resist lingering there. Riding aboard the sailed dragon, the vast land and boundless rivers were slowly disappearing on the horizon, replaced by rolling mountain ranges. These mountain ranges were the Changxia Mountains, the boundary between the ancestral Dragon City-State and the Lingxia City-State. Due to the perennial warfare, one could see standing stones in valleys, long roads, and mountain ridges, with flags swaying in the mountain breeze. The group did not linger here, as they were not allowed to interfere at will in the war due to Zhu Zuan and Pu Shiming's roles as enforcers. They were not only monitoring the divine beings and dragon tamers of those forces, but also keeping an eye on the people of the Chuandadi region. If there were violations or insubordination, the consequences were almost the same as those faced at the Zong Palace. The sailed dragon belonged to President Duan Chongqing's team of dragon tamers. This time, there were quite a few people traveling to the Jiading continent. Just the team of dragon tamers led by Duan Chongqing alone consisted of 8 people. Zhu Mingling's team seemed a bit shabby. If it weren't for Non Lingxia, a divine being, joining, he would only have a little dragon fodder steward, Fang Nan accompanying him. End of this chapter. Chapter 114. According to the orders of the Li family ancestral grandmother, Non Lingxia was finally divided into the family power. After all, the current order of the Li Chuandadi is a member of the Zhu Gate, able to easily destroy the Zong Palace, and even make all the ambitious powers of the Jiading continent obediently follow the rules. In the eyes of the ancestral grandmother, the Zhu Gate might be relied upon by the future of the Zulong city. So the meaning of the ancestral grandmother is that since Zhu Mingling and Li Yunzi are so affectionate, then they should get married cleanly and neatly. Considering that Li Yunzi cannot leave the battlefield, Non Lingxia is temporarily replaced. The Li family, non-clan, has always attached importance to marriage alliances, and the ancestral grandmother is also a very straightforward person. She hopes that the Li family non-clan can be tied to a prestigious family in the Jiading continent first, to avoid the collapse of the battlefield, the difficulty of defending the city, and the disaster of being destroyed in the future. So before leaving, the ancestral grandmother had insisted on getting married. Zhu Minglan resolutely disagreed with such absurd things. Even if it was just a show, Non Lingxia could not marry on behalf of Li Yunzi. Similarly, Non Lingxia is also an individual who cannot be restrained. Perhaps the ancestral grandmother wanted to force her to do such a thing with Zhu Minglan. She wouldn't mind drawing an extra coffin, burying her. Non Lingsha is probably the person who cares the least about the entire Zulon city-state becoming slaves. In her eyes, the non-clan is just a burden, and her feelings for the academy are deeper than for the non-clan. Otherwise, when the Zong Palace was destroyed, she did not appear in the internal meetings, but was at the Dragon Taming Academy. After some negotiation, the ancestral grandmother finally dispelled the thought of marriage, but still requested Non Lingsha to join Zhu Minglan's shabby dragon herder team as a member of the family power. Some higher-level dragon herders often have diviners in their teams, and the competition of forces is not a solo fight. The ancestral grandmother has no emotional attachment to the Dragon Taming Academy and naturally hopes that Non Lingsha will go to the Jiding continent as a member of the family power. Considering the advanced age of the ancestral grandmother and the limited time left, in order to enjoy her later years peacefully, Non Lingsha reluctantly joined Zhu Minglan's team. Passing through the Lingsha city-state, all they saw was chaos. The rivers outside some cities were mostly red, and corpses were piled up near the roads like haystacks. Attacks of wild dogs and circling crows. The Lingsha Union clearly could not withstand the military forces of the Riguo, and the laws of the Jiuding continent did not protect it, to the extent that human life was considered less than grass. Many people from Zichu, Zon Palace City, and the Lingsha Union started fleeing to the east, wishing to enter the Zulon city-state's territory for protection, but it was unknown if the Zulon city-state would be willing to open this door for them. The fate of the lawless land was too tragic, either being killed or enslaved. Perhaps the people of the Lingsha Union never dreamed that such a day would come. Passing through the Lingsha Union, they arrived at Zichu. Zichu was more of a hell on earth, with its armies looting without restraint, power struggles, inhumane conditions. Zichu didn't even have city-states. It was like a barbaric tribe that was trampled by a more powerful army. Surviving was already lucky, let alone dignity. Seeing these scenes, several people in Duen Chongqing's team dared not believe it. Across the Long Gorge Mountain, it was like the difference between heaven and hell. Although the Zulong city-state was in a state of panic, life was still somewhat normal. Looking at the Lingsha Union and Zichu, was this the fate of the weak and backward? A few months ago, people were still condemning the queen for causing wars, especially the people of the southern region, who hated the queen, thinking she was a reincarnated witch, cruel and ruthless. Perhaps now all of them are kneeling and thanking the queen. Without Li Yunzi guarding this long gorge, many cities and city-states in elite Chuandadi plains would have turned out like this. By Hongbo sighed heavily. Our vision is ultimately to Shala. When Wutu appeared, many rulers were arrogant, thinking they could act recklessly in Wutu, enjoying the twisted pleasure brought by lawlessness, but only Li Yunzi needed to establish order there. Order. They were extremely eager for that order now. With order, although it could not guarantee life safety completely, it would be better than treating humans worse than livestock. Hopefully the Zulon city-state can hold on until the day when order is established. May heaven bless the Zulon city-state. It's not old heaven who is blessing the Zulon city-state now, it's the queen. The queen has always been viewed as a deity by the people of the Zulong city-state. They didn't linger in the midst of the chaos of war. Many people in their group were high scholars from the academy, feeling compassion for the people, but at this point, they could only turn a blind eye. There was nothing they could do. They had to continue moving forward to establish order in this vastly Chuandadi land. Arriving at the west cliff, magma continuously emitted a large amount of heat, the scorching wind swirling around, seeming like one towering scarlet python after another, overlooking this tiny and insignificant Zichu land. Troops flowed continuously into the west cliff, even at a certain risk to their lives. They had to pass through this long corridor of the west cliff, looking as if they didn't want to settle for leftovers. There were many diviners and dragon herders. They passed through the corridor, exploring this new land. Even though there were observers, it didn't hinder their exploration of those strange mountains and lands. Moreover, the observers couldn't peek at the mainland. They didn't lay hands on some major city-states, but watched small city-states, from which they still gained significant benefits. Many things, even knowing they would happen, even knowing many people would suffer, but there was no way around it. Not everyone, like Li Yunzi, waged wars to establish order. Arriving at the west cliff, In a scorched earth area about to extend to the Jiuting continent, a group of people was clearing the ground full of corpses. These corpses were not all human. There were also a large number of dragon corpses. Are you also wanting to go to the Jiuting continent? Are you going back by yourself, or like them, leaving your lives here? A man walked towards Zhu Mingling and others, with a yellow snake by his side, which had horns and no limbs, its huge lantern-like eyes staring at all those who wanted to pass through the corridor. It seemed that some dragon herders wanted to enter the Jiuting continent but were killed. The corridor was one way. People from the Li Chuandadi region were not allowed to enter the Jiuting continent, just like how the residents of Wutu couldn't enter the Li Chuandadi plains back then. The intruders were all killed, and many of them were dragon herders. Zhu Mingling, do you have any items to prove your identity on the Jiuting continent, like a family waist badge or something? Dean Duen Chongqing asked. No. Do you have one, Dean? Zhu Mingling smiled bitterly. Dean Duen Chongqing thought for a moment, then nodded. I don't know if this counts. He raised his hand to the sky, and a dazzling light in the form of a long spear pierced down fiercely. In the light, a stunning golden dragon appeared, soaring in the scorching sun, its dragon power burning like flames on its head, making people panic and want to bow down on the ground. Wan Meng Kanglon. At this moment, the dragon that Dean Duen Chongqing summoned was a true dragon lord, with golden scales, 5 claws, dragon whiskers, and horns, all displaying the dignity and power of this blue dragon. I wonder if this will work. Dean Duen Chongqing walked forward and looked directly at the man with the earth snake dragon, and asked calmly. The man stood still, his earth serpent dragon companion trembling and coiling on the ground, its absolute dragon power suppressing it, making it lose even the will to fight. You can. Excuse the rashness just now, respected dragon hermit, we thought you were also from the Li Chuandadi region. The yellow snake man hurriedly. We come from the Li Chuandadi region, Dean Duen Chongqing said. The yellow snake man widened his eyes, looking somewhat disbelieving, and after a while, he smiled apologetically. The respect for a dragon hermit is not limited by territory. Please continue forward. Respected hermits, passing through the corridor, there were indeed no other dragon herders from the Jiuting continent obstructing them. After all, the dragon lords were highly respected individuals among various factions. Zhu Mingling glanced at Dean Duen Chongqing, then at the yellow snake man who dared not be arrogant. Strength is the true way of survival. Dean Duen Chongqing, this dragon lord, had the qualifications to pass through everything. After traversing the extremely hot land corridor, what they saw was a vast expanse of hills and sea. The sea was a mixture of void and magma, some of which flowed into the valleys, creating terrifying abyssal lakes. Some streamed towards fault lines and crevices formed by the impact of the land, creating shocking cavern waterfalls. They could also see lying mountain ranges, but the mountain ranges were broken and fragmented, apparently due to the buffering effect of the void sea, causing extremely frightening geological vibrations, making the mountains, sea, and valleys unrecognizable. After passing through this broken land, the territory of the Ruiguo finally appeared before them, with the first sight being a vast mountain grassland. Giant birds circled above the mountains. Herds of beasts ran across the grasslands. Most of these giant birds and wild beasts already had demonic cultivation. Without some strength, it was probably extremely difficult to travel outside. Near the mountains, the group finally saw the first city, which seemed to be composed of 7 or 8 small towns scattered around a grassy lake with a radius of 10 miles. It doesn't seem much different from our city-states in the Zulon city-state. I thought the city walls were in the sky, the buildings were made of gold, and everyone walked like celestial beings. Fang Nianian curiously observed the first city she saw in the Jiuting continent and said, somewhat disappointedly, alas. Zhu Mingling and Dean Duen Chongqing both laughed. It was just the same. Ordinary people were still ordinary people, living in city walls and buildings. Couldn't people be content with what they had, instead of fantasizing about having superhuman abilities and living in heavenly palaces? Some parts of the Jiuting continent are quite backward, not even as good as the Zulon city-state. Zhu Mingling said, speaking of which, what status are your family in this land? Do you have a say in your family? Bai Hongbo asked. End of this chapter. Chapter 115. Sin City. The rise and fall of the Zonglin family and clan may also change within a few years. When I left my family, The Zhu family was only ranked at the bottom of the 6 major clans in the Jiding imperial city. After all, most of my people are craftsmen, and there are fewer divine practitioners and dragon herders compared to other Zonglin families and clans. Although I am not considered a side branch, I caused quite a bit of trouble when I was young, and my influence was not particularly high, Zhu Mingling explained. In the past, Zhu Mingling in the Zhu family was similar to Nam Lingsha in the Non family, where no one dared to provoke or restrain her. Now, Zhu Mingling thought it would be best to continue to develop his skills and live as a perfect transparent person. Of course, becoming the dominant force in the Zulong city-state is something he may resolve by talking to some elders in his clan who would go to the temple to offer incense to themselves. But come to think of it, I remember that the main institutions of the 2 major academies are not in the Jiding imperial city, but in 2 different national capitals. Zhu Mingling recalled these things. Although there are indeed 2 academies in the imperial city, they are not the highest institutions of the divine practitioners and dragon trainers. Could it be that there have been changes in recent decades? Duan Chongqing frowned. Let's learn more about it when we pass through some cities or national capitals along the way, Zhu Mingling said. After resting for a while in this grassland lake city, buying a map, preparing enough water for the dragons, the group continued west. The journey was long and not all places allowed direct flight. Some deep mountain forests might be the territory of powerful demonic spirits, and any creature flying over their territory would be considered intruders and attacked by them. It was safer to follow the paths between the various cities and avoid areas where wild beasts roam. Even a Dragon Lord level creature had places they couldn't easily cross, let alone in the Jiding continent. Crossing mountains and rivers, heading west, when they arrived at the national capital of Rua country, Duan Chongqing's dragon herding team had to bid farewell to Zhu Mingling. The highest institution of the Dragon Taming Academy had already moved to the easternmost part of the Jiding continent, becoming the national institution in Huanwo. The Longzhou Dragon Taming Academy must quickly obtain recognition from this Dragon Taming National Institution, otherwise, it might be considered an irregular force like the Zonggong Palace and be straightened out by the orders. With a bit of reluctance, Zhu Mingling had to bid farewell to Duan Chongqing's Fanshit dragon. A dragon with sails as big as boat sails was truly the perfect aerial mount. Fast speed, stable flight, able to glide without energy consumption, using the currents rising from the ground. As long as enough water was replenished, it could fly in the sky for a day and a night. Fortunately, the Shenmu dragon had also grown, carrying Zhu Mingling, Non Lingsha, and Fang Nianian was not a big problem. Otherwise, they would have to walk solely on the national roads and not know when they would arrive at the Jiding Emperor capital. I want to take a risk and take this road. It will be much faster to reach the next national boundaries, Zhu Mingling said. The more difficult point is that we must pass through a Sin city if we take this route, Zhu Mingling said, holding a map and redesigning the route. Non Lingsha raised her eyes and glanced at Zhu Mingling. She didn't respond. The meaning was obvious. You decide for yourself. No need to consult me. In the past, Zhu Mingling would not have hesitated to choose this route, whatever Sin city. Those who disrespect him would be crushed. But now he was still growing, and he had 2 girls with him. Sin city, as the name suggests, is a gathering place for evildoers and heretics, including exiles, wanted criminals, traitorous troops, and dark forces. There is no law, no order in Sin city. Everyone survives on their own merits. In the end, Zhu Mingling decided to pass through the Sin city. After all, if the Zhu family could take control sooner, the people of the Zulong city-state would suffer less. Within a radius of 100 miles, Sin city was all unclaimed land. Soon after they entered, Zhu Mingling and the others saw 2 private armies fighting on the main road, seemingly wanting to seize each other's quality equipment. Avoiding their battlefield, in Sin city, there were all kinds of scoundrels and evildoers. The most direct way to ensure survival in such a place was to show one's strength and let those who were ready to act know that you were not an easy target. In Sin city, on the main roads of the city, there were merchants selling stolen goods. They displayed their loot directly, either exchanging goods or only accepting gold. Zhu Mingling, there are so many good things here, and the prices are not high. Fang Nianian's crescent eyes lit up, as if she didn't take the terror of Sin city seriously. I need some dragon blood for ink, Non Lingsha said. Many people were selling dragon blood, dragon bones, and dragon skin as soon as they entered. Okay, let's look around. I'll also take care of the soul beads I have on hand. Zhu Mingling said. The most attractive thing about Sin City was its goods, as most of them were ill-gotten, often of excellent quality and at low prices. Since the silver for holy dew could overlap with strengthening spiritual items, it would be best to find suitable soul beads and spiritual items for the Shenmu Green Sacred Dragon to absorb. Zhu Mingling still hadn't sold the Dragon Beast soul beads of the For Dragon Warlords, because there were only a few dragon herders in the Zulong City state, and many items with special attributes were not easily circulated. This is a star fragment crystal collected from the cracks on the east side of Rua country. Zhu Mingling, did you see this? It's Baiqi's ration, Fang Nianian said excitedly. Zhu Mingling looked over and found, indeed someone was selling these star fragment crystals. Fang Nianian was indeed his little ration manager. Just like a market, she actually found Baiqi's fee. She went up to inquire about the price. It was so outrageously high that it was almost like directly robbing the money. Just half a month of Baiqi's high-quality ration might wipe out all the soul beads Zhu Mingling had saved up. You can make it cheaper. Let one of your sisters spend a few nights with me. Ha ha. What a great figure she has. I haven't seen a girl with such a good body shape in a long time. She must be a great beauty. Why cover her face? The bald brother selling the star fragment crystal said. I like her legs. Just looking at them is thrilling, the bald younger brother said. Fang Nianian was negotiating with them about the price, but she didn't expect them to say such vulgar words. She was so angry that her face turned red. Just as she was about to leave, a scent of ink came from somewhere. Fang Nianian raised her head and saw two lines of ink slowly dripping down and falling behind the necks of the two brothers, who were still lewdly laughing. Suddenly, the ink turned into a lasso and swiftly wrapped around the necks of the two brothers, lifting them alive. Hanging by the rope, the two brothers struggled madly, trying with all their might to escape the noose, but the leash was getting tighter around their necks. Zhu Mingling quickly stepped forward, looking up at the two brothers, who were almost suffocating. Why did they have to provoke this female demon? Nan Lingsha's strength was also that of a strong person in the Jiding continent. The forces in this Sin City might not be able to subdue her. End of chapter. Chapter 116. The cunning villain Spare us. The brother managed to utter these words with great difficulty, his eyes nearly popping out of their sockets. If he didn't relax his grip soon, they would truly be doomed. Finally, the noose of the gallows disappeared. The two men fell straight to the ground, first starting to dry heave and then gasp frantically. After passing through the gates of the underworld, they no longer bore the appearance of the vile rogues they were moments ago, now pitifully crawling on the ground. HMPH, as a token of gratitude, I will give you this much money. All these star crystal shards were originally mine to keep. Fang Nianian coldly snorted before throwing the money in front of them. The two brothers looked and found only a golden bead. But now, they dared not refuse and quickly handed over all the star crystal shards, then bowed apologetically to Nan Lingsha. This was the city of sin, and if Nan Lingsha decided to kill them, no one would say a word. These two brothers likely never imagined that the seemingly gentle and beautiful woman was actually such a powerful divine being. Why is your mouth so vulgar? Sister, there is dragon blood ahead. Let me show you. Fang Nianian's mood suddenly improved. They couldn't negotiate prices properly, always insisting on giving things for free. In this city of sin, the trade of dragon blood was abundant, with various types available. Dragon blood had a wide range of uses in the Great Court continent, unlike seeing it being sold in the lands of Lichuan, where there was dragon blood for sale. There was also dragon meat. As Zhu Mingling reached the place selling dragon meat, he noticed that the prices were exorbitant, especially for processed dragon meat cakes, which had been deboned, compressed, and turned into large, convenient to-carry meat buns as hard as rocks. Inedible for humans, they were meant to feed ferocious meat-eating dragon beasts. One of these meat buns costs 5 gold sands. Zhu Mingling sighed. For Da Heya, who had now ascended to the Dragon Lord rank, he would need to start eating real dragon meat. Placing the dragon meat buns into Zhaobaqian spatial magic, Zhu Mingling observed many dragon breeders purchasing large quantities of dragon feet, needing their mounts to carry them in bags and bundles on their dragon backs. Zhaobaqian spatial magic was quite rare, saving them a lot of trouble, especially when they started having multiple dragon companions. One trip would require a whole caravan of food transport. Finally, Zhu Mingling found Ziqingzhuo's soul orb, trading it for the soul orb of the tyrant dragon he had defeated. The other party was quite generous, agreeing to the trade even though their spirit leaf soul orb was of higher quality. Their trip to the city of Sin had unexpectedly fulfilled their supply needs, leaving Zhu Minglan quite satisfied. However, such a place was not suitable for a long stay. Who knew if some villains would buy something valuable and refuse to pay, leading to conflicts with the stall owners and causing chaos on the streets. As they left the city of Sin, night fell, with stars twinkling dimly in the sky, outlining the silhouette of the mountain road ahead. The wind rustled through the leaves, causing a large group of leaves to swirl and fall from the trees, dancing in the air before settling back down. "Why don't we spend the night in the city?" Fang Nianian asked, puzzled. "Haven't you seen many others like us leaving the city of Sin before night falls?" Zhu Minglan replied. He wasn't truly afraid of the city's sins, but rather wished to avoid getting entangled in meaningless conflicts, wasting time. "Gentlemen, are you so hurried to leave, thinking my brother and I are easy targets for you?" Suddenly, two shadows sped towards them from the woods. If you don't give us a good time, don't even think about leaving here alive." The burly bald brother spoke with arrogance. These were the two bald brothers who, at the moment, seemed to have forgotten the pain of the noose around their necks. Their eyes gleamed with malice as they gazed at the graceful figure of Non Lingsha. "You two are truly asking for trouble," Zhu Minglan sneered. "Who really doesn't know what they're up against? You dared to rob us of our crystals." The bald elder brother spat back. More footsteps echoed from the forest, with over a dozen people quickly closing in on them. They soon surrounded Zhu Minglan and his companions, clearly having been lying in wait for some time. All these individuals were dragon breeders who had summoned their dragon beasts, causing a flock of birds to suddenly take flight from the forest. "Who are these people?" Nam Lingsha asked in confusion. "That man is the one who sold us dragon meat. And that one over there sells dragon blood," Fang Nianian whispered. As Zhu Minglan looked, he indeed recognized those two vaguely familiar faces. They ran legitimate businesses during the day, but turned into forest bandits at night. It made sense in a way. Forest bandits typically targeted travelers on the road, as the smell of blood would alert others. They weren't quick to attack anyone passing by, choosing the fattest targets and making quick getaways. However, finding the perfect target was not always easy, considering the number of brothers involved. So, during the day, they selected potential victims among those trading with them. Many people understood the principle of keeping a low profile when outside. Trade discreetly, but during transactions, it was impossible to guard against everything. The buyers were usually interested in something valuable to them, and they could afford. They would identify their targets during the day and send people for surveillance. As soon as the targets left the city or fell for their trap, they would immediately seize and loot them, retrieving not only the goods sold during the day but plundering all their possessions. Crafty villains, indeed. If not for their despicable deeds, Zhu Minglan might have applauded the cunning merchants and scoundrels from the city of Sin, for mastering such a skillful industry was no small feat. Zhu Minglan surveyed the scene and found the man who had exchanged soul orbs with him, eyeing him with ill intent, obviously desiring to reclaim his lost treasure. All these merchants were well connected. "So, my friends, I said this woman is truly enchanting. Did I disappoint anyone?" The bald brother smirked once more. "Don't get too comfortable. She's a divine being. The man is a mid-level dragon breeder. He probably has a mid-level spirit with dragon beast." At this point, the man who had traded soul orbs with Zhu Minglan spoke up. Zhu Minglan was momentarily speechless. So, this was still a possibility. Assessing an opponent's strength based on the quality of exchange goods was quite clever. He learned a valuable lesson. Their business chain was indeed mature. "Take care of the ones behind, and I'll handle the front. We need not leave any of these scoundrels alive." Zhu Minglan whispered to Non Lingsha at his side. "You brought this trouble upon yourself. You deal with it," Non Lingsha said, with an air of aristocratic indifference, unwilling to dirty her hands. "Miss, have you forgotten again?" Zhu Minglan sighed in exasperation. There were many easy prey in the city of Sin, and it was no wonder they attracted the animosity of the bald brothers. "Sister, those two bald men are the vile rogues you nearly hanged in the daylight," Fang Nianian whispered. "Oh, then let Zhu Minglan deal with them." Nam Lingsha seemed to remember at that moment, as if dealing with such trash was second nature to her and not worth a second thought. Zhu Minglan had already summoned Thunder Kanbao Dragon, its dark thunder scales looking quite terrifying, emitting occasional electrical flashes that emphasized its wild and fierce appearance. "Oh!" Thunder Kanbao Dragon lunged towards the man who sold the soul orb, facing a blood-scythed dragon. The latter slashed at Thunder Kangbao Dragon's body with its razor-sharp claw. Instead of dodging, Thunder Kangbao Dragon simply opened its jaw and bit into the blood-scythed dragon's shoulder. Blood spurted out as the blood-scythed dragon retreated, using its long tongue to lick the wound, hoping the saliva's effects would quickly alleviate the pain and stop the bleeding. But the blood that seeped out was black. Rather than stopping, the wound worsened and spread rapidly. The ability to worsen wounds was one of the powers of Da Hei's claws and fangs. After biting the blood-scythed dragon, Thunder Kangbao Dragon turned into a battering ram, charging in a curved trajectory towards the group of dragon beasts behind Zhu Mingling and delivering a series of powerful blows. The thick dragon horns cracked the ground open, and with each collision with the beasts of the villains, Thunder Kangbao Dragon's scales emitted a brighter sheen. Finally, amidst the resounding thunder and dazzling flashes, Thunder Kangbao Dragon roared fiercely. As the 7 or 8 dragon beasts lunged at them, Da Hei tensed his entire body. A dark thunderstorm centered around Thunder Kangbao Dragon erupted towards its surroundings. Lightning danced and the air cracked, enveloping the dragon beasts in a dark web of thunder, electrically stimulating their muscles and nerves to the point of paralysis and tearing their skin and flesh apart. The thunderous rage of Da Hei's control over thunder had become even more proficient, towering above the dragon beasts of varying strengths, demonstrating unparalleled dominance. The man who sold the soul orb was frozen in shock. Though he deduced that Zhu Mingling was a mid-level dragon breeder, he had not expected his dragon to be so powerful that a group of dragon beasts, even led by 2 mid-level dragons, could not withstand Thunder Kangbao Dragon. End of the chapter. Chapter 117 Not only gave Ziqing Juo, deal with the front. Zhu Mingling called out again, summoning the Spirit Wood Qing Holy Dragon. The Spirit Wood Qing Holy Dragon was shining brightly, and after drinking the silver for sacred dew, its feathers became more magnificent, its vertical pupils deeper and more lively. When it appeared in this forest of leaves, its gaze swept through the fallen leaves as if the natural spirit had truly given life to these plants. Soon, the tall trees seemed to come alive. They twisted their sturdy trunks like human waistlines. They danced with their slender branches like agile arms. Their roots rose from the soil, turning into huge footprints, stepping towards the evil beasts of the dragon. Tree spirits. The Spirit Wood Qing Holy Dragon had turned the trees of this forest into tree spirit guards. They wielded their arms, directly hitting the robust dragons, sending them flying with blood all over. The dragons summoned by the bald 2 brothers were earth dragons, skilled at digging in the earth. However, they were forcefully pulled out of the soul by the tree spirit guards, like rolling balls, and slapped around by several sturdy tree spirit guards. The other dragons panicked and tried to scatter, but were soon entangled and completely unable to move by the tree spirit guards. The branches were as tough as iron whips, fiercely lashing at the flesh of these dragons. Dozens of towering tree spirit guards struck the dragons, causing their skin to split and flesh to blur. The faces of the corrupt merchants and villains turned pale, trembling. There were at least 12 to 20 of them, each capable of summoning a dragon, and the leader was also a high-level figure. But in front of the opponents Thunder Kang Violent Dragon and Spirit Wood Qing Holy Dragon, they were like a group of children being disciplined by a teacher with a ruler, completely powerless to fight back. You who seek wealth and harm lives, you have stained your hands with much blood, haven't you? I will send you on your way together, hoping that on the road to the underworld, you will reflect on your actions. With your brains, it would be better for you to conduct business honestly in your next life. Zhu Mingling said to the group of villains, showing no mercy. Zhu Mingling knew what kind of scum these people were, and he issued the death order. Soon, Da Hei and Ziqing Juo began to slay the dragons and people. The corrupt merchants and villains found the gap in strength too large to escape, but were forced back by the tree spirit guards. Soon, someone was torn apart by the incredibly strong tree spirit guards, their bodies torn apart. Their bodies were crushed into the soul by the tree spirit guards, including the bodies of the dragons, and would soon become fertile fertilizer, absorbed by the fallen trees. Spare us. The bald 2 brothers cry, tears and snot streaming down their faces. Non-Lingxia's divine power was not particularly magnificent, and they estimated that the other party was also a high-level divine practitioner. So they had gathered so many brothers, determined to retrieve the celestial crystal fragments and capture the detestable woman. Little did they know that the dragon herder by the woman's side was so powerful, directly sweeping away all of their men with 2 dragons. The same tone, But this time they would not have another chance. Two tree spirit guards stood behind them, one of them using tree roots to strangle the earth dragon belonging to the bald brother, standing like executioners behind the two insignificant humans. Doom. Doom. Lifting their roots like feet, two tree spirit guards stepped on the two brothers directly into the soil, flattening them, shattering their bones, disfiguring them completely. Spare us, spare us. We will hand over everything valuable. The man who sold the soul pearl cried out, full of remorse now, wondering why he had coveted that spirit leaf soul pearl. He could have just sold it, but ended up risking his life. Soon, others followed suit, surrendering their valuable items. However, Zhu Minglin was not so kind-hearted. He wanted everything, without leaving a single life. Allowing these remnants to live one more day in this world could possibly lead to the deaths of more innocent people. Kill them all, Zhu Minglin said. The tree spirit guards began a massacre, and the Black Hang Violent Dragon even used its thunderclap claw to split the high-level blood scythe dragon into two halves. Zhu Minglin began to collect the souls and brew the pearls during the battle. It was a pity that the quality of the soul pearls of these dragon herders and dragons was not particularly good. Collecting them and selling them in bulk should earn him a few hundred gold coins. Of course, these villains actually had more valuable items on them. After all, they had been doing more than just their own business all day. Zhu Minglin had been a bit tight on money lately, spending quite a bit on purchasing supplies during the day, and to his surprise, these enthusiastic citizens of the sinful city not only returned the money in full, but also spit out the treasures they carried with them. Not spending a penny, but earning a large sum. Just the soul pearl of the tyrant dragon could be sold for 1,000 gold coins. Fortunately, with the help of the tree spirit guards, they quickly brought out all the valuable items from the soil, eliminating the need for Zhu Minglin to search individually. All the valuable items were handed over to Zibai to guard with the Qiankun technique, leaving a mess on the ground. The tree spirit guards cleaned up as well. With so much sacred dew replenishing the spirit would Qing Holy Dragon's power, there was no rush. Humph! Cunning scoundrels, causing so many deaths for a little money. Under the moonlight, a few proud figures appeared on the small hill in front. These people were dressed in long robes, their hair tied up high, the moonlight shining on their upright bodies and reflecting off the swords in their hands, holding a sword, and all of them swordsmen. Although most soldiers on the battlefield carried swords and knives, these people were quite different from ordinary martial artists. One could sense a cultivation quality beyond the mundane in them. Disciples of the distant mountain sword sect, Zhu Minglin was too familiar with the attire of these people. Their attire is quite similar to the flying woman who appeared in the ancient dragon city back then. Fang Nianian muttered. Non Lingsha, on the side, gazed at these divine practitioners with some curiosity. After all, divine practitioners were extremely rare on the continent of Lichuan, but on the extremity land, divine practitioners seemed not that uncommon, with their figures seen in all major cities, city-states, and capitals. Fellow disciples. Zhu Minglin had not said much, but was interrupted by the other party. Scum of humanity, we advise you to surrender. We will not tolerate you villains to have emerged from the city of sin causing trouble in the world. At this moment, the man with the high forehead shouted, there will be another chapter soon. Approximately. End of this chapter. Chapter 118. Remote Mountain Sword Sec. Are you poking your own eyes blind while sharpening your swords? It's clearly this group of people ambushing us in the woods, trying to plot our money and harm our lives, yet they say we are villains. At this moment, Fang Nianian angrily scolded. Ridiculous. I was just about to say something similar, Zhu Minglin wanted to say. Even if your eyes are blind, does that mean your brains are too? Have you ever seen such handsome and elegant villains? Oh, they're blind. How ridiculous. You say these merchants attacked you while burying bodies. If they were plotting against you for money and lads, why are you still alive? The man with the high forehead sneered coldly. Do you have a connection with them? Non Lingsha continued to ask. Long story short, Non Lingsha said. Several disciples of the sword sect were lingering outside the city of Sin. The boss seemed unhappy, awakened by the harsh voice of this person. The moonlight was pure white, cast in like frost on the small mountain forest. Her thoughts were the same as Zhu Minglin's. Maiden, you can't escape, one of the women swordsmen with tight hair said, pointing the shining sword tip towards Non Lingsha wearing a veil. You. The high forehead man became even more furious. being a distinguished disciple of the sword sect, yet being ignored by this little dragon tamer like this. They dared not enter the city of sin because they were too weak and far from being able to cleanse the entire city of sin in terms of level and strength. Squeak, squeak, tilde 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 tilde. Just as the man was about to strike, a binding force of ice somehow wrapped around all the joints of his body, making his joints extremely stiff at the moment of raising his sword. They could only move their eyeballs now. The other 3 disciples of the sword sect were the same, the female swordsman maintaining the posture of raising her sword, her body frozen as ice, turned into an ice sculpture under the moonlight, her large eyes filled with shock. Traveling through the world, don't just remember to bring your sword, please bring your brain along as well. Fang Nianian rolled her eyes and said to these sword sect disciples. There was also one who seemed to have just woken up on the owner's shoulder. Encountering a few dim-witted sword sect disciples, I can't be bothered to argue with them, Zhu Mingling said. Ice Chen, Ice Chen. This female swordswoman had decent eyesight, seemingly recognizing the small form of the Ice Chen white dragon. If only she had discovered it earlier, they wouldn't be in this situation. The moon shone like frost on the calm fallen leaves in the forest, as well as on these 4 sword sect disciples visibly frozen at superhuman speed. Starting from the shoulder, then to the elbow, and swiftly to the wrist. Finally, this powerful ice-binding force froze even the joints of their fingers. 3 other men and women jumped down from the hill simultaneously, blocking in front of Zhu Mingling, Nan Lingsha, and Fang Nianian. As expected, it could reach the level of a dragon lord during its growth period. You've lowered the intelligence of the entire Jiaodan continent. They are the villains, Fang Nianian said angrily. You misunderstood. This time I was observing you. I found that you are completely different from Yunzi. Sometimes you are indifferent to everything. Sometimes you are curious about everything, like a girl who just began her journey. Zhu Mingling said, there are clearly 2 dragons here, so why kill the black treasure? Zhu Mingling, Nan Lingsha, and Fang Nianian walked past these 4 people, completely ignoring their terrified looks. The sword sticking in the palm, the sword body and hilt were all covered in frost. The arrogant sword sect disciple stood there like that, his eyes widened, staring helplessly as his whole body was covered by a thin layer of ice crystal. When it reaches the complete stage, it is only a matter of time before finding a spirit item suitable for the Ice Chen attribute. Before the anniversary, little Ice Chen will directly ascend to the level of a dragon lord. These sword sect disciples felt humiliated to the extreme, wishing they could break free from the ice, but they couldn't escape the ice-binding technique of little Ice Chen at all. After more than a month of sleep and the nurturing of sacred dew, little Ice Chen's strength became more solidified. In their understanding, whoever kills the other is plotting against their money and lives. Of course, high-grade nectar and star crystal shatters are absolutely indispensable. Amidst the fluttering leaves, the male swordsman of the sword sect flew down like an eagle, arms outstretched. What kind of logic is this again? I am not Li Yunzi. Don't search for her shadow on me. Nan Lingsha noticed Zhu Mingling's subtle glance and coldly warned him, take another step, and I'll kill your dragon beast. The high-forehead man said, pointing his sword towards the tall and fierce thunder-soaring tyrant dragon. Yawning, little Ice Chen changed position, letting its long tail droop down from Zhu Mingling's shoulder. The white fringed neck drifted against Zhu Mingling's shoulder blade, then dozed off again in a daze. Oh, wait, there are 3 dragons. Raising the sword extremely quickly, the high-forehead man's swordsmanship was extremely skilled, his movements invisible, his power accumulation also unseen. Zhu Mingling, what is the sword sect? Nan Lingsha asked. That's a long story. Entering the city of sin, there is no such thing as pure intentions. We are enforcing justice. But annoyingly, don't leave. Explain your crimes clearly so you don't suffer. The man with tight hair and a high forehead exclaimed. Therefore, they were waiting near the city of sin, intending to capture some wanted criminals who had come out of the city. Big Black Tooth slightly moved its head to either side, looking innocent at the man with the sword. You all have a whole night to think clearly about the issue here. We won't accompany you. Zhu Mingling continued walking forward, showing no fear of the long swords presented by these people. Not sure if it's just her perception. Nan Lingsha's tone and demeanor seemed different from her usual indifferent calmness. Although she didn't look much different from usual, her eyes revealed her own thoughts. At this moment, Fang Nianian nodded continuously. She looked at the Dragon Master Man, looking at the delicate white little dragon on his shoulder. One of the four major sects of the Jiaoding continent, the Remote Mountain Sword Sect and the Miao Mountain Sword Sect, are the largest factions of swordsmen. Located in the east and west respectively of the Jiaoding continent, both worshipped by several great countries, Zhu Mingling explained. Zhu Mingling put away the melancholic expression of reminiscing the past, stealing glances at Nam Lingsha. Both Zhu Mingling and Fang Nianian were dumbfounded, that they probably also wanted to gain some reputation and prestige while venturing outside. Although Fang Nianian had known Nam Lingsha for a long time, their interactions were merely polite, a kind of courtesy between a peach seller and a lady. However, now that everyone had been traveling together for so many days, Nam Lingsha at times would talk with her as if they were close, acting like sisters, and other times she would maintain a certain etiquette as when they first met. End of this chapter. Chapter 119. Senior sister of the sword sect, I have good days and bad days, she said. I feel delighted when I see the ever-changing clouds and the green mountains at dawn. I am also pleased when I see the bright moon above and the stars reflecting in the Milky Way. But what annoys me the most is when people pry and meddle in my business. Nam Lingsha's fierce gaze swept over Zhu Mingling, clearly targeting him. Zhu Mingling smiled wryly. However, the disciple with the long eyebrows heard it and immediately furrowed his brows, glaring at Zhu Mingling with displeasure. Master Mia Zhu is the senior sister of our sect now. You have no trace of sword cultivation on you. Don't spout such nonsense in front of the sect's gate. I have some connections with the sword sect as well, actually related to the young lady. Zhu Mingling continued. In fact, at this point, Zhu Mingling was quite familiar with the surroundings. After spending many years cultivating in these mountains, he could easily recognize the landscape without needing a map. Please inform senior sister Mia Zhu that Zhu Mingling is here to visit, Zhu Mingling said to the disciples guarding the mountain. Be respectful. As they passed through the area, Zhu Mingling pointed out, by crossing another territory, we will reach the boundary of the Yanshan Sword Sect's clan forest. Zhu Mingling had purchased several maps and realized that the Yanshan Sword Sect was not too far from the West Cliff. It was no wonder that Zhu Zuan had become the orderly of the new land. I used to cultivate with her when we were young. She was slow in practice, and I was quick to learn. I used to offer her some guidance, Zhu Mingling explained. Though the distance was not far, the vastness of the Jiaoding continent, along with rugged mountains and ancient forests, made it impossible to fly directly to many places. If you are from the sword sect, why does no one recognize you? Did you lose your fame and switch professions? Fang Nianian asked. Zhu Mingling had prepared a perfect explanation to make his junior sister believe that his disappearance for many years was reasonable and touching. However, he forgot that Fang Nianian had once seen him in a destitute state. There is a phoenix pine tree in front of where she resides at Runhong Peak, adorned with leaf bells. Can it be considered a token? Zhu Mingling said. Zhu Mingling, those people's attire earlier looked similar to that female orderly. Is she also from the Yanshan Sword Sect? Fang Nianian recalled, then asked. What token do you have? The disciple with the long eyebrows inquired. Well, I don't have any token. Zhu Mingling had no token on him, not even his Zhu clan identity badge. Although he didn't want to go to the Yanshan Sword Sect, he knew that it was impossible to directly fly over due to the sprawling mountain ranges and ancient forests. Since you are a swordsman, why are you also a dragon herder? Nam Lingsha asked. Zhu Mingling felt unsettled. Everyone showed respect as they gathered at the mountain gate, demonstrating their unity. Various sects, clans, temples, palaces, and academies exerted mixed influences, causing disorder and friction among the factions. Despite criticizing others for prying, Nam Lingsha herself was just as curious. Who is she? Purple Mia Zhu suddenly pointed at Nam Lingsha, asking in a tone filled with deep inquiry. She is a fantastical member of my dragon herding team, and my travel companion. This is my dragon feed steward, Fang Nianian. Zhu Mingling clarified, reorganizing his thoughts before explaining further. The connection between me and the sword sect runs deep. I spent a lot of time cultivating at the Yanshan Sword Sect when I was young. A sword grandmother from the sect is my great-grandparent, Zhu Mingling revealed. Zhu Mingling gazed deeply at Nam Lingsha. His original plan could have been quickly realized, but the interference from the Jiaoding continent extended the time and increased the difficulty. After briefly passing through various cities and capitals, they purchased what they needed and continued on their way. Sister, Zhu Mingling smiled gently, trying to resolve the situation. but everyone was too engrossed in their own thoughts. Is the Yanshan sword sect far? Nam Lingsha asked. Zhu Lang, why are you hiding things? Our story of meeting and falling in love is widely known throughout the land, Nan Lingsha commented with a smile, even with her veil on, radiating charm. The disciple with the long eyebrows scratched his head, glancing at the other disciples, if were nodding in agreement. However, the presence of rogue individuals like those from the sinful city could cause chaos beyond the major legitimate powers. So, who is Miaju's senior sister, and why does she remember you? Fang Nianian asked, with a jade ornament on her forehead. Nan Lingsha's silver jade shone, accentuating her rosy and delicate skin. As Purple Miaju questioned him, Zhu Minglan's mind was in disarray. To prying eyes, he responded with a weak smile, senior sister. Zhu Minglan whispered calmly. If he waited patiently for some more time, things would work out smoothly, and he could eradicate the malignant influence in the sect, ensuring happiness for himself and his family. The disciple with the long eyebrows was relatively polite, but still cautioned Zhu Minglan with his words. The group of disciples, who had been casually chatting moments before, now stood respectfully with their swords seemingly floating by their sides. The atmosphere became solemn and dignified under the white stone gate, with the swords slowly rotating, emitting a subtle metallic hum. The continents had merged, forming connecting landscapes, but the constant warring indicated that not every region was as peaceful as the Jiudan continent. Zhu Minglan felt a heaviness in his chest, as though blood was about to surge from his throat. Zhu Minglan's thoughts were interrupted by Purple Maoju's outburst, filled with anger and accusations about his supposed treachery. With the message quickly conveyed by the mountain birds, Zhu Minglan, Nan Lingsha, and Fang Nianian were to await at the entrance to the clan forest. Nan Lingsha's actions were always unpredictable, causing chaos wherever she went, contrasting her serene demeanor in paintings. She seemed to be a troublemaker, igniting chaos wherever she went, unlike the elegant lady portrayed in the paintings. End of chapter. Chapter 120. Growing bigger or smaller. The senior sister of the sword sect, Zimiaju, had a pair of eyes that were glaring like large pearls, filled with intense hostility. It seemed like she had forgotten about Zhu Minglan's presence and was fixated on Nan Lingsha instead. Nan Lingsha was unfazed and just maintained eye contact with her. The disciples of the sword sect on the sidelines were all dumbfounded, their gazes scrutinizing Zhu Minglan once again, without seeing anything extraordinary about this man that could make their senior sister display such jealousy in front of everyone. Junior sister, I have important matters to discuss with grandmother. Let's not dwell on this matter, Zhu Minglan said. Fine. I won't bother. She can be small, and I will be big, Zimiaju replied. Clang, 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 clang. The swords floating around the disciples of the sword sect suddenly fell to the ground, devoid of any sword intent, scattered in disarray on the floor, much like the shattered voices of these disciples' hearts. Senior sister, Zimiaju, the goddess of our sword sect, why did she have to compromise in front of an unknown figure like this? Junior sister, don't be unreasonable. Firstly, we don't have a predestined relationship, nor a romantic bond. Our interactions are just like any normal relationship between senior and junior disciples. Secondly, Nan Lingsha is not my partner, just a mortal accompanying me. Her remarks earlier were just to test the depth of our relationship, Zhu Minglan earnestly explained. She's not your partner? Senior sister Zimiaju asked. No. Zhu Minglan solemnly replied. That's just about right. Senior sister Zimiaju let out a long breath, a smile gradually appearing on her face. The disciples, who had just picked up their swords, ended up dropping them to the ground again with a clatter. Senior sister, didn't you notice that you were just rejected moments ago? And grandmother, Zhu Minglan inquired. He's here, and so is senior uncle Zuan, Zimiaju replied. Good. Zimiaju's mood changed unpredictably. From being hostile a moment ago, she now seemed like a younger sister reuniting with a long-lost older brother, chattering affectionately at his side. The accompanying disciples were all dumbfounded, as they had never heard senior sister Zimiaju speak so much before in all their years at the Yuanshan sword sect. Is this how a goddess behaves in front of others? Despite her formidable presence and celestial aura, she didn't seem much different from them, the disciples. On the other hand, the veiled woman exuded elegance and grace, even if her face was concealed. Her beauty and charm were palpable, possibly surpassing even senior sister Zimiaju. As practitioners of the sword, how could they only focus on a person's appearance? Senior Sister Zimiyaju, with her formidable skills, decisive actions, and moral integrity, was the true shining star. So, brother, do you think there's no longer a mortal who can match you in this world? Thus, you gave up this boring ability and became a dragon herder to experience a different extraordinary life? Senior Sister Zimiyaju asked, her eyes flashing with curiosity. Zhu Minglin truly didn't know how to respond. He had left the Yuan Shan sword sect when he was 15, at which time Zimiyaju was only 14. Although they had crossed paths a few times in the following years, they hadn't spent much time together. The issue was, regardless of how many years had passed, it seemed like her understanding of him remained stuck in a perception where everything he did surpassed hers, as if he had always been the legendary youth of the sword sect. But stepping outside the sect, the world was vast and unfathomable. Moreover, what people saw of the world was just the tip of the iceberg. Even if it shone brilliantly at a certain period, time was passing. How could one truly be invincible in the world? As they arrived at a mountain pass, several long paths through the forests, lined with wide jade-white steps, each flanked by stone lanterns. At night, bright light would emanate from them, illuminating the path up the mountain. However, one of the paths noticeably lacked these engraved stone lanterns, with fallen leaves and some overgrown grass, indicating a lack of maintenance for a long time. A stone tablet stood at the intersection of this path, bearing 3 characters, Abandoned Sword Forest. Zhu Minglin halted there, trying to peer deeper into the forest. However, the dense pine and bamboo forest made it difficult to see further. Brother, the Abandoned Sword Forest has witnessed strange occurrences that have frightened countless disciples. I dare not enter easily myself. Even the sword masters of the sect have investigated but found nothing, as if the strange phenomena had hidden themselves. Zimiyaju spoke up. Indeed, the Abandoned Sword Forest seems haunted. There have been hardly any residents in that area for years. Once, some junior swordsmen and I threw some damaged and rusty swords inside, and when we returned, we were unconscious for several days, the disciple with long eyebrows added. The Abandoned Sword Forest was too familiar to Zhu Minglin, so much so that standing at this crossroads, memories of the past hardships flooded his mind. The repeated practices, the exhaustion, the resetting. Childhood, youth. If memories were to be profound, it wasn't necessarily his house at the Zhu family, but rather this Abandoned Sword Forest, where memories were abundantly stored. Each rusted sword had been drenched in the bloodshed from his calloused palms. Brother, would you like to go take a look? Zimiyaju asked. Later. Let's go see grandmother first, Zhu Minglin replied, suppressing the tumultuous emotions within him. All right. Upon reaching the main peak, they saw a series of luxurious mountain villas built from various rare woods, with roofs like white clouds and pillars as tall as pines, exuding a grand and classical atmosphere. Inside the White Cloud Mountain Villa, several sword practitioners were engaged in a duel in the center of a large mountain terrace. They did not use any sword energy, just sword forms, yet it already evoked a heart-pounding and visually pleasing sensation. Entering one of the courtyards, Zhu Minglin saw an old man with white hair sitting upright on a grand chair, his face wrinkled, and his eyes half-closed. Grandmother, Zhu Minglin is here to see you, Zimiyaju announced. What? The white-haired elder on the chair almost sprang up in surprise, exclaiming, I was just taking a nap. Why do you make it sound like I've crossed paths with Yan Luoan already? Young Lang, I don't need your visit. Go wherever you need to go. I still want to live longer. This old man. Zhu Minglin darkened his face. So, the grandmother thought he was meeting with Zhu Minglin in the afterlife. Initially, seeing the older man with whiter hair, less vitality, a slightly aching heart for not visiting, and sorrow for causing worrying by disappearing for years, he felt guilty. But now, all those emotions seemed to have dissipated. End of chapter. Chapter 121. She's a dragon herder, Grandpa. I'm still alive. Just accidentally stepped into a strange and bizarre place, unable to find the way back. Zhu Minglang's face was full of concern, slowly bowed down and gave a solemn salute to his elderly. Without waiting for his response, the sword master Grandpa also stood up, walked in front of Zhu Minglang, and covered Zhu Minglang's hand with his palm, gently patting it. No cultivation, calm temperament, no sorrow or resentment. Good. Your current state is great. I like it. Youths should experience more. You said you crossed over to what place? The sword master grandpa asked. From Li Chuan Earth, Zhu Minglang replied. Oh, that new land. The imperial court sent a letter asking our sword sect to be on guard to prevent any unknown dangers. Snow Heng seems to be in charge there. Have you seen her? The sword master grandpa continued to ask. I've seen her. The reason I came this time is to tell grandpa that in Li Chuan Earth, there is a city-state that belongs to our family. Our hard-earned stabilizing territory, now facing many jealous forces wanting to divide it, and some unruly people have appeared. I hope grandpa can send some experts from our sect to take charge, Zhu Minglang said. He was a very upright and strict sword lord who often traveled and enjoyed visiting different cities to experience different regional cultures. How could he be a dragon herder? I made the choice myself. I can't blame her, Zhu Minglang said. Master Tang, Zhu Minglang had an impression of him. Master, don't joke with me. I have seen her divine power. She couldn't possibly be a dragon herder. Zhu Minglang shook his head. The sword master grandpa seemed like he hadn't slept well. So, it's no wonder. But now that you are a dragon herder, why not find a divine power companion? Instead of two dragon herders traveling together, it might cause some trouble, the sword master grandpa said. Oh, a concubine. Could she possess both divine power and dragon herding skills alone? At this moment, a few female disciples came forward, bowing to the sword master grandpa, guiding Nailing Sha and Fang Ningning to the side peak villa to stay. Nailing Sha was a divine power wielder. Wait a minute, a few days ago, in the city of Sin, passing through the mists of vapor, Nailing Sha also did some drawing. Master, this is my wife's sister, Zhu Minglang explained. Master Tang, immediately convey the message. But, Master, our sword sect no longer has the Moonlight Sword. The last one is still in Luojian Forest. But now no one dares to enter Luojian Forest. The strange incidents there have not been dealt with until now, said Zimuju. Master, she and her sister are like a double flower, indistinguishable in appearance. You will think it's normal for them to look alike, Zhu Minglang said. Is this your wife's hairdresser from Li Chuan Earth? Very good. Your eye for talent is just as good as the master's. The sword master grandpa smiled, then looked at Nailing Sha. She is a divine power wielder, master, Zhu Minglang said. A divine power painter. Grandpa, I'll just say a few more words. Since you are here, stay a few more days. The road to the imperial city is still far. You must be tired coming from Li Chuan Earth. The Luojian Forest has been abandoned for some time. Go there and see what's going on. It's a way to thank grandpa, the sword master grandpa said. In this world, it is impossible for someone to possess both abilities, divine power and dragon herding. One must choose between the two. When they left, the sword master grandpa, with a meaningful look said, I see you and her are a good match. Maybe in order to reduce the animosity of Zimuju's younger sister towards her, you intentionally said she's your wife's sister. No. I sense that she is a dragon herder. It can't be that I'm so old I can't even tell that. And her dragon herding skills are somewhat strange, fluctuating unpredictably at the lord level, the sword master grandpa said. Right? Zimuju said. Zhu Minglang let them go first and stayed behind to have a conversation with the sword master grandpa. A strong lord might not be enough to intimidate all forces, but the reputation of the Yaoshen sword sect was the most important. Why is she like this? She cannot become a worldly strong person. And it's not easy to live peacefully in troubled times, the sword master grandpa sighed. Miaoju, I remember your senior uncle talked to me before about going to Li Chuan Earth to explore the exotic lands and seek unknown adventures. Tell him, if he's willing to guard that city-state, I will give him the Moonlight Sword, the sword master grandpa said to Miaoju. Okay. Zhu Minglang nodded. Master, rest assured, I will talk to my master's sister properly. After all, I've always viewed her as a sister. If Master Tang's uncle guards the Zulon city-state, the burden in Zhu Minglang's heart would finally be lifted. After all, if Ridwo attacks persist, some powerful forces would sneak into the army, as well as the lawless ruffians from the city of Sin, looting freely in Zulon city-state. Why don't you just tell this to Zuan? The sword master grandpa said. Master, we are clear. It's just that she may be like Zimuju, somewhat admiring my character. She might say some inexplicable things to outsiders, causing misunderstandings, Zhu Minglang said. Was the one drawing Li Yuzi? Zimuju had already left, probably gone to deliver the message. The sword master grandpa continued. Since you grew up together, Miyaju admires you like a big brother. Sometimes she can't distinguish this feeling. Now that you have your heart set on someone, talk to her properly. She's not a girl who blindly pester. Really, the master may have to tell you that the divine power user you saw might be your wife, not her. The woman traveling with you is indeed a dragon herder, the sword master grandpa said solemnly. Little Len, don't you remember where your senior brother comes from? The moonlight sword, for our sword sect, is indeed rare, but for your senior brother's family, it's just a few good pieces of iron, the sword master grandpa said. This, Shuminglang would never question. Another chapter. Please vote for the month ticket ~~ kiss. End of this chapter. Chapter 122. Using wine as whetstones. It seems like you don't really understand others. Sword ancestor chuckled. Zhu Minglan still hadn't come back to his senses, trying to recall some details, but unable to clear the reasons behind them. After visiting the abandoned sword forest, you should return home earlier. The recent changes in your Zhu family are quite significant, sword ancestor advised. All right, master. Regarding my visit to sword sect, please don't mention it to others. I'm afraid some senior brothers and sisters will challenge me to a sword fight, Zhu Mingling said. I understand. You now command the dragon. Perhaps your future will shine even brighter. I have always believed in you, sword ancestor said with a smile. Watching the elderly sword ancestor, Zhu Minglan felt a deep emotional connection. There were many things he wanted to say, but it seemed like everything was better left unspoken. Please take care, master. Rest well in the future and take care of your health, Zhu Minglan said. Sword ancestor waved his hand, signaling Zhu Minglan to leave. As Zhu Minglan walked out, just as he turned his back at the front hall of the mountain manor, he overheard sword ancestor speaking quietly to a female disciple waiting nearby. Who? Master, do you have any orders? Go to the shrine near the village. Remove the spirit tablet inscribed with Zhu Minglan. There's no need for monthly offerings anymore. Save some incense money, sword ancestor instructed. Outside the door, Zhu Minglan almost tripped on the stairs, barely managing to regain his balance. Tears filled his eyes. Master, do you really have that much faith in me? Heading towards the side peak, settling in the manor, South Lingsha and Fang Nianian were waiting for him to have dinner together. The disciple with long eyebrows stood by with a posture of strict discipline. Zhu Minglan sat down, glancing at the simple dishes. Sword sect cuisine has always been light, mostly vegetarian dishes. Zhu Minglan, who was supposed to leave here at 16, had decided to leave a year early because of this. The food here was not good, not worth missing at all. These green bamboo shoots and mountain delicacies were said to be nurtured by the chef heaven and earth. Even if they were vegetarian, they were nutritious. In the distant mountain sword sect, the cultivation focused on sword heart, sword spirit, and sword intention. Eating less meat and more of these celestial ingredients was essential in stabilizing one's cultivation and making a name with the sword. Therefore, Zhu Minglan gave up on sword cultivation and chose dishes like braised pork, stewed wild mushrooms, and pan-fried meats. Thinking that he might have been eating these dishes for the past few days, Zhu Minglan decided to release his giant black tooth, letting it hunt some real mountain delicacies under the guise of eliminating wild boars causing trouble. At night, he could enjoy the plum wine here while roasting wild pig over a bonfire. This was the carefree life of a sword cultivator. Nianian, take Big Black Tooth to the other side of the mountain later, Zhu Minglan whispered to Fang Nianian. Sure. When it came to eating, Fang Nianian was always enthusiastic and couldn't resist. Moreover, amongst Zhu Minglan's limited culinary skills, his barbecue was truly extraordinary. Lingsha, feel free to wander around, relax a bit. After the long journey, you must be tired too, Zhu Minglan said. Okay, South Lingsha responded, with perhaps a change in temperament or just her usual disinterest in eating and speaking. Her realm fluttered between the nobles and the commoners. Still, it was a dragon herder. Zhu Minglan glanced at South Lingsha and felt that this woman had become more like a mist. Oh well, there's plenty of time to get to know her better. Zhu Minglan didn't dwell on this issue anymore. He took a few more bites, saving some room for the grand dinner ahead. Senior brother, Purple Miaoju walked in from outside, her eyes filled with joy she couldn't contain. You've worked hard, junior sister, Zhu Minglan said. Senior uncle Gutan has agreed. You don't need to worry about commanding the Zulong city-state. Good, good. Zhu Minglan breathed a sigh of relief. With strong sword sect members taking the lead, the journey to the imperial capital to declare his territory didn't need to be rushed anymore. Senior brother, after you left, the abandoned sword forest has been left neglected. Only when the disciples' swords are damaged or rusted do they throw them into the forest. Purple Miaoju explained. What kind of strange events have occurred that even the sword masters can't handle? Zhu Mingling inquired. It's said to be haunted, with spirits possessing intelligence. When disciples go to discard their swords, they appear, and when the masters try to exterminate them, only Yuan Master Zuan understand the situation inside the abandoned sword forest, but Master Zuan has never paid attention to such matters, Purple Miaoju explained. I heard some senior brothers with higher cultivation levels say that it might be the discarded swords holding grudges due to lack of attention, and this resentment is like ghosts seeking revenge on us sword cultivators, the disciple with long eyebrows added. When do they usually appear? Zhu Mingling asked. Around sunset, at dusk, the disciple replied. All right, I'll go take a look. Senior brother, I'll accompany you, Purple Miaoju offered. No need, you take South Lingsha around, Zhu Mingling said. All right. This time, Purple Miaoju agreed readily, her bright eyes seemingly hiding some other thoughts. Swords are the biggest expense in sword sect. Whether it's the initial practice wooden swords, the iron swords after becoming a disciple, or the exquisite swords made of various precious metals, the Zhu family can be said to be the biggest supplier. The Zhu family is divided into two major factions, one that forges armor and one that forges swords, and in reality, they create all types of weapons. However, before the age of 15, Zhu Minglan spent more time in the distant mountain sword sect, not having a strong interest in forging arts. Swords suffer great wear and tear. Each swordsman needs to practice the sword techniques for a long time, be it sword dances, training with wooden posts, or even stone statues, all can easily damage the sword's body. Walking down the dimly lit path without lanterns, tall pine and bamboo trees stood on both sides, their wooden bodies erect. Zhu Minglan deliberately arrived close to dusk, gazing at the increasingly verdant shadows of the pines and bamboos. Continuing on, he could already see some rotten swords scattered carelessly on the ground, covered in moss. Going further, the path eroded by mud and wild grass, he could see numerous iron swords and bronze swords inserted into the soil, standing tall like the surrounding trees. More abandoned swords were visible, each different in length and style. Most of them were like tombstones stuck in the soil. At a glance, there were hundreds of them in sight. Since he was young, the sword ancestor had told him that every abandoned sword here was a sword's tombstone, each with its own story when alive. Some swords were damaged from the start, left unused, so they were discarded here. Some swords had a reputation louder than their users, desired by all, but ultimately falling in a famous battle and forever sealed here. Some swords, like ordinary people leading unremarkable lives, passed away when their time came. Going deeper, swords became more numerous, even more dense than the pines and bamboos, varying in length and shape. They all echoed the tombstones, embedded like them in the soil, all facing upward as if to be unearthed. As sunset approached, the shadows of the pine and bamboo mingled with the dense shadows of the abandoned swords. The pine and bamboo remained green, but the swords appeared dark, their shadows completely merging, forming an incredibly tranquil sword forest in the twilight. With the sunlight shining on the swords, the rust on the thousands of abandoned swords suddenly turned dazzling. Copper rust, iron rust, green rust, red rust. How could there not be signs of rust with the passage of the sun and time? Dusk arrived. Ahath. Suddenly, the serene forest echoed a unified trembling of swords, as if thousands of Guqin were playing around Zhu Minglan, and the soul couldn't help but shudder, along with the chilling sound. Zhu Minglan regained his senses, watching the sea of swords waves frantically following the undulating mountains, as if they heard an ancient call to pull them out of the soil. His face filled with horror. The sword shadows flicker, the pine forest dim, the twilight light was completely blocked by the mountains, and this forest was about to fade into the night. Yet, the sword shadows seemed to come alive, wildly moving towards the sky, the earth, and the mountains, just as the real discarded swords remained embedded in the soil. The shadows of the swords seemed like ghostly apparitions emerging from tombstones, and in their flight, they emitted sharp sword whistles piercing the air, turning the playing swords into 100 shrieking ghosts. End of this chapter. Chapter 123 Divine Sword Dragon. Indeed, In this scene, if any disciple of the sword sect came, they would be scared out of their wits. After all, some long swords were inexplicably oozing blood, dripping with a sinister crimson. Zhu Minglin did not immediately flee. He allowed the sword shadows to shuttle around him, closing his eyes, using his spiritual knowledge to perceive the true phantoms in the abandoned sword forest. Zhu Minglin wanted to know the reason for the agitation. Could it be true that because these discarded swords had been abandoned here without anyone caring, they had generated such furious resentment? Each abandoned sword here had once accompanied him, and Zhu Minglin still recognized the engravings on some of the sword bodies. If they truly turned into swords of resentment, Zhu Minglin believed he could appease them. Clang, clang, clang. Finally, the abandoned swords in the forest began to move. They emerged from the soil, swords crossing in midair. Thousands upon thousands of discarded swords seemed to be held by thousands of swordsmen, engaging in a fierce and exuberant confrontation here. Ding, 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 ding. Countless sparks flew as the swords clashed, the blade edges flashing continuously. Zhu Minglin felt as if he were in an ancient battlefield of swordsmanship, where he couldn't see the people, only their swords were playing and reenacting the ancient battles over and over again. Boom! Tilde, 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 tilde. A thunderous sound cracked through the abandoned sword forest, splitting open the sky above the forest. The dazzling pale light forced Zhu Minglin to shield his eyes. The lightning did not just illuminate the dim forest of discarded swords. It seemed to swallow everything with its intense brightness. If an ordinary person encountered such a strange scene, they would likely have fainted by now, unable to maintain composure. However, Zhu Minglin did not leave. He believed that if these swords had souls, they would not harm him. Slowly opening his eyes, he saw that the deserted sword forest, shrouded in darkness, suddenly had no swords scattered about. The abandoned swords had vanished, leaving the forest empty. No swords could be seen in the pine and bamboo forest. They seemed to have disappeared into another dimension, mysteriously vanishing before his eyes. Boom! Approximately tilde, 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 tilde. Lightning tore through the dim night once again, illuminating the eerie abandoned sword forest. Suddenly, a surge of fear hit him, as Zhu Minglin's eyes fell upon a sinister and looming sword shadow standing before him like a mountain peak. This sword, tinged with rust and a blood-red color, as if soaked in a pool of blood for countless years, with engravings on the blade reminiscent of bloodstains. What truly shocked Zhu Minglin was not the unexpected appearance of this sword peak, but the feeling that the evil sword was staring at him. Unlike a majestic weapon, the evil sword seemed more like a living being. Being so close to it, Zhu Minglin could even sense its liveliness. Artifact spirit? Zhu Minglin could hardly believe his eyes. He had heard Mr. Chidi mention that there were artifact spirits in the world. Artifact spirits were objects with powerful magic that absorbed the essence of the heavens, the earth, the sun, and the moon, turning into demons, cultivating into evil beings, and even ascending to become sacred beings. Describing the evil sword in front of him as a demon did not seem quite appropriate. Many swords in this abandoned sword forest had lifespans exceeding 1,000 years, and this evil sword appeared to be the collective spirit of all the abandoned swords in the forest. It was an artifact demon. It might even be an artifact saint, a spiritual being with a millennium of cultivation. No. Its sword isn't demonic. Zhu Minglin shook his head. The evil sword's liveliness was peculiar. If it had to be likened to some sort of creature, Zhu Minglin felt that. Just at that moment, the evil sword floated towards him. Its towering figure began to shrink, becoming more apparent the closer it got to Zhu Minglin. Finally, the evil sword appeared in front of Zhu Minglin. Its figure was identical to that of a sword, but for some reason, Zhu Minglin felt as though a living creature stood before him. Its aura, a dragon. Its aura was undeniably that of a dragon. Intense emotion surged within Zhu Minglin. The sword, first transformed by demonic cultivation, had become a sword spirit, and then transcended the dragon gate. Sword spirit dragon. All things in the world could transform into dragons. An artifact spirit was already an extremely rare existence, but an artifact spirit turning into a dragon was nothing short of a fantastical tale. Tilde. Evil sword dragon drew closer to Zhu Minglin, hovering and swirling around him, as if carefully examining him. Sensing something familiar in Zhu Minglin's aura, the ever-rare sword spirit dragon cautiously approached him, much like a curious child. Suddenly, the sword spirit dragon swiftly glided across Zhu Minglin's palm, slicing open a blood-red wound. The wound began to bleed profusely, and the sword spirit dragon swiftly extended its blade like a darting tongue, absorbing Zhu Mingling's blood into its crimson blade bit by bit. With just a few drops of blood, the rust marks on the sword spirit's body scattered like dust in the wind. A layer after layer of rust was, for the sword spirit, a shackle, and as its blade shone brightly with a crimson hue, revealing its sharp edge, the sword spirit fully revived. Boom! Approximately tilde 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 tilde. Another lightning bolt pierced through the darkness, once again illuminating the forest of discarded swords. There was no trace of any abandoned swords in the forest. Only the sword spirit dragon remained, trembling as it drank blood. Its back was a vast mountain forest, reflecting its image. The shadow, spreading its sword wings and extending its sword body, stood grand and awe-inspiring like a mountain peak. The shadow he had just seen was that of its sword spirit. It had its own soul. It was a dragon. Formed by the will of thousands of discarded swords, the sword spirit evolved into a sword tool dragon. Was it my blood that made you into a sword spirit? Zhu Minglan couldn't calm himself from the overwhelming experience. The evil sword had drunk his blood and then shed its rust marks. In doing so, it seemed to be telling him that it recognized him, that it had come from somewhere. Was that shuttle of sword shadows the sword marks I once carved in the sky? Was that intertwined battlefield the sword play I practiced day and night? You waited for me here and transformed into a dragon. Zhu Minglan gazed at the bloody sword, recalling the scenes he had witnessed before, his eyes moistening. The legend of the haunted abandoned sword forest had persisted in the sword sect for some years. That these were the true sword spirits of the abandoned sword forest conveying a message to the outside world, awaiting his return with each passing day and night. I am no longer a swordsman. You are no longer a sword spirit. Zhu Minglan wiped away the tears threatening to spill from his eyes. Such is fate. If Zhu Minglan were to return as a swordsman, the sword spirit dragon could no longer be the sword he wielded, for it had transformed into a dragon. Yet Zhu Minglan no longer possessed divine power. He could no longer manifest true swordsman intentions. He had become a dragon shepherd. Bit by bit, the soul bond in Zhu Minglan's mind was akin to droplets of rain falling into a pond, creating ripples that grew into a downpour, allowing Zhu Minglan to perceive some of the emotions of the sword spirit dragon. It was because of the bloodshed earlier that a soul bond had formed between them. Recognizing each other, it seemed the sword spirit dragon was almost moved to tears, for Zhu Minglan was a dragon shepherd, and it was a sword spirit dragon. They had almost missed each other but would not miss each other again. Zhu Minglan slowly extended his hand, thinking he would never touch a sword again, yet he could never have imagined that the means would be by grasping a sword like this. His arm trembled, his fingers trembled, his palms and the back of his hand too, yet Zhu Minglan still gripped the sword spirit that fate had intertwined and reunited with. As he firmly held the sword, Zhu Minglan opened his fourth spirit bond, thanks to the bond with his blood, establishing a soul connection with the sword spirit dragon, despite its cultivation exceeding his own as a dragon shepherd. The dragon shepherd's arm grew up with the sword spirit dragon's sword blades like tendrils along his arm. As the growth continued, Zhu Minglan lowered his head to see that his arm was covered in glowing engravings appearing out of nowhere, enveloping his entire arm like an ancient power branded into his bloodline. Zhu Minglan suddenly felt his blood surging, boiling, gradually burning like flames. It felt as if he were in a furnace, where the flames spewed out inexhaustible power, making him feel as though he could cut through heaven and earth with a wave of the sword in his hand. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. Tilde, 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 tilde. The engravings shimmer, increasingly brightly, like metal tempered by fire. Just as the engravings were about to crawl up Zhu Minglan's arms and chest, the sword spirit dragon seemed to sense something and hastily swayed its sword body, retreating from Zhu Minglan's arm. As it withdrew, the engravings on Zhu Minglan's arm immediately faded, leaving him drenched in sweat, his skin flushed with red, as if emerging from a furnace, his entire body emitting heat. Only this arm can endure the power of the myriad engravings of the sword spirit. It seems that even though it was my blood that made you into a sword spirit, we still need more time to adapt to each other. Zhu Minglan took a few deep breaths and spoke to the sword spirit dragon. The sword spirit dragon's crimson and erect sword body floated beside Zhu Minglan, its sword-like tail swaying gently. Adaptation was only a matter of time. The one who could transform himself into a sword spirit was already content. Moreover, by signing a spirit pact with Zhu Minglan, it could leave the abandoned sword forest and regain its edge. It was the collective spirit of all the abandoned swords in the forest, and if swords had souls, they would not want to rust away in this forest, decay bit by bit over time. Shu tilde tilde shu tilde tilde. The sword spirit dragon continuously darted around Zhu Mingling, even though it lacked wings, soaring around like a metallic, slender young dragon. Its speed was unbelievably fast, to the point that it was indistinguishable from teleportation to an observer. I remember the sword that accompanied me for the longest time was named Moi, Sword Spirit Dragon. Let's call you Moi. The sword spirit dragon halted, hovering in front of Zhu Mingling. Its crimson and glossy sword body reflected Zhu Mingling's face. Shoo! It disappeared instantly, flying into Zhu Mingling's spiritual realm. The sword spirit dragon seemed to like this name. End of chapter. Chapter 124. Swordmaster vs. Painter. The tallest peak of the remote mountain, almost touching the clouds, a woman with bound hair wearing a robe of Taoist cultivation stood at the edge of the cliff. From here, one could overlook the entire sword sect of the remote mountain at a glance. As day and night alternated, the mountains, manors, high towers, and pavilions below gradually became shrouded in twilight mist. The valleys and canyons continued to nurture the moisture of the night, watching as the mist of the night was about to obscure the majestic peaks of the mountain. Suddenly an invisible force swept through from a certain grove. The clouds and mist covering the mountains and peaks of the remote mountain suddenly dissipated. Looking down from the highest peak, a majestic vacuum vortex appeared amidst the clouds and night mist, followed by the entire mountain's mist being swept away. The mountain forests and peaks became extraordinarily clear. Even the night was clear as if cleansed. Juzuan wanted to fly towards that grove to see who it was, but in the end, she returned to the peak pavilion, sitting cold and proud on the grass mat, slowly closing her eyes. Knowing who it was, what significance was there? There were too many strong individuals, fleeting like clouds. In front of the manor, at the foot of the mountain, a group of disciples from the sword sect stood at the edge of the plateau, each with eager faces, their gazes shifting between the two women. They're about to fight. They're about to fight. Senior sister is going to spar with someone. I heard it's because of a man. Is it our senior brother Xiaosu? On the octagonal giant stone platform extending from the plateau, Zixuju and Nam Lingsha were standing on opposite sides of the yin-yang dividing line. Dusk had passed, and lanterns had already been lit around the giant stone platform. The flames in the lanterns were vigorous, flickering firelight interlacing on the graceful figures of the two women, arousing even more excitement among the disciples. Take off your veil. Let me see your true face first, the sword sect senior sister Zixuju said. Who are you? Nam Lingsha asked. You. Sword sect senior sister Zixuju was so enraged by this question that she trembled all over, unable to even speak. She never once regarded herself highly in the other's eyes. From the beginning, Zixuju never believed what Zhu Mingling said, that his relationship with this woman was absolutely unclear. Although Zixuju also knew that many times it was wishful thinking on her part, even if it was wishful thinking, she had to understand where she had lost. This woman, on what basis? A breeze stirred, the veil swayed, and Zixuju saw a glimpse of her side profile. So beautiful. How could a girl be so beautiful? Ah, humbug. A fox spirit. A demoness reincarnated. So this woman relied on her looks. Okay. Peerless beauty. Bewitched her senior brother just with this. However, to accompany her senior brother, it couldn't just rely on looks. Lacking greatness, lacking outstanding wisdom, she still couldn't match up to her senior brother. Her senior brother was someone who had taken sword cultivation to the extreme, incomparable and unmatched, returning to simplicity and primal truth, a saint reincarnated. My senior brother said you are a divine figure in his team. Let me see what you are capable of. See if you are qualified to stay by his side. Sword sect senior sister Zixuju said. Nam Lingsha didn't understand what this crazy woman was talking about at all. She had no intention of fighting, her gaze fixed on the scenery of the remote mountain manor at night. But suddenly, a burst of cold came from the adversary's side. Even though it was just a sword flying towards her, it felt like a huge iceberg collapsing from the sky. The overwhelming force made the onlooking disciples around retreat in alarm. Sensing the opponent's strong hostility, Nam Lingsha wielded her brush, swiftly and smoothly drawing a Tai Chi mirror in the air. With a single stroke, the ink Tai Chi expanded, becoming as huge as the giant stone octagonal platform beneath her feet, as if someone had erected the stone platform. The ink spread, but with an invisible force, it intercepted the opponent's ice mountain sword in another area of the Tai Chi ink drawing. The disciples were shocked, looking at the Tai Chi platform drawn by Nanling Sha in front of them, finding it hard to imagine that the powerful attack of the Sword Sect senior sister had been easily blocked. Senior sister Zixuju was equally amazed. She had initially intended to hold back a bit to avoid injuring this woman's life, but she didn't expect that her ice mountain sword couldn't even lift the opponent's clothes or hair. What a strong divine power! Was she wielding a brush just now? Sword Master. Nanling Sha looked at Zixuju, a ripple appearing in her eyes. Yes, I am one of the top disciples of the Sword Sect in this remote mountain, Zixuju said proudly. Let me see if you can withstand my ink sword. With these words, Nanling Sha slashed the air with her brush. The ink flowed like a sword out of its sheath, a shadowy ink longsword appearing beside Nanling Sha. With another stroke of her brush, another equally majestic stroke, she drew a second shadowy ink longsword in the air. Suddenly, Nanling Sha threw her brush into the night sky, and the brush danced freely in the air like before, creating chaotic strokes. Above Nanling Sha, one after another shadowy ink longsword emerged, all drawn with dense black ink, yet these drawn swords seemed vivid, emitting a cold light. Nanling Sha, in a long skirt, stood gracefully before the ink-charred octagon, surrounded by the dense array of drawn swords. Her veil fluttered, her black hair danced, her ethereal temperament seemed to blend with the realistic drawn shadows, stunningly beautiful and overwhelmingly suffocating. Zixuju, holding her sword, looked at this scene before her, feeling a strong sense of shock. It was all drawings, yet more frightening than real sharp swords. Biting her lip, Zixuju would not be overwhelmed by the opponent's momentum. She admitted that the opponent was an extremely strong divine figure, but she was not weak either. The night darkened, and Zhu Minglin walked along the dim path, perhaps without abandoning his sword. Who knew how many years it would take for the Sword Spirit Dragon to witness his former splendor in the Spirit Realm? The Sword Spirit Dragon was in the Spirit Realm, getting used to its new environment. Its crimson sword body flew over the head of the drowsy Big Black-Toothed head. Big Black-Tooth thought it was a mosquito, shaking its head a few times, somewhat impatiently opening its eyes. Oh, a glance upward. Big Black-Tooth's eyes, which were about to be blurred, suddenly opened wide, filled with confusion. Had a sword just flown by? Quoch! The Sword Spirit Dragon flew further into the Spirit Realm, suddenly seeing a figure pure as white, spreading wings gorgeously resembling a phoenix, each crystal like snow feather exuding elegance and nobility. Quosh! Whoosh! The Sword Spirit Dragon stopped in front of this white dragon as if it had seen an old friend. Meanwhile, Bai Che also opened her hazy eyes, first startled by the crimson sword spirit in front of her, then gradually recognized it from the sword patterns on its body. You! Bai Che exclaimed like a cat, pouncing towards the Sword Spirit Dragon. Whoosh! You! Bai Che naturally recognized this Sword Spirit Dragon, which Zhu Minglin had discovered while practicing swordsmanship in the abandoned sword forest. When Bai Che chased after this sword flying throughout the mountains and forests. Bai Che had been sleeping all this time, and never expected that this former artifact spirit had become a sword spirit, transforming into a Sword Spirit Dragon appearing in the Spirit Realm. Like young companions meeting again, Bai Che was very happy, so she ran around in the Spirit Realm with the Sword Spirit Dragon. The Sword Spirit Dragon was very fast, but the young Bai Che was already a dragon species with extreme speed, completely unable to keep up with the Sword Spirit Dragon's almost instant teleportation speed. The Sword Spirit Dragon obviously had its own consciousness and intentionally slowed down to take care of its little playmate. So, you knew each other before? Zhu Minglin was feeling embarrassed. He had been training hard all the time, and he didn't even notice that the sword spirit had slowly taken shape. When it was still a young Bai Che, it already knew of its existence. Qingzhuo and Haya leaned over, very curious, looking at the Sword Spirit Dragon. The Sword Spirit Dragon performed some phantom sword techniques for them. One divided into two, to divide it into four, for divided into 8. In no time, the sword spirit densely covered Zhu Minglin's spirit realm with a uniform movement, watching the three dragons being dazzled, extending their chubby paws to clap, like young children watching a show for the first time. Zhu Minglin also found it amusing. His spirit realm seemed to be more lively than ever. The fourth spirit contract had also found its place, and to knew what extraordinary and unique dragons he would encounter in the future. Wandering around with them should be a very fun thing, right? Zhu Minglin's feelings at this moment were more than just pleasant. As he walked along the long staircase, he even felt a slight skip in his step. The sword spirit was nurtured by thousands of abandoned swords. Among them were swords like Hao Yingjian, Mua, and Ba Wang. All famous swords in the world, existing for countless years, although the time they had spent as sword spirits was not long. Their cultivation was probably close to that of saints. So, the strength of the sword spirit dragon was probably not inferior to some of the senior figures in this sword sect, and perhaps even stronger. Zhu Minglin noticed that the inscriptions were the source of the sword spirit dragon's power, and the inscriptions were the essence of each abandoned sword. Many of its sword soul inscriptions were dim, indicating that some of the old famous swords had not awakened. If he could make all the famous swords in the abandoned sword forest turn into soul inscriptions shining on the sword spirit dragon, the sword spirit dragon would definitely surpass many spiritual level creatures. Fortunately, all the abandoned swords in the abandoned sword forest were now merged with the sword spirit dragon. When the sword spirit dragon was performing for the three dragons, Zhu Minglin saw many sleeping famous swords manifest. Pack them all up. In the future, there would be plenty of time to gradually erase the rust from their bodies and awaken their sword souls to their full potential. By that time, nothing could stop them. Zhu Minglin couldn't help but hum a little tune happily. With the sword spirit dragon, even if he returned to the Zhu clan at this moment, he had gained confidence, and the Zhu clan was a renowned forging family, so with the unopened inscriptions of the sword spirit dragon, he should be able to find more effective methods there. Already strong, but there was room for improvement. Returning to guiding Imperial City, it was as cheerful and carefree as when he first set out on his journey. End of this chapter. Chapter 125. Gambak Sifeng arrived at the main Peak Mountain Villa, and Zhu Minglin found that the disciples of the sword sect were watching the excitement. Zhu Minglin, who always liked to join in the fun, quickly walked up, wondering if some swordsmen were feeling jealous. The sword sect encouraged disciples to team up for practice, so it was quite entertaining for the sword sect to witness disputes between disciples over some charming senior sisters or innocent junior sisters. Pushing through the crowd, Zhu Minglin almost wanted to ask for some fried melon seeds from a nearby disciple, but then he saw a woman standing on the gossip stone platform, and his eyes widened involuntarily. Was Purple Mysterious Bamboo really bringing Non Linsha to visit the Far Peak Mountain Villa like this? Hadn't he already told her that Non Linsha had nothing to do with him? Even though she looked similar to his beloved wife, they were two different people. Whose senior sister Purple Mysterious Bamboo of the sword sect breathed heavily, her chest heaving, a hint of unwillingness shimmering in her eyes. Even though her hand holding the sword was starting to tremble, her fingers were numb and almost losing sensation. They were close in age. She, Purple Mysterious Bamboo, was the chief female disciple of the sword sect's sacred hall. How could she be unable to defeat a woman of unknown origin? Looking at Non Linsha, she stood quietly on the other side of the gossip dividing line, never shifting her step, and a bead of sweat even formed on her cheek. This meant that she hadn't even used her full strength. Purple Mysterious Bamboo found it difficult to accept. Can you reveal your face, so I can see who I lost to? Purple Mysterious Bamboo spoke. Defeat was defeat, and being unwilling had no meaning. The master had taught her to face her shortcomings and failures. Non Linsha hesitated for a moment, but eventually slowly removed the veil from her face. It was just a practice match, and Non Linsha also noticed that the initial sword strike from the other party was held back. Of course, she was also quite satisfied with Purple Mysterious Bamboo's strength. It was hard to find a mortal at the level of Purple Mysterious Bamboo in the ancestral city-state. Purple Mysterious Bamboo looked at Non Linsha, her gaze momentarily lost in admiration, even more beautiful than she had imagined. The sword sect disciples were all in awe. It wasn't just her delicate appearance that captivated everyone. It was also her strength that impressed them, displaying both beauty and skill. Tainter Non Linsha. Non Linsha slowly put down her brush, and gracefully offered a courteous gesture. Swordsman Purple Mysterious Bamboo, I am at your service. Purple Mysterious Bamboo sheathed her sword and reciprocated the gesture. Her gesture was more profound, and when she raised her head again, she continued, from now on, I and senior brother are just like siblings, with no other thoughts. Although the fog had lifted, Zhu Minglin's head was still spinning. This has nothing to do with me, Non Linsha said calmly. With that, she disregarded further explanations and turned towards the edge of the gossip stone platform, gazing at the clear night sky of the Far Peak Mountain and preserving the scenery in her mind. Chapter 126. After returning to the Zhu clan, the Cloud Dragon Kingdom. It should be quite interesting. They thought that they had lost their divine power, which was equivalent to becoming useless. But they did not know that they had become dragon heritors. It wouldn't take long, maybe even stronger than before. Senior brother, rest early. Don't let Miss Lingsha wait impatiently. Zimiaoju smiled and left. I'm really innocent with her. Junior sister shouldn't make such jokes. I won't hide it from junior sister. She is the fraternal twin sister of Li Yunzi. One takes the father's surname, and the other takes the mother's surname. Zhu Mingling explained. Oh, that's how it is. Zimiaoju nodded sincerely and then said, but senior brother's gaze towards her will eventually be different, right? Really? Zhu Mingling raised his eyebrows. Because of being twin sisters, what's the difference between looking at the younger sister and the older sister? If there is affection for one of them, as long as it's a normal person, there will be ripples in the heart, and the eyes will unconsciously reveal emotions. Zimiaoju said. Perhaps Zimiaoju understood Zhu Mingling too well. When his gaze fell on her, there would never be such emotions fluctuating. So Zimiaoju always felt that Zhu Mingling had a close relationship with Nang Lingsha. Zhu Mingling scratched his head awkwardly. Was it that obvious? Indeed, many times, when Zhu Mingling gazed intently, he subconsciously felt it was Li Yunzi. He would be momentarily distracted, but then he would tell himself that it's not her, it's her sister Nang Lingsha, and then tried to remain calm and composed. But in this process, his inner turmoil was already quite evident. Senior brother, you don't need to blush. It is normal for people to be moved a little. If not, it means that senior brother isn't sincere about Li Yunzi. Zimiaoju said. Zhu Mingling nodded. She was indeed a good junior sister. Just feeling a little guilty in her heart, she made him feel more relieved. Moreover, Miss Nang Lingsha is so beautiful that even I, a girl, find her charming. It's perfectly normal for senior brother to admire her beauty. Having not stayed too long at the Yashan sword sect, Zhu Mingling, Nang Lingsha, and Fang Nianian quickly departed. Mainly because Zhu Mingling was worried that the elders of the sword sect would come to question him, whereas the abandoned sword lin, even if it was abandoned, it was still a treasure of their sword sect. Before they could be discovered, they quickly slipped away. Originally, Zhu Mingling wanted to bid farewell to his grandfather at the highest peak, but upon careful thought, she probably didn't want to see him, so he dismissed the idea. Zhu Mingling, is your grandfather the strongest person in the Yaoshan sword sect? Fang Nianian asked curiously. He used to be ranked in the top 3, but now he is too old and mainly focuses on teaching his disciples. My aunt is one of his disciples. Zhu Mingling replied. How strong is your aunt's? No trace. When I was at the sword sect, I heard some male disciples talking about her. Why does she look so young and they address her as master? Fang Nianian asked. It depends on how you compare. If it's purely based on cultivation, she is probably at the peak lord level, a standout among the 4 major sects in the forest. That her sword skills and realm are actually more terrifying than her cultivation. In a life and death battle, there is no one below the king level who can be her opponent, and even a group of lords is unlikely to kill her. Zhu Mingling explained. In the forest of sects, the hierarchy is clear and simple. Master, disciple. Generally speaking, in a large sect like Yashan sword sect, disciples' cultivation levels range from sub-level to main level. Disciples at the main level are often outstanding, like Zimiaoju, the chief female disciple of the Saint Hall, whose cultivation is at the upper and peak main level. As for the master level, cultivation levels range from main level to lord level, and the more ordinary ones may be lower main level. The more outstanding ones will reach lord level, and the most outstanding are mostly upper lord level and peak lord level. The cultivation of a master is at least at the peak lord level. However, most people who can be appointed as a master usually have some law or realm that surpasses their cultivation. Just like Big Black Tooth, its own cultivation is just at the lower dragon general level, but with the thunder scales, fierce bloodline, silver blue heavy armor, it can stand undefeated under the main level. So whether one is a divine being or a dragon herder, cultivation is just a measuring line. Each practitioner, like each dragon, has their own winning strategy. Since Sister Zimiaoju is the senior sister of the Yaoshan sword sect, and Sister Linsha is even stronger than her, doesn't that mean that even among the forces on the extreme core continent, there are very few disciples who can compare to Sister Linsha's power? Fang Nianian continued to ask. Zhu Minglan couldn't help but smile when he heard this. Disciples? They are probably beyond the disciple level now. After all, disciples are generally young and have elders to rely on. They don't need to bear heavy responsibilities. But Zhu Minglan, Li Yunzi, and Nang Lingsha are the rulers and caretakers of the lands beyond the Chuandadi, facing the threats of the entire extreme core continent. Who cares about disciples or masters? Furthermore, some nations on the extreme core continent may not have the same scale as the Zhu Dragon City-State or as prosperous as the lands beyond the Chuandadi. Nang Lingsha and Li Yunzi are the strongest in a nation, with the highest cultivation, strength, and resources, dominating half of the Chuandadi city-states through their own power and wisdom. So now that the extreme core continent has emerged, offering a wider world for them, it may not be a bad thing. Their growth speed might even be faster. The world is just bigger, not necessarily weaker for them. Zhu Minglan clearly remembered Li Yunzi, who, even when severely injured, showed upper-level strength by killing a few of the four heroes. After recovering from her injuries, to outsiders, it seemed that she was still at the main level, but she had actually reached the Lord level. Her next plan should have been to conquer the ancestral palaces, but unexpectedly, the palaces were destroyed by the order casters from the extreme core continent. As for Nang Lingsha, the sword ancestor the old grandpa once said, her realm fluctuated between the upper and lower Lord levels. This realm refers to cultivation level, not actual strength. So even till now, Zhu Minglan hasn't figured out exactly in which realm Nang Lingsha is situated. Feeling that after ruling the Zhu Dragon City-State, the strength of the two sisters had become unfathomable, could it be that the attackers still held some resources that Li Yunzi and Nang Lingsha could not obtain before? After unification, their strength surged. It was mostly something extraordinary like the silver for Holy Dew. Probably, there was a secret realm in the Li family too. The journey was indeed long. The divine with emerald dragon grew every day, and their flying speed was noticeably faster. But after flying over one mountain range, there was an even grander one. After passing a city-state, there were broader national borders. Along the way, they saw countless heritages and sects, all wondrous in their own way. They also saw an entire nation revolving around dragons and dragon herders. The vastness of the extreme core continent was so immense that even after flying continuously for a month, they hadn't seen the borders of the extreme core empire. Traveling hastily and practicing along the way, despite the rush, the three of them experienced many different customs and landscapes of the various city-states and territories of the extreme core continent. If they could successfully swear the territorial authority and let the Zhu Dragon City-State have order, the various cities and lands of the extreme core continent would truly be worth exploring. Famous mountains and rivers, forbidding forests, fiery cities, sacred lakes in dragon valleys, snowy towns in flower countries, heaven's edge of the sea. After another half-month, the extreme core, imperial capital finally appeared on the horizon. It was high noon, with the summer sunlight shining brightly across the land. In the Silver River Purple Mountain, a magnificent series of cities could be seen, spread out along the land, mountains, rivers, hills, and lakes. The majestic capital was perfectly integrated with this vast and boundless land. From high above, one could only see a corner of this iceberg city, yet this corner was as large as several other cities. The orderly arrangement of the cities eventually converged in a vast bronze-colored plaza. The buildings there were more splendid and grand, more dense and magnificent. Gazing at it from afar, it seemed to enter an ancient and sacred mysterious kingdom, quiet and solemn, ancient and holy. The extreme core, imperial capital. This was the residence of the ruling class of the extreme core continent, and it was surrounded by many sects, clans, palaces, temples, and academies. In the sky above the capital, there were groups of ancient bronze dragons circling around. More surprisingly, at the central area, there was a floating cloud forest at the sky height, where purple, bronze, gold, and white dragons circled above the forest and the capital buildings. The variety and quantity of these dragons made it truly a kingdom of cloud dragons, guarding the prosperity of the extreme core, imperial capital for millennia. The kingdom of cloud dragons. Nang Lingsha gazed at the huge auspicious cloud layer and her eyes brightened. She had read about the legends of the dragon-inhabited cloud kingdom in some of the Dragon Taming Academy's records. She had thought it was just a myth, but now witnessing the real cloud kingdom hovering above the extreme core, imperial capital, this sight was so impressive, like opening a door to a more bizarre and fantastic world in her heart. The kingdom of cloud dragons is the lifeblood of the royal family, Zhu Minglan said. Each time he witnessed it, he was overwhelmed by this sight. Suddenly, he realized that even though he had reached the peak of his sword cultivation, he seemed to have never reached the stage of the kingdom of cloud dragons. He didn't know if he had a chance this time. The kingdom of cloud dragons, a mysterious paradise that Zhu Minglan had wanted to explore since he was a child, and wanted to see. End of chapter. Chapter 1-7. Morning at the Jumo Gate. The Jumo Gate is located by Shudi Lake, with one of the capital cities, Shudi City, surrounding this tranquil lake. With willow trees swaying gently and pleasant scenery, Shudi City has been known for its most comfortable climate. Some wealthy merchants are even willing to spend a fortune to purchase a house near Shudi Lake just to bask in the charm of the lake can enjoy a peacefulness amidst the hustle and bustle of the imperial capital. Following the long street of Shudi Lake, one reaches the Jumo Gate at the end, which occupies the best half of the lake scenery on the island mountain. The Jumo Gate's courtyard can be said to be halfway in the bustling market, while the latter half completely enters the island and mountain in the lake. The towering and magnificent pavilions hide among the tall weeping willows, exuding a serene and elegant atmosphere. However, the continuous wailing sounds echo in front of the Jumo Gate's courtyard. When Zhu Minglan stepped into the courtyard, what he saw were one shocking white lantern after another. Some exotic carriages were parked in the wide courtyard, and groups of officials and nobles were entering the Jumo Gate. At the entrance of the Jumo Gate stood a couple with some streaks of white in their hair. Xi and Ling Long, wanting to pacify things with the identity of the royal family. Dream on. Shutong has been sensible since childhood. Although his talent is not outstanding, he has always been grateful to Shiyushin and Baeksun, showing great respect to his cousin. Count out 100 times, or I will slaughter you and your father together. Zhu Minglan gave a heavy push, throwing the little bastard to the ground. Mrs. Zhao, get as far away as you can from me. If you say one more thing I don't want to hear, I guarantee your Zhao clan can also hold a mourning event this month. Zhu Minglan coldly spoke to this royal lady. Later, when Shiyushin and Baeksun were nearing their 40s, they decided to adopt an orphan who sought refuge under the Jumo Gate as their adopted son, named Zhutong. Zhu Minglan used to be a little devil in the imperial capital. Even the royal family's children had had their limbs cut off by him. Heo Xiaokan, a senior disciple of the Purple Sect, is probably in big trouble. Uncle, aunt, whose funeral are you organizing? Zhu Minglan asked. Whose funeral? Clearly, a funeral being organized. Initially, this couple did not pay attention to Zhu Minglan, but after seeing the young man's appearance, their empty eyes finally showed some glimmer. You. Mrs. Zhao pointed at Zhu Minglan, speechless with anger. Father, this person wants to kill me. At this moment, a man riding a Ganyan Jalong approached, with half of a beer and a fin adorned with jade decorations in his hand. Xiaolang, you are back. That's good. You are back. Shutong's matter, sighed. Go see him first. He has always wanted to see you again. These years, Zhutong has been working hard to practice, hoping to catch up with your stats. Sighed. Go see him and talk to him. As Baeksun spoke, tears fell down. Zhu Minglan. The royal lady stared at Zhu Minglan up and down and sneered. Humph, you are no longer the same as before. Thinking that with the protection of Jushin Wan and Juxuan, you can do whatever you want in this imperial capital. Brother Yushin, it's wrong of the younger brother. My son keeps some fierce dragons at home. More importantly, he really didn't know that the yellow-haired boy was your adopted son, Zhutong. For this, I have specially come here to apologize and hope that Brother Yushin won't have any mercy on old feelings. What punishment you have in mind, I will comply. The man with half a beard looked regretful as he spoke. In his palm, a huge mark emerged, resembling a fiery gate. People who came to mourn were coming and going, the white mourning banners with black characters, accompanied by mournful wails. Offer condolences, offer condolences. Every competition ultimately results in accidental deaths. Brother Yushin must not damage the harmony between the Jumo Gate and the Purple Sect. At this point, a woman dressed in royal robes said. They were already familiar old acquaintances, and so Zhu Minglan did not need to be polite with them. How could she not be angry and heartbroken for her adopted son? Mrs. Zhao, relying on her status as a member of the royal family, came to support the Heo family father and son. While Uncle Shiyushin and Aunt Baeksun have always been ordinary people, they are not to be bullied. Isn't it rumored that he's dead? What nonsense! How dare you commit violence here? The man with half a beard was furious and slapped Zhu Lange's face. However, what's the point of apologizing like this? Zhu and Baeksun looked and found that the black-clad young man had a bundle of thorns on his back, piercing his skin. He only suffered some minor injuries, which could be treated easily with medicine, whereas Shudong would be laid to rest forever in a cold coffin. Finally, the couple ran down from the high steps, seeming to confirm that this was a living person only when they touched Zhu Lange's temperature. It's not bad luck. Haven't heard that this little devil angered the heavens and had his cultivation wiped clean, becoming a wandering mortal with no face to return. Yes, in sparring, innocent people are often harmed, not to mention to disciples who insist on determining the winner. Brother Yushin, if you had any grievances, just tell us at the Purple Sect. We were indeed at fault first, the middle-aged man with half a beard said. With a swift movement, a sword sliced through space, creating a dazzling phantom that slashed the purple flaming azure dragon in an instant. You are back, uncle. Aunt, where is Shudong? Zhu Lang asked again. Xiaolang, Baeksun once again advised. I'll handle it. You don't have to bow when you enter. Zhu Lang grabbed the young man's throat, countless white feathers appearing around him. Their faces were dark, but they kept up a numb formality, all speaking with the guests. In the end, everything was reduced to a matter of power and influence among the major factions, with Zhao's wife showing some fear of Zhu Lang, given his past actions of harming the limbs of royal family members. Something he had done before, not to mention that her maternal family, the Zhao clan, was not part of the royal family. At that moment, a figure suddenly passed through the crowd, swiftly grabbing the black-clad young man's throat, causing his windpipe to vibrate. Zhu Lang had a very bad feeling at this moment. Zhu face showed wrinkles, clearly in sorrow, but also delighted to see Zhu Lang. His uncle Zhu, Aunt Baeksun, had never had children of their own, and they treated him more like their own child. Were such things between the sects of families rare? He is the son of Zhu Guan, the renowned swordsman Zhu Lang, right? The feather-like swirling blade circled around Zhu Lang, waiting for his command to turn the young killer into pieces. Xiaolang, it's not, absolutely not. Baeksun rushed over, urgently grabbing Zhu Lang's hand, urging him to let go. There weren't many people who came to stop this, they were just watching from the sidelines. By now, everyone in the courtyard was looking at them, all focused on the scene of Zhu Lang grabbing the black young man's throat. Xiaolang, the couple doubted their vision, confirming over and over again. Beside him, there was a young man with black pupil and a stern expression, clothed in black. Zhu Lang could handle this kind of situation, especially with Zhu Guan present. No one dared to do anything to him. Seeing one lantern after another and reading the words written in white, Zhu Lang already sensed that something was amiss. Isn't that Zhu Lang? Baeksun saw the situation and tried to block Zhu Lang, but he blocked her hand and suddenly his eyes flashed with crimson light, his momentum skyrocketing in an instant, like a demon. The purple flame azure dragon in the gate opened its mouth, ready to bite Zhu Lang. Baeksun was the same, as if she finally saw her long-lost child return, and willing to let go of Zhu Lang's arm. The purple flame azure dragon was terrified, originally wanting to bite and devour Zhu Lang, but hesitated and didn't dare come out of the gate, scurrying back to the spirit realm like an earthworm. He walked towards the gate, his gaze fixed on the gray-haired couple. Zhu Lang's steps involuntarily quickened. Hao Yang took a deep breath before putting on a face of apology, saying, "So it's the famous son of Zhu Guan, Zhu Lang. Indeed, my son was too aggressive during the competition and accidentally took Shudong's life. As a father, I will personally supervise and make sure my son kowtows 100 times in front of Zhutong's memorial." Their eyes were vacant and hollow, as if their souls were not in their bodies. Hao Yang coughed violently, his face flushed red, and anger quickly filled his chest. After catching his breath, he stood up, pointing at Zhu Lang. "What are you, Zhutong's so-called loyal brother?" "Shut up!" Hao Yang shouted loudly, causing Hao Xiaokan to pale and retreat to the side of the royal lady. "Uncle, aunt," Zhu Lang looked at them, suddenly choked up and unable to speak. At this moment, the man with half a beard hurriedly pulled Hao Xiaokan to his side, giving him a fierce look to make him shut up. But what could they do? When someone died in the major faction competitions, the people from the royal family would say, "It's a matter of skill," and an inevitable accident occurred. End of this chapter. Chapter 128. The coffin prepared for you. But now the person is no longer there. As big as this matter is blown up, it is still impossible to really pay with their lives. What can slightly comfort Bai Din is that Zhu Minglan has returned, standing vividly in front of himself. Moreover, on the first day Zhu Minglan returned to the capital, he publicly killed Hao Xiaokan, which would only bring greater trouble to Zhu Minglan and Zhu Tianwan. Settling accounts slowly with the Haoshi father and son, using this method, is the most foolish. The Haoshi father and son knew that Zhu Minglan was not to be trifled with, retracting their initial arrogance and hypocrisy. So, as a member of your family, even if killed in the grand competition, no one will investigate the matter. Fang Niangshan suddenly realized. Their handling of their losses has nothing to do with the inner courtyard of Jumen Huashan Island. After kowtowing 100 times, Hao Xiaokan's heart was full of resentment, but in the end, he still heavily smashed his head on the ground, causing his forehead to bleed. He will completely disappear from everyone's sight, whether it's casual acquaintances or close relatives like Zhu Yushan and Bai Din. Hao Yang, if you want to withdraw from the competition or hide elsewhere, I will prepare coffins for your other two sons, and I will give you the people who participated in my family's festivities today for free, making your family more dignified than our Zhu family today. Zhu Minglan said. Indeed, he deserves the title of Minglan Big Brother, dealing with this type of scum decisively and efficiently. Finally relieved, although hearing of his downfall, being lost, still worries about this little demon in the capital doing extremely outrageous things. After all, he is the son of Zhu Tianwan, completely different from an adopted son like Zhu Tong. Our Zhu men won shelter to defeated forging family from a war-torn country, most of whom fell into slavery. My grandfather disagreed with the slave system, so he allocated a courtyard to this defeated forging family to operate, which is the outer courtyard managed by my uncle and now, Zhu Minglan explained helplessly. Zhu Minglan stood at the mortuary, looking at the quiet figure lying in the wooden coffin. A youth, passing through the main entrance, heading towards the water drop lake Half Mountain Island. There are still 20 left. Zhu Minglan stared at Hao Xiaokong behind him, saying coldly. Even though Zhu Yushan and Bai Ding had changed their surnames, escaping the identity of slaves of a fallen country on the surface, if they have children, they would still be recognized as slaves by the imperial court. In the eyes of any power, the status of slaves is negligible. Even though Zhu Yushan has gradually changed his status and become a true core member of Zhu men, the whole imperial court still does not place them in high regard. In the imperial court, many family clans have slaves. My uncle Zhu Yushan, originally named Yushan, was my father's fellow student in his early years, and my father and my grandfather share the same beliefs, disliking the system of defeated country slaves. They always addressed each other as brothers. Even within the family, he was asked to change his name from the defeated country, thus having the present name of Zhu Yushan. My father treated him like a brother, and they have always regarded me as their own, Zhu Minglan explained. Kneeling down, kowtowing. But after seeing the body, Zhu Minglan would never let Hao Xiaokan off. Zhu Tong is not a direct descendant, after all, just an adopted son. Is he really Zhu Minglan? Some of the younger disciples, who could hardly recognize Zhu Minglan, looked at him curiously. It turned out that the outer courtyard of Zhu men consists of people descended from defeated slaves. Even though Zhu men accepted them, gave them enough respect and status, in the eyes of outsiders, they were still seen as a group of lowly slaves. The inner courtyard is the core of Zhu men, responsible for the inheritance and development of forging artistry, while the outer courtyard mainly operates the business of the forging shops. These words silenced the entire mortuary, including some guests from the Dazonglan and large family clans. They never expected to find such a brazen and arrogant person in Zhu men. I said it was an accident. Hao Xiaokan was already blooded, initially frightened by Zhu Minglan's words. Now Zhu Minglan stood behind him, resembling an executioner in the underworld. Zhu Tong, this is the person who killed you. In a few days, I will participate in the power competition, and I will definitely make him apologize to you in person. Zhu Minglan spoke not quietly, but directly in front of everyone in the mortuary. After all, he's an adopted son, and his uncle and aunt in Zhu men do not have much status, just managing some shops in the imperial city for Zhu men. Family thanks. At this moment, Zhu Minglan finally said this as if seeing off the guests. The inner courtyard on Huashan Island seemed like a secluded, sacred place, and the outer courtyard handling the losses would not affect the inner courtyard at all to seemingly unrelated families. This was the reason why they had not had children for many years. Ranking and status dictate life and death. Once in different classes, no one gets fair judgment in terms of life. After all, being in Jumen, they had heard of this name many times. Rest assured, when my time comes, I, too, will make mistakes. Zhu Minglan smiled. There were no white lanterns hung inside, and as always, maintaining the solemn and elegant Jumen style, the funeral in front of the gate seemed to have no connection to the Jumen behind it. Let's go. Let's leave. Don't tangle with this lunatic, Mrs. Zhao hurriedly said. What others think is none of our business. My uncle is my uncle, my aunt is my aunt, and my brother is my brother. Zhu Minglan took a deep breath and said, Zhu Minglan was publicly swearing to kill Hao Xiaokan. Well, the words you said in the mortuary just now, one word, awesome. The looks of the father and son and that Mrs. Zhao were disgusting. To contemptuous, Fang Niangshan said, with things having escalated to this point, expecting Zhu Minglan to get along peacefully with them, Zhu Minglan saw the wounds that could not be concealed even by makeup when he looked at Zhu Tan's body. Even though the costly burial clothing made it evident, these despicable actions were far from a friendly competition of strengths. What was even more detestable was that before his appearance, their supposed seeking forgiveness was like a joke, not only insincere, but also mocking Zhu Yushan and Bai Din. Coming from Yaoshan sword sect, Zhu men should have been extremely prosperous. How could they have such a disrespectful funeral, lacking respect for the deceased's family members and deliberately provoking instead? Hao Xiaokan reluctantly bowed to Zhu Yushan and Bai Din and left Zhu Tan's mortuary, somewhat shaken. Down more deeply. Zhu Minglan turned around, coldly said to Hao Xiaokan, inner courtyard had always been indifferent to the outer courtyard of Jumen, looking down on them slightly. Finally, after banging his head hard enough, my uncle and aunt have only had one child in their lifetime, while you, Hao Young, have 3 sons. Punishment must fit the crime. Where have I been excessive? Zhu Mingling asked back. Now, anyone dares to come to Jumen and act recklessly. It was obvious that he had come to kill, and even after death, the body had been severely damaged, showing a great resentment towards Zhu Tan. Not only was there a murderous intent, but even after death, the violence continued. Thinking that the ancestral dragon city could also suffer this fate, Fang Niangshan couldn't help but shudder. After this father and son left, many people from Jumen were whispering beside the mortuary. For scum like this is how they should be treated. I wanted to avenge Zhu Tan a long time ago. You don't know, when Zhu Tan's body was brought back, it was no different from a slaughtered pig or sheep. A young apprentice blacksmith said, this guy's swordsmanship is outstanding, having even beaten up senior figures. At a young age, he has already trampled over the geniuses of major forces. The willow dances lightly. In front is a stone arch bridge leading to the inner courtyard of Jumen. At this moment, Hao Young, Mrs. Zhao, and others looked shocked at Zhu Minglan. In fact, even if the slave clan has offspring, they are still considered slaves. Zhu Minglan was well aware that besides himself, few would seek justice for him. Zhu Minglan, my son only accidentally killed your unrelated brother. By saying something like that in public, are you completely disrespecting me? Hao Young, and the purple Zonglin. Hao Young raged. The ceremony would eventually come to an end. Jumen was divided into the inner courtyard and the outer courtyard. They had heard of some of Zhu Minglan's previous deeds. He had been considering whether or not to participate in the Zonglin and family clan competition. But now, because of Hao Xiaokan, Zhu Minglan couldn't ignore it. Such nonsense about an accident is only deceiving oneself. Previously, Zhu Minglan could believe in such a claim of an accident, have him kowtow 100 times, and then hand him over to the imperial family for punishment. Even relying on a generally reasonable and large family clan, human life is still worth little. The organization of the ceremony is just a final show of respect for the deceased. Zhu Minglan, if you dare to touch my son, I will use all my strength to make you regret it. Hao Yong's face was ferocious, most likely unable to calm his emotions. Infuriated, their children still couldn't shake off the label of slaves. She also saw that the inner courtyard and outer courtyard of Jumen seemed like 2 different worlds. Zhu Minglan, your family seems quite complex, Fang Niangshan whispered. Zhu Minglan looked at Fang Niangshan and couldn't help but pause. After a while, he said, I've known you for so long, and this is the first time I've heard you praise me. End of this chapter. Chapter 129. Living off others again. Within the Zhu family gate, there are abundant maple and willow trees, with one after another buildings resembling pavilions scattered throughout this half-mountain lake island. Looking back, one can see the entire bustling dreamlike city of Shooty Lake at a glance, while looking forward feels like stepping into an otherworldly garden, with broad roads lined with orchids blooming all year round. Branches, willow twigs, grasslands, flower beds all are meticulously maintained. The outer courtyard still carries the strong aura of a city palace, but upon entering the inner courtyard, it is like stepping into another world, as if it is the gathering place of the entire vast Shooty Lake's spiritual charm. Describing it as a spiritual mountain paradise is not an exaggeration. This is the true essence of the Zhu family. At the gate, one would never imagine such a scene inside. Perhaps even the imperial palace cannot match the tranquility and elegance here. Just now we cross the stone arch bridge, which marks the boundary between the inner and outer courtyards. My uncle and aunt have endured too much humiliation. They probably wouldn't even want to explain in detail to my father about what happened. In the end, they'll just swallow their anger. Zhu Mingling sighed deeply. Do you think I don't know about this? At that moment, a man fishing by the ancient willow tree by the lake spoke. Zhu Mingling wasn't having any of it. I said I am a dragon herder now. Zhu Mingling met his gaze without flinching. Uncle, don't live in your own world of imagination. We are not like that, Fang Nianian retorted angrily. What did you say just now? The fisherman stood up slowly, his eyes fixed sternly on Zhu Mingling. All right, for the sake of the dragon, let it be for the dragon. The fisherman sat back down. Uncle, can you stop pretending to be a lofty figure and not even turning around? Please look carefully before speaking. Some matters are better addressed openly by you than handled secretly by me, Zhu Tianwan said. Fang Nianian and Non Lingsha stood by, their mouths agape. Is it common for a father to teach his son in such a way, rather than advising him patiently to act maturely and not impulsively? Living off others again? What thoughts can there be? In any case, our Zhu family is now eyed by everyone. Any slight movement or disturbance could attract trouble. It might be difficult to safeguard the entire Lichuan territory. If that rumor is true, those old monsters will not let our Zhu family take it all. But safeguarding the 4 cities you mentioned should be doable. If all else fails, I will get your grandfather involved. I'll tell him there's an ancient sword mount in Lichuan territory, along with the distant mountain sword sect, and the matter will be settled. Zhu Tianwan said. Of course, this piece of land is not as simple as it looks. In a few days, many forces will probably covet it. Zhu Tianwan said. The so-called upheaval. So, did you pick up the ancestral craft because of the dragon? If Zhu Tianwan were to act and kill Hao Shikan, he might not only endanger Hazondlin's high-ranking members, but also target some of the younger generation of the Zhu family with poisonous methods. Your wife and daughter are already so grown up, and you bring back this door to our house. If your old grandfather hadn't told me, we would have arranged your funeral on this side of the inner courtyard next month. The fisherman continued. Dragon herder, dragon herder. The fisherman seemed somewhat frustrated upon hearing these words, almost throwing the fishing rod in his hand. Frustrated, he said. Does the Zhu family's craftsmanship hold no value in your eyes? You said you wanted to play with swords and followed your snow trace to the distant mountain sword sect. Now that you've lost your sword skills, I'm actually relieved. Finally, you can focus on learning our Zhu family's craft. You, on the other hand, became a dragon herder. Where's the disgrace in our craftsmanship? Zhu Mingling nodded. He had long had this idea, otherwise he wouldn't have purposely gone to the distant mountain sword sect. Which girl has gotten herself pregnant? Zhu Tianwan asked. So in the future, you don't need to be too timid in your actions. But cutting off the hands and feet of imperial descendants, better do that less. If you have to do it seamlessly. Understood? Zhu Tianwan said emphatically. Half of it is because they wanted to provoke me. They sent Hao Shikan and Hao Young to make me act against them, so I would be the one breaking the rules. Later, the Ha family can then press and bully the young descendants of our Zhu family without restraint. Zhu Tianwan said. Logically, Zhu families should not be interested in such a distant place, Lichuan territory. Why does it sound like many big shots are already eyeing Lichuan territory? I feel at ease knowing you said that, father. I was worried that the family had undergone major changes and was in danger. I had planned to come back to rebuild the family, but it seems I worried too much. Zhu Mingling said, "Is this matter targeted at you?" Zhu Mingling asked, "Who is his wife? Who is his daughter? Is there such a thing?" Zhu Mingling looked puzzled and glanced at Nan Lingsha. Now, the Zhu family and Pu family hold the double head position among the 6 major families. The other 4 have already been suppressed by us. Not to mention the Ha family and Hao Shikan. These small families, without Ha Zonglin, we could annihilate them without anyone daring to intervene. It is precisely because in recent years, the rapid development of our family has attracted jealousy from the royal family, Ha Zonglin, and other families and powers, leading to many complications. Qin Yang said, "They are all members of my dragon herding team. This is Lady Nan Lingsha from the South family, a divine being of the South clan, in the Lichuan territory. Don't call her aunt, she's my dragon feed supervisor. We are partners, not companions." Zhu Mingling explained earnestly, suddenly rising from being the smallest of the 6 major families to leading them all. Zhu Mingling's father seems a bit off. Nan Lingsha didn't respond. Shouldn't Zhu family head be strict and stern towards his son rather than appearing like a humble and affectionate father? Why does he seem a bit like a humble and caring father? Fang Nianian and Nan Lingsha both found it strange. I believe Zhu Yushan and Bai Din will be very satisfied to spend money on this. Perhaps hiring a professional funeral team would ensure that the Hao family carries out the funeral appropriately. Sword Master Old Grandpa, can you please stop beating around the bush? Aren't you down and out? Zhu Mingling was confused. Don't talk to his father about any grand schemes. If there's a grudge, he will settle it. Father, do you know anything? Zhu Mingling was surprised, especially when he returned and saw the white funeral lanterns. Could you please not disrespect your elder? I am talking about urgent matters. Does father know about Lichuan territory? Zhu Mingling said. What does father think? Zhu Mingling asked. Father, actually, I have been practicing. I forged armor for my dragon. I'll show it to you later. Zhu Mingling said. Do you have no confidence in overseeing the family from me? Zhu Tianguan raised his eyebrows. The fisherman finally glanced at Nan Lingsha and Fang Nianian, but his gaze returned to Zhu Mingling, smiling awkwardly. Your mother never allowed me to marry a young wife. It seems like you live a comfortable life, casting aside other people's ambitious cultivation, neglecting the intricate matters of the family, and living a carefree life. Father, I heard from old Grandpa Zhu that the Zhu family has had a major upheaval recently. Has something big happened? Although our Zhu family is at the bottom of the 6 major families, shouldn't we have some stability? Zhu Mingling said. If you want to understand it that way, I can't stop you. Zhu Mingling said helplessly. Let Zhu Mingling kill Hao Shikan in the grand competition, and if the Hao family needs money for the funeral, they will cover it. The woman in black silk clothes remained silent, maintaining a half-kneeling posture, not showing any other emotions. So father already had everything arranged. I thought returning after many years, his bones had gotten soft. Zhu Mingling forced a smile. He waved to the lake as if there was someone on the surface. Being able to seek justice for Zhu Tan would be a proper repayment to Zhu Yushan and Bai Din. Zhu Mingling, Nan Lingsha, and Fang Nianian all looked towards the lakeshore at the same time, initially not noticing the figure sitting there. So you want to compete, but you may be facing more than just some younger members of the families. Zhu Tianguan also knew Zhu Mingling's intentions. All the way here, Zhu Mingling's heart was extremely anxious, afraid that the people in his family would be downtrodden and bullied. Hey, I knew early on that you couldn't be relied on, so I had to think ahead for you. We Zhu family dragon herders are few, and I can't provide you with much support. Maybe I should go to the royal family and arrange a marriage for you. Become a prince consort or something. With the resources of the royal family, you can easily ascend to the top. Zhu Tianguan's eyes lit up, seeming to think his idea was good. Father, over the years, you haven't treated your eyesight. Zhu Mingling walked towards the fisherman with the 2 women. Do you know the stakes, or are you planning to let Qin Yang handle it? Zhu Mingling said. Just heard some fragmentary rumors. Lichuan territory is actually older than the vast continental mainland of Jiaoding. It contains many undiscovered ancient relics, even ancient dragon gates. Zhu Tianguan said. In the serene lake, a woman in black silk clothes flew lightly across the water's surface like a goose, landing gracefully on the lakeshore. She appeared as cold as ice emerging from the water. So, I had initially wanted Qin Yang to cut off that little beast's hands and feet, and spare his life to give your uncle and aunt some changes in status. But since you have said those words in the spirit hall, I don't need to act now, Zhu Tiangwan said. Zhu Mingling's mouth hung open, unable to close it for a long time. What do you mean by downtrodden? Young master, do you still have the Zhu family in your heart? At this time, Qin Yang in black silk spoke. If Zhu Mingling is back, it no longer requires self-sacrifice. Fang Nianian and Non Lingsha exchanged a look. By the way, father, there is something important that you need to take care of, Zhu Mingling said. In the power struggle, friction and grievances among forces are normal, but there are also some unwritten rules. Let the other party plot against him. They will retaliate in kind. They have their own schemes, and I vent my frustrations. If similar things happen in the future, I will handle them the same way. Zhu Tiangwan snorted coldly. Either he had never heard of this matter, or there were indeed some secrets he hadn't told himself. Why did he have to say anything again? Fang Nianian, on the side, was already laughing so hard she couldn't straighten up. End of this chapter. Chapter 130. Mr. Co-Father, matters of marriage should be decided by me alone. You don't need to worry. In this lifetime, if one cannot have freedom in this aspect, what's the difference from being a caged bird? Zhu Mingling said. Well said. Indeed, my son. Just like the stubbornness I had when I was young. At first, your grandfather, your great-grandfather arranged marriages. Initially, I was determined to find my own, but later I discovered that your mother accidentally fell from the celestial realm to this mortal world. A mundane person like me was fortunate enough to meet her in this life and marry her, Zhu Tiangwan said with emotion in his heart. Zhu Mingling felt that he couldn't communicate well with this father. With a grim face, Zhu Mingling intentionally yawned and said, the two young ladies are tired. I'll take them to rest first, while father can enjoy fishing here. Qin Yang, show them the way, Zhu Tiangwan said to the woman in black brocade, then turned to Zhu Mingling. Mingling, you stay here. I'll have someone prepare fishing gear for you. It's been a long time since the two of us have fished all night and talked openly. Zhu Mingling couldn't be bothered and quickly caught up with Qin Yang, Non Lingsha, and Fang Nianian. After a long journey to hurry, Zhu Mingling hadn't slept well for a month. And Zhu Tianwan's character, he understood too well. If they sat by the lake overnight, it would just be hearing about how splendid and exciting their youth was, then recounting how romantic their marriage was. Zhu Mingling could recite all his father's words by heart. Arriving at a small mountain with a panoramic view of the drop of water lake, there was a simple small courtyard where Zhu Mingling stayed. The courtyard was close to other areas and close to several larger buildings, not particularly quiet. Zhu Mingling wasn't the type to enjoy too much quietness. Having his own space surrounded by familiar people was all he needed. The courtyard was not large, with several nice small buildings. Non Lingsha and Fang Nianian were in the small building next to Zhu Mingling. Like himself, they were already very tired. After freshening up, they fell asleep. Zhu Mingling had intended to visit Master Chidi, but ended up falling asleep in the bath, mistaking the water for his cool bed. The journey was indeed too long, but no matter what, he could finally be at ease for a bit. The fragrance of flowers wafted in, waking Zhu Mingling, who was sleeping with the large wooden windows open. Opening his eyes and looking down from the building, he happened to see a figure he had seen in his dreams at the adjacent small building, practicing something with a straight, supple waist. Zhu Mingling, still half asleep, watched with fascination, but soon he realized something and shook his head quickly, rubbing his eyes. Non Lingsha was painting, depicting the scenery of the drop of water lake. In his window, he could see her at her desk, but it was difficult for her to see him from her side. The adjacent small building had always been empty, and Zhu Mingling had never paid attention, but since a woman had moved in, the whole small building seemed to come alive. His gaze couldn't help but be drawn to it. He began feeling drowsy. Zhu Mingling shifted positions and closed his eyes again. After some time, or perhaps after sleeping longer, Zhu Mingling opened his eyes again and found himself facing the window again. There, he could see another small building brightly lit, with thin curtains unfurled. And Non Lingsha was still there. Her figure was delicate, with stunning curves, but she wasn't painting anymore. Instead, she seemed to be playing with a very peculiar little creature. The creature was very unique, with a body resembling clear lake water, a deep blue tint with a hint of light, and its gaze seemed to see through its transparent body, revealing the ink in the painting it was covering. It was called a little creature, but it looked like a small playful dragon spirit all over. Zhu Minglin suddenly woke up, leaned forward toward the window, wanting to see clearly what she was playing with, wondering if it was a dragon, but found that Nan Lingsha had already gotten up and was walking back into the room, seemingly called by Fang Nianian. Startled, Zhu Minglin quickly got up and hurriedly freshened up. In the courtyard, Nan Lingsha also emerged, looking at Zhu Minglin, whose clothes were still wrinkled. "I'm taking Nianian for a stroll," Nan Lingsha said. "Oh, okay. Qin Yang will accompany you. Coincidentally, we're running out of dragon food." "Oh, yesterday, I asked you about the ancient dragon gate. You said you'd tell me more today. Tonight, I'll take you to the best restaurant here to taste the steamed fish of the Drop of Water Lake and the willow wine. You can tell me more then," Zhu Minglin said. "All right." Nan Lingsha seemed quite enthusiastic about trying the fish and wine, with a faint smile on her face. Zhu Minglin maintained a modest and courteous smile, watching as Nan Lingsha and Fang Nianian walked away. Qin Yan, wearing a golden brocade outfit, was already waiting at the courtyard gate. Once they left the yard, the smile on Zhu Minglin's face gradually faded. He stared at the direction Nan Lingsha had left, lost in thought. Last night, he hadn't asked Nan Lingsha about the ancient dragon gate, but she hadn't questioned it just now. After breakfast, Zhu Minglin headed towards the other side of the Lake Island Mountain. Along the way, he encountered some people, but many of them no longer recognized him. Of course, Zhu Minglin also didn't recognize some of them, even within the Zhu family's inner courtyard. The personnel turnover seemed quite significant in recent years. Passing through the majestic sword-casting hall, Zhu Minglin reached a blue pool-fed stream, where he saw a group of 7 or 8-year-old children sitting on stone benches in an orderly manner, as if listening to the most exciting play. But there was no stage in front of them, only a blue water stream above them, with Master Chidi there speaking endlessly about ancient and incredible dragon legends. This dragon, with its ancestry, when angry, can submerge the heavens and earth in the sea of its otherworldly calls, and the waves of that sea can crush mountains hundreds of kilometers away. The ancient beasts in that sea can easily flatten an entire country. Do you know who is worshipped above this ancestral otherworldly dragon vein? Yes, it's me, the master you see now. I am the ancestor above the 9 heavens, returning to simplicity and transforming into the tiniest common fish. After saying these words, the children burst into laughter, as if the happiest thing they did daily was to sit there neatly and listen to Master Chidi talk about irrelevant things. If an outsider were to enter here and see a group of children gathered around a speaking fish floating freely in the air, they would surely find it an extremely bizarre sight. But in the Zhu family, even 3 or 4-year-old children knew this talking fish. Everyone called it Master Chidi. No one in the Zhu family knew the origin of this but it had always brought good fortune to people. During festivals, each household would hang lifelike paintings, hoping for good luck. The Zhu family was no exception, but they never hung or passed down paintings, just asking their children to bow to Master Chidi at this blue water stream. So, the waves of that sea can crush mountains hundreds of kilometers away, and the ancient beasts in that sea. The little continued to open its fish mouth with a somewhat old-fashioned tone, yet its voice wasn't that old, often carrying some humor. "Master, you've already said this passage today," a chubby child said. "Ah, I'm just afraid you all will forget, so I'll tell you again." The little swayed its tail, swimming in the air, looking quite like a school teacher strolling and giving lessons. "But you've repeated this 7 times today," said a little girl with a thick braid. "Then class is over for today. Go play," the floating said. The children dispersed, chasing butterflies near the mountain stream, and soon disappeared. The small circled above the water stream a few times. Zhu Minglin also walked over there. Just as he had walked about 7 steps, he heard the little shout, "These little rascals, none of them came to class today. I'll be sure to criticize their parents one by one when I get back. They make Fish Lord so angry. They make me so angry." The little speed of movement became faster, its fish whiskers raised, eyes bulging even larger. Zhu Minglin almost burst out laughing. Master Chidi was indeed Master Chidi. The memories of those 7 steps, it was hard to imagine how many strange and bizarre things could fit in a fish's belly. "Master Zhu Minglin is here to see you," Zhu Minglin called out loudly as he approached the stream in the mountain. "Zhu Minglin, Master Ko suddenly leapt through the air and was instantly in front of Zhu Minglan, its big fish eyes staring at him. "It's me. You, kid, have you been eating the fish feed from the lake? How did you grow so big all of a sudden?" Master Ko's fish face was quite peculiar, being able to express surprise like a person. "Master Ko, I am now a dragon herder and have many questions to ask you." Zhu Minglan was used to Master Ko's unrelated chatter. "Dragon herder? You're a dragon herder now, ha ha ha." Suddenly, Master Ko stood on its tail, its short fish fins making a hands-on hits gesture, raising its fish head and laughing heartily. "What a lousy swordsman you were, never achieving much in your life. Now you're just working for a dragon herder. It's never too late to raise dragons now. With Fish Lord, you can easily dominate the world." Zhu Minglan was speechless. Fish Lord was really Fish Lord. "Now I have for dragons. What about the White Azure Dragon? Did the White Azure Dragon you grew up with die?" Master Ko suddenly thought of something, asking in shock. "The White Azure is in dormancy. It is now the Frost Azure Dragon," Zhu Minglan said. End of chapter. Chapter 131. The Reincarnation Transformation. Zhu Minglan came to find Mr. Jinle for one reason, to discuss matters concerning Bake. Moreover, regarding the dragon catastrophe, Zhu Minglan vaguely remembered hearing about it from Mr. Jinle as well. While Mr. Jinle's memory may be unreliable in some respects, his understanding of dragons far surpassed that of many scholars, institutions. Furthermore, he seemed to have some knowledge about this world shrouded in a virtual sea and mist. Previously, Zhu Minglan thought Mr. Jinle's words were irrelevant, but after experiencing loss and traversing this continent's borders, he increasingly regarded Mr. Jinle as a true polymath. If only his memory were less chaotic, he would make an exceptional mentor. At that moment, Zhu Minglan detailed Baek's situation to Mr. Jinle, from regressing to an ice worm, to transforming into an ice pupa, and further developing into the ice dragon by Chen. Zhu Minglan could not be certain if Baek's regression was due to crossing the dragon catastrophe. Baek is sound asleep. Even when summoned from the spiritual realm, it can't open its eyes. It's just curled its tail around me, resting on my shoulder, fast asleep, Zhu Minglan explained. Mr. Jinle was surprised because what he saw was clearly a white dragon, even after some advancement and transformation. It was impossible for the original white dragon bloodline to disappear and be replaced by the bloodline of a silver moon spirit dragon and a starwind ice dragon. This did not conform to any known method of dragon advancement. How? Zhu Minglan inquired. It's not crossing the dragon catastrophe. This regression transformation ability should be called the reincarnation transformation. It's a combination of the hibernation dragon vein butterfly metamorphosis and the phoenix dragon resurrection, but with an added element of life reincarnation. I can tell you with certainty that with this ability, Baek doesn't need to undergo any dragon catastrophe. Instead, by undergoing another reincarnation, it can easily transcend to a higher realm, Mr. Jinle explained. Another reincarnation? Zhu Minglan was dumbfounded. What did another reincarnation mean? It means there's still a possibility of further regression. This ability is extremely unique. It involves a continuous cycle of reincarnation and ascension. Even without a dragon master, it will keep evolving towards higher dragon levels in the course of eternal time, Mr. Jinle said. Indeed, Baek does not require any resources or training, yet continues to grow stronger. But it can regress, which is quite, Zhu Minglan commented. Do you naively believe that when you encountered Baek, it hadn't undergone any reincarnations? I can tell you for sure, Baek's time as a white dragon was not its first reincarnation form, Mr. Jinle added. Zhu Minglan was left speechless, struggling to believe what he was hearing. Since he could recall memories, the white dragon had been by his side. Was it possible that when he first met Baek, it had just experienced the cycle of reincarnation and transformed into a white dragon? Considering the white dragon's long lifespan and slow growth without a dragon master's soul contract, could it have grown up alongside him in this manner? The conversation continued, shedding light on Baek's past transformations and the challenges it faced. The discussion dwelled on Baek's unique ability to constantly evolve and bypass the limitations of conventional life forms. Mr. Jinle advised Zhu Minglan on how to navigate Baek's current stage and assisted in expedited evolution. Despite Mr. Jinle's occasional forgetfulness, he imparted valuable knowledge to Zhu Minglan, offering guidance on Baek's journey without the need for extensive research. Though faced with uncertainties, Zhu Minglan found solace in having Mr. Jinle as a mentor. The chapter concluded with a sense of camaraderie between Zhao Minglan, Bake, and Mr. Jinle, as they embarked on a path filled with mysteries and revelations. Chapter 132. The Ancient Dragon Palace. By the way, Mr. Jinka, do you know about ancient relics and ancient dragon gates? Zhao Minglan recalled this matter. I can't remember. These little rascals, none of them showed up for class today. I must criticize their parents one by one when I get back. It's maddening. Absolutely maddening. Oh, aren't you Zhao Minglan? You're back from practicing at the Yao Mountain Sword Sect. Do they feed you pig feed at the Yao Mountain Sword Sect? Why do you look so old and tired? Mr. Jinko looked puzzled with a fish face. Zhao Minglan pursed his lips, thought for a moment, and decided to just leave. It was too tiring to explain everything all over again. Anyway, Mr. Jinko would remember eventually. After visiting Mr. Jinko, Zhao Minglan walked towards the outer courtyard. He wanted to see Zhao Yushan and Bai Shan to understand the whole situation better. With their power and influence, his father must have made arrangements by now, and in a few days, he would participate in the competition as a disciple of the Zhao family. When he reached the outer courtyard, some of the white lanterns had been taken down, and only some plain flowers remained in pots and on the hedges. It seemed like in just one day, everything had returned to normal here. The people in the outer courtyard continued to be busy, and the absence of one person didn't affect the operation of the courtyard at all. Zhao Minglan headed towards the mansion, where he saw Zhao Yushan and Zhao Qinji discussing matters with a group of merchants. These merchants were probably the managers of various shops from different countries and cities, who had come to offer condolences and at the same time, request a batch of high-quality castings from the Zhao family. After sitting there for a while, Zhao Yushan quickly concluded his business with the merchants. Zhao Qinji, who came first, cast a cold glance at Zhao Minglan and snorted, "Since you're back, why don't you stay in the inner courtyard and pay respects to the elders? What are you doing here?" Zhao Qinji was an elder in the family, in charge of the financial matters in the outer courtyard. Zhao Minglan smiled in response and didn't answer. The elder Zhao Qinji couldn't be bothered to say much either and quickly left the outer courtyard. Feeling at home already, Zhao Yushan asked. "Pretty good. I just went to see Mr. Jinko," Zhao Minglan replied. "You should go and greet the elders when you return like the other children. What's the point of coming here without doing that?" Zhao Yushan shook his head. "I don't really get along with my elders. Going to greet them won't change their opinion of me." "Uncle, I still want to know more about Sha Tong's situation," Zhao Minglan asked. "It's partly my fault. Ever since Sha Tong started dragon herding, he's been climbing up on his own bit by bit. I didn't offer him much help, and I didn't expect him to be isolated among those powerful disciples, often bullied by those with better backgrounds," Zhao Yushan said, full of self-blame. "So, the one behind this isn't just Hao Xiaokong?" Zhao Minglan asked. "Yes. After the person was sent back, an old friend of mine, who used to be a servant in the family, told me during an outing that Sha Tong actually died in a gambling game hosted by a group of spoiled youngsters, who are referred to as the Emperor Xiaogang among the younger generation of powerful families," Zhao Yushan said. The Emperor Xiaogang. Zhao Minglan had never heard of them before. They are just a group of well-connected and powerful youths who often hang out together, relying on the strong background in the imperial capital to do all sorts of mischief, harming commoners. About 3 or 4 months ago, a destitute relative of ours, who had once stayed in our outer courtyard, had his daughter become an apprentice at the ancient dragon palace. However, not long after she entered the palace, she was targeted by a member of the Emperor Xiaogang, facing various harassments and threats. It seems that the girl eventually lost her purity, which angered Zhao Tong. He beat the young scoundrel up, and since then, he had a deep feud with this Emperor Xiaogang. Afterwards, the gang found various reasons to bully Zhao Tong, even killed all the young dragonlings and a dragon beast he had raised. Yet they didn't spare Zhao Tong. So, during a drunken gathering of the gang, they made a bet that whoever dares to kill Zhao Tong in the upcoming competition, they would all pool money to buy him a spirit domain fruit. Zhao Yushan spoke with increasing regret. He had been busy with business, and 3 to 4 months ago, Zhao Tong was being bullied by these scoundrels, and as a father, he had no idea at all. If he had known some of the things happening, he could have prevented Zhao Tong's death. Zhao Tong, on the other hand, didn't tell anyone at home about the severity of the situation. Despite being from the outer courtyard of the Zhao family, with an elder's intervention, Those from the Emperor Shao gang wouldn't have dared to commit such atrocities. What's the girl's name? And is she still in the ancient dragon palace? Xia Mingling inquired. Her name is L.S. Munner, and she should still be in the ancient dragon palace, Xia Yushan said. All right, I will go and ask her. Xia Mingling didn't know much about the various powers in the imperial capital. He had always relied on his background and influence, never caring about the background of those he stepped on. Moreover, with Xia Shuhan's relationship, Xia Mingling didn't even spare members of the royal family. To be honest, Xia Mingling didn't know much about the power of the ancient dragon palace. Before the age of 15, he had spent most of his time practicing at the Yao Mountain Sword Sect, and the imperial capital was too vast for him to understand who the powerful figures were and who the local tyrants were. The ancient dragon palace, located in the Elephant Mountain Royal City, was a power that specialized in raising ancient dragons. Everyone in their palace considered ancient dragons to be the most powerful beings in the world, treating some of the ancient dragons as objects of worship. The Elephant Mountain Ancient Dragon Palace was not the most authoritative and prosperous ancient dragon palace. The highest ancient dragon palace was located in other kingdoms, and Xia Mingling didn't know its exact location. However, it was said to be so powerful that it ranked just below the royal family in terms of influence. Besides the ancient dragon palace, there was also a blue dragon hall. The concept of the blue dragon hall was similar to that of the ancient dragon palace, but they worshipped the mysterious blue dragon as the object of their faith. Those who worshipped the giant dragons were not called dragon palaces, but dragon halls. The organization that worshipped the giant dragons was the Ecclesiastes, and the Ecclesiastes viewed the giant dragons as symbols of power that could conquer everything in the world. The power of the Ecclesiastes was extremely vast, having once ruled over half of the extreme court, mainland, and confronting the royal family. In fact, whether it was the sects, family clans, palaces, the Ecclesiastes, or the academies, they had all ruled over the extreme court mainland at some point in history. They had experienced various ups and downs, ultimately being taken over by the royal family. End of chapter. Chapter 133 Little Beast Ancient Dragon Palace. They must have a unique secret formula for the nurturing and cultivation of ancient dragons. Zhu Mingling stood at the entrance of the ancient dragon palace in Shanshan City, informing the gatekeeper of his identity. Upon hearing that he was Zhu's son, the gatekeeper hurried to arrange for Lu Min'er to come out to greet him. Zhu Mingling did not enter but waited by the gatehouse. After a short while, a pale, slender young woman walked out, her eyes somewhat timid as she looked towards the gate. Lu Min'er, I am Zhu Mingling, Zhu Tong's older brother, Zhu Mingling said. Upon hearing Zhu Tong's name, Lu Min'er's eyes flickered with a hint of panic. She hesitated, unsure how to respond to Zhu Mingling. Well, yesterday I looked through some of Zhu Tong's writings, and he mentioned you. He said you were in trouble and hoped he could help you to the best of his abilities. However, his writings were vague, so as his brother, I wanted to come and help with whatever he left unfinished. Miss Lu Min'er, could you please tell me what trouble you're facing? Zhu Mingling asked. Lu Min'er, hearing this, gradually eased her anxious expression. Zhu Gongzi, when my family sought help from your Zhu family, I had heard of you, and Zhu Tong often mentioned you to me. Lu Min'er said softly. Oh, don't see me as a bad person then, Zhu Mingling smiled. Zhu Mingling and Lu Min'er talked about Zhu Tong and their relationship, easing Lu Min'er's guard. After some conversation, Lu Min'er told Zhu Mingling that the trouble plaguing her was caused by a member of the royal youth gang, Zhao Shi. No wonder Madame Zhao appeared with Hao Yan and Hao Xiaokong, trying to use her royal identity to suppress the situation. It turned out, the trouble began with Zhao Shi, who had bullied innocent women. Madame Zhao, being a member of the royal family, had originally married into a small clan. After her husband's death, she allowed her son to carry on her surname. Dean of the Zhao clan, affiliated with the royal family, Zhao Shi went on to misbehave, taking advantage of his mother's royal status. When Zhao Shi learned about Zhu Tong's status as an adopted son of the Zhu family, he dared not act at first. It wasn't until he understood the distinction between the outer and inner courtyards of Zhu family and found out about Zhu Tong's identity as an adopted child that he instructed Hao Xiaokong to attack directly in the grand competition. These pampered nobles may not have real ability, but they knew whom to oppress and whom not to mess with. However, in Zhu Mingling's eyes, the insignificant servants were no different from his own cousin. Zhao Shi, Hao Xiaokong, these two little beasts, Zhu Minglan would make them pay for their blood debts. Zhu Minglan returned to the water drop lake royal city. The sacred dragon of the greenwood extended its iron wings, emitting a green glow as it flew over the water drop lake. Landing in his courtyard, Zhu Minglan noticed a brilliantly shining colored carp swimming as if in clear water, although there was no actual water around. Zhu Minglan, Mr. Jinli called out, his voice slightly shrill. Mr. Jinli, have you figured out how to help Pai Che through the regression period faster? Zhu Minglan inquired. No. But you, how could you leave me hanging here alone when we agreed to travel together across the world? Mr. Jinli exclaimed. I haven't gone far, have I? The sacred dragon of the greenwood. At that moment, Mr. Jinli's gaze fell on Shao Xingzhuo and swiftly swam towards the side of the sacred dragon of the greenwood. After circling the dragon a few times, Mr. Jinli's fish eyes kept turning. How did you raise this dragon? A supposedly sacred dragon has no trace of the power a true sacred dragon should possess, Mr. Jinli questioned. It was severely injured in its infancy, Zhu Minglan explained. Oh, a crippled dragon. You're really not discerning when choosing dragons. However, this little one has good potential and drinks the silver for holy dew. If it could have 100-year holy dew, it might have a chance to compete with the Ice Chen White Dragon, Mr. Jinli said. I happen to have 100-year holy dew. I'm just unsure of the best time for it to be consumed. Do you have any suggestions, Mr. Jinli? Zhu Minglan asked. Where did you get such a rare treasure? Mr. Jinli asked. Before Zhu Minglan could respond, Mr. Jinli continued at a rapid pace. The best time to use it is now, and it would be best to supplement it with the element flower to help it mature. This way, when it awakens its sacred dragon bloodline, its natural strength will greatly increase. Mr. Jinli is truly a wise teacher. Having taken just a glance, you already know the abilities of the sacred dragon of the greenwood. As for the element flower, with so many varieties, what should I choose? Zhu Minglan asked. The best choice would be water and wood attribute. Since silver for holy dew is the main medicine, the red mangrove flower would be a good option. Other tree flowers growing in wetlands and water forests could work too, with an age range of 300 to 500 years being sufficient. The ones too old won't absorb, and the young ones won't be effective, Mr. Jinli said earnestly and swiftly. Thank you, Mr. Jinli, Zhu Minglan said joyously. Having been pondering when to give the 100-year holy dew to the sacred dragon of the greenwood, unable to determine if it was ready for advancement, Zhu Minglan now knew what to do. With the possibility of finding the required element flower quickly with Fang Nianian, he anticipated that within 3 days, during the Power Grand Competition, the sacred dragon of the greenwood would finally demonstrate its power. As night fell, Zhu Minglan arrived at the Lakeview Tavern as planned. Selecting the best scenic spot, he ordered the finest wine and food the place had to offer. After a few drinks, Zhu Minglan discreetly observed Nan Lingsha. Seeing a rosy flush appear on her cheeks, he finally broached the topic of ancient ruins and ancient dragon gates. If the ancient mountains can be considered as such, located in the northernmost part of our land of Sichuan, the snow-capped realm is also mysterious, ancient, and easily bewitching. Perhaps consider ancient ruins. As for the ancient dragon gates, I have never heard of them, Nan Lingsha said. In a few days, I will be participating in the Power Grand Competition. Miss Lingsha, if you're free, you can join too. There are many powerful mortals inside, and the rewards are abundant, Zhu Minglan said. All right, Nan Lingsha nodded. In the Power Grand Competition, individuals participate, not as teams. However, power struggles happen in a team format, and how it will proceed is unclear. It would depend on how Zhu Tianguan and other powers negotiated. Zhu would simply wait patiently for their decision, as Zhu Tianguan would certainly strive for the most advantageous competition format for them. End of this chapter. Chapter 130 for group fight. The powerful forces all gather in the ancient bronze-colored royal capital of the central city. The huge battlefield was located at the intersection of the 5 main avenues of the royal city. So anyone wanting to watch this competition just needed to walk to the end of any of the avenues to witness the epic showdown between dragon heritors and divine beings. The Royal Avenue of Shudi Lake City was actually just outside the main gate of the Zhumen. Originally, Zhu Minglan wanted to ride his holy green dragon straight into the royal capital of the central city. However, considering that the central city was not the territory of his Zhumen and flying dragons were not allowed there, he decided against it. Since they had plenty of time Aunt Baeksun arranged a luxurious carriage for Zhu Minglang and Nan Lingsha to travel leisurely, allowing them to see the prosperity of Shudi Lake City and the central city. As they leisurely arrived at the central city, the ground was paved with ancient bronze-colored large stones that were neatly cut and polished smooth, shining under the sunlight like a field of bronze and gold. "There are so many people," Nan Lingsha whispered as the spacious road was already becoming slightly crowded. "Let's walk there. The carriage might take a while," Zhu Minglang said. "Okay." The competition of the powerful forces was conducted in a very open manner. With 5 royal city avenues, as long as you believed in your abilities, you could walk into the bronze battlefield, and as long as you could hold on until the specified time, you would be considered selected. Therefore, there was no need to register in advance for the powerful force competition. Even if you were not a member of a powerful force, you could enter the battlefield, and if you managed to survive several rounds, a force would naturally want you. When Zhu Minglang and Nan Lingsha arrived at the bronze battlefield, the surrounding area was already buzzing with people, as if celebrating a festival. As for the restaurants built around the battlefield with excellent views, they were bustling with business. For some people, sitting in a restaurant, enjoying a drink, and watching the chaotic battles in the bronze battlefield was an extreme pleasure. Therefore, some prestigious individuals in these restaurants established gambling houses, and before the competition began, they selected certain disciples' numbers. Every time someone survived a round, they would win. Zhu Minglang and Nan Lingsha walked towards the bronze battlefield, where Qin Yan had already arranged seats for them that didn't require them to be crowded among the masses. The bronze battlefield was an epic arena left over from the rule of the theocracy, capable of accommodating nearly 10,000 people for training. There were no walls around the battlefield, only a crescent-shaped moat separating the crowded city streets. Therefore, as long as the people of the royal capital arrived early, they could secure a good spot on the other side of the moat to directly watch the thrilling battles in the bronze battlefield. Likewise, the restaurants built around the battlefield had even better views. In essence, anyone could come to watch, and even tickets were not required. Just arrive early and avoid being pushed to the back of the crowd. On the surface of the crescent-shaped moat, there were some white stone pavilions reserved for the dignitaries of various powerful forces. Zhu Minglang and Nan Lingsha were currently in one of these water-view pavilions, where water grapes, large cool melons, fragrant peanuts, and some drinks and melon juice purchased from the restaurant were already prepared. It wasn't overly extravagant, but looking at the crowded streets outside, under the scorching sun, they felt the exclusivity of enjoying this water-view pavilion. After all, even some wealthy merchants had to book positions in advance at the restaurant. "Do we have anyone from the Zhuman participating today?" Zhu Minglang asked Qin Yan. "Young master, our Zhuman focuses on craftsmanship, and we are not as skilled in fighting as other powerful forces, so we did not intend to compete for any rankings in this competition," explained Qin Yan. "Are we being too indifferent?" To prevent some forces from excessively grouping together during the clashes between heroes, a force's disciples are only allowed to enter 1 to 3 at a time, said Qin Yan. "It seems like a group fight." Nan Lingsha pointed to the several stone bridges where people were steadily entering the bronze battlefield, selecting positions favorable for themselves in advance. "Yes, every round will have 100 people entering. When the time is up, those still standing on the field can proceed to the next round, or if only the last 10 remain." Qin Yan nodded. 100 people fighting each other. The powerful force competition is so thrilling. I thought it was the usual one-on-one dueling on a stage. "I like this way," Zhu Minglang commented. Glancing at Nan Lingsha, he noticed a twinkle in her eyes. "After the peripheral forces finish entering, you and Miss Nan can go in." Qin Yan handed over two waist tags to Zhu Minglang and Nan Lingsha. Numbers 55 and 56. "It's starting soon. Young master and miss, be careful. Once it begins, try not to make unnecessary enemies and focus on eliminating weaker opponents first," advised Qin Yang. "In which round does Hao Xiao come?" Zhu Minglang inquired. "Third round. By then, the competition will include the strong fighters of the forces," Qin Yang replied. With a bunch of grapes in hand, Zhu Minglang started walking towards the bronze battlefield. Nan Lingsha also stepped into the area still reeking of the previous bloody fight. However, Zhu Minglang and Nan Lingsha did not intend to stick together. They each headed towards different sides. These two individuals just came out of the Overlook Pavilion. They should also be from a powerful force's disciples. How come no one informed in advance to buy their numbers? They would have made a fortune. It seems they're from the Juman. Didn't you hear a few days ago, a Juman youth died in there? I was there that day. That kid was a dragon herder. The dragon got killed, and he was not horribly. Probably when they took him back to the Juman, even his parents wouldn't recognize him. The Juman excels in craftsmanship. I haven't heard of any particularly outstanding dragon herders or divine beings from them. I wonder who these people entering the battlefield are. People were already discussing this competition fervently. Some were extremely enthusiastic about this kind of competitive feast. They could even mention the names and backgrounds of the majority of participants. But Shuminglang and Non-Linsha were strangers to many. A group of freelancers wanting to gain fame in such a place. Next thing you know, they might not even be able to preserve their lives till the end. At this time, a young man wearing a black straw hat said. The young man with the black straw hat was only less than 20 meters away from Shuminglang, and he seemed to have entered the arena later than most. Generally, when entering, people would keep a safe distance from their surrounding opponents to avoid being attacked by multiple people. But this young man with the black straw hat didn't care at all, as if there was no one worthy of his attention on the battlefield, and he stood wherever he wished. Hey, Grey Peter. The young man with the black straw hat glanced at Shuminglang. Shuminglang tossed the grape into the air, and little by on his shoulder swiftly lifted his paw, executing a swift claw that cut through the large crystal grape like the wind. The grape shed its skin in midair, revealing its plump and tender flesh. Then it accurately dropped into Shuminglang's mouth. How was that? Shuminglang chewed on the fruit and asked with his head tilted. Stay out of the way now, or you might not get a chance later. The young man with the black straw hat cautioned somewhat arrogantly. End of chapter. Chapter 135. Stirring up battles everywhere in the imperial capital was a major chaos, but it had one benefit. That is, there was never a shortage of these extremely uneducated people, and sometimes, when feeling gloomy, encountering one or two of them would make the mood particularly comforting. Dawn. A loud toll of a bronze bell reverberated throughout the central city of the imperial capital, and immediately, the onlookers started cheering. With the toll of the bell, the battle began. Sure enough, the youth in the black straw hat walked towards Shuminglang with a hint of disgust and disdain. The demon dragon behind him had several pairs of dragonfly wings, thin as blades, waving at a very fast frequency in the air, emitting an irritating nose. As one of the administrators of the Azure Dragon Temple, he was worried that there might be some troublesome opponents in this game, so he specifically instructed his disciple, Fujingxi, not to be too ostentatious. Swish, bang. Four-clawed ridge dragon exerts its power, and the surrounding dragon beasts are scared like chicks, looking for holes everywhere. It stood in the strange mist, its icy eyes staring at the shadowy dragon with extremely fast speed, like a cat observing a mischievous mouse on a beam. The dragon summoned by the female disciple of the Azure Dragon Temple was the four-clawed ridge dragon, a dragon with four strong limbs that lived on cliffs, mountain peaks, and mountain ranges year-round. It had the ability to move sand, stone, and shake the earth and mountains. Unfortunately, he chose the wrong opponent. Finally, from the shadow mist, a shadowy dragon emerged, its body hidden within the dark mysterious mist, and its spider-like claws seemed to be everywhere. Originally, Shuminglang, the black straw hat youth, was a godly figure, but soon, Shuminglang noticed that the spreading shadow mist was actually forming a dark shadow pattern, an area of activity for some special dragon beasts. This bone wing could not fly, like the 6 claws of a spider, long and sharp, extremely flexible to bend and stretch, even pointing towards the ground, allowing for faster and more mysterious attacks. But now, it seemed unnecessary to be too cautious. Several dragon beasts suffered greatly. Go crawl into the river. Shuminglang pointed to the river behind, saying calmly, Don't run away, you filthy and shameless black dragon. Fujingxi sat on the four-clawed ridge dragon, chasing after the thunder abyss sky dragon. The one I picked is her. Ha ha, I struck it rich this time. The black straw hat floated on the water surface, probably not wanting the people in the city to see his face. The black straw hat youth climbed into the river and did not come up for air in a stubborn manner, diving to the other side. Qing Juo shouted to Dahaiba, meaning, I'll handle the sky, you deal with the ground. The strange mist enveloping him slowly spread out, and the shadow group behind him also expanded with the mist. The battles had begun, and Shuminglang understood that if Bai Che did not intervene, besides Non-Lingsha, Probably no one could withstand its attacks for a round. In another part of the river, people saw a more thrilling scene, and immediately started discussing a female disciple of the Azure Dragon Temple named Fujinxi. The Thunder Abyss Sky Dragon had returned to Jumingling, and behind it, besides the four-clawed Ridge Dragon, there were at least 7 or 8 dragon beasts, all of the same level of elite strength. At the Dogwan Pavilion of the river, an old man rubbed his beard, a smile appearing on his face. Such a strange smell, could it be a poisonous dragon? Damn it, that black dragon actually deliberately farted at us. Hey, I won't forgive it. A female disciple of the Azure Dragon Temple was infuriated. Her face flushed red, and she had long forgotten the words of the elders. Yikes, young and arrogant. If it weren't for himself, he could indeed rampage with that Shadow Mist 10 shadowy dragon in the brass battleground. This guy can switch between dragons and insects so freely. Jumingling couldn't help but chuckle, shook his head, and didn't make trouble with the Black Straw Hat Youth. In a sense, the Black Straw Hat Youth indeed had the capital of arrogance. The four-clawed Ridge Dragon was also annoyed by the fumes, agile on all fours like a land lizard. The recklessness of the Black Straw Hat Youth had caused Jumingling's opponents to immediately consider him a master, so they turned their attention to other targets, leaving Jumingling standing there appearing untouched. At the same time, the flapping blade wings were also extremely terrifying weapons, like meat grinders on the battlefield. Just entering the fray, several larger dragons had already been caught by these deadly weapons. Suddenly, the shadow mist tore open in several places, and then all the mist dissipated rapidly. Looking at the white small dragon, and then at Jumingling, who was still peeling grapes. Originally, at the beginning of the battle, most dragon stewards would observe their surroundings first, not easily stirring up battles, trying to ensure they wouldn't be ganged up on by several people at once. No way, if you guys don't move, I'll make a move, Jumingling said, summoning the Thunder Abyss Sky Dragon and the Divine Wood Green Sacred Dragon. Oh! Unable to resist, Big Black Tooth excitedly roared when he heard these words. Sometimes people should be aware. I already reminded you just now. Now, you either escape to the river to be mocked by the whole city, or I will cripple you. The Black Straw Hat Youth had already walked up to Jumingling, his eyes sharp and fierce like a black panther. Suddenly, the four-clawed Ridge Dragon forcefully expanded the compressed body. A sprint-like force transmitted from its neck to its tail. Its disc-like tail unknowingly adhered to the bronze battlefield soil. Coming here to battle was all about gaining fame. If you couldn't stand out immediately, there was no need to participate in such a grand competition. Black Tooth, Qingjuo, today your training task is to eliminate everyone on this field except Non Lingsha before time runs out, Jumingling said. Yawning, Xiaobai jumped lightly from Jumingling's shoulder to the ground. At the same time, the shadowy dragon let out a mournful cry and collapsed where its claws struck, its spider-like claw-bone wings all shattered, scattering like broken bones around it. There was no storm or ice dancing around it, indicating that this white little dragon couldn't even bother to transform into a combat form. Earthquake technique. The female disciple of the Azure Dragon Temple angrily shouted, "Darn it, that black dragon spat at me. It loved to get into fights." The Divine Wood Green Sacred Dragon flapped its wings, and its green vertical pupils had already locked onto other flying dragons occupying the skies of the ancient brass battleground. Its body was like a centipede, each segment being able to stretch and contract freely. So when each segment of its body was compressed and contracted simultaneously, it produced an extremely strong quaking force. But with Thunder Abyss Sky Dragon rushing around in such a manner, the scene became chaotic, with some originally fierce and violent ancient dragons quickly revealing their true nature in the midst of bloodshed, clashing with other dragon beasts acting composed. In any case, this dragon breed was indeed special and had powerful strength. Oh, the Black Straw Hat Youth quickly withdrew the injured shadowy dragon back into the spirit realm, then really bent down, crawled to the river like a spider, and plunged into the water. A mysterious dragon spell made at least 7 or 8 people lose their combat effectiveness on the battlefield, and with the help of some assistance on the field, they were carried out. Suddenly, claws extended from its fleshy, furry toes and struck out a few times in the shadow mist, their sharp edges cutting through almost in the blink of an eye. That black violent dragon is confusing the situation. Eliminate it first. Soon, the Divine Wood Green Sacred Dragon set its sights on a flyblade dragon. After speaking, the Divine Wood Green Sacred Dragon climbed to the highest point of the brass battlefield, like a king of green eagles, overlooking its territory and selecting a target to establish its authority. Standing where the shadow mist had dissipated, the black straw hat youth slowly emerged with the face that had been shrouded in shadow. The rampant attitude that devalued everything seemed to have vanished without a trace. The ground shook violently, rocks cracked, and terrifying rifts spread in all directions, causing even the extremely solid battlefield stone to sink several meters. The culprit, Thunder Abyss Sky Dragon, was also not spared. It climbed up from the collapsed ground a little disoriented. Fortunately, it was on the edge of the earthquake spell, or with its size, it would have been more seriously injured. The shadow dragon was indeed a very good species. Zhu Minglan was quite interested. It's just that this shadowy dragon seemed a bit too ferocious. Its bone wings claws on its back made one feel like two corpses forcefully pieced together to form a necromantic dragon. Hundreds of meters of dragon stewards, dragon beasts, and godly figures were affected. Many larger dragon beasts were unable to stand steadily, dizzy, and their entire skeletal structures were shattered by this intense earthquake. Oh. Big Black Tooth ran back, shouting loudly towards Zhu Minglan. Great win. What should we do? Great win. What should we do? End of this chapter. Chapter 136. Gulong Liang. Zhu Minglan rested one hand on his cheek, sliding weakly along his forehead, nose, and mouth. Is his own Tyrannosaurus also of skunk descent? What kind of behavior is this ultimate stench brewing in front of the group of dragons while standing at the windward edge with a raised butt? Since the master has been spiritually bound to you, he has never taught you this move. To be honest, on such a crowded occasion, Zhu Minglan seems to pretend not to know this big black dragon. The ability to mock this group should be counted as part of the ancient dragon battle skills. The ancestral dragon skeleton scattered in unknown continents will be resurrected with anger. Without a dragon lord level, Bai Che won't help you, Zhu Minglan said to the big black tooth. There is no dragon lord level among the irritated dragons. Bai Che also does not need to take action. The stronger ones on the field, like the shadowy dragon just now, have already been sent down to their demise by Bai Che. The strength of the four-clawed dragon may not be at the lord level, and Zhu Minglan feels that the big black tooth can handle it. The big black tooth felt a bit aggrieved, looking up at the sky, seeing that even the Shenmue Green Saint Dragon was surrounded by a group of flying dragons, realizing that it would be impossible for help to arrive in the short term. Oh. Lei Kang Rage Dragon roared a few times, seemingly trying to muster his courage. First deal with that four-clawed dragon, find opportunities to take out more dragon generals, Zhu Minglan said to the big black tooth. The Rage Kang Rage Dragon also stopped fooling around. In order to become as strong as Bai Che, it needed to put in more effort. Soon, Lei Kang Rage Dragon adjusted its state, its eyes scanning the dragons and beasts approaching. Those who entered the field were aware of their own strength. If they could weakly join forces to take out some of the more dominant dragon trainers first, it would be more advantageous for them to advance to the next round. So when Fu Jingguan from the Blue Dragon Hall and her four-clawed dragon attacked Lei Kang Rage Dragon, they also joined in. Is this shameless stench dragon yours? Fu Jingguan from the Blue Dragon Hall asked fiercely. Humans have their limits, not to mention meat-eating ancient dragons. With the girl's strength, she should be able to easily advance to the next round. Why bother entangling with me and my dragon? Zhu Minglan said. Humph, if you know this lady, you won't have an easy time. Dragons follow their masters. Just because you're well-dressed doesn't mean you can escape from the crew and fall stench, Fu Jingguan said. Zhu Minglan was not pleased. You're quite temperamental. Later, I'll toss you into the pool to cool off, Zhu Minglan said. How dare you? Fu Jingguan exclaimed. With that, she pointed towards Zhu Minglan and commanded her four-clawed dragon below her. The four-clawed dragon's claws were extremely powerful, resembling some tigers and leopards. When it charged, the bronze-colored ground beneath its claws shattered. Lei Kang Rage Dragon didn't want to directly clash with this blue dragon because not all blue dragons were weak. Lei Tang Dragon belonged to the category of blue dragons that were exceptionally strong in close combat. Additionally, it had a layer of brown skin that sometimes flowed, like mud on the surface of its segmented dragon body, maintaining its agility and swiftness. Sometimes, it would quickly solidify into a hard obsidian armor, making it difficult for Black Thunder Rage Dragon's claws to tear through this defensive layer. Zhu Minglan also noticed that in terms of defense, Black Thunder Rage Dragon couldn't compare to this four-clawed dragon, so he decisively called upon the Silver Qing Heavy Armor, making Lei Kang Rage Dragon's body sturdy and robust too. The Silver Qing Heavy Armor was a transforming armor that would not separate Lei Kang Rage Dragon's thunder scales. Zhu Minglang had Blacktooth engage with the four-clawed dragon first, redirecting his focus to other dragon generals, hoping that the other dragon generals would provide Black Thunder Rage Dragon with sufficient lightning energy. Once all the thunder scales were activated with electricity, then Black Thunder Rage Dragon could directly collide with the four-clawed dragon. Despite Lei Kang Rage Dragon's large size and heavy armor, with the ferocious lineage of the Kang Dragon, it could move swiftly between the more clumsy dragons. The four-clawed dragon vented its full force on other dragons multiple times, but it failed to land many significant attacks on Lei Kang Rage Dragon. Fu Jingwan from the Blue Dragon Hull was enraged, as her four-clawed dragon's strength could not be fully utilized, despite Lei Kang Rage Dragon not being of a high rank. With other dragons providing cover, Lei Kang Rage Dragon's lightning scales began to shine. As the battle became more intense, Blacktooth's eyes started to turn slightly blood red. Zhu Minglang almost simultaneously sensed the changes in Lei Kang Rage Dragon's breath. Using his spiritual awareness to investigate, he quickly noticed the strange blood energy strands converging towards Lei Kang Rage Dragon's nostrils. With each inhalation of these blood threads, Lei Kang Rage Dragon's scales shone brighter, and the ancient dragon flesh on its body seemed to swell and strengthen. It was the bloodline of valor. The chaos of the battle continued to stimulate Lei Kang Rage Dragon, continuously bringing forth its ancient dragon power. Suddenly, after avoiding attacks for so long, Lei Kang Rage Dragon turned and used its front claws to catch the clawed dragon charging at it. With a burst of brute force, it exuded a wild predator and lifted the four-clawed dragon up before slamming it forcefully onto the ground, causing the dragon to crash headfirst into the bronze-colored earth. The four-clawed dragon left a deep groove and many cracks appeared on its hardened skin. Then, lifting its head in a roar, Lei Kang Rage Dragon summoned all the lightning and moisture in the air, forming a series of thunderous strikes that followed the path the four-clawed dragon was thrown. The thunderous strikes hammered into the ground like a pile driver, shattering everything in its path as it reached the location where the four-clawed dragon lay. Doom! The four-clawed dragon was thrown out again, along with Fu Jingwan on its neck, landing heavily on the ground, rolling in a cloud of dust. Fu Jingwan stood up, wiping the dirt off her face. Her eyes filled with rage, she cast a cold gaze at the injured four-clawed dragon, her eyes turning even colder. Fu Jingwan extended her palm, opening a seal to retrieve the four-clawed dragon back into her spiritual domain. Then she opened another seal and summoned the steel-spined blue dragon. With a commanding shout filled with anger, Fu Jingwan summoned an adult steel-spined blue dragon from the seal, radiating an authoritative and majestic presence. Its skull was as hard as iron, with a metallic texture. Its body, covered in draconic steel armor, was also adorned with special scale needles arranged like pine needles, standing close together on its neck, head, and tail. This steel-spined blue dragon, covered in steel armor spines all over its body, stood tall on the battlefield, intimidating everyone present, causing even the onlookers from afar to involuntarily take a few steps back, fearing the steel spikes might hurt them. Exuding an extremely dangerous aura, this steel-spined blue dragon was obviously Fu Jingwan's dragon chief. Initially, she had intended to reveal her true power in the next round, but she couldn't wait any longer. First pull out all its teeth. I want to see it with a mouth full of blood, Fu Jingwan commanded arrogantly. The steel-spined blue dragon, appearing to be forged from metal, exuded a terrifying power even for a blue dragon. It swirled its tail and suddenly whipped it out, causing the steel-coated spikes to form a horizontal steel spike rainstorm. The dense steel spikes nailed into some rock formations, shattering them into powder. The range of this steel-thorn dragon's onslaught was extremely wide, leaving the dragon trainers, who had intended to take advantage of the chaos, floundering and getting seriously injured. Lei Kang Rage Dragon stood there, feeling the intense pain of the steel-like force, despite wearing the incredibly sturdy Silver Qing heavy armor. Its heavy body gradually retreated in the face of the steel needle's assault. Before long, the Silver Qing heavy armor was also pierced by the steel scales. Many thorns penetrated Lei Kang Rage Dragon's muscles. The blood slowly seeped from these puncture wounds, and seeing this, Zhu Minglang intended to recall Big Blacktooth into the spiritual realm since it was not in the same realm as the steel-spined blue dragon. However, Lei Kang Rage Dragon showed no intention of leaving, its nostrils widening as it sucked in large amounts of air. Zhu Minglang soon saw more blood energy threads entering Lei Kang Rage Dragon's body, invisible to others. These red energy threads swirled around, forming a red whirlpool of blood. Not only did the surrounding bloody scent infiltrate Lake Hang Rage Dragon, but the blood oozing from its own wounds did not drip but rather evaporated upon contact with. Chapter 137. The Tyrant Steel Spine Azure Dragon ultimately chose to retreat. This retreat provided Thunderfall Tyrant Dragon with a perfect opportunity for a fierce attack. The mouth of the black-fanged crocolisk opened, and Thunderfall Tyrant Dragon let out a roar in the direction of the Steel Spine Azure Dragon. Its lungs pulsed, compressing deeply from its throat, releasing a roar with a powerful air-tearing force, creating a fan-shaped area of devastation. The Steel Spine Azure Dragon had nowhere to hide and could only use its banana-shaped tail to block in front of itself. However, its steel-like skin was visibly torn open, with scales and spikes falling off in patches. As the roar ended, Thunderfall Tyrant Dragon charged towards the Steel Spine Azure Dragon, grabbing its tail and forcefully hurling it away using its brute strength. In midair, the Steel Spine Azure Dragon twisted its body like a steel python and wrapped around a giant rock pillar standing in the ancient bronze battlefield. Its other body parts softened and entwined around the pillar. After stabilizing its form again, the Steel Spine Azure Dragon rapidly climbed to the top of the huge rock pillar, flattened its body slightly, and glided down from a height. Its spikes all stood upright, entangling and coiling towards the Thunderfall Tyrant Dragon. Starting with the skull, the Azure Dragon's head slid around the Thunderfall Tyrant Dragon's front paw, slipping down from behind its neck like an eel, immediately ensnaring the entire dragon's body. Despite its steel skin, it displayed remarkable flexibility. The Thunderfall Tyrant Dragon was entangled by the Azure Dragon, with its sharp scales turning into even more terrifying weapons. As the Azure Dragon tightened its grip, those spikes fiercely pierced into the flesh of the Thunderfall Tyrant Dragon. As the Azure Dragon's body tightened and slowly writhed, it was as if hundreds of spikes were sliding and cutting through the Thunderfall Tyrant Dragon's body, causing considerable pain. However, the eyes of the Thunderfall Tyrant Dragon became even redder. Its body was drenched in blood, which kept evaporating. Gradually, the dragon's blood seemed to boil and burn. Not only did a layer of blood flame rise from the Thunderfall Tyrant Dragon's body, but it also burned the Steel Spine Azure Dragon entwined around it. Immersed in blood, the Thunderfall scales on its body became even more vibrant. Within the raging blood flames, dark purple lightning chains danced vividly, exuding a strong and striking presence. With a roar, the blood flames on the Thunderfall Tyrant Dragon merged with the black lightning, creating a more terrifying explosion. This roar seemed to break all restraints and shackles, causing the blood flames to explode, with black thunderstorms sweeping through. These two forces intertwine, violently sending the Steel Spine Azure Dragon and its formidable steel skin spikes flying away. The spikes shattered like rusted nails, and the steel skin was severely damaged, seemingly falling off the Azure Dragon's body in pieces. Covered in blood, paralyzed by the black thunderstorm, the Steel Spine Azure Dragon could hardly move its muscles, while the dragon's burning blood coursing over its body felt like a fiery poison, tormenting the injured dragon. Although the Thunderfall Tyrant Dragon had no intact skin left on its body, its surging bloodthirst and fierce fighting spirit indicated that it was far from being defeated easily. On the other hand, the Steel Spine Azure Dragon, no longer exuding its initial dominance over other dragons, appeared more like a wounded iron python, displaying a hint of fear towards the Thunderfall Tyrant Dragon of low rank. At the Chip Pavilion, the elder with a long beard from the Azure Dragon Hall looked grave, his face filled with concern. This ancient dragon possesses the skill of fighting with increasing bravery. Jianwo seems to have encountered a formidable opponent this time, the elder from the Azure Dragon Hall remarked, glancing over the various areas of the ancient bronze battlefield. At least more than half of the participants were maintaining their small territories with great intelligence, not provoking strong enemies easily and never allowing seemingly weaker opponents to join forces against them. It can't be. I've bet most of my earnings from half a year on Fujianwo. As a senior disciple of the Azure Dragon Hall, how can he lose to a nobody? Who is the owner of that black tyrant dragon? How was this dragon tamed? How could a dragon that ranks above the Steel Spine Azure Dragon be defeated by its pseudo-master? That's how ancient dragons are, especially tyrant dragons. They are the top predators. If the Steel Spine Azure Dragon does not use the profound dragon arts, engaging in melee combat with an ancient dragon like this would definitely result in a decisive defeat. In the taverns, where men and women clad in silks were closely watching the duel between the two dragons, there were also many dragon breeders, some of whom had participated in the competition a few days before. Do any of you recognize that person? Some already started paying attention to the owner of the Black Tyrant Dragon. Isn't he from the Daeguan Pavilion? I remember, he's from the Ju family. Didn't the Ju family recently hold a funeral because a junior died on this battlefield? Why would they send another to his death? The Ju family rarely cultivates dragon breeders. Even if they do, their strength probably can't compare with several other families and clans. I've even heard that the Ju family has formed enmity with a powerful force. This time, when several members of the Ju family are participating, perhaps they've prepared several coffins. The Ju family. Anyone in the capital knew that this family was renowned for its metalwork. The swords they crafted were favored by the sword sect. Their workshops had long cooperated with various nations, supplying elite soldiers with armor and weapons bearing the Ju family mark. Not to mention the extraordinary devices used by divine practitioners or the dragon rider equipment like head armors, beast saddles, armor, and claw guards. Such a family, even without powerful divine practitioners or dragon breeders, was respected by many organizations. After all, every item they crafted could significantly enhance a person's strength. Therefore, in terms of power comparison, not many were optimistic about the Ju family, especially after a junior member had died previously. I wonder which faction of the Ju family that Juvenile belongs to. He seems to have decent strength, barely able to contend with a senior disciple of the Azure Dragon Hall. He might make it to the next round at most. With this kind of strength, he'll probably get thrashed by the outstanding seniors of those powerful factions in the second round. I wonder if the rumors are true. Will another junior from the Ju family die on this battlefield? End of chapter. Chapter 138. The Ultimate Predator. In the Kiro River, a grand pavilion covered with thin white gauze on both sides, carpeted inside, a group of maids stood elegantly, with tall and charming figures. They were serving for young men. Among them was Hao Xiaokong. He wore a black silk robe, black hair, and a pair of dark eyes coldly staring at the position where Ju Minglin was, glaring at the black violent dragon. HMPH. Even a preliminary match is so difficult, you should know he's just trash. I'm going to press him into Ju Tong's coffin that day, let him sleep together with Ju Tong. Hao Xiaokong looked at the situation on the battlefield, disdainfully said, "We didn't ask you to take the blame, but you insisted on going. If I accidentally kill a servant, their family should come to apologize to me first." Worrying that this servant angered me, Jia Shi said, "It's all because of my father, saying if I don't go, Ju Tiangwan will definitely take my life, saying he knows Ju Tiangwan's character." Hao Xiaokong said angrily. The wound on his forehead, still not healed, now looks just like the South Pole immortals, swollen like having a longevity peach on it. Every time he thought of the humiliation he suffered at the Lingtang that day, Hao Xiaokong wished he could jump into the ancient bronze battlefield now and slaughter Ju Mingling and his dragon. This round, he should pass. In the next round, we'll find some reliable ones to see if we can kill all his dragons, Jia Shi said coldly. Just kill his dragons? At this moment, a young man in a royal brocade robe smiled. This royal brother, Ju Tong and Ju Minglin, are not on the same level. Ju Minglin is an inner disciple of the Ju clan, and also Ju Tiangwan's only son, as well as Ju Zuan's closed-door disciple. The great-grandfather is the sword sovereign of the distant mountain sword sect. If he dies, even our elders may not be able to withstand the anger of these people. Jia Shi paused. If he wants to kill me, I'll kill him, Hao Xiaokong said without too much fear, impolitely. I was just talking casually. Hao Xiaokong, did he really say at the Lingtang that he would take your life in this grand competition? The man in royal brocade robes asked with a smile. Madame Zhao was there at the time. You can ask Zhao Shi. This Ju Minglin is really too arrogant. After returning from the distant mountain sword sect, this guy never put any of our faction's disciples in his eyes. Now, who in the entire capital doesn't know that his sword cultivation has been abolished, and he still doesn't hide his arrogance? Hao Xiaokong said, in my opinion, he won't last through the second round. Take him down in the second round. Slaughter all the dragons he summons. Still thinking of rising through dragon herding, we'll just crush him right away. In the second round, if there are people from our royal young master's faction, it's best to choose those kinds of people. Do you understand what I mean? The man in royal brocade robe said. We understand the royal young master's intention. On the ancient bronze battlefield, the thunderous rampaging dragon clashed with the steel spine azure dragon again. Just from the imposing manner of the dragons, it was clear that the steel spine azure dragon was gradually losing strength. The thunderous rampaging dragon became more brave in battle. The more ancient dragon blood flow, the more intense the battle intent, while the injuries of the steel spine azure dragon continued to worsen with each round, weakening its strength bit by bit. So close, just one more step. Fujinj couldn't bear this situation. In fact, the steel spine azure dragon was in the process of advancing, shedding layer by layer of its steel skin and spines. During this phase, it temporarily couldn't perform Azure Dragon Mystic Arts. To beckon the Azure Dragon Mystic Arts, this violent dragon couldn't possibly resist. A few more rounds of collision would easily crush this dragon, leaving no room for further action. In the end, Fujinj, a disciple of the Azure Dragon Palace on the verge of advancing to the master level, couldn't even withstand the strength of a dragon at the high-ranking dragon commander level. A great shame. Oh, the thunderous rampaging dragon scales remained in a state of fullness, the boundless thunder turning into a massive electric whip fiercely striking the steel-spined azure dragon's body. The scales of this thunderous rampaging dragon were extracted directly from the soul pearl of the thunder abyssal dragon. As long as there was sufficient energy to activate these scales, their power was not inferior to that of a master level. Thus, this thunderous assault, coupled with the already battered skin of the steel-spine azure dragon, couldn't withstand this relentless onslaught. Finally, Fujinj, a disciple of the Azure Dragon Palace, had preserved a thread of reason. Seeing the steel-spine azure dragon continue to struggle, she activated a spell, sending the steel-spine azure dragon with its injuries into her spiritual domain. You've won, but your dragon is more battered than mine. Fujinj admitted defeat, yet she was not convinced. Fujinj was right. The injuries of the thunderous rampaging dragon were more severe. Its body was barely in one piece, purely due to the immense battle spirit granted by the blood of valor. Under this state, the vitality of this dragon would be several times stronger than other dragon species. What seemed like severe injuries in ordinary circumstances, when the blood of valor surged within it, were no more than mere scratches. In the end, although my physical condition may not be better than yours, I will always be the one to fall first. Predators are just like that. Falling means death. Black Tooth, come back. Zhu Minglin also felt the pain. The once magnificent great black dragon had now transformed into a blood-red dragon. Since the opponent had conceded, there was no need to continue the battle. Panting and exhaling flames tinged with blood, its eyes swept across the battlefield, discovering many dragons still present. It seemed to recall Zhu Minglin's instructions that day. The task was to clear all dragons from the field. Before Zhu Minglin could summon the recall mark, the thunderous rampaging dragon had already set its sights on its next target, a dragon with two side-like tails, the Azure Blade Dragon. The Blade Dragon, another predator of the jungle. As the thunderous rampaging dragon charged into the battle between the Azure Blade Dragon and a Crimson Dragon, the rivers of magma spewed by the Crimson Dragon forced all other dragons to retreat, yet the Blade Dragon remained undaunted. The thunderous rampaging dragon's entrance into the battlefield startled both the Azure Blade Dragon and the Crimson Dragon. In terms of size, the thunderous rampaging dragon was to sizes larger than the Azure Blade Dragon and the Crimson Dragon. Initially, they were still evenly matched opponents, yet upon encountering an even more formidable predator, they immediately ceased their infighting, forming an extremely tacit alliance. The thunderous rampaging dragon was never one for one-on-one battles, instead lifting its massive dragon's foot. Its whole body glowed in blood-red light. With a fierce stomp, the terrifying stomp spread towards the two dragons. The Blade Dragon and the Crimson Dragon couldn't stand firm. Their initial plan of surrounding and attacking had backfired, and they found themselves losing ground. Oh! The thunderous rampaging dragon bellowed, seeming like satisfying its unquenchable desire for battle. With eyes filled with crimson, it sought its next predator on the battlefield who could stand shoulder to shoulder with it. Soon enough, the thunderous rampaging dragon fixed its gaze on a blue tyrant dragon in another area of the battlefield, a dragon that ruled over that territory. The blue tyrant dragon was even more massive, with a menacing head. Not to mention, its body resembled a small mountain, emanating an aura that no one dared to provoke. The thunderous rampaging dragon charged towards the blue tyrant dragon, the strong and ferocious dragon. The blue tyrant dragon moved its neck, then forcefully rammed into the face of the thunderous rampaging dragon, causing its face to be covered in blood. The thunderous rampaging dragon, in turn, licked the blood off its face and stuck to the blue tyrant dragon again, engaging in a power-based battle relying on its ancient dragon's brutish physique. Crazed dragon, truly a mad dragon, cursed the middle-aged dragon herder. Not many people remained on the ancient bronze battlefield. Once the troublemakers were cleared out, everyone could enter the next round together. Why fight to the death at this moment? Was there some deep-seated animosity? Friend, spare me, your dragon has crushed me, but you may also be eliminated, the middle-aged dragon herder said. He didn't belong to any faction, just a traveler who had arrived in the capital seeking high rewards for advancing to the next round. Initially, playing it safe with the commanding strength of the blue tyrant dragon, he could have held on until the end. Without answering the plea for mercy from the dragon herder, Zhu Mingling had accompanied all the way. The great black dragon fought fiercely, its current state being continuously battle-hardened, continuously vanquishing its opponents to achieve its singular dominance as the top predator. Rarely did Great Black find so many dragons on the battlefield. This battlefield seemed to be lifting the thunderous rampaging dragon's strength to a soaring level. What the Great Black Dragon needed most was battle. Continuous battle, continuously tapping into its potential, and constantly breaking free from the constraints of its bloodline. Since it felt it was not enough, how could Zhu Mingling stop it? It never wanted to become as powerful as the Ice-Jan White Dragon in its own right. Oh. As a fusion of the Abyssal and Tyrant Dragon bloodlines, the thunderous rampaging dragon was fearless when it came to bite force. Biting into the back of the blue Tyrant Dragon, a large chunk of flesh was torn off, exposing one spine after another, while the Great Black Dragon itself also had a large missing piece in its chest, part of its rib cage exposed, revealing blood flowing inside, just as scorchingly hot as the molten lava, burning upon contact with the outer air, igniting fiercely. Even in such a state, the thunderous rampaging dragon didn't feel pain, whereas the blue tyrant dragon howled in agony. Retreat. Chapter 139. Enjoying the fish pond outside the field as they watched the crowd outside the field, excitement boiled over in an instant. This purest form of power and direct physical combat was exactly what they hoped to see, especially with a fierce and fearless figure like Lei Kang's Thunder Dragon. As for the esteemed guests in the restaurant, each of their faces turned pale. The numbers they had spent a fortune on were all wiped out by Dahai in the end. The problem was, no one had any confidence in Zhu Mingling from the beginning. Those who didn't know Zhu Mingling basically wouldn't bet on his victory, and those who did know him knew that his cultivation as a sword cultivator was abandoned, and he didn't start on the path of a dragon herder until he was well into adulthood. What accomplishments could he possibly have? So, although there were no specific regulations for the participants in this tournament, it was mainly intended to provide a platform for the younger generation to showcase themselves. The silver-copper armor was already shattered. Who is Zhu Mingling? We've never heard of him in our dragon herder domain, asked Lu Bin, a senior disciple of the Azure Dragon Hall. In this tournament, Zhu Mingling was of the same generation as many of the influential family's descendants. The vast majority of them knew of this figure from the vast mountain sword sect and knew that he originated from the Zhu family. Isn't that Zhu Mingling? Finally, a senior elder from the Azure Dragon Hall recognized this young man, somewhat surprised. Zhu Mingling and Non Lingsha didn't show much interest in the subsequent matches. Fortunately, during the cooling process of blood, the ancient dragon's self-healing instinct would be greatly enhanced, and with the enhancement of the spiritual energy of the spirit realm, Dahaya could recover even without healing medications in a matter of days. Rest well. After this battle, your strength should skyrocket. I will go to the Zhu family to find some materials to make you a better dragon armor, Zhu Mingling said to Dahaya. In some grand banquets, he had seen from a distance this legendary figure who outshone his peers. Humph. Thought he was someone extraordinary, worthy of amazement from several powerful factions. With this level of skill, he can't even get past the second round, far from being compared to me. Lu Bin chuckled as he saw how his master and junior sister praised Zhu Mingling endlessly. There were many disciples under the Azure Dragon Hall who were once superior, but ended up being stepped on by him in the end. Fu Jingguo was also surprised. Participants number 55, 56, 9, and 77 advanced to the next round. Please check the tournament announcement in the city promptly and note the time of your next match. announced a referee with a loud voice. Exiting the battlefield, a group of people dressed as servants quickly rushed into the bloody bronze battlefield, swiftly cleaning up the entire area. However, what Zhu Minglan was more concerned about was the large gap in the front of Da Hai's chest, which would be difficult to rely on self-healing alone. Originally, Zhu Minglan had plans to make a better one, and with the craftsmanship of the Zhu family, they could craft something far superior to the silver-copper armor. Of course, as a dragon herder, regardless of which level of combat, they could integrate well, since all the dragons they raised couldn't be at the same level. Many dragon herders who were already powerful would also participate in these mixed battles to train their younger dragons. How can a sword cultivator call the dragons? Lu Bin asked, puzzled. Zhu Minglan had already taken Da Hai back into the spiritual realm. On the other side of the bronze battlefield, Nan Lingsha chose a few people who seemed at extraordinary spirit power and sparred with them for a few rounds before standing there with a bored expression. The aerial combat didn't have much suspense. Zhu Minglan let the sacred dragon of the divine wood freely unleash its power. "Si Qingzhuo, you come back too." At that time, many sisters were proud to know Zhu Minglan. Even if someone was powerful before, they were nothing but a waste if they couldn't maintain their cultivation. After Da Hai entered the spiritual realm, some of its decaying skin had slowly grown some red fibers, which were knitting together the wounds that had been torn open. This great faction tournament mainly involved senior disciples, whose ages were not too young, with none over 30 taking part, especially those powerful factions that placed great emphasis on reputation. Their goal was to advance to higher rounds and compete with members of even stronger factions. Cultivation was something that some people had mastered some tricks early on, perhaps allowing them to lead among their peers and gain the admiration of elders, teachers, and peers. It was still too early to administer medicine. They had to wait for the fervor of their blood to cool down slowly. However, cultivation was a long-term process that couldn't be achieved by just a bit of cleverness. I heard that his cultivation as a sword cultivator was abandoned, becoming ordinary. Now it seems he must be unwilling to decline and chose the path of dragon herder. It appears he's doing quite well on this path, especially in taming the thunder dragon. The elder of the Azure Dragon Hall stroked his beard. Inside the arena, only 4 people remained. Lu Bin, who came from another country, didn't know who Zhu Minglan was and was not impressed by him. However, Zhu Minglan showed a keen interest in this battle. Having seen the master of the Thunder Dragon up close just now, they didn't recognize him as Zhu Minglan. Is he Zhu Minglan? Fu Jingguo had already come down from the field and was gazing at the man who had defeated her. No one dared to provoke her. Those nearby had witnessed some people who seemed strong being defeated instantly by her. The spiritual realm not only blessed the growth of dragon companions, it also had a strong effect on their own circulation and self-healing. Currently, Zhu Minglan's spiritual realm could increase by about 15 times. The sacred dragon of divine wood was clearly more dominant, with flying dragons not as numerous as land dragons, and the sacred dragon of divine wood seemed to be entering the next phase soon. Much stronger than other flying dragons. Senior brother, I've heard of this person before. It is said that he emerged from the trials of the senior disciples of the Far Mountain Sword Sect when he was only 15. His strength was so strong that even some senior figures were not his match. His reputation in the Imperial City is significant. Fu Jingguo spoke. Nam Lingsha probably wouldn't be participating in the battle anymore. She already had the qualifications to enter higher rounds. Apart from Zhu Minglan, the other 3 were all divine mortals. The Thunder Dragon didn't show much interest in divine mortals, so he didn't eliminate them all. There was nowhere more suitable than this battlefield to hone the Thunder Dragon and the Divine with Sacred Dragon. So before the second round of matches began, he decided to explore this fish pond area a bit more. End of this chapter. Chapter 142 Old Foxes ... Returning to the Jar Gate. It was already close to night. Dizzy all day. He was tired too, so he went to sleep early. As a result, in the middle of the night, Qin Yang suddenly appeared in his room, startling Zhu Minglan, who was alert. "The master wants you to come over." Qin Yang appeared out of nowhere, her black silk clothes blending into the night. If her eyes didn't have a gleam, Zhu Minglan would have thought there was a ghost in his room. "What's the matter? Can't it wait until tomorrow?" Zhu Minglan was still sleepy. "Father, in accordance with their wish, we are participating in the power comparison competition. Both Nam Lingsha and I have entered and made it to the second round," Zhu Minglan said. "How can that be possible? Matching the disciples of the Jargate with those who have thousands of years of background in the power comparison, we would be at a huge disadvantage. Why not have those from the ZH Gate, sects, clans, and palaces compete in forging instead? Sha Tinguan said. I agree with this approach, but all of you need to increase the stakes and raise the level of competition. So, Father, are you more willing to see another sect destroyed rather than believe that I can stand out in this power comparison competition? Sha Minglan said. Directly implementing the first approach is too violent. Sha Tinguan heard this speech, and the previous frustration was swept away, his face full of smiles. It is usually decided jointly by those senior figures, especially when it comes to territorial disputes. It is common to resort to force, and direct declarations of hostility frequently occur. In fact, the power of those dragon breeders is enormous. Even the most prosperous city may not be able to support the expenses of a team of dragon breeders. What a good idea! Several stone lamps standing in the water shone on the gently rippling waves. Looking across the lake, you could even see a few wooden boats sleeping under the moonlight in the distance. Competing in the power comparison, Sha Minglan was a bit surprised. It seems that this Sha Tinguan is still too kind to those old and stubborn guys who rely on their age too much. Sha Minglan picked up a wine glass, handed it to Sha Tinguan, and then said, even if something like Sha Tong being killed on the battlefield or Ha Sha Kung being killed by Sha Tinguan occurs, it will not necessarily lead to a feud erupting between the Jargate and the Purple Sect. Regarding the matter of declaring to sit in town, Qin Yan added, I'm not hungry. Take your time eating. Sha Minglan shook his head. How about this? We can agree to their proposal, but all the major forces must contribute more resources to the competition. After all, it is a competition of power, not disciples. Why only take out those mediocre things and embarrass ourselves? If we're playing, let's play big with them, Sha Minglan said. On the Jargate side, there is basically no need to put out anything. Just share the ownership of the lands away from the Chun territory, allowing all powers to qualify to compete together. They know that our Jargate's main focus is not on cultivating divine people and dragon breeders, so they intentionally included the competition in this power comparison. Those cunning old things don't want to get their hands dirty, so they push it onto the younger generation. Sha Minglan cannot watch people from the Chun territory become slaves. The Jargate itself only became a clan power in recent years, and its foundation is not that stable. Regarding the Chun territory, it can be confirmed that there are indeed ancient relics there. No matter how I threaten or lure those old guys, they refuse to talk. Sha Tinguan took a sip of his wine, casually wiped his mouth with a piece of silk nearby. They want to make things difficult for us, so we'll hit them hard. Father, tomorrow, adopt an attitude of preparing for war. Then let the powers who are friendly to us falsely advise and propose to increase the stakes in the competition. Why stay calm? They are almost on top of us. Our Jargate doesn't focus on nurturing dragon breeders and divine beings, yet they want us to compete with them for the territory rights of the ancestral dragon city. How is that any different from telling us to get lost? Son, don't say that this piece of land is related to you. Even if it is a completely unfamiliar and unrelated new land, they are using this method to push us out, thinking that we are still the weaklings we used to be. Sha Tinguan indignantly said. Now, there are two options. To first, directly tear up the alliance. Whoever opposes us, we crush them. The night was slightly cool. Upon entering the study, you could see on the other side was completely open, facing the glittering lake. Sha Minglang's courtyard was quite far from Sha Tinguan's study. He had chosen this small courtyard in the first place to avoid being disturbed by Sha Tinguan. Since they were young and their network was limited, their strength was very limited. Even if there were conflicts between two powers in the competition, it wouldn't affect the overall harmony. The disciples would ultimately seek the elders to mediate, and the elders would handle it amicably considering both sides' backgrounds. Indeed, in this whole matter, the different powers on the Jingding continent are using this method to bully the Jargate. It's not about belief, it's about fairness. We are now the top clan. There will always be some old clans and sects who don't like us. If we give in on some things once, there will be a second time, a third time. There's no need for us to engage in this power comparison competition with them. I want to see what they have to challenge us with. The land of the ancestral dragon city belongs to our Jargate, Sha Tinguan said. This patriarch, dominating in the outside world, is actually a talkative person. Xia Mingling sometimes finds him annoying. The second one. This is the competitive method they proposed, which is extremely unfavorable to us. So, Father, I think declaring war against them directly is a more prudent approach. He raised the wine Xia Mingling had poured for him, clinked glasses, saying, "Here's to a 50-50 split." The power competition is purely a comparison between the young disciples of various powers, mainly for practice purposes and to a certain extent. But the Jargate is likely to make many enemies. This way, Xia Tinguan actually said such words, so he must be confident in destroying the competing power. Even if he can't, he can rely on the growth of the Jargate to force the other side to retreat. Walking into the study, the room wasn't particularly large. Surrounded by peach trees, a spacious wooden study without an attic, filled with old artifacts, most of which were ancient cast items. Clan declaring war, such things are less common in the stable and established Jingting imperial city, but they are more commonplace in other large nations. In essence, it is about using all the power of an entire force to obtain greater benefits for their own power. Xia Mingling immediately sat up from the bed and splashed his face with clean water. Looking at the faces of the father and son pair, their perfectly matched smiles made them look like two old foxes. It was nothing more than irreconcilable conflicts between powers, turning them into enemies. Basically, when people from different powers meet, they start fighting. "Are you hungry?" Xia Tinguan sat in front of the long table, which was full of food and wine. Outside the house, Qin Yan dressed in black silk stood quietly there. "Do you think they are going too far?" In the past, when the Jargate was just one of the last 6 major clans, Xia Tinguan and Xia Mingling rarely suffered losses under those major powers. Now that the clan is prospering, those powers who still go around causing trouble for the Jargate will certainly not have a good ending. End of this chapter. Chapter 141. The Story of Inscriptions. Until the next day at noon, Aunt Bai Din invited 3 people to have a meal at home. Zhu Minglan saw Aunt Bai Shin's exaggerated calm appearance, and he also felt uncomfortable deep down. And that arrogant idiot, Hao Xiaokan, Zhu Minglan had already decided to kill him. When the time comes, he must make Uncle and Aunt dress up in luxury to attend the funeral of his son Hao Young. After the meal, Fang Nianian ran out on her own. Bai Din was worried that Fang Nianian, a young girl, would get lost in this unfamiliar imperial city, and also worried about encountering some unruly people, so she specially ordered a female clan attendant from the sword sect to follow Fang Nianian. By the evening, Fang Nianian returned. She looked excited and said to Zhu Minglan, who was treating Da Hai's wounds, "The dragon feed for next month is ready. And the water and wood elemental flower you wanted, I bought it from an old man who grows trees. It only cost 500 gold. Impressive." Zhu Minglan gave a thumbs up. This water and wood elemental flower, if put in the spiritual market, would cost at least 1 or 2,000 gold. 500 gold is quite cheap. The old man said, "The people who collect things at the spiritual market are even more unscrupulous, not even willing to give 300 gold for a portion." Fang Nianian said, "Such violent profits?" Zhu Mingling said, "There are many spiritual things in the world, and the vast majority of spiritual things are closely related to those breeders, planters, herbalists, and mountain patrollers. In short, dragon herders are good at raising dragons, and different dragons eat different things. This huge food consumption can only be purchased from farmers and merchants, and some strange mountain spirits and treasures are also more easily encountered by hunters, woodcutters, herbalists, and mountain patrollers who often enter the mountains. Periodically, those people from the spiritual market will go to their homes to collect things. When they see spiritual things that dragon herders need, they will buy them at a high price. This has become an industry in the major cities of the polar courtyard mainland. After all, there are so many dragon herders and so many young spirits and true dragons. Without these farmers and vendors, many dragon pets will not develop well. This is why dragon herders and the major dragon raising forces must occupy the cities. With cities, they can levy resources from the large number of farmers and vendors who grow in the mountains and forests. Dragon herders who collect spiritual things themselves are still a minority. Fang Nianian has been selling things outside the Dragon Training Academy since she was young and often buys dragon feed and spiritual things for some students, so she understands the ins and outs of this. It saves a lot of money to take some time and buy directly from those collectors. Of course, it's not always lucky to find the right spiritual resources that are suitable for Zi Qingzhu's needs, not to mention the precise vintage. Fang Nianian plans that if she can't find it today, she will buy it from the spiritual resources market. It will cost 2,000 to 3,000 gold. Zi Qingzhu is about to evolve, and time cannot be wasted. Let me report to you, the crystal of Little White cost a total of 12,000 gold. Big Black Tooth eats the food from outside of our clan's courtyard, and we actually saved that money. Little Blue Wood's golden Nanmu sap also bought a month's worth, spent 2,300 gold. Then there are the money and goods we obtained from those villains in the city of Sin, as well as our savings. From today, we have less than 1,000 gold left. Boss, you haven't paid me my salary for this month yet. Fang Nianian meticulously calculated the money for Zhu Mingling, making Zhu Mingling feel dizzy. How did the monthly expenses exceed 10,000? He thought that relying on the estates from the ancestral palace and the villain's inheritance could comfortably last for a year or so. It's not even autumn yet, and there's only 1,000 gold left. 1,000 gold probably won't even be enough for Da Haiya's food. The current Da Haiya now wants to eat dragon pork. How about reducing the food expenses? I've seen many alternatives, like the crystal shards of the stars. There's a kind of star moon, or in the spiritual resources market. I've calculated that it costs less than 2,000 per month. And Nanmu sap, we don't buy golden Nanmu wood anymore. Just a few hundred gold for Nanmu sap. Fang Nianian asked. No, it must be the best, even if we are poor. We can't skimp on our dragon baby. Zhu Mingling said. Your father looks very rich. Why don't you ask him for reimbursement? Fang Nianian asked. It's easy to ask Zhu Tianwan for money. This small amount is nothing to him. But raising dragons on one's own, one must find one's own way to make money. And in the future, when the level of dragon pets is higher, the amount of money needed per month will be even greater. You can't rely on Zhu Tianwan for help to every month, right? It's a loss to ask him for this small amount of money. It's okay. We still have a month. I will figure it out. Zhu Mingling said. Okay, I'll visit the collectors regularly these days to see if I can purchase resources at a good price. Fang Nianian said. The water and wood elemental flower, the essence of 500 years. Zhu Mingling arrived at the mountain stream and saw Mr. Ko floating in the air taking a nap. Waking it up, Zhu Mingling planned to ask for some specific details. Sure enough, Mr. Ko did not remember saying those words before. You can continue napping. Zhu Mingling said. Along the north side of the mountain stream, Zhu Mingling went to the foundry. In the inner courtyard of Zhu, there was no original iron or ore for forging, so even if he entered the foundry, he would not see huge furnaces, let alone billowing smoke, in the Zhu mountain island. Zhu Mingling walked into the hall, and most of the people had already returned to their homes to rest, leaving only a few disciples on night duty. Young master, young master. The disciples on night duty saluted. Is there anyone else inside? At the level of elders? Zhu Mingling asked. The Lord is inside. One of the disciples said. Good. Zhu Mingling went in, bypassed the central hall, and walked toward an armory. Zhu Tianwan should be in there. Pushing open the heavy door, Zhu Mingling saw countless radiant marks dancing in this splendid forge, ancient and mysterious, as if hiding infinite power. Once completely released, it could move mountains and fill seas. Inscriptions, Zhu Mingling exclaimed. You also know about inscriptions, hot. Zhu Tianwan waved his hand, and all these glowing marks turned into a dazzling vortex, slowly injected into a thick and heavy piece of armor. That piece of armor, as large as a grindstone, had already been through 1,000 hammer strikes and exuded a tough and heavy texture. With the infusion of the inscriptions, it seemed as if a powerful body had acquired a more brilliant soul, giving off an immortal aura. The injection of inscriptions is the essence of our Zhu clan. Any object, no matter how ordinary it is, after undergoing our Zhu clan inscription ritual, will also exhibit extraordinary power. Just take the example of the Azure Dragon. The source of their strength is their profound art. An Azure Dragon without profound art is no different from an ordinary large snake. Zhu Tianwan said. Will the inscriptions be subject to a dormant sealing method? Zhu Mingling asked. What Zhu Mingling wanted to consult on mainly was the matter of the inscriptions on the Sword Spirit Dragon. There are still many sword spirits on the Sword Spirit Dragon's body that have not awakened, meaning the inscriptions are dark. If all of the sword spirits on it can shine with inscription brilliance, the Sword Spirit Dragon will become even more powerful. The Sword Spirit Dragon might even surpass its initial sword practitioner cultivation base. End of this chapter. Chapter 140 to Devouring Sword Token. Each inscribed mark has its effect, its origin, and its story. Take the Guardian mark for example. It can sense the master's situation. If the master is unaware of a deadly attack from a blind spot, the Guardian mark will autonomously shine and create a shadow armor to protect its master. As for the battle mark, it merges with the master's inner fighting spirit. It awakens when the master thirsts for victory, granting the vessel a power suitable for the battle at hand. Even ancient secret techniques in some cases. Generally speaking, the older an artifact is, the easier it is to awaken the marks engraved upon it. These artifacts have experienced many things over the changing years, from family changes, faction rise and fall, to changes in ownership of territories. The artifacts have witnessed all of this, absorbing the obsessions of those people, gradually forming their own souls. However, not all soul marks are active. They require specific environments, events, and masters to fully shine. Zhu Qiaguan's explanation was quite brief. Zhu Minglang had never heard anyone in the family mention about the marks before. What you saw just now were mark fragments. I repaired them and integrated them into a battle flame mark, imprinted on that chest armor piece earlier. Zhu Qiaguan continued. Initially, Zhu Minglang had two thoughts in mind. One was to reunite with his mother whom he hadn't seen in years, and the other was to challenge the strong individuals of the Miaoshan sword sect. Can it also wear dragon armor? Back at the armory hall, Zhu Minglang was considering whether to ask Zhu Qiaguan for some dragon feed money. In Zhu Minglang's memory, Zhu Qiaguan was an extremely busy person, and most of the time he could be seen during meal times. In essence, a sword spirit dragon is a sword, a heavy armor that can make a dragon general like Da Heya battle upper-ranked dragon lords. No wonder dragon armors are so expensive. Zhu Minglang was earnestly learning as Zhu Qiaguan explained the prerequisites to crafting. The lesson was done and Zhu Qiaguan had tried to infuse another mark into the volcano armor to make it stronger. Zhu Minglang entered the hall, summoning the Sword Spirit Dragon. The Sword Spirit Dragon suddenly dashed towards a pool of flames in the hall, excitedly swirling around it like staring at a delicious meal. This heavy armor not only made Da Heya stronger, but could also transform him into shadow armor to protect its life in critical moments. Father is worried. Zhu Minglang looked at Zhu Qiaguan and slowly bowed. Zhu Minglang nodded and made notes of the connecting positions. The place was called Sword Maiden Mountain. In a brief moment of distraction, all the resonating sword artifacts flew up in an orderly manner and converged towards the Sword Spirit Dragon. The sword swallowing indeed strength and the Sword Spirit Dragon. For a sword cultivator, the sword artifacts were crucial. With a well-crafted and marked sword artifact, the strength could increase significantly and in certain circumstances, unleash extraordinary abilities. Unknowingly, the night had fallen. Zhu Qiaguan tried to infuse another mark into the volcano armor, aiming to make it even stronger. Zhu Minglang was engrossed in thought. The combination of parts was crucial, taking into account the anatomy of the dragons who avoid restricting their agility after wearing the heavy armor. Many of the sword artifacts were finished products that could fetch tens of thousands in prices. Father, this volcano armor is already very good, and it's priceless, Zhu Minglang said. His dragon beasts were still in a growth phase, so it might soon be surpassed if he forged armor for them too early. Father, don't struggle anymore. Just take a look around the palace and see if there's a suitable girl, then start a new family, Zhu Minglang suggested. This fire dragon armor is excellent, and its limit is just one mark. I will ask the armory hall's master to add a circle of thunder conductive nails to the armor. It can magnify the output when your dragon releases thunderstorms, Zhu Qiaguan suggested, wiping the sweat off his forehead, pointing at the connecting parts of the armor piece. Now he understood that for a family as large as theirs, the prosperity of the entire family, even dealing with matters like Jutan being bullied and harmed, all required time which seemed insufficient. Zhu Qiaguan had visited a few times over the years, but had always been refused access beyond the gate. For a moment, Zhu Minglang thought he could save on the expenses of a strong dragon, but now he realized how naive his initial thoughts were. If he had the chance in the future, Zhu Minglang would definitely go looking for what he lost at the age of 17 there. The entire gate was populated by women, and even the country where it was located was referred to as the daughter country. Bai Qian and Qingju, despite their smaller stature, were actually more challenging to forge armor for due to their agility. These days, study well. As your dragons grow stronger, you can forge more powerful armors for them, infusing more marks. Unfortunately, time is limited, or else I could forge a proper set of dragon armors for all your dragons, Zhu Qiabuan explained. No wonder all the sword factions held Zhu family in high regard. The fire dragon armor can easily withstand attacks from prime-grade dragons. If the battle mark is awakened, your black dragon's strength can contend with some upper-rank dragon lords, Zhu Qiaguan added. The meal for all 3 dragons cost more than the expenses for other dragons combined for many years. So, until their strengths stabilize, Zhu Minglang decided not to rush into making dragon armors for them. The sword spirit dragon's crimson body hovered around Zhu Minglang, and its sword tail swayed gently. Intruding the Miaoshan sword sect was his event at 17. Luckily, he was at the Zhu family because one's belongings should not be called stolen, right? If it were any other family, they might have ended up bankrupt. End of this chapter. Chapter 143 Adultwood Dragon. Xia Tingguan from Pink Bookstore was reading the letters sent by various major countries to the branches of the Xia Gate. At that moment, Elder Xia Qingji walked in with a fierce expression, picked up a cup of freshly brewed green tea nearby, and drank it in one go. After taking a deep breath, Xia Qingji said, I just went to the sword casting hall and thought there was a thief in the clan. Only after asking the disciple at the gate did I find out that Zhao Minglan had rushed in and taken everything. Oh, Elder, as a kid who boasted since the age of 16 and adamantly refused to inherit the will of our Xia Gate, what's the big deal about taking some rare casting materials? Elder, no need to be so worked up over such small matters, Xia Tingguan said. Just some materials, even if he took more. It's no big deal. After all, in terms of power, Zhao Minglan still needs to fight for our Xia Gate's reputation, Xia Tingguan said. Tingguan, I think you should go see for yourself, Xia Qingji said. Xia Tingguan, feeling puzzled, followed Elder Xia Qingji to the sword casting hall. When he saw that all the good swords displayed in the main hall were gone, he felt strange. This brat, robbing his own family's place. Letting you take things casually doesn't mean it's okay like this. Ahem, Elder, are these swords urgently needed? Xia Tingguan asked. Not really. A few good swords were ordered by people from another city, Xia Qingji said. Then it's fine. Our branch of the Xia Gate has contributed a lot of good stuff. Elder can choose some favorites later, Xia Tingguan said. Well, okay. Zh Qingji finally nodded. Xia Qingji's visit was just to report. There was really no good way to deal with Zhao Minglan, the son of someone else's power. Like a bottomless pit, no matter how many resources are poured in, it may not necessarily be effective. This time, consider it as the Xia Gate's small cultivation of their own son. Just trouble in the future if doing something like this again. Give a heads up beforehand, or Xia Qingji might get a heart attack when seeing this scene in the sword casting hall. After feeding the sword spirit dragon, Zhao Minglan began to prepare for the advancement of the sacred wood green dragon. He had been treasuring 100-year-old Yinshan holy dew, waiting for the right opportunity to completely transform the sacred wood green dragon. With the addition of 500 years, earth of water and wood elemental essences, Zhao Minglan began to use his spiritual power to slowly transfer these spiritual resources into the body of the sacred wood green dragon. When enhancing a dragon pet, the assistance of a dragon heritor's spiritual power is crucial. Precious spiritual resources, like the Yinshan holy dew, do not take effect just by ingesting them like water. Instead, the dragon herder needs to extract the ancient source power from the holy dew like silk and then slowly transfer these forces to the soul or body of the dragon pet through a soul bond. This process also nourishes the dragon herder to a certain extent. The 100-year-old Yinshan holy dew is indeed an extraordinary holy product. When Zhao Minglan touched the ice-cold water infused with wood elemental power, he felt his spiritual domain being enveloped by a subtle spiritual energy, swirling around the vast spiritual domain. My spiritual power has actually increased, and the growth rate has multiplied by 20. Zhao Minglan did not expect this 100-year-old holy dew to bring such an unexpected joy to him. As a dragon herder, on the side of the sacred wood green dragon, it was already absorbing the power of the Yinshan holy dew. Coupled with the water and wood elemental essences, the feathers on the sacred wood green dragon began to show green patterns gradually, and its body appeared more like a rapidly growing towering tree. The adult stage. The sacred wood-green dragon had entered adulthood. Nurtured by the holy dew, it gradually shed the wildness of the forest dragon and leaned more towards the spiritual nature of the sacred wood spirit. Its head resembled a young ancient wood deer, with antlers growing on its forehead. Its body, in moments of tranquility, resembled a sacred tree, tall and dignified, exuding a strong forest atmosphere, with even some glowing green vines and feathers on its skin. Its wings, when spread open, could easily rival the canopies of ancient sky-reaching trees, with feathers as dense as leaves. The most splendid part was its tail, shimmering with the colors of a divine bird, exuding a noble and beautiful aura, adding a significant spiritual essence and vitality to the overall appearance of the sacred wood-green dragon in its divine wood form. Being rooted in Wu, and combined with its dragon lineage, the true form of the sacred wood-green dragon was fully manifested during the growth stage. During its youth, the sacred wood-green dragon leaned more towards its bestial nature, not much different from the vast majority of forest dragons. Crossing through these two stages, its sacred wood nature was fully revealed, transforming it into a genuine wood dragon. Tall and towering, the brilliance of the green patterns enhanced the translucency of its wooden skin, making it shine like a gem under the starlight. When still, it looked like a sacred tree sparkling under the stars. In motion, its aura was not inferior to those fierce dragons, both sacred and majestic. Xia Minglan did not expect the significant changes in the stages of evolution of the sacred wood-green dragon. He wondered if it was due to its lineage or the effects of the 100-year-old Yinshan holy dew. "How is it?" At this moment, Mr. Janla's voice came. Xia Minglan turned around and found Mr. Janla had somehow sneaked into his courtyard, probably thinking about the sacred wood-green dragon. Mr. Janla looked at the green sacred light emanating from Xia Minglan and his eyes sparkled a bit brighter. "It has reached adulthood?" Mr. Janla asked. "Yes, I summoned it to show you." Xia Minglan activated the spiritual domain mask and summoned the sacred wood-green dragon. The appearance of the sacred wood-green dragon made Xia Minglan realize that the several small buildings he resided in seemed quite small, as the tiny courtyard could barely contain this enormous sacred wood dragon. Xia Minglan was also taken aback. While in the spiritual domain, he felt that the sacred wood-green dragon was already large, but after summoning it, he discovered that it was absolutely gigantic, comparable to a 3- or 4-story high restaurant. "It has transformed into a wood essence. Very good. After all, the sacred wood lineage is much stronger than the forest dragon lineage." Mr. Janla nodded in satisfaction. "Can the attributes be converted?" Xia Minglan asked, puzzled. The primary and secondary bloodlines can undergo changes during the growth process, which is related to the dragon's own growth process and can also be adjusted by the dragon herder through spiritual items, Mr. Janla explained. "Is it due to the combined effects of the Yinshan holy dew and the water and wood essences?" Xia Minglan asked. "Yes, if you feed the sacred wood-green dragon some meat and mainly strengthen it with items like dragon and beast soul orbs, the heart of the dragon, it should lean more towards the forest dragon, displaying more bestial traits. But since you initially focused on nurturing its sacred wood spirit, when it reached adulthood, it naturally manifested the form of a wood dragon," Mr. Janla explained. End of this chapter. Chapter 144. The Chess Master Killing Array. During the attack at the Dragon Training Academy, no teacher mentioned that the main bloodline and subsidiary bloodline could be interchangeable. So, where should I focus on strengthening the Shenmue Green Sacred Dragon? It can't just be about watering and fertilizing more, right? Zhu Mingling inquired. To drive it forward, you need a large amount of wood elemental essence. The gold silk nanu juice you fed it before can only be taken as water, not truly effective. The real efficacy lies in the wood elemental essence, and for enhancing its spiritual resources, it's best to find some sacred wood fruits or 10,000 wood sacred dew. This way, there may still be hope to elevate your Shenmue Green Sacred Dragon's power to the Lord level, Mr. Jinli explained. Zhu Minglan frowned. Elemental essence to be taken as food, wasn't it meant to enhance the spiritual resources of some dragon subordinates and generals? How could raising a level turn it into food? Some dragons exuded flames, lightning, flying stones, and golden light, displaying an extraordinary aura. As Lu Bin approached Zhu Minglan's location, he furrowed his brow, just like the black and white stones on a go board. The Shenmue Green Sacred Dragon did not retreat. It still stood in the snake nest-like rhizome area, its green pupils dilating. Its driving method was even more powerful than before. One of the seeds growing rapidly shot up even faster, turning into a tall arborvitae. Zhu Minglan felt isolated. The overwhelming pressure around him was palpable, but he was not very familiar with the divine tower of chess. As Lu Bin neared, he couldn't help but feel uneasy. Just as the black and white stones on the go board, the Shenmue green sacred dragon did not retreat. It still stood in the snake nest-like rhizome area, its green pupils dilating. Its driving method was even more powerful than before. One of the seeds growing rapidly shot up even faster, turning into a tall arborvitae. The tournament had merged with the competition from the Chuandadi Dragon City-State, and the palace walls were adorned with many golden tents. Some major forces and members of the royal family also began to pay attention to the competition. The Shenmue green sacred dragon emitted a green light that rippled outward, causing a buzz as the silver fur guardian seeds buried in the soil continued to grow. The cheers outside the arena grew louder. From the dragons summoned by each person, it was evident that they were much stronger than in previous days. Shouldn't each force only be able to send 3 members? How many forces have joined hands to try to eliminate Zhu Minglan directly? Lu Bin stopped advancing. This chess array, also known as the array killing 10 stones, was generally used to deal with extremely wicked individuals to prevent their escape. It slammed into the Shenmue green sacred dragon like a giant rolling fireball. Some roots emerged from the solid soul-like underground rock snakes, quickly spreading out, covering the area in a few seconds, filling it with these wriggling root tendrils. If his commanded individuals could stand at designated positions on his chessboard, even a group of untrained farmers wielding weapons could unleash a stronger power than some well-trained soldiers. Ku Feijun saw that their group was being trapped by a continuously growing dense forest and felt a bit anxious. Its green vertical pupils arrogantly scanned each dragon beast, its deer-like head slightly raised, seemingly provoking every opponent in the field. This arborvitae giant guardian must have reached the lord level of strength. The weather remained scorching. As the initiator of the competition, Zhu Men naturally became the center of attention. Walking out of the riverside pavilion, he could feel the attention of those at the palace walls and pavilion on him. As for whether the battlefield scene, in his mental perception, was perfectly divided, and whether those under his command were standing on the chess array, even Lu Bin could not know. The flame-enveloped belligerent ash dragon became unstoppable with a fierce aura, making it look more ferocious in the mountainous terrain. Zhu Minglan was also amazed by the Shenmue green sacred dragon's driving method, causing him to open his mouth in astonishment. Now, Zhu Minglan deeply understood that wood elemental essence was not expensive at all. His pupils, one black, one white. No wonder Mr. Jinli needed waterwood essence to cooperate with arborvitae sacred dew, enabling the sacred dew to better absorb water and giving the wood attributes a water effect, avoiding the restraint of powerful flames. Nan Xiling's match was scheduled separately from Zhu Minglan's. The rhizomes, wood buds, moss, branches, and flowers rapidly covered the ancient bronze battlefield, and the stone pillars were covered with ivy, intertwining in the sky to form a large vine canopy. His gaze quickly swept over the people around Zhu Minglan, feeling that something was amiss. From sprouting to robust growth, it only took a few seconds. Some were as large as small mountains, robust in stature. Today's major competition was no longer just preliminary selections, but involved those who had qualified for the second round. 20 to 30 dragon beasts stood in the chess array, facing the Shenmue green sacred dragon, without overwhelming momentum. Instead, each one faced the dragon as if facing a formidable opponent. "Stay away from strangers, tension is high," someone warned. Originally, Lu Bin intended to personally test the young man who was once quite famous in Jiping Imperial City and spar with him, the Flame Titan Ash Dragon. Water with elemental essence. However, seeing the situation, but soon, more dragon beasts rushed over. Some aimed directly at the Shenmue green sacred dragon, while others charged at Zhu Minglan. Zhu Minglan felt outnumbered. The imposing momentum of the surrounding people was evident, and he could feel the pressure. Lu Bin stopped advancing. This chess formation was also known as the chess-killing 10 stones formation, typically used to deal with extremely wicked individuals and prevent them from escaping. It collided with the Shenmue green sacred dragon as if it were a rolling massive fireball. Some roots emerged from the solid soul-like underground rock snakes, quickly spreading out, covering the area in a few seconds, filling it with these wriggling root tendrils. Lu Bin nodded. He had a friend who was a member of the chess sect and had told him about the chess sect's techniques. Some dragon beasts appeared delicate and agile, but exuded a dynamic quality, many seeming somewhat mysteriously sinister, hinting at hidden skills. However, what Lu Bin did not expect was that members of the chess sect would appear here and take advantage of the encircling killing array to trap Zhu Minglan in a corner of the battlefield. These people, seemingly scattered in their positions, actually chose advantageous spots, forming a chess-like encroachment pattern. Glancing at Zhu Minglan, Lu Bin couldn't help but feel somewhat regretful for the man. Lu Bin from the Kanglong Hall eventually left the encircling kill formation. He chose not to get involved in the turmoil. A chilling killing intent surged forth, as if countless troops and horses were standing in that small area. They brandished bloodthirsty weapons. The chess sect encirclement. Were these people all targeting Zhu Minglan? Lu Bin from the Kanglong Hall was somewhat surprised. Walking out of the observatory, Lu Bin headed straight toward Zhu Minglan. Seeing the current Little Qingzhuo, their strength should be comparable to Little White. The Shenmu Green Sacred Dragon had a massive stature, soaring tall like an ancient tree. After hovering for a moment, the Shenmu Green Sacred Dragon actively flew toward the group of dragons targeting Zhu Minglan. Flourishing. Seeing the Shenmu Green Sacred Dragon now, Zhu Minglan felt that no matter how expensive the food, it was worth it. It probably had the cultivation of an Upper Dragon Lord. The ancient bronze battlefield sandy soil slightly shifted, and he accidentally stepped in halfway into it. This time, there were powerful contenders in the big competition, and it was estimated that they could sweep away the so-called Force's senior disciples without the need for Jianling Dragon's action. Moreover, the spiritual realm had advanced, growing 20 times faster, shortening the time for Zhu Minglan's Little White to reach complete evolution, probably before the winter. The various scenes from the competition formed a radiant spectacle, arousing excitement in the spectators. However, seeing the current appearance of the Shenmu Green Sacred Dragon, Zhu Minglan found that feeding even expensive food was worth it. It seemed to possess the cultivation of an Upper Dragon Lord. The ancient bronze battlefield terrain, covered with a dense forest, obscured the vast chess array formation. Rather, they seemed to be trapped in this rapidly growing forest maze. End of this chapter. Chapter 145. Trapped in the Killer Dragon Jungle. Crisis abound. The vegetation seemed to have pairs of penetrating eyes, secretly watching you when you least expect it. But whenever the dragon herders and their beasts suddenly turned to look, they would find that these things were no different from ordinary plants. The chess array had completely lost its effect due to the dense blockage of the jungle. The three dragon herders from the Zhou clan looked around with solemn expressions. Goo 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 tilde 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 tilde. Suddenly, on the moss-covered ground, large moss flowers bloomed one by one, their stamens resembling spiders, spewing countless sticky threads. The threads swiftly intertwine, forming a large dense web of flowers, trapping the three from the Zhou clan inside. Their dragon beasts were not spared either. Hundreds and thousands of moss flowers turned this area of dense forest into a nest of silk and flower stamens. The beast's strength could not be exerted, and even magic and occult arts had no effect on these extremely sticky flower threads. The sacred greenwood dragon fluttered its wings and soared to the top of the jungle, like a green phoenix, standing tall in its territory. It did not need to intervene. The myriad wooden totems in the jungle could handle the enemies on their own. Hoo tilde 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 tilde. The biting wind swept through, devastating the flourishing land. A windstorm dragon took off, its body surrounded by whirlwinds resembling a formation of blades, shredding roots and vines with its power. Soaring high, its eyes deep and frightening, the storm clouds quickly covered the ancient bronze battlefield, forming tornadoes from top to bottom, like slender celestial gyros aiming to drill holes into the land. This windstorm dragon is also a masterclass. Close the windows quickly. In the tavern, a group of waiters hurriedly closed the windows. The strong wind had already affected those outside the ancient bronze battlefield. The taverns that didn't close their windows saw dishes and trays blown to the ground. The sacred greenwood dragon looked up, soaring suddenly, its green-patterned leaf wings becoming sturdy and sharp. Despite the wind drills descending, the sacred greenwood dragon dispersed them effortlessly, its green radiance shining brighter in the sky, cutting through the air like a green curved blade. The windstorm dragon dodged frantically, only avoided fatal blows. Its blade of wind surrounding its body was no match for the sacred greenwood dragon's powerful wing slashes, and one of its wings was cleanly cut off. A spray of blood mist bloomed in the sky above the ancient bronze battlefield. Unable to maintain balance, the windstorm dragon staggered and fell towards the river. Swish, swish, swish. Suddenly, sharp wooden thorns shot out from the jungle, aiming for the windstorm dragon as it neared the river. The dragon flipped its body, creating a gust on the river's surface. Using this float line, the windstorm dragon ascended again, barely avoiding the wooden spikes flying out from the jungle. Landing steadily in the ancient battlefield, the windstorm dragon managed to stop the bleeding from its wing using its control of the wind, forming a hazy tornado around the severed wing to compensate for the wing's damage. Staring fiercely, the windstorm dragon's owner was clearly not content with this outcome. However, 6 more flying dragons had appeared around the sacred greenwood dragon in the jungle. Like a flock of hawks fighting an eagle, they sought to outnumber the sacred greenwood dragon and defeat it with superior numbers. But the sacred greenwood dragon, with its giant dragon heritage, was not weak in the air against these flying dragons. Over a dozen dragon beasts were trapped in the jungle, while the magic guards continued to grow and multiply. The sacred greenwood dragon resolved to deal with the flying dragons itself. With wings as tough as green iron and skin harder than some rocks, the sacred greenwood dragon soared in the sky like a fierce eagle, outmatching the 6 dragons and inflicting serious injuries on them multiple times. The most spectacular battle was undoubtedly the sacred greenwood dragon fighting 20 or 30 beasts. Those who had witnessed the grand competition earlier were quick to recognize the owner of the sacred greenwood dragon as Zhu Mingling from the Zhu clan. The way he trampled all over the ancient dragons left a deep impression. What they did not expect was that this strong dragon was just one of Zhu Mingling's dragon pets. He also had the sacred greenwood dragon, which could effortlessly take on 10 opponents at once in this round, where many skilled opponents participated. The spectators saw the surface, but for the members of the Imperial Youth Gang and the deputy head of the chess sect, it was not that simple. They were angry and frustrated because the 10 people they prepared meticulously to counter Zhu Mingling were now facing dangers to their lives. No matter how foolish Zhu Mingling was, he would not fail to notice that these people were prepared and intended to teach him a lesson. For someone who intentionally caused trouble, Zhu Mingling would not be merciful. He ruthlessly dealt with their dragon beasts. If they could be killed, there would be no chance for them to survive. Disgraceful things. On the palace wall, in a golden tent, the deputy head of the chess sect, Gu He, said, "Gu Lao, for a long time, my Zhu Tianwan thought our family had a good relationship with you. Gu Lin, who would have thought that after this ordeal, your son's behavior today would nullify all the effort I've made to be humble to you over the years?" Gu Tianwan chuckled. The chess sect, HMPH, a small sect, was now being used as pawns by the imperial family and the purple sect. Since he had taken a side, Zhu Tianwan no longer needed to be polite to them. He had always been interested in the chess sect's chess techniques, and training some skilled chess masters would be beneficial in the military. Of course, the prerequisite was to first eliminate the current leaders of the chess sect. Lord Zhu, this really has nothing to do with me. My son, Bu Feijun, must have befriended some aristocratic young men in the imperial capital. Under someone else's orders, even if I had 100 times the courage, I would not dare to treat the son of the noble family like this. Gu. His face turned pale. Over the years, Zhu Tianwan had wiped out numerous clan families, and the chess sect was just a small sect, unable to be compared with the 4 major sects. Zhu clan's strength was now strong enough to compete with the purple sect, and the most terrifying part was that the sword sect of the 4 major sects stood with the Zhu clan. With their alliance, if exposed, these small sects would basically face extinction, unless they had powerful backing to protect them. End of this chapter. Chapter 146. Tit for tat. I know that your son is being manipulated by others. The Crown Prince's gang, right? Those white bags and rice bags led by Zhao Xi and Zhao Ying. Zhu Tianwan said. Yes. Yes, I only found out a few days ago. In the future, I will definitely cut off all ties between my son Feijun and them. Gu He hurriedly said. Why bags and rice bags? Zhu Tianwan, are you only able to sit here when my lady Zhao is not present? Mrs. Zhao said, with a stern face. Mrs. Zhao Qin, whether you are here or not, your son is indeed a wine bag and rice bag. We don't need to argue about this point anymore. Zhu Tianwan laughed. This statement almost made Mrs. Zhao Qin pass out from anger. Zhu Tianwan, why are you publicly insulting the royal family like this? What are your intentions? Mrs. Zhao Qin finally spoke out in anger after a long while. The royal family naturally has people worthy of respect, but there are also wide bags, as well as some shameless women rubbing shoulders with it. Zhu Tiangwan continued. Who are you calling a shameless woman? You. Mrs. Zhao Qin was speechless, her face turning red with rage. Madam, don't argue with this disrespectful person, mainly because you can't win against him. Let's go over there, calm down, eat some watermelon to cool off. Hao Yong quickly intervened. Hao Yong helped the almost fainting Mrs. Zhao Qin and, under the scorching sun, they moved to another tent. Meanwhile, the deputy sect master of Kaizan, Gu He, was unsettled. He wanted to plead for his son, but he didn't know what to say to make Zhu Tiangwan believe him. My dear Gu, you've hit a dead end. Why can't you trust me, Zhu Tiangwan, and insist on seeking refuge with those conservative, ignorant, parasitic old powers? Zhu Tiangwan patted Gu He's shoulder, turned and walked towards the palace wall. Master Zhu, my son is foolish and manipulated. Please don't take this matter to heart. Our Kaizan, inheriting the divine power, has only a few people left. Please consider the decline of our sect Lin. Open a way out for us, and we will come to apologize in the future. We will. Gu He chased after Zhu Tiangwan, bowing almost to his stomach. How could I not know that he is being manipulated? Zhu Tiangwan sighed lightly, stopped in his tracks, turned to Gu He, and before Gu He's complexion could ease, Zhu Tiangwan's expression turned cold. But for an adult son without independent judgment, following a group of unruly scoundrels in the capital to engage in bullying behaviors, they have a powerful background, can still ensure their lives. But your son, what does he have? Over the years, you have groveled, tried to please various major powers, barely accumulated some connections, and Sect Lin has shown some progress. But in the end, there is no sincere respect towards me, Zhu Tiangwan, nor towards my sect. For that, Gu He stood frozen, feeling like his carefully built efforts had collapsed completely due to those words. Master Zhu, please spare us, please spare us, please spare us. Gu He knelt on the ground, shouting towards where Zhu Tiangwan had left. At the golden pavilion tent, many powerful figures had their eyes on the crumbled Gu He, who was like a dog begging on the ground. Some were puzzled, some sneered, some were indifferent. Yet no one was willing to step forward to advise Gu He, nor help him up from the scorching sun. Zhu Tiangwan had left, and Gu He raised his teary, red eyes, looking at the noble faces in the golden tent, witnessing their indifferent expressions. His anger burned inside him. On the ancient bronze battlefield, Kazan's Gu Feijun still had a dark expression. With a sense of regret, he didn't even realize that his sect Lin had ceased to exist. He still wanted to win, commanding the dragon herders in his formation, attempting to launch a powerful attack using the advantages of his array. But he was suppressed by the flourishing domain of the sacred dragon Shenmu Kingling Guan, with no actual combat capability of his own. A young man in white slowly emerged from the dense forest. The dangerous vines, moss, and roots all gave way, as if controlled by this person's thoughts. Zhu Minglan. Gu Feijun stared at him, his tone disapproving. Kaizan? Zhu Minglan inquired. Yes. Gu Feijun replied. Member of the Crown Prince's gang. Zhu Minglan continued. What Crown Prince's gang? I just can't stand your arrogant attitude. You act as if life and death are in your hands. Just because someone accidentally injured your younger brother, you threaten violence at the spiritual hall, disregarding the laws of the capital. Gu Feijun said righteously. Oh, it seems your mind is not functioning well, Zhu Minglan commented lightly. To be a chess master, intellect is crucial. Gu Feijun's mind didn't seem to qualify him to be one. For those with poor judgment like him, Zhu Minglan might spare their lives, that they might be better off spending the rest of their lives confined to their beds. There was no need for Zhu Minglan to show mercy to someone so foolish. He hadn't considered the dangers of setting up this game of killing 10 men, also known as Shai Jingxi. With a wave of his hand, spiritual feather blades titled "The Phantom of the Storm" flew towards Gu Feijun, precisely avoiding vital points, severing tendons, elbows, fingers, thighs, back, and calves, causing Gu Feijun to scream in agonizing pain. His body seemed to be mutilated, yet miraculously remained intact. Every joint in his body was severed except for vital areas. The stormy phantom feathers whirled around, then returned to Zhu Minglan, untouched by a single drop of blood, pristine white. Zhu Minglan turned away, not sparing a glance at the disabled man. At that moment, a hidden quick dragon charged out, taking advantage of the opportunity when Zhu Minglan was recalling the stormy phantom feathers, directly attacking the dragon herder himself. Zhu Minglan's white robes billow as he floated several meters away like a ghost, evading the quick dragon's claws. The dragon was left to fend off Shenmu Shire Mobo. Dang! Suddenly, a Silvershine troll guard stomped down, reducing the quick dragon to a puddle of flesh. The quick dragon's death caused a nearby dragon herder to scream in agony, as their bond was severed with the dragon's soul splitting. Dispose of it, Zhu Minglan instructed the Silvershine troll guard. The Silvershine troll guard moved towards the location, and soon the pain screams of the dragon herder rang out. Those present neither cared whether the man lived nor died. Indifferent to the outcome, Zhu Minglan didn't extend any mercy to those besieging him. The silver fur seeds hidden in the soil were sprouting more, and several more Silvershine troll guards appear in the flourishing land. They followed Zhu Minglan, killing every dragon in sight. If faced with a superior dragon, the Silvershine troll guard would take the lead, and with the others' combined assault, even a superior dragon couldn't resist. Either the dragon dies, or you die. You choose, Zhu Minglan stated coldly. A dragon herder, belonging to an unknown power, possessed a Sky-Shatter dragon, a strong contender in this second round of the battle. Despite his superior strength, he was overwhelmed by the increasing numbers of Silvershine troll guards joining the siege. He attempted to recall his Sky-Shatter dragon into the spiritual realm, trying to escape the Shenmu Kingling Guan enclosure, but Zhu Minglan wouldn't let him leave unscathed. Don't push your luck, the young man glared angrily. So I'm the one pushing my luck, Zhu Minglan scoffed. Those without regard for right and wrong, like trash, couldn't comprehend the pain of death's aftermath. It was only through suffering the loss of their dragons and being left disabled in a broken state, where they couldn't care for themselves, that they would gradually understand the consequences of their actions. Those who decided to rethink things could join the others at a healing facility, where they could share their pain and regrets, ensuring their remaining years wouldn't be lonely. Once some saw the error of their ways, they could weep and seek solace with others, gradually coming to terms with their actions. Zhu Minglan spared their lads for this purpose. By Chet, scout around, see if there are any fish that slip through the net, leave no one behind. Zhu Minglan instructed by Chet. Bai Chet jumped off Zhu Minglan's shoulder and swiftly harvested the life of the dragons faster than before, considering them mere prey in the forest. Darting through the ever-darkening forest, the iceborn white dragon committed ruthless, swift killings, leaving a trail of terror and cries of desperation. Outside the prosperous area, the elder Lubin of the Azure Dragon Hall was astounded. He had expected Zhu Minglan to meet a perilous end, wrestling with the decision to intervene against his egregious behavior of infiltrating the competition. Yet before he could act, the Shenmu Kingling Guan had already displayed its magnificence. People who saw Zhu Minglan's actions as monstrous had since become members loyal to the Kaizong and those dragon herders trespassing on the forest. Zhu Minglan is ruthless, killing all the dragons of those individuals. Thankfully, I left early that day, Lubin expressed with a lingering fear in his voice. Lubin, you are mistaken. That day, his black rampage dragon did not go as far as harming any dragons, but today, he started a slaughter. To me, these disciples brought it upon themselves. Instead of focusing on the great competition, they used such insidious means to join forces against one person. A senior elder from the Azure Dragon Hall said, "Ah, now I see, tit for tat." Fortunately, senior brother did not take advantage of the situation, otherwise, he might have met a similar fate. Lubin replied, if he behaves that outrageously, he deserves death. The elder of the Azure Dragon Hall added. The forest gradually dissipated, leaving the ground stained red with blood. Zhu Minglan emerged from the bodies of the dragons, followed by all the Silvershine troll guards standing behind him, like loyal ancient sentinels. Towering and imposing, they exuded a potent pressure. The Shenmu Kingling Guan stood atop one of the Silvershine troll guards' shoulders, overlooking the ancient bronze battlefield. Cloaked in divine radiance, sacred and majestic, with a single command, Zhu Minglan could have all the Silvershine troll guards trample on the remaining combatants in the battlefield. However, unlike the first round, Zhu Minglan remained rooted in place and didn't advance further into the battlefield. This relieved and loosened the atmosphere among the potential heirs on the battlefield. Should Zhu Minglan continue clearing, anyone unable to resist would not be able to proceed to the next round. Presumed to have secured his place for the next round, Zhu Mingling's lack of further action was considered a fortunate development to the other competitors. Inside the grand pavilion, concealed behind the sheer white drapes, Zhao Yin sat like an iceberg, eyes burning with rage. Why was this person so difficult to deal with, even without a sword sutras? Oh, little prince, with your legs in such a state, you still haven't forgotten to come and watch my live and vibrant performance on the battlefield. Zhu Mingling's voice suddenly emanated from the battlefield. The thin white drape seemed unable to block Zhu Mingling's gaze, as he locked eyes with the person inside the grand pavilion. Zhao Ying's rage seemed ready to burst through the white drapes of the grand pavilion. Others standing nearby could feel the terrifying presence emanating from Zhao Yinj. A false limb? The royal family's young prince, Zhao Yinj, uses a prosthetic limb. No wonder he wears such large robes on hot days, perhaps to conceal his different limbs from others. Zhu Mingling. Zhao Ying's face twisted in anger. My brother's life is not equal to a Hao Shao Kong. Little prince, it's best not to let me find out that you are involved in this matter, or I, Zhu Mingling, will do much more than just cutting off your limbs this time. In front of everyone, Zhu Mingling smiled at this noble royalty. End of this chapter. Chapter 147. It's time to pay back. Everyone was shocked. There used to be rumors that Zhu Mingling had severed the limbs of a member of the royal family. It turns out it was true. And the person turned out to be the second son of the princess, Zhao Ying. Even the second son dares to act so ruthlessly. How Xiao Kong and Zhao Shi stared in astonishment at Zhao Ying. Noticing that the aura emanating from him was no longer cold, Zhao Ying was like a demon, with resentment, anger, and humiliation intertwining, making his face ready to turn into a ghastly appearance at any time. No wonder Zhao Ying usually appeared somewhat stiff and strange when sitting or walking. It turns out his limbs were prosthetic. How Xiao Kong and Zhao Shi, who were quite close to Zhao Ying, were completely unaware of this matter. They had only recently been associated with Zhao Ying for the past few years. Zhu Mingling, since you are already disabled in terms of cultivation, please take care of yourself. Zhao Ying finally managed to swallow the torrent of resentment, speaking coldly. So, is your younger brother Zhu Tan's death related to you? Zhu Mingling boldly inquired. In the ancient bronze battlefield, various fierce dragons and exotic beasts were fighting, showcasing the extraordinary abilities of different divine beings. However, for some reason, everyone's attention was focused on the two individuals engaged in conversation. One was the son of the Zhu family, while the other was a prince of the royal family. Clearly, they had irreconcilable conflicts between them. This was much more exciting than the battlefield clashes, as it involved the disputes between the largest family clan and the royal family. Even though these were younger generations. It was only the younger generation who could be so unbridled and daring, showing the people in the capital their arrogant and domineering side. The underground dealings between major powers were simply not of interest to the common people, nor to the young ladies. Your younger brother Zhu Tan died in the grand trial, purely by accident. Must the Zhu family now domineer so much that even a household servant's death requires accountability from people all over the world? Zhao Ying said. Coward. Zhu Mingling retorted. What did you say? Zhao Ying slammed the table, shattering it directly, spilling the fruit and wine over the ground in a mess. This isn't the earlier you, who was arrogant and dared to take responsibility. It's because of your wrongdoings that you never blamed others. I used to respect you as a true scoundrel. Who would have thought that now you have become a fake evildoer, only hiding in the shadows to manipulate? Zhu Mingling continued. Do you still remember the royal family in your eyes? I am the prince of the Jiding dynasty. Zhao Ying. Zhao Ying raged. So what, other than your distinguished position in the royal family, what else does Zhao Ying have left? I, Zhu Mingling, also do some domineering things. For example, if someone kills my younger brother, I will definitely make them pay. But I never bring the Zhu family into it. I act alone as Zhu Mingling, without the support of elders, without using my background. It's been several years, but you haven't made any progress at all. Zhu Mingling continued to taunt. Zhao Ying fell silent. His silence was not calmness, it was provoked by Zhu Mingling's words to the point where he couldn't even breathe properly. This Zhu Mingling was too much. Who will go and kill him? The prince himself will pass on his royal position to him. Of course, it was Zhao Ying who set the ball rolling in Zhu Tan's death. The bet was proposed by Zhao Ying. and everyone had bet a good sum of silver on Jutan's death. As Hao Xiaokong, Zhao Ying's right-hand man, heard Zhao Ying mention that Jutan was just a peripheral member of the Zhu family, once even a slave, his humble status prompted him to act more ruthlessly in battle. At this moment, Hao Xiaokong was listening to the entire conversation between Zhu Mingling and Zhao Ying on the side. Only now did he realize the grudge between Zhu Mingling and Zhao Ying. Reflecting on the whole affair, although Zhao Ying had never directly ordered him to do such things, he had often hinted at it while carousing with the Imperial Youth Gang, and coupled with Zhao Zi's long-standing grudge with Jutan. Therefore, in the end, he had become the executioner, targeted by Zhu Mingling, the tyrant of the capital. But what should he, Hao Xiaokong, do? Zhu Mingling had already entered the third round. The next time he steps onto the field, it will be Hao Xiaokong facing Zhu Mingling himself. If Zhu Mingling dared to sever Zhao Ying's limbs, what was stopping him from killing him? Moreover, in this grand trial, he could easily use their excuse of killing Jutan to escape blame. Behind him, the purple sect Lin was probably powerless against Zhu Mingling in the end. No need to panic. In the third round, we can gather more strong players. Along with the two of us, isn't it enough to take down a small figure like Zhu Mingling? Jia Shi spoke up. Exactly. With his cultivation already crippled, how can he compete with us? With just a sacred greenwood dragon and a wild thunderous dragon at his disposal, Hao Xiaokong tried to remain composed. Yes, there was nothing to fear. His strength had stood out in the second round, but in the third round, all the participants were the most outstanding disciples of the major powers, either excellent senior disciples or top-ranked disciples, many of them even renowned. With their connections in the Imperial Youth Gang, couldn't they easily gather a few top-tier experts? Zhu Mingling was being so arrogant today, even saying he acts alone without flaunting his background. If he died in this ancient bronze battlefield, what face would the Zhu family have to hold every force accountable? Once he enters the third round, we will finish him. I don't want to see this person in my sight again from now on. Zhao Ying's words were filled with murderous intent as he spoke to a taciturn young man behind him. The young man nodded silently, staring directly at Zhu Mingling, as if trying to imprint his appearance in his memory. Zhu Mingling is digging his own grave. I heard that the competition for the Li Chuan land has been placed on the outcome of this grand trial, and the Zhu family are the initiators. The Zhu family is already the target of various forces, yet Zhu Mingling dares to be so arrogant. Jia Shi continued. Whether it's a competition or not, I don't care. I just want him dead. Zhao Ying said ... The Imperial Youth Gang. From the moment Zhu Mingling learned who the Imperial Youth Gang revolved around, he knew that this Zhao Ying was definitely not clean. He should have put an end to him with a single strike. At worst, this royal capital, he could never return to it in his life. Back then, because he had crippled this guy's limbs, he had been exiled from the capital and forbidden to return for 3 years. It was nothing but a 3-year vacation for Zhu Mingling to explore the world. If he could kill Zhao Ying, kill this group of trash from the Imperial Youth Gang, and never return to the royal capital for his whole life, Zhu Mingling would be fine with it. In short, when it comes to the third round, Zhu Mingling will not just leave people paralyzed and disabled. Those who owe a debt must repay it. End of this chapter. Chapter 148. Do not look at impropriety. The second round is over. People's attention is no longer focused on the comparison of power, especially the words spoken by Zhu Mingling and Zhao Ying during their confrontation, which immediately sparked discussions about the death of Jutan. The audience are not blind. In the ancient bronze battlefield, there were only a few unexpected deaths, and many people witnessed Jutan being cruelly killed. How Yang, Zhao Ying, and Madame Zhao Qing can hypocritically seek forgiveness at the funeral parlor, saying things like accidents happen in martial arts, but those who were present at the time were very clear that Jutan was maliciously killed. It was originally thought that this matter would be forgotten. After all, the one who died was just a disciple of the Zhu family's outer courtyard, and he was even a servant. The perpetrator was a senior disciple of the Purple Sect Lin, a member of the Huangshao gang, so there was basically no follow-up. However, today Zhu Mingling publicly mentioned it, and people started discussing it, especially when many busybodies spread the words he said at the funeral parlor. People suddenly realized, no wonder Zhu Mingling questioned the leader of the Huangshao gang, Zhao Ying. No wonder Zhu Mingling treated those who surrounded him in such a ferocious manner today. The Huangshao gang, this malignant force, Those major powers may not know what it's all about, but the young members of the Huan royal family, especially those young ladies and princes with shallow backgrounds, are especially cautious. Once a group of young people with deep backgrounds unite, they will do all sorts of evil. In recent years, many have suffered from them, and Jutong was just one of them. So finally someone stood up and pointed directly at the leader of the Huangshao gang, Zhao Ying. Naturally, there was a feeling of venting anger, especially since this person was the son of the Zhu family, and his power and background were no less than those scoundrels. Zhu Minglan, isn't he the genius swordsman of the capital? Yes, I heard that after he came out of seclusion, he directly surpassed the level of disciples. That's right, there was a rumored master of the June level, who went to discipline the young Zhu Minglan, but ended up losing his Dragon King and letting Zhu Minglan leave unscathed. This incident caused quite a stir in the entire capital at the time. Zhu Minglan only left the mountain 1 or 2 years ago, and he was only 16 or 17 years old. After that, no disciple dared to be compared to Zhu Minglan, and then he cut off Zhao Ying's heir's limbs and was banished from the capital. It has been many years since that incident, but there are still people in the crowd who know about it. They piece together the past events about Zhu Minglan. However, a generation of talented swordsmen who gave up swordsmanship to become a master of dragons. This behavior is truly baffling. Accepting the title of Master of Dragons means starting over again, but the way others start over seems a bit extraordinary, as these disciples of major powers who have told for years are still being abused by Zhu Minglan. This may be what talent is all about. Others casually cultivate and reach heights that ordinary people cannot reach. The capital's hall stands tall with gold and wood, majestic and sacred. The leaders of the major powers are seated at their positions in the hall. Although the royal dynasty of the extreme court also has a court hall, and the emperor presides over it, this hall is not that conservative. Whether it is the sects, clans, palaces, church, or academies, when each power is integrated, they have the foundation to compete with the royal family. The royal family is the ruler. They cannot stand without the support of the major powers. Since the Zhu family has already agreed that this competition will be held within the context of power comparison, the ownership of the power in the new territory of Lichuan will depend on the final outcome of this competition, said a woman with a colorful crown next to the emperor. This woman is the empress, in charge of legal affairs. The emperor closed his eyes to rest, as if he couldn't hear the discussion, probably not interested in such matters. By the way, Prime Minister of the Ruguo, for such a small territory, like Lichuan, you still haven't taken over the rule. It's quite laughable. A general of the royal dynasty laughed. The Prime Minister of Ruguo had a dark expression and remained silent. The rule is nothing more than trampling through war. Eliminate all armed forces in that region, or drive them away. Manage the rule, establish laws, and collect taxes. Ruguo has been attacking for some time, but the population of Lichuan is not small, and its armed forces are far larger than anticipated. Especially to the east of Changxia, the military forces of the four leading city-states, led by the Zulong city-state, are determined, united, and difficult to disband. It seems that without some small powers causing trouble, they have no hope of conquering any of the cities to the east of Changxia in Lichuan. You don't know, to the east of Changxia, there is a kingdom ruled by a powerful mortal named Li Yunzi. She herself is extremely powerful, and her soldiers are well-equipped and brave. Our Ruguo army is tired from long marches, not to mention the solid strongholds and fortresses of Changxia. Lichuan is not as barren as our Ruguo. It is even said that the Orvanes are rich, providing a large amount of military equipment. The Prime Minister of Ruguo said, "If we can't take it down, we can always try to assimilate it," the emperor said lightly. The Prime Minister of Ruguo hurriedly said, "The Zulong city-state, the four city-states in alliance, are already one nation. If they are assimilated, they will acknowledge them as a new nation. That's unacceptable. Assimilation is the most unfavorable outcome for Ruguo. Once they take over the rule, the resources there will be at their disposal, and all the common people there will become slaves, which will greatly boost Ruguo's power. Slaves don't need to be paid. But if it's a nation, even after winning the war, the common people will remain as such, protected under the laws of the royal dynasty. They cannot be indiscriminately killed or exploited, and even though they become their rulers, protecting their lives and properties, heavy taxation, while yielding profits in the long run, slowly. The benefits of turning them into slaves are completely different from those of making them a nation. In that case, you have 1 more month. If you still haven't taken the rule, we the royal dynasty will assimilate the Zulong city-state, Wutu, Nanbang, and Lunbang, and allow them to establish their own nations. From then on, all Ruguo's battles, all their actions, must comply with national war laws. The emperor opened his eyes and said to the prime minister of Ruguo, "This is too short. Zulong city-state has 300,000 troops. Even if our Ruguo." The prime minister of Ruguo's expression changed, and he hastily said, "Lichuan has some special ancient relics and many spiritual resources that we don't have on the extreme continent. If the damage and slaughter in that territory are too severe, it is a loss for our royal dynasty from the extreme court. 1 month, if you don't take over the rule, then we will assimilate the ruler there. This matter is not up for further discussion." The emperor waved his hand, losing interest in hearing the prime minister of Ruguo's complaints and excuses. The prime minister of Ruguo bowed and did not dare to speak again. That his face gradually darkened. It seems that Ruguo will have to take drastic action in a month, even if it incurs losses, to take control of the Zulong city-state. As for the matter of the rule, it will follow what you were just saying. Jew's Gate, as the first to swear oaths, must take some losses. Each major power can produce a token, and I will keep it. After the competition results come out, I will distribute it fairly." The empress said to the leaders of the major powers, Empress, my chess sect, the clan is declining and it's difficult to establish a foothold in the capital. I hope to seek refuge with Ju's outer court. Please Empress, help make it happen." At this moment, Guhi knelt down on the ground and bowed heavily. He did not mention the reason. The people in the hall naturally understood. The Empress is like a sister to Ju Zuan, and her relationship with Ju's Gate is profound. Otherwise, Ju's Gate wouldn't have been able to establish itself in the position of a major clan in such a short period of time. Ju, do you see Guhi's sincerity? If you reluctantly accept him at your gate to serve the outer court, that is also good. The main thing is that if the chess sect of the gods were to disappear, it would indeed be a pity. The Empress asked. Although the chess sect is a small force, to seek refuge with Ju's outer court is somewhat regrettable. There's no concept of a servant in Ju's philosophy. Even Ju Minglan, the son of Ju's Gate, was furious for a servant brother. If Ju's Gate agrees to take them in, it will tarnish their reputation, but it's definitely better than complete destruction. Since the Empress has said so, I can't refuse, said Ju Tianwan helplessly. The breeze blew gently, bringing a fresh touch to the scorching summer day. Ju Minglan returned to his small courtyard and found that Dehei was lying in the small pool, squeezing the rockery into powder, looking as if he was enjoying the cooling effect. How is your injury all healed? Ju Mingling approached, somewhat surprised. Dehei opened his eyes, inspected himself, and then used his claws to touch his own chest. It is really healed. Even the large wound on his chest has fully healed. Could it be that Dehei has some kind of hidden bloodline that allows him to heal when he sleeps or sunbathes? How come he never knew? Ju Mingling instructed a female disciple to apply medicine to Dehei every hour. So today, he did not bring it along when he went out. Normally, with the kind of injuries Dehei had, it would take at least 10 to 20 days to fully heal, especially the large wound on his chest, which would probably leave lingering issues. He didn't expect Dehei to have no scars at all. Even the large wound on his chest had completely healed, without a hint of injury. This was truly puzzling. Does Dehei have some hidden bloodline? Young master, you're back. The female disciple came out of the nearby small building, holding a piece of sliced cucumber, and said, in a lovely manner, "Do you know any healing methods?" Ju Mingling asked. "No, I don't." The female disciple shook her head. "Hey, my black dragon, how did you heal so quickly? All the medicine you have applied to it has been used." Ju Minglan continued. "Madam asked me to rest, so I napped in the house, and when I woke up to apply the medicine, I found that your black dragon seemed to have healed." The female disciple said, "Madam? Where did that madam come from?" Ju Minglan was confused. Does Ju's Gate also have a madam? He is the young master of Ju's Gate. It's the young lady with the veil. Everyone says she's the madam. Aren't you like Master Jinli, suffering from amnesia? The female disciple said, "What a mess. She is a godly figure in my Dragon Master team. She's not a madam." Wait, you just said, she came to see Dehei, and his injuries healed. Ju Mingling asked. "Yes, It seems that the madam has some healing methods, the cucumber-eating female disciple said. Zhu Minglan was increasingly puzzled. Nam Lingsha didn't go out today. Her second round of competition was yesterday, and she has smoothly advanced to the third round. The problem is, how could she have the ability to heal? Tainters or dragon masters should not have anything to do with healing, right? Nam Lingsha's character is like the rain in June, and her abilities are also unpredictable. Unfortunately, Dehei is sleeping like a big black take. Otherwise, he could ask what happened to him. Young master, this cucumber is sweet. Would you like a piece? The lovely female disciple asked. You eat. You eat. Zhu Minglan walked towards the adjacent small building, wanting to see what Nan Lingsha was up to. It's also a good opportunity to discuss the competition with her, as various major powers will definitely target Zhuge in the next round, not letting them obtain the rule. Therefore, the third round is crucial. Zhu Minglan and Nan Lingsha have to team up. Miss Lingsha, Zhu Minglan did not go upstairs. Even though this small building was also his, he couldn't offend her. What is it? Nam Lingsha's voice was soft from upstairs. About the competition. I need to talk to you about it, Zhu Minglan said. Soon. Zhu Minglan heard footsteps from the stairs, light and slow. Still wearing the veil, her beautiful eyes were as dazzling as gems. She was wearing a short purple and blue dress, revealing delicate collarbones, exuding a hint of fragile beauty. Her inner lining was water blue, adding a slight gradient to the color of the dress, setting off her snow-white skin even more enticingly. As for the tight-fitting parts of the inner lining, were full and erect. Zhu Minglan hurriedly averted his gaze after a glance. Do not look at impropriety. But it was indeed. End of this chapter chapter 149 Organized Battlefield City. Here's the situation. The competition between the four dragon ancestral cities will be determined in this major power competition. So this time the territorial order of the dragon ancestral city will be established by ourselves, Zhu Minglan said to Nan Lingsha. Nan Lingsha nodded and said, all right. There is also a situation of mixed feelings. The dynasty is only giving the Sharp Kingdom 1 month. If Sharp Kingdom cannot take control of the dragon ancestral city within this month, then the dynasty will allow the four nations to set up a new country as part of the Extreme Court dynasty, Zhu Minglan said. 1 month. Then Sharp Kingdom will definitely come out in full force within this month, Nan Lingsha said, with some worrying. The third round will take place in the Organ City, and all disciples who enter the third round will enter at the same time. Right now, we must win this major competition, otherwise Sharp Kingdom may use some sinister forces to break through the defenses of the Dragon Ancestral City, said Zhu Minglan. The tighter the time gets, the more Sharp Kingdom will take risks. Zhu Minglan is not worried that Sharp Kingdom's troops can break through the Long Gorge within a month. He is concerned about those sinister forces. Only by taking control as soon as possible can the rulers of Sharp Kingdom possibly be restrained. Organ City, Nam Lingsha asked, somewhat puzzled. I'm not very clear about this. It is said to be one of the ancient royal cities. Due to the migration of the central imperial capital, this Organ City has been abandoned for a long time. It was later transformed and refurbished by some forces into a battlefield of an ancient city, Zhu Minglan said. We are facing more enemies. Yes. In the competition, other forces will spare no effort to eliminate us. It is not surprising that the royal family, the four major clans, the 6 major ancestral temples, the Blue Dragon Hall, the Ancient Dragon Palace, the Divine Academy, and the Dragon Taming Academy all want to control the Lonchuan territory. And they have put forward resources equivalent to a large city-state to make this competition even bloodier. Zhu Minglan nodded. Does life and death no longer abide by the rules of the major power competition? Nam Lingsha asked. Yes. Since it has evolved into a competition, life and death are up to fate. Although there will be some judges hovering over the Organ City to stop some killings in time, they cannot guarantee that intentional slaughter can be completely stopped, Zhu Minglan said. Seeing that Nan Lingsha did not respond, Zhu Minglan said seriously and solemnly, therefore, this time, entering the Organ City, competing for the seat, is full of dangers. In addition to having some grievances with the Imperial Young Master's people, I hope that Miss Lingsha, well, I will protect you well. Nam Lingsha seemed to have some misunderstanding about herself. Zhu Minglan touched his nose, remembering Big Black Tooth, and said, thank you for healing Big Black Tooth for me. I didn't expect Miss Lingsha to have a healing-type dragon pet, which is very rare. He said this because Zhu Minglan remembered that early morning, when he saw a dragon pet resembling a little ghost swirling around Nan Lingsha. It should be a little creature that healed Big Black Tooth's injuries rapidly. He just didn't know what kind of dragon it was. Nan Lingsha stood quietly there, just gazing at Zhu Minglan with her enchanting and beautiful eyes. Under her veil, her expression was unclear. "What are you probing for?" Nan Lingsha asked. "Nowhere. I'm just expressing my gratitude," Zhu Minglan explained somewhat awkwardly. "If you want to ask, I can tell you the truth." Nan Lingsha smiled. "In fact, I was just thinking that in a few days it will be the competition, which is like entering a battlefield. If I can have a deeper understanding of Miss Lingsha's abilities, it will be more advantageous for us to win," Zhu Minglan said. Zhu Minglan was speaking the truth. Nan Lingsha now demonstrated two different abilities. Whether these two abilities can be used at any time or have some limitations, Zhu Minglan did not need to worry too much because of her powerful artist ability. However, for the other ability, the Sword Elder Grandfather firmly believed she was a dragon herder. Zhu Minglan did not know much about her strength as a dragon herder, and if she is trapped by a strong enemy later, Zhu Minglan must also consider her safety. If something unexpected happens to Nan Lingsha in this competition, he cannot explain it to Li Yunzi. "How did you know I have a dragon?" Nan Lingsha asked. "I saw it inadvertently. After the competition, let me tell you more. You don't have to worry about me." Nan Lingsha sighed lightly. Nan Lingsha also knew Zhu Minglan's intentions and was considering her well-being. "All right." Zhu Minglan did not ask further. The original major power competition has completely changed due to the integration of the competition. According to past practices, the main showdowns were basically conducted in the ancient bronze battlefield. It was no longer a melee of hundreds of people, but rather one-on-one eliminations. In the competition, many forces are involved, and the rewards of this major power competition are higher than a mountain, making it not just a simple sparring between disciples. Even the way of competition has undergone a complete change. The battlefield is set in the Organ City, and all disciples who enter the third round will enter the Organ City at the same time. Hundreds of people will compete, and dozens of battles could happen at any moment. This scene can be described as unprecedentedly spectacular, elevating the already hot major power competition to a terrifying height, and everyone in the imperial capital is eager to witness it. Advocating strength has always been the strong idea of the Extreme Court dynasty. They will definitely go to great lengths to allow ordinary people to watch such a grand power competition banquet. Therefore, the choice of Organ City as the battlefield is crucial. As long as you go early and choose a good spot on the maze walls of the Organ City, you can still witness the battles between dragon herders and divine personages in the battlefield like in the ancient bronze battlefield. The day of the competition to dominate the Organ City has arrived. Before daybreak, you could already see crowds of people in the major imperial cities heading towards the Organ City. The Organ City is a desolate city, overgrown with weeds, ancient trees towering, and there are farmhouses, towers, and broken palaces inside. After some modifications, it gradually evolved into a training ground where primitive van cities blend together. Originally intended to be a battlefield for dragon and beast fights, this time the major power competition are taking place simultaneously, prompting the imperial capital to officially launch this continuously transforming wilderness city, creating the seventh imperial city of the Extreme Court dynasty, Battlefield City. The location of the Organ City is not particularly remote, and those who head in that direction early can probably arrive around sunrise. The Organ City is very large, almost the size of a city-state. The city is surrounded by a maze wall, tall and sturdy. Not even a steel armor ancient dragon could easily knock it down. End of this chapter. Above these maze-like walls are spacious walkways where people can sit and observe. The winding maze walls not only encircle the entire mechanical city, but also extend into the fortress. The crowd gradually begins to occupy the maze walls, dispersing to different areas. In each of the four directions of the maze walls, there are grandiose towers constructed, which serve as viewing areas for the nobility and members of powerful factions to watch the battles unfold in the fortress. Each tower offers a commanding view, allowing one to take in the entire situation of the mechanical city. As the sun rises, participants from various factions start appearing at the gates of the fortress city. Before the official battle begins, all participants in this competition must enter the fortress city early to prevent hundreds of disciples from powerful factions from gathering near the maze walls gates at the beginning of the competition. Upon entering the gate, Zhu Mingling and Nan Linsha were greeted by a battlefield host who loudly addressed all disciples entering the city. Before the flame flags on the towers are lit, no one is allowed to fight. Violators will be immediately disqualified. Each faction has provided half of the resources in this fortress city. Disciples may search for these resources within the fortress city. Once found, they should light the signal-fired bamboo tube and hand it over to the referee for ownership. Inside the fortress city, there resides a large group of fierce ancient dragons who will attack each and every one of you. I hope everyone can avoid these dragons as much as possible while searching for resources to prevent any accidents. Finally, please maintain some rationale. Do not harm those who have lost their ability to fight. As for disciples who are not able to compete, please try to hand over the resources you have acquired to avoid unnecessary trouble. After reading out the rules, the disciples begin entering the fortress city. Zhu Mingling and Nan Linsha walk together, proceeding down an ancient long street straight into the fortress city. After walking for over 1,000 meters, Zhu Mingling turned around and was surprised to find that the long street had disappeared, replaced by a dense forest with some dilapidated villages within it. Zhu Mingling's face was filled with astonishment. Could this city still be active? The fortress city, this whole ancient battlefield, changes periodically, leading people to be completely lost within the city without realizing it. This structure is quite peculiar. Continuing forward, Zhu Mingling and Nan Linsha encountered various changes in the layout of the fortress city. Initially planning to traverse an open grassland, they found towering rocks and the ground shifting into a tightly connected network of rocks. A stone city emerged right before their eyes, with streets resembling shops and densely packed houses, all made of rock. However, these shops and houses were empty, resembling mud cities children create while playing. The terrain and layout continued to change. The entire fortress city itself was a labyrinth of mechanisms, causing disciples who originally entered from the same direction to quickly disperse to different areas. It was quite peculiar that despite the immense maze-like walls and grand towers, they couldn't see a single tall wall around them. The layout of the fortress city was more complex than just changes in the terrain and formations. It involved twists in space and illusions, making everything inside appear more intricate. The sun can create visual illusions in various directions within the fortress city, Nan Linsha pointed out, gesturing towards the sky. Zhu Mingling looked up and realized that the sun, which should have been gradually rising in the east, was now behind them. They had been walking towards the east all along. So now, were they heading west? The directions were completely confused. We can't rely on the sun to determine the directions here. This fortress city is truly extraordinary, Zhu Mingling marveled. Suddenly, a blaze ignited in the distance, a dazzling light that couldn't be ignored. It was the flame flag signaling the official start of the battle. All faction disciples could engage in combat upon meeting each other. Since stepping into the fortress city, Zhu Mingling had been captivated by its layout, eager to understand its operational principles. Effective use of the terrain could provide a significant advantage. However, time passed quickly, and the competition had already begun. Yet, Zhu Mingling and Nan Linsha had not encountered any disciples from other factions in their vicinity within the vast stone city. With half of each faction's resources scattered within this fortress city, I believe disciples from various factions must have started searching for these treasures immediately, Zhu Mingling remarked. Let's explore around, Nan Linsha suggested. As the flame flags burned, the layout of the fortress city changed at a slower pace. The initial shifts were likely meant to disperse disciples to different areas, making it more entertaining for the people of the imperial city. The stone city was quiet, as Zhu Mingling and Nan Linsha aimlessly wandered, until they heard the sound of a skirmish up ahead. Moving past the stone structures, Zhu Mingling spotted a statue at the intersection of the open street, standing in a fountain. The statue wasn't very tall, but its raised palm held a radiant jeweled box. Inside the box lay extraordinary treasures. Two groups of disciples noticed the jeweled box simultaneously and both wanted to claim it as their own. Zhu Mingling looked at the statue and then at the jeweled box. Without much hesitation, he displayed his spiritual power, almost deliberately showcasing it for disciples of various factions to see. After exchanging glances with Nan Linsha, Zhu Minglin walked forward, unable to clearly discern the affiliations of the individuals in the area. Bai Che, go fetch it, Zhu Minglin instructed. The small Bai Che leapt down from Zhu Minglin's shoulder and swiftly made its way across the street, resembling a harmless little squirrel at most, perhaps picking up some pine cones from the forest floor. Initially, the others paid no attention as they confronted each other, each unleashing their divine powers. Despite being in the exploratory phase, neither side was willing to back down. Eventually, Bai Che darted in, snagged the jeweled box with a swift move, and swiftly ran back to Zhu Minglin. Opening the box, Zhu Minglin found a deed inside. Deed for the rainy city? A city deed. They had just acquired a city. End of this chapter. Chapter 151. It's better to kill early. It's truly the imperial capital. It's like a game between major powers and ruling classes. This ruined rain city, who knows how many generations have invested their efforts into it, and how many battles it has witnessed. But in the end, its ownership is merely a reward in this competition of powers. Someone has taken the brocade box, which is the deed to the city. Among the two groups, the woman in warrior attire said. This woman, with a sturdier figure than the men, was also wearing a short shirt, completely different from the delicate and slender figure, the jade-like arms, and the swan-like neck of Non Lingsha. Her arms were like refined iron, her body like refined steel, and her skin had a copper-like sheen. Even when standing in front of Zhu Minglin, a handsome man, she seemed somewhat dainty. A martial arts expert. Zhu Minglin whispered to Non Lingsha, one of the four great Zonglins. Non Lingsha asked. Yes, they practice martial arts, mainly training in boxing, palm techniques, body techniques, leg techniques. Che. I once sparred with one of their senior brothers before. Their indestructible bodies are very terrifying. Ordinary weapons can't even harm them. Zhu Minglin said. Martial arts experts are also divided into several factions. Judging by the physique of this woman, she should belong to the martial arts faction. Martial arts experts who practice body techniques are monsters among human beings. There was once a martial artist who exchanged blows with a giant dragon, and the scene was truly breathtaking. This ruined rain city deed can also be exchanged for some good resources. We'll accept it. Zhu Minglin appraised the martial arts expert woman and smiled gently. Why are you smiling? Dare to challenge me, your elder lady. I hate your type of pale-faced men, lacking in masculinity. You better kneel down now and hand over the city deed. Otherwise your teeth will be shattered by your elder lady. The martial arts expert woman's voice had no difference from an ordinary woman's. Can't there be a bit of aesthetic sense? A man who perfectly blends strength and handsomeness like himself, rare in the world. Zhu Minglin continued to smile, but his smile lost its warmth. Martial arts expert? Ha, tough physique, ha. Let's see if you can withstand Bai Che's freezing frost. Bai Che's first started to flutter, as white as snow. It was surrounded by countless ice crystals, like a small white storm. In the ice crystal storm, its body was starting to transform, while the streets under its feet began to freeze, layer upon layer of frost covering the ground. Soon the whole area was frozen. The burly martial arts expert woman roared, leaping like an ape to stand on one of the stone buildings. Dodging the freezing frost, she then flipped down, her body wrapped in a strange brown gas, causing her to land like a boulder, heavily smashing towards Bai Che's position. Bai Che stood still, a stronger storm swirling around it, forcing the martial arts disciple to give up the stone attack and retreat behind the rocky buildings. At this moment, a boxer rushed in. Although his physique was not as robust as the woman's, when he swung his fist, one could see the fist force like flames. He was fast, the street cracked as he dashed, and when he took the final step, swinging his fist towards the ice dragon Bai Che, a tremendous force of a thunderbolt erupted from him, ultimately blasting out from his fist. Little Bai Che remained unmoved, casually flapping its wings. Countless ice crystals solidify in front of it, forming an incredibly sturdy ice barrier that blocked the boxer's path. The boxer's fist tower seemed capable of smashing rocks, but when hitting the ice barrier raised by the ice dragon Bai Che, it only left a few cracks. The boxer looked astonished, not believing that his power couldn't break down even a simple defense from the other side. Swish, swish, swish. Cloud-like flying blades suddenly spun from behind the ice barrier. The martial arts disciple hastily retreated, dodging left and right, but still ended up with several fresh red wounds on his body. Before this boxer could recover from his astonishment, the ice dragon Bai Che transformed into a fierce streak of light, striking towards him. The speed was several times faster than his sprint, the terrifying claws sharper than any famous sword or dagger. Junior brother. The martial arts woman hurried over, appearing just in time, her arms wrapped around each other. The brown energy surrounding her formed a gong shape, protecting the boxer behind her. However, this martial arts woman's judgment was off. The ice dragon by Key's speed was so fast that by the time they saw where its body was, it was already a blur. It had already appeared behind the martial arts woman and, like a white ice arrow, severely wounded the boxer. The boxer stood there, somewhat unbelievably staring at a bloody hole on his chest and shoulder, then turned to look back at the ice dragon by Che only to be showered with blood like a fountain. Junior brother. Junior brother. The martial arts woman hurried over to help him, her eyes glaring angrily at Zhu Minglan. Sister. We are no match for this person. He spared us. The boxer disciple coughed blood. Before the martial arts woman could speak, she suddenly felt a bone-chilling cold on her back. She turned around and found the ice dragon by Che standing behind her without a sound, its starry cold dragon eyes gazing at her up close, freezing her in fear. We surrender. Finally, the martial arts woman lowered her head, the previous pride absent from her face. The ones competing with this martial arts expert for the brocade box were a small clan, consisting of 3 men. Originally, they also wanted to act against Zhu Mingling and Nam Lingsha since they held the city deed, but before they could unleash their divine power, they witnessed the martial arts experts being easily defeated. They looked at each other and then turned to leave. Luckily, they weren't the first to act, otherwise, it would have been the end for all 3 of them. This city deed was beyond their reach. Isn't that Zhu Minglan? One of the members of this small clan remarked as they walked. Seems like it. His dragon. Wasn't it a blue and black dragon? How did it turn into a white dragon today? We've given our all, finally reaching the 3rd round, their expertise hidden, yet still easily trampled by the martial arts disciples as if dealing with a formidable enemy. One of you look back. Are they following us? I don't want to be eliminated right after entering. No. We small fries, as long as we don't pick a fight with them, they aren't interested in us. Thank goodness. After taking possession of the city deed, Zhu Minglan remembered what the referee had said. Only when they lit the signal fire bamboo 2 and handed over the city deed to the referee coming to collect it, would it be truly theirs. So for now, holding it in their hands was only temporary. If someone tried to snatch it, they could still take it back. In this mechanical city, there were plenty of similar valuable resources, even richer ones, and Zhu Minglan wasn't in a rush to give them to the referee, planning to collect a wave of good resources before eventually lighting the signal fire bamboo tube. Zhu Minglan didn't know where exactly Ruin Rain City was. He wasn't very interested in owning such a city. He would sell it later on and exchange it for a hefty sum of silver. The monthly expenses of the Spirit Woods Green Dragon, Thunderstorm Dragon, and Ice Dragon by Che were already extravagant, and if he didn't have any income, he really couldn't afford them. Ruin Rain City was probably just a relatively barren small city. If it was very far from the imperial capital, this city deed could be sold for 50,000 gold to the right beer. If they couldn't find a beer, they could get 10,000 gold at best. Of course, it could also end up being worthless. Some cities, because of their location, had many drawbacks, sometimes requiring a significant investment in construction and management to see returns. Zhu Minglan wasn't very skilled or interested in city governance, and if it were handed to Zhang Yu, he would probably handle it better. Yun sir. Miss. Suddenly, a voice came from behind. This person was already very close to them, but Zhu Minglan and Nam Lingsha hadn't noticed at all. Obviously, this person was a master. However, her voice was very familiar to Zhu Minglan. Qin Yan, why are you here too? Zhu Minglan turned to look, surprised at the woman dressed in brocade. Each faction has 3 spots. It wouldn't make sense for our Zhu clan to leave one empty. Qin Yang replied. Is it that my father was worried I might get into trouble, so he sent you to protect us? Zhu Mingling said with a bitter smile. Yun sir, please don't burden us with the protection role. I'm just concerned that you've been away from the imperial capital for so many years and might not fully understand many things. I can inform you about some matters to avoid unnecessary trouble, like the fact that the imperial young master and his people have already gathered. Qin Yang spoke. This mechanical city is so complex. How did they gather together so quickly? Zhu Minglan was puzzled. Just like how I easily found you and the miss, There are people among them who understand the secret of this mechanical city. Qin Yang said. Well, in seemingly fair rules, there will always be a teacher who has lectured similar topics to students. Zhu Minglan shook his head helplessly. If you are going to kill, you must act quickly. Once the experts gather together, it will be them coming to kill us. Qin Yang reminded Zhu Minglan. Zhu Minglan firmly believed that Hao Xiaokong and others wouldn't withdraw prematurely from this competition, because this competition was their only chance to kill him. If he escaped, Jutia officials would take care of Hao Yan's remaining heirs. Hao Xiaokong had no choice left. He had to join forces with the young masters of the Imperial Young Master Group in this competition to deal with himself. Where are they now? Zhu Mingling inquired. Yun Suran, miss. Follow me. This mechanical city will change its layout, but unless there are unforeseen circumstances, their target should be a deed to a Young Dragon Valley. Qin Yang said. Young Dragon Valley. These guys really understand the mechanical city too well. Zhu Mingling sneered. End of chapter. Chapter 152. Qin Yang points the way to the wrong beehive cavern. Zhu Mingling and Non Lingshan no longer need to wander aimlessly. He was indeed a little worried before that he might not find the scum of the Emperor's young gang. Each faction has 3 spots, and the majority of people from the same faction will travel together. There are even some factions with good relationships that may join forces. The rules of the competition itself have many loopholes, and the wider the network and the stronger the faction, the greater the advantage. Of course, it is not ruled out that small factions may band together, but the sense of trust between them may not be as strong. It is possible that they might tear each other apart for the benefits of a city-state. With this reassurance, Hao Yang felt a little better. Under the banyan tree, Hao Xiaokong, Zhao Shi, Su Mao, and others were still discussing their strategies, but suddenly, a dragon painted in ink appeared out of nowhere and startled the banyan bees on the tree. Ni Chong naturally also saw this scene. He sat between 2 maidens fanning him with folding fans, calmly saying, "Rest assured, as long as your Hao Xiaokong stays within my sight, no one can harm him." This time, Zhu Mingling entered this major competition with the goal of avenging his brother, Zhu Tong, and he had vowed at the altar that he would personally kill Hao Xiaokong. This collision was incredibly powerful, instantly awakening all the banyan bees in the area. Their wings almost simultaneously began to shake, followed by a piercing tremor in the eerily quiet deserted grass city, as if a powerful storm was brewing somewhere. In the wilderness, encountering a fierce dragon, there might still be a chance of survival. After all, with everyone scattering, the dragon can only catch one at a time. His expression changed constantly, and his gaze involuntarily fell on Ni Chong, the protector of the purple sect. Let's go after them, Qin Yang, aiming at Hao Xiaokong's fleeing direction, said. Roar. At this moment, at the mechanical city, Hao Xiaokong, Ni Chong, and Zhao Shi did not yet realize that Zhu Mingling and the others were approaching them, but the onlookers on the walls and towers couldn't help but turn their eyes towards them. These few people were frightened and scattered, not daring to linger under the tree, each showing their profound skill in escaping before the banyan bees could take to the air. Everyone must rely on their own abilities. You be careful, Non Lingshan nodded. When it comes to killing, it's best to do it yourself. The fire dragon straightened its course towards the banyan tree, colliding directly with a large beehive above the heads of Hao Xiaokong, Zhao Shi, and the others. What are you waiting for? Run. In this competition of factions, to stand out, it's not about eliminating all opponents, but rather about seeing which faction can acquire the most resources. Upon entering this area, they all subconsciously slowed down their pace, suppressing their murderous intent to avoid disturbing the rest of the demon soldiers. Who is trying to harm us? Zhu Tiangwan also told Zhu Mingling that the rules of this competition did not proceed as they initially expected. Among the 4 great sects and the 6 great clans, there should be disciples with the strength of a lord rank. No need, you to just stay here and watch for any chances to get the ornate box from the tree, Zhu Mingling said to Non Lingshan and Qin Yang. Furthermore, many resources obtained must be shared equally among them. Zhao Ji's strength is also very strong, not to mention the monstrous level of Su Mao. Su Mao is one of the most outstanding disciples of the purple sect. Zhu Mingling, Non Lingshan, and Qin Yang bypassed the troublesome wyverns and arrived in the midst of the deserted grass city. The fire dragon could fly. Though its body was made of ink marks, it did not affect its majestic appearance in the slightest. Since the young master and miss are confident in their own strength, there's no need for us to contact the factions of our Zhu clan. Qin Yang nodded. Indeed, inside was the skeleton of a person, whose flesh had been gnawed to mere remnants. From the clothing, it was barely recognizable that this was a lone traveler. Under the ancient banyan tree, 4 or 5 people were discussing something. The main reason was that Zhu Minglan was also very interested in the land deed of the young dragon Dali. It should be a resource desired by all major factions. With the majority of the bees now agitated and chasing after the emperor's young gang, they could take advantage and seize the opportunity to take the box. Their actions were like well-trained elite soldiers. Even the overlords of some jungles had to avoid a group of wyverns who were most interested in challenging stronger beings. Although the contestants in the previous game had experienced 2 rounds, their strength was not too bad, but there were still some who were not experienced enough and entered carelessly, making it easy to lose their lives casually. Qin Yang shook his head, looking strangely at Zhu Minglan's expression. They are probably also waiting for more reinforcements. Qin Yang could not decide. Someone has already perished. Nan Lingsha pointed to a broken house with traces of blood. The deserted grass city was not far from the maze wall. So many people had already seen Zhu Mingling and the others approaching Hao Shao Kong and his group. The vines and vegetation covered the houses, with rubble on the ground, and scattered bricks everywhere. Even some roof eaves were overgrown with wild grass. Qin Yang told Zhu Mingling that their Zhu clan also had some allied forces, and if they wanted to deal with the emperor's young gang, it would be best to travel with them. However, Zhu Mingling and Nan Lingsha both felt that this would be a waste of time. Are there Lord rank experts? Zhu Minglan thought about it and asked. Just watch carefully. The Zhu clan also needs to consider the face of our purple sect. If Zhu Minglan knows his limits and retreats, that would be the best outcome, Ni Chong said. Lord Haoyan, Sumao is one of the outstanding juniors of the purple sect and the most favored disciple of our protector Ni Chong. In my opinion, for Zhu Minglan to seek revenge at this time is like handing over the control of the Chuan domain's power, especially with my son Zhao also. Lady Zhao Qin smiled at this moment. She tossed the scroll into the air, revealing a drawing of a killing steps out of the scroll. Zhu Minglan was somewhat reluctant. After all, a large portion of the resources were scattered throughout this mechanical city, allowing the children of major factions to search and compete for them, which they would not share if left to others. This place is not suitable for action, Zhu Minglan whispered, fearing it would disturb the nearby banyan bee demons. Unlike the wyverns, the banyan bees were different. Hao Yang had already seen people approaching the deserted grass city from afar on the walls and towers. When Zhu Minglan, Nan Lingsha, and Qin Yang arrived, they saw the numerous decrepit banyan beehives hidden in the dilapidated wooden houses, numbering in the thousands. The resources that could be acquired must not be missed. Otherwise, the control of the Chuan domain's power would not belong to them. Be extra cautious, there are still many demon nests above, Zhu Minglan reminded them. End of this chapter. Chapter 153 Revenge at the Ancestral Hall was quite a coincidence. How Shao Kong and a few others escaped separately. Most of the awakened wrong bees came from that banyan tree, and their numbers were quite large. If these people all fled in one direction, it would be difficult to shake off these wrong bee monsters, and the more they gather, the higher the level of danger. Zhu Minglan noticed that Hao Shao Kong was planning to escape towards an abandoned ancestral hall, so he used the ghostly cloak to pass through the dilapidated city streets and arrived early at the ancestral hall to wait for him. Hao Shao Kong, dressed in black, rode on a leopard dragon, trying hard to escape the pursuit of the Rongbee monsters. Fortunately, the target of the Rongbee monsters was not him. After running far away, he found that there weren't many pursuers behind him, leaving only him around. The ancestral hall ahead was relatively clean, at least not occupied by some disgusting reptiles. Following the large door-covered din vines, he entered the ancestral hall, only to find a person standing at the entrance with a malicious smile on his face. Hao Shao Kong's face immediately changed, even paler than when he saw the swarm of wrong bees. How could the other party find him so quickly? Hao Shao Kong glanced back. There were no companions behind him. They had all been chased away by the wrong bees. The scenery here is quite beautiful. If your father ever misses you and gets lost in the city of mechanisms, he can come directly to this ancestral hall to pay his respects, Zhu Minglan said to Hao Shao Kong. Zhu Minglan, you've threatened me several times. Our Hao family is only at your mercy because the Zhu clan has some influence in the imperial capital. Don't think that I, Hao Xiaokan, am really afraid of you. Hao Xiaokan tried to remain calm. In terms of cultivation, the person in front of him might not be stronger than himself. Besides, the others should be rushing to his location, as long as he could delay some time. His burial here was not guaranteed. Swish! A gust of wind passed through. Hao Xiaokan subconsciously turned his head, feeling something staring at him from behind. However, he didn't see anything. It was probably a particularly tenacious Ronbi monster. Hao Xiaokan reached out his palm and activated the spiritual contract seal. The purple spirit contract seal was dazzling, revealing a purple scaled horned dragon crawling out from the spiritual realm. This purple horned dragon was different from most dragons, with sturdy limbs and a fierce appearance, with some skeletal bones hanging from its body, looking barbaric and ferocious. Only its head resembled a dragon, while the rest looked more like a demon sheep, similar to the hell demons described in some ancient ecclesiastical scriptures. A combination of a purple dragon and a demon sheep. Such a dragon creature was very rare, and it was unclear if it was born like this or morphed into a dragon form. Anyway, the purple scales covering its body would occasionally ignite flames from hell. Hao Xiaokan was a disciple of the Z sect. Having a purple dragon by his side was not surprising in Zhu Mingling's eyes. However, this demon sheep purple dragon seemed particularly menacing. Moreover, according to Zhu Mingling's knowledge, Zhu Tong had died at the hands of this monster. His body had been torn into pieces by the demon sheep purple dragon. If you want to kill me, show me what you've got. The fear on Hao Xiaokan's face disappeared. Initially, Hao Xiaokan thought that several strong members of the Zhu clan would appear together, especially since the Zhu clan had been acting arrogantly in recent years. Seeing Zhu Mingling, he thought that he had fallen into an ambush, but so far, he had only seen Zhu Mingling and no one else. In that case, it might be Zhu Mingling who was overestimating himself. My demon she purple dragon is a high-level mainstay. Zhu Mingling, how do you plan to kill me? Even if you're in the city towers, you won't be able to see what's happening inside here. I'm going to kill you right here in this ancestral hall, and the entire Zhu clan won't be able to do anything about it. Hao Xiaokan started to smirk. He was laughing. The demon she purple dragon was also laughing, looking like a true demon, eagerly anticipating the feeling of tearing living creatures apart. I have a question for you, so you should live a little longer. Zhu Mingling said, you're really too full of yourself. Without a swordsman, you're just a waste. Before Hao Xiaokan could finish his sentence, he heard that whooshing sound again, passing by his ear. There was indeed a breeze, sending a chill down his neck. In the corner of his eye, Hao Xiaokan saw a flash of crimson cold light slashing through the neck of his demon she purple dragon. The demon she purple dragon was still approaching Zhu Mingling, and its dragon face looked fierce. But in the next moment, the fierce face of the dragon slid down from the demon sheep's body and heavily dropped to the ground. Faft! Blood spurted out, reaching a height of 3 to 4 meters, splattering on the eaves of the ancestral hall. Hao Xiaokan could hardly believe his eyes. His demon she purple dragon had become headless, standing just a few meters away from him. The scalding blood poured down, drenching Hao Xiaokan entirely, turning him crimson. Swish! The whooshing sound resounded once again. Hao Xiaokan's face was covered in blood, full of horror. At this moment, he finally saw what had sliced off the head of his demon she purple dragon. A sword. A crimson figure. It showed signs of aging, but it didn't diminish its sharpness. The sword seemed alive, suspended in front of Zhu Mingling, emitting an incredibly chilling aura without needing to be held or controlled by him. Hao Xiaokan's demon she purple dragon, a high-level dragon capable of sweeping through disciples of major forces, had been decapitated. According to their understanding, Zhu Mingling's dragon trainer prowess was only at this level. Why did such a sword appear, killing a high-level dragon creature like slaughtering a sacrificial pig or sheep? Your swordsman, your swordsman. Hao Xiaokan stuttered, pointing at Zhu Mingling as if he saw the gates of hell. He kept backing away, trying to escape this blood-stained ancestral hall. However, Hao Xiaokan couldn't move. His legs were trembling uncontrollably. You should fear me, Zhu Mingling, the person, rather than my skills. Zhu Mingling stepped forward, standing in front of the blood-covered young man. I'm just a thug, just a thug. It was Zhao Yinj. Zhao Yinj suggested that whoever killed Zhu Tong could obtain the soul pearl purchased by everyone. I have no grouch with Zhu Tong. The ones who wanted Zhu Tong dead were Zhao Shi and Zhao Yinch. How Shao Kahn could hardly stand firm, and he knelt on the ground. Do you think I don't know all this? Zhu Minglin sneered. Zhu Minglin, I can tell you a secret. Spare my life. Cut off my hands and feet. I deserve it, but spare my life. How Shao Kahn knelt on the ground, continuously kowtowing. Facing the dead in the spiritual hall that day, he wasn't as sincere as he was in this moment, clearly hearing the sound of his forehead hitting the ground. Tell me. Zhu Minglin smiled. The regional administration rights of Lichuan are in the 9 armies tomb. The valuable spiritual resources of the Z sect, Wu sect, Sword sect, the royal family, Pu clan, Li clan, Ancient Dragon Palace, Azure Dragon Hall, are all near the 9 armies tomb. Most of them know about it, as that big figure deliberately leaked the information to them. How Shao Kahn continued. There was apparent communication among major forces, with their disciples mostly being informed about precious treasures in the city, compelling them to go there. Similarly, Qingyan also had some information, but she didn't know that the regional administration rights of Lichuan were also in the City of Mechanisms,